Chapter 1. The Owl's Letter shatters the dream of wealth. In a somewhat dilapidated and dimly lit cramped room, the peeling walls suggest it has not been maintained for over a decade. 4 aged wooden beds and a nearby table, similarly worn, evoke a sense of profound nostalgia in anyone who casts a glance at them. This is a room on the second floor of St. Mary's Orphanage, situated in the Camden district of London. St. Mary's Orphanage has a history nearing 2 centuries. The name itself suggests its origins as a church-affiliated institution. However, in these modern times, the church's fortunes have waned, leading to severe financial strain on the orphanage as well. After surveying his surroundings and examining his delicate, fair hands, Ted confirmed that he had indeed traveled through time, and it was a soul transference. The current date is June 30th, 1991, in a London orphanage, and he is an orphan, aged 11. It is certain that he possesses a unique gift, for within his mind, a golden light seems to pulsate. By concentrating, he can initiate the information system. His current name is Ted Epiphany. The name Ted embodies the notion of a supreme gift. While he cannot recall the specifics of his dream, upon waking and stepping outside, he encountered an infant Ted swaddled at the entrance of the orphanage. Thus, the matron perceived this as an auspicious sign, adopting him and naming him Ted Epiphany. Ah, to have traversed time, what a splendid affair. Ted mused, reclining against the headboard with his hands clasped behind his head, indulging in self-deprecating humor. The economic conditions at St. Mary's Orphanage are rather poor, to speak plainly. It is on the brink of closure in this age. Religion has declined since the Declaration of the Rights of Man in 1789. Faith has become secularized. After more than 2 centuries, although churches remain plentiful, their significance has drastically diminished compared to days of yore. If in another decade or 2, a priest wishes to make headlines, he may have to do so alongside a young boy. Therefore, while starvation is not a concern at the orphanage, the notion of a balanced diet is rather far-fetched. Ted touched his ribcage, feeling the sharpness of his ribs. He had no grounds for complaint after all. To live again is a blessing in itself. Yet improvements must be made. Malnutrition hinders his growth. He pondered ways to earn a little money, not much, just enough to enhance the quality of his meals. Ugh, this is going to be tricky. Ted deliberated for several minutes, realizing his predicament. Given his current circumstances, he was unable to work, and no one would employ a child laborer. Surely, he could not resort to begging. But what resources do I possess? Suddenly, an idea struck him as he turned to glance at the corner of the room. There lay some trifling knickknacks and personal items, along with a guitar so old that its paint had worn off. This guitar could be considered a relic of the orphanage, gifted by a kindly couple to a child about 7 or 8 years prior. Before being adopted, that child passed the guitar to a younger orphan. Once that child was adopted, the guitar found its way to Ted's roommate, but as fate would have it, Ted's roommates were soon adopted as well, leaving the guitar in Ted's possession. A guitar that has been passed through 6 or 7 hands is indeed a family heirloom of the orphanage. In this little room, with 4 wooden beds, Ted found himself the last remaining child. Ted picked up a small round mirror to examine himself. The child had fair skin, delicate features, and bright, sparkling eyes. She was undeniably adorable. This shouldn't be. Now makes sense. With black hair, dark eyes, and a yellowish complexion, he is of Asian descent, or rather, of Chinese heritage. Indeed, the distinctions between East Asian, Southeast Asian, and those from the Middle Kingdom are quite pronounced. Ted could certainly discern the differences. Well, I can hardly expect to be adopted now. It seems I must rely on my own efforts and embark on a path of arduous entrepreneurship. As he grew older, the chances of adoption would only diminish. Ted strummed the guitar strings to test its sound. It would have to suffice. After tuning it, he attempted to play. To be honest, this old guitar felt a tad large for his 11-year-old frame. He was scarcely taller than the instrument itself. But it was better than nothing. Performing on the streets was certainly preferable to begging. The following day, his unique gift remained unchanged. He could not venture too far. His small stature limited his range. Safety was paramount. He could not risk wandering into dangerous areas, hoping to improve his meals only to fall victim to human trafficking. Moreover, he needed a place with ample foot traffic, preferably a leisurely location. Areas devoid of people or those where passers-by were preoccupied with errands were not ideal. Fortunately, Camden, where he resided, boasted the famous Camden Market, where he could find a spot along the edges to sing and play. He hoped that the affluent patrons of London might extend their kindness. Yet, he wished they would not be overly generous, for they could not abide the sight of poverty. After 20 minutes of persuading the matron, considering the short walk and the decent safety of the area, she relented. Given the current state of the orphanage, Ted's desire to contribute financially would surely touch her heart. On the first day, the matron accompanied Ted. They sang and played for over 3 hours until his voice could no longer endure. He earned 4.35 in those times. That would suffice for 2 or 3 meals at KFC. After all, an 11-year-old boy performing on the streets is bound to attract attention. Thanks to his past life's blessings, Ted was reasonably skilled at performing. Most children have pleasant singing voices. Additionally, Ted was well-versed in various classic songs from Western music. Thus, many kind-hearted ladies and gentlemen offered their support. May they be blessed with twins. On the way back, Ted and the matron purchased an abundance of inexpensive fruits and vegetables. The matron was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Little Ted, I never expected this. Brings me great relief." She was pleasantly surprised by Ted's hidden talent. At least he would possess a skill for earning a living when he eventually left the orphanage in a few years. The matron, along with 4 or 5 others, was tasked with caring for dozens of children ranging from toddlers to teenagers. And while she was fond of Ted, her primary concern was ensuring he had enough to eat and was not bullied. When asked if she knew about Ted's musical abilities, she only knew he enjoyed toying with that old guitar. As for who he learned from, she had no idea, nor did it matter. Days passed, and Ted grew accustomed to his routine. The matron felt reassured, no longer needing to accompany him daily. In his spare time, Ted had found some old newspapers and magazines, confirming that little had changed in the world. Excellent, there were no notable historical alterations. The timelines of World War I and II, along with other significant events, remained unchanged. This indicated that he had indeed been reborn in London, with a continuously rebooting golden finger system lagging behind 100 of the national user base. Even without this golden finger, his knowledge of the future would serve him well. Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla, the sky's the limit. Haha, soon I shall become a magnate, lounging atop a mountain of cash, achieving financial freedom. Ted picked up an old newspaper from the previous year and began to peruse it. There was little useful information, but in the corner of the 4th page, he stumbled upon an urban legend. It claimed that several drunkards had spotted a creature with horns, half man, half goat, in the outskirts of the city. Look at that. Even major newspapers must rely on sensationalism for sales. Why not simply state that there exists a succubus outside the city of London? That would undoubtedly guarantee remarkable sales. The title could aptly be shocking. Such a resplendent creature exists just outside London. Why is a middle-aged man so weak after awakening from his intoxication? Beware. Those with kidney issues should steer clear of the suburbs. This would surely lead to a sales triumph. For several consecutive days, Ted enjoyed a commendable income, most of which he dedicated to purchasing provisions for the orphanage, while keeping a modest allowance for himself. Ted was momentarily taken aback. But I am on the 2nd floor. Upon closer inspection, he realized that an owl was perched outside his window. Clutching a letter in its beak, it was peering curiously at him. Taking a deep breath, Ted cautiously opened the window. The owl hopped inside and dropped the letter onto the windowsill. Ted extended his hand carefully, and seeing no signs of aggression from the creature, he picked up the letter to find it crafted from thick parchment, with the address inscribed in emerald green ink. Mr. Ted Epiphany, St. Mary's Orphanage, Camden, London recipient. There was no postage affixed. As Ted gazed at the letter in his hand, he sensed that his dreams of wealth might be dashed. However, it mattered little, for the dream of becoming a wizard had arrived. Chapter 2. The Joy of Cat Petting. At this moment, Ted's heart was brimming with boundless delight. Even being a magnate in an ordinary world could not compare with the exhilaration of a world imbued with magic. I shall become a wizard. Carefully unsealing the letter, the first page read, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Knight of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot. Dear Mr. Epiphany, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is scheduled to commence on September 1st. Yours sincerely, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. The second page. Uniforms. First-year students are required to possess 1. 3 plain black work robes. 2. A plain black pointed hat for daytime wear. 3. A pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or similar material. 4. A winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. Please note, all student attire must be embroidered with a name tag. Textbooks. All students must procure the following texts. Standard Spellbook, Beginner by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. Magical Plants and Fungi by Philida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. Dark Arts, a Self-Defense Guide by Quentin Trimble. Additional equipment. A wand. A cauldron, standard size 2, pewter. A set of glass or crystal vials. A telescope. A brass scale. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are kindly reminded that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. 2 sheets of parchment, thick to the touch, stirred Ted's excitement as he held them. Love Apple S. Jobs, Microsoft S. Gates, or Tesla S. Musk. I shall no longer serve. I'm off to learn magic. An impassioned voice echoed within Ted. Learning magic, seeking out Dumbledore, with countless cauldrons of stainless steel. The four houses boast strong bonds. 10 professors wield remarkable skills. Hogwarts, vast in scope, with 2,000 students scattered across the globe. Stable employment and high income, lifelong job security assured. Hey, there's Assurance. The owl, perched nearby, regarded the boy, lost in his daydreams, with mild impatience. The owl thought, I want to be working overtime, mind you. Of course, one could not directly declare, I accept the admission, let Dumbledore come fetch me. It must be feigned hesitation and doubt, words befitting his age. Ah then, I shall trouble you, Mr. Owl. As he watched the owl soar away into the distance, a sudden spark ignited in Ted's mind. Ding. System activation complete. The magic card system is at your service. A promise made, a double joy arrives. Once again, I focused my attention on the luminous orb in my mind, and new information began to emerge. Ted Epiphany. Level 1 Wizard, 01000. Experience pool, 0. Attributes. The average attributes of a regular adult muggle are 5. Strength, 3. Constitution, 3. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 6. Perception, 6. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 6. Luck, typically 0 for ordinary individuals, fluctuating between positive and negative based on circumstances. Talent, knowledge of other worlds, gold. Skills, magic level 1, magic resistance level 1. Magic, none. Cards, none. Quests, none. Before Ted could examine the details further, a notification chimed. Ding. Quest triggered. Magical world, blue, located in Great Britain. Can you afford to miss the only magic school? Enrollment is a must. Objective, successfully enroll in Hogwarts. Reward, 500 experience. Level 1 magic, random card. Surprised? Magic exists in this world. Immediately, another notification sounded. Ding. Talent, knowledge of other worlds, gold, activated. Acquiring knowledge, pages from the Manual of Psychic Abilities, blue. Pages from the Manual of Psychic Abilities, blue. Contains insights from psychics regarding their profession. Requires 400 experience for exchange. An image of a card appeared in my mind. This was a card with a blue border, depicting a figure surrounded by patterns resembling gas or flames, seemingly wielding some power to control objects before him. The various sub-items of the sensing system revealed their information one by one. This system could collect experience points, stored in the experience pool, to be used for leveling up professions or enhancing cards in magic. I might possess some magical lineage, inherently a level 1 wizard, which is why Hogwarts reached out to me. With 1,000 experience, I could ascend to a level 2 wizard, gaining 1 attribute point, 1 skill point in every 4 levels. A new talent. Attribute points are straightforward in their definition. Skill points can enhance skills, of which I currently possess only magic and magic resistance. My talent. Knowledge of other worlds, gold, would trigger knowledge from other realms monthly. Corresponding experience points could be consumed for exchange. For instance, the pages from the Manual of Psychic Abilities, blue, would require 400 experience for acquisition. Beyond that, I had not studied any magic nor possessed any cards. However, I did have a quest, which seemed to be an easy task. Experience? How could I acquire more? Ted murmured to himself. According to the system's information, exercising, learning, practicing magic, and conducting experiments all offer varying amounts of experience, as does completing quests. Regarding magic, Ted extended his hand, carefully sensing, feeling a subtle, indescribable force gently surging within him. Is this magic? He reached out toward a piece of paper 20 centimeters away, imagining the invocation of this power. After a few seconds, the paper began to tremble and floated into his hand. Incredible. Remarkable. The old woman naturally remained skeptical. Oh, little Ted, do not take it to heart. Perhaps that mischievous spirit is merely playing a jest upon you. Ted continued to perform on the streets. His earnings remained steady, garnering a handful of small bills and a plethora of coins each day. He had begun to gain a modicum of fame near the bustling market, with a dozen or so passers-by pausing to listen to his melodies, tossing spare change into the open guitar case at his feet. His vocal prowess was commendable, arguably reminiscent of a celestial serenade. Kind-hearted ladies praised his voice, likening it to one kissed by angels, hoping he would retain its charm even after his voice changed. As he adjusted the tuning of his guitar, worn with age and often slipping out of key, he realized that time was fleeting. He prepared to play his final piece, Scarborough Fair, as a gift to the audience. Gently plucking the strings, he began to sing. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Please send a message to a certain someone who resides there. She was once my beloved. Have her make me a linen shirt, parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme, without pockets or seams, for she is my true love. Scarborough Fair originated as a periodic market established by the Vikings for trade, enduring over the centuries with an annual autumn festival lasting a month and a half. Today, a quaint town in Great Britain retains the name. The lyrics of this song can be traced back to 13th century England, while the melody hails from even earlier, emerging in Scotland. Although it may seem peculiar for a child to sing this tune, it holds a timeless significance for the English. More and more people halted their steps, entranced by the classic melodies emanating from the aged guitar and the voice of the scruffy, yet tidy boy. At this moment, the market seemed to fall into a hushed reverie. Amid the crowd's enchantment, a silver-striped British short-haired cat sat perched upon a railing nearby, listening intently. Indeed, Scarborough Fair was not merely a gathering for muggles. It was also the most vibrant market for witches in 17th century England. However, with the passage of time, its glory had waned. This gently melancholic song was conceived by a muggle family of a wizard, symbolizing not only a classic tune of the muggle realm, but also a cherished ballad among wizards. After hastily packing his belongings, Ted made his way to a homeless man seated at the corner of a nearby wall. The hat before the man contained only a few scattered coins, indicating a poor day for him. Ted reached down to pet the dog beside the man, dropping several one-penny coins in a hat. He raised 2 fingers to his brow in a light salute, wishing the man good fortune. As the homeless man expressed his gratitude, Ted noticed the cat still perched on the railing. He swiftly reached out and scooped it up, giving it a few gentle strokes. The short hair momentarily froze, then, in a flurry of agitation, wriggled free and dashed away. All the while, the tabby cat followed Ted with a predatory gaze, clearly annoyed by the lack of personal boundaries exhibited by humans, embodying the spirit of a hunter in pursuit. As Ted entered, he greeted the elderly lady. But just as the door closed behind him, a knock echoed from the outside. There stood a tall lady, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, impeccably dressed with a neat hairstyle and glasses, exuding a commanding presence with a serious expression. She scrutinized the boy before her, who had black hair, dark eyes, and yellowish skin, suggesting he was not in the best of health and was somewhat thin. "Are you Ted Epiphany?" she inquired. "Yes, that's me," he replied. "I am Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. I guessed as much, and I also realized that I inadvertently ruffled you earlier. Oh dear, I'm in trouble now." Chapter 3. The Enchantment of Diagon Alley. "Wait," the elderly lady exclaimed, somewhat startled. "Are you referring to that school for magic? Surely, you cannot be." She did not finish her jest, for Professor McGonagall's formidable aura and demeanor inspired a profound respect. This was the presence of someone who had served as a head of department for many years. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall produced a wand, lightly gesturing it towards the elderly lady while murmuring a series of indistinct incantations. Instantly, the lady's demeanor transformed. "Oh, welcome, Professor McGonagall. I hope young Ted can enroll at your esteemed institution. That would be splendid. You two carry on. I shall fetch you some tea." With that, she departed. Ted glanced at the wand in Professor McGonagall's hand, wondering if this was magic. Would it have an adverse effect on the elderly lady? The professor's expression softened slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "Do not worry, Mr. Epiphany. This enchantment will not harm her. She will simply perceive that you have entered a prestigious school and will feel reassured." With a flick of her wand, she pointed at a plate on the coffee table, which suddenly transformed into a sparrow, fluttering around the room before returning to the table as the plate once more. Ted's face lit up with astonishment and delight. "Wow, that's incredible." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Mr. Epiphany, you possess a unique ability that sets you apart from other children, do you not?" Ted glanced at the guitar nearby, unsure if she was referring to his singing. "Are you talking about this?" he asked, reaching for a cup on the table. The cup began to tremble and then flew into his hand. "Well done," exclaimed Professor McGonagall, sizing him up anew. "It is rare for young wizards to control their magic before receiving any formal education. You are quite the gifted child. Now follow me. I shall take you to procure some essential items." "Professor, may I inform the elderly lady?" With a wave of her hand, she dismissed the notion. "No need. Such matters cannot be explained too clearly to muggles. She would assume you have been accepted. If it were the parents of a muggle wizard, it would be necessary for them to understand where their child has gone. They have that right, even if the secrecy laws permit some discretion. However, the matron of an orphanage is a different case. She cannot be considered Ted's guardian, hence the use of a confundus charm." Ted hurriedly inquired, "Should I bring my belongings?" As they stepped outside, Ted said, "Professor McGonagall, I do not have any money. I have only 22 and 16 pence. Is that sufficient?" "Professor McGonagall, Mr. Epiphany, I believe there is no need for you to worry about this. Just call me Ted. Very well, Ted. It turns out that Hogwarts has a special provision for unique students like Ted, offering an annual interest-free student loan. While it may not be substantial, it is certainly enough to complete his studies, with repayment expected post-graduation. Goodness. Wait, the last recipient of a student loan wouldn't happen to be Tom, would it? Professor McGonagall led Ted into a nearby alley, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her expression rather enigmatic. All right then, hold my hand and let's apparate. In an instant, Ted felt himself being spun and squeezed into a narrow conduit, and after a tumultuous moment, he found himself grounded once more. As his feet met the floor, he nearly buckled, his stomach churning violently, taking several seconds to quell the nausea. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall appeared unfazed, observing Ted with a hint of surprise at his adaptability. Ted now harbored serious doubts about whether he was the target of some form of retribution. In truth, he was meant to arrive by vehicle. But Professor McGonagall had wished for him to experience the allure of magic firsthand, to understand that some cats should not be petted. This older cat lady was not one to be trifled with. Ted, was that intentional or merely an accident? Professor McGonagall, it was indeed intentional. Ted, then I certainly hope I am not sorted into Gryffindor under your watch. Yet, to be honest, he was genuinely curious to try it once. I could do this, then that, and then this. The reckless young man began to indulge in his own mental victories. The system seemed to sense something. Ding task activated. Once more with feeling. Pet her. Green. What is wrong with petting a cat? If you were to turn into a hedgehog, would I not pet you then? Objective. To once again pet Professor McGonagall in her animagus form. Reward. 250 experience points. Level 1 transfiguration. Oh dear, I was only joking. Why are you taking this so seriously? How am I supposed to complete this? All right, Ted. We have arrived at the Leaky Cauldron on Charing Cross Road. Professor McGonagall observed Ted, lost in thought, and felt pleased with her educational efforts. Note that this establishment has been bewitched with a muggle-repelling charm. Ordinary people cannot see it. Ted looked up, observing a minuscule facade, hardly larger than a door. A sign protruded with an iron rod, bearing a wooden plaque devoid of words, illustrated instead with a large cauldron, one large enough to stew a child. It was nestled between a grand bookstore and a record shop. Although its eccentric style was remarkably conspicuous, passers-by paid it no mind. Professor McGonagall boldly pushed the door open, ushering Ted inside. The interior of the pub was somewhat dim, illuminated by oil lamps, which explained the dark ambience, reminiscent of a nightclub. It appeared that the wizarding world did not utilize electrical appliances. Couldn't they at least conjure a magical light? Oil lamps and candlesticks seemed rather antiquated. A number of elongated, square, or circular wooden tables were haphazardly arranged around the room. Eccentric wizards, clad in bizarre attire, engaged in jovial conversation over drinks. Many patrons took the initiative to greet Professor McGonagall. Behind the bar, the bald proprietor, Tom, set down his glass and saluted Professor McGonagall. Ah, Professor McGonagall. It's been quite a while since I last saw you. Are you here to fetch this year's newcomers? McGonagall nodded indeed. I'm accompanying him to Diagon Alley for some shopping. Oh, splendid. My granddaughter is also a first year this year. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Professor McGonagall led Ted through the back door of the Leaky Cauldron, which emerged into a narrow alleyway. A rubbish bin stood against the wall. Remember the opening method. McGonagall instructed. With your wand, count 3 bricks up from the bin and then 2 bricks across. Give a tap. Immediately, the stout brick wall began to transform, accompanied by a series of clicking sounds as the bricks receded and overlapped, revealing an arched doorway. Beyond lay a broad alley, approximately 4 to 5 meters wide, with a cobbled floor that had been smoothed over time, flanked by peculiar shops. A variety of incomprehensible goods were displayed along the street, as wizards in robes moved in and out of the shops, while owls fluttered about. This was indeed Diagon Alley, the very heart of the wizarding world. Even though Ted had seen countless depictions of it in films and videos, he was still awestruck by the scene before him, to the point that he nearly overlooked the system in his mind. Ding! Quest triggered. Explore Diagon Alley Green, the most renowned wizarding shopping street in Great Britain. This must be thoroughly explored. No shop should be missed. Objective: achieve 100 exploration of Diagon Alley. Progress 1. Rewards: 100 experience points. Random card. Engaging in battle is far more entertaining than shopping. Observing Ted's wide-eyed astonishment, Professor McGonagall smiled gently. All right, Ted, there will be plenty of time for surprises in the future. For now, we must retrieve some money. You have quite a bit to purchase. With purpose, Professor McGonagall strode ahead, firmly guiding Ted along. His gaze darted about, overwhelmed by the dazzling sights, struggling to keep pace. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived at a crossroads, at which point Professor McGonagall finally halted. Opposite the junction stood a majestic 3-story white building. While most shops were no more than 2 stories and predominantly wooden, this structure, built of white stone, appeared quite imposing from a distance. However, a closer inspection revealed a shocking sight. The white marble columns of Gringotts were, astonishingly, askew. Each column, distinctly misaligned, did not follow a straight line, nor did they share a common direction across the first, second, and third floors. As someone once burdened with the responsibility of construction, Ted felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and straighten the columns. On either side of the grand bronze entrance to Gringotts stood haughty goblin guards clad in scarlet uniforms with golden trim, their scrutinizing gazes far from welcoming. Proceeding inward, they encountered a silver door, prominently engraved with a striking inscription. "Please, step inside, stranger, but tread carefully. Greed can lead to dire consequences. To take without toil is to invite the severest punishment. Should you wish to seize a fortune that has never belonged to you from our subterranean vault, heed this warning. Thief, what you summon may not be treasure, but retribution." Ted curled his lip, remarking, "They seem rather insecure." Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. Indeed, the average person would likely perceive the fairies' demeanor towards wizards as hostile. Yet, Ted discerned the fairies' facade. They were both anxious and fearful. Yet their avarice and pride compelled them to maintain a brave front. Professor McGonagall soon retrieved Ted's student loan from the lofty counters flanking the hall. The fairies, eager to assert their superiority, had crafted chairs 1.5 meters high behind the counters, requiring a small ladder for access. Perhaps they should be classified as a variety of goblin? In the earlier years of the Western world, cultural ignorance and limited vocabulary led to various similar beings being collectively termed goblin, resulting in a muddled distinction among gnomes, goblins, fairies, and dwarves. The appearance of the fairies certainly strayed far from human aesthetics. They were, frankly, quite unrefined. In Ted's eyes, referring to them as monsters seemed more fitting than calling them fairies. As the poem states, with a stature akin to a dwarf, 5 parts thin, a body half a foot shorter, a wide face, a concave nose, amber eyes, pointed ears, venomous teeth, and fists that could shake the sun and moon, they traversed the land, invoking terror among mortals, with brothers scattered across the realm, whimsically dubbed goblins. Once, Gryffindor had been swindled by fairies while commissioning a sword, resulting in a rather unfortunate outcome. Ted remarked, "Dante forced me to become a goblin slayer." Chapter 4. Employment is a necessity. The first order of business upon acquiring funds was to purchase a wand. Ollivander's wand shop, with its antiquated and narrow exterior, displayed a solitary wand upon a faded purple cushion in the window. Above the door hung a weathered golden sign proclaiming, "Ollivander, crafting fine wands since 382 B.C." If the sign's inscription holds true, the wand making began while Plato was still alive, at a time when the states of the spring and autumn period were still embroiled in conflict. Ollivander was already crafting wands? Professor McGonagall pushed the door open, the copper bell ringing with a clear chime. The shop was modest in size, aside from the counter and a long bench. Thousands of slender boxes containing wands reached up to the ceiling. Dust lay thick upon the surfaces, a rather unacceptable state for a wizard capable of conjuring a pristine environment. Ted glanced to the left, where an elderly gentleman, with a hairstyle not much better than Einstein's, silently emerged from behind a shelf. "Ah, Professor McGonagall, it's been a while. So, this is the young wizard preparing for enrollment." This was none other than the renowned wand master of Great Britain, Ollivander. As he spoke, a ruler soared from the counter, beginning to measure Ted's height and arm span. "Which hand do you favor? Right? Let us try this one." He waved his hand, and a box flew over. 12.25 inches. The wand is crafted from peach heartwood, with a core of male unicorn tail hair. It is suitable for transformation spells. Oh no! Ted had barely touched the wand, and had no time to wave it before it was snatched away. "How about this one? Made of cherry wood, with a phoenix feather core." Ted waved the wand, and with a resounding bang, it nearly flew from his grasp. No, this won't do." Ollivander shook his head. Ted admitted, "Indeed, this is not suitable. I require a wand, not a firecracker." "And what of this one? Walnut wood, with a dragon heartstring core?" This time, the wand emitted a piercing shriek and soared away. Has it transformed into a mischievous sprite? After testing 7 or 8 wands, some reacted too violently, while others performed adequately, yet still exhibited a slight obstruction in their magical flow, lacking in seamlessness. Ted possessed an acute sensitivity to magic, able to discern the subtle mismatch between the wands and himself. Though it was a hassle, Ollivander relished the challenge, akin to playing Tetris. eagerly awaiting the appearance of the perfect fit. Professor McGonagall, seated on a nearby bench, displayed remarkable patience. Ollivander chuckled, "A discerning little customer, I like it. Let us proceed at a leisurely pace." Ted suspected his penchant for this process was somewhat obsessive. At Ollivander's shop, wands would only feature cores of phoenix feathers, unicorn hair, or dragon heartstrings. However, wands from other manufacturers might incorporate different cores. For instance, Fleur's wand contained hair from her grandmother. The original text mentioned another wand maker, Gregorovic from Germany, though the details of his fate escaped Ted's memory. Just as another box flew in, Ted sensed something different. Though he had yet to see the wand, a faint attraction emanated from within the box. Ollivander gently caressed the wand and began his introduction. Cedar wood, with a phoenix feather core, measuring 10 3/4 inches, featuring simple horizontal ridges on the grip for enhanced traction. The material is firm and resilient. Upon receiving the wand, Ted felt the magical flow was remarkably smooth, even more potent and vibrant. With a gentle wave, a cascade of colorful ribbons and fireworks burst forth from the wand's tip, nearly filling the shop. This was a grand display, quite delightful. "Wow, it seems you two are well suited." Ollivander's expression was one of joy. "In my experience, holders of cedarwood wands typically possess a robust character, marked by extraordinary loyalty. My father, Gerald Ollivander, often remarked that the owners of cedarwood wands would never be deceived. I resonate deeply with this notion. Cedarwood wands are invariably matched with exceptionally insightful owners. I must add a word of caution from my father. Do not antagonize any owner of a cedarwood wand. Especially do not harm those they hold dear. The individual perfectly paired with a cedarwood wand is a formidable adversary. Those who foolishly declare war upon them are often met with shock. That will be 7 galleons." Ollivander extended his hand. "A fine story, though regrettably, no discount were offered. No, perhaps the tale was crafted simply to fetch a good price." Stepping out with his own cedarwood wand, Ted's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Unlike the protagonists whose wands are often the final legacy of their fathers, or crafted from the wood of a peach tree struck by lightning during a mysterious journey to the east, Ted found himself with such an ordinary wand. Was there truly nothing remarkable left behind? A mystical wand that had awaited its master for centuries? How utterly disappointing. Yet, despite his inner musings, the attributes of the wand were undeniably commendable. Cedarwood Phoenix Feather Wand Green. Magic Amplification, Level 1 Magic. Enhanced Spell, Level 1 Spell. Keen Insight, 1 Perception. Note: the first wand for a young individual. Professor McGonagall was quite satisfied with the outcome. "Now, we must take you to customize your school uniform." Professor, I just saw a second-hand clothing store and thrift shop. Given my financial situation, I believe second-hand items would be a prudent choice," Ted interjected. McGonagall glanced at him, confirming he was not being forced into this decision, and replied, "Very well." In truth, purchasing everything new with Ted's student loan was hardly realistic. McGonagall initially intended to buy 2 new robes and acquire the textbooks secondhand, for children often care about appearances. However, since Ted had suggested it, she saw no issue. The pair first visited the second-hand robe shop, conveniently located next to Madame Malkin's bespoke robe store, where they acquired some slightly oversized old robes, ensuring they would last him for another year. They then proceeded to the thrift store to see what else might be useful. Unfortunately, they could not find a suitable cauldron, as the ones available were far too worn. If Ted were to brew potions in such a vessel, he might inadvertently cause an explosion that could take down Snape. They did manage to procure a set of glass bottles, albeit somewhat dirty. With careful cleaning, they would serve their purpose. However, the search for second-hand books proved challenging. Perhaps due to the current economic downturn, there were far too many buyers for used books. Ted managed to find 3 titles: Standard Spells, Beginner, Magical Potions, and Elixirs, and 8,000 Wonderful Herbs and Fungi. "All right, Ted, I still possess my old textbooks and can give them to you. For the remainder, we shall purchase new ones at the bookstore," Professor McGonagall generously offered, eager to assist this thrifty, resourceful newcomer. "Thank you so much. Yet, I think I shall wait a bit longer. With nearly 2 months until school starts, I might be able to find more secondhand books and save some galleons. Textbooks are exorbitantly priced. If I were to buy them all new, my student loan would be nearly depleted. Although Hogwarts covers accommodation and meals without tuition fees, I would feel utterly insecure without a single sickle to spare." McGonagall recalled her observations of Ted after transforming into a cat. This little fellow seemed quite independent and should manage well. After some discussion, Professor McGonagall ultimately agreed with Ted's approach, entrusting him with the remainder of his student loan, allowing him time to shop for bargains. She saw him off on the bus before departing. On the ride, Ted pondered deeply and ultimately made a decision. He needed to earn some money. He contemplated either intensifying his busking efforts or seeking employment in Diagon Alley to earn galleons directly. No need for exchanges, with no middlemen profiting from the difference. My first year of student loans amounted to 20 galleons, while subsequent years will only grant me 5. This year, shopping in Diagon Alley, a wand alone costs 7 galleons. And there's no option for secondhand. If I choose to purchase new textbooks, it will send me back 12 galleons. Additionally, there are other essentials like cauldrons and glass vials. Are we no longer attending potions class? What about dragon high gloves? Is herbology no longer on the agenda? If Lockhart becomes the defense against the dark arts professor next year, I might have to borrow textbooks from others. Hence, Ted is determined to scour the market for 2 months, aiming to gather a complete set of secondhand items, allowing him to retain a few galleons for pocket money. By the way, I still have a limit of 50 galleons that can be exchanged for pounds at Gringotts. Money may not be everything, but a lack of it is certainly debilitating. I must earn, moreover, the knowledge from my otherworldly gift. The few pages of the Mind Powers Handbook Blue also requires experience for exchange. Just the other day, I tried it out. Studying from books can yield experience. Yet poring over ordinary Muggle textbooks yields only 4 or 5 points of experience after a full day of diligent study. If I do not exchange the Mind Powers Handbook Blue at the beginning of next month, it will be replaced by new otherworldly knowledge. How unfortunate! Over the course of 20 days, self-study has yielded a mere 400 experience points, which seems rather hopeless. Indeed, I must seek opportunities in Diagon Alley. Even if I cannot trigger new tasks, there are exploration missions to complete. Working is essential, as I need to gather both experience and galleons to sustain my livelihood. Task triggered. Worker green. A single knot can confound even the bravest. To earn some money and accumulate experience, I must devise a plan. Diagon Alley presents numerous opportunities, making it an excellent choice. Objective: successfully secure a job in Diagon Alley. Reward: 100 experience points. Card: restore energy green. Workers: the spirit of labor. And working wizards are truly exceptional beings. Well, this only strengthens my resolve to go. Chapter 5. Bearing a burden of pressure not meant for my age. Yes, grandmother, I have been accepted. Due to my unique circumstances, the school even introduced me to a work-study position before the term begins, where I can work part-time with food and lodging provided. Ted began to charm his grandmother. He had already resolved to work in Diagon Alley and reside at the Leaky Cauldron. Grandmother was quite reluctant, considering he was only 11 and would be working independently to support himself. However, many children from the orphanage were in similar situations, having become apprentices early on or being selected for church schools. Reluctantly, grandmother consented to Ted's work-study plan. After dinner, Ted began to pack his belongings. In truth, there was little to pack. Aside from some daily necessities, he had only an old guitar. All other small toys were given to the younger children. Tomorrow, he would venture into Diagon Alley to face the world, and excitement surged within him. He also needed to purchase a few useful items here. Parchment is not cheap in the Muggle world, but ink is remarkably affordable. A notebook is also on the list. What era is it, yet still utilizing parchment? Are they unaware of its exorbitant cost? Furthermore, he must procure a fountain pen, as the quill is too delicate and unwieldy for his preference. Ted, ever the penny pincher, naturally seeks the most economical options. Were it not for the school uniform regulations prohibiting tailors from the Muggle world, he would have contemplated crafting his robes there. In an unusual state of excitement, Ted found himself slightly restless. Thus, he resolved to peruse his textbooks. In Standard Spells, Beginner, Ted illuminated the pages with a small flashlight and read intently. I recall that prior to enrollment, it seemed permissible to use wands in private. Hermione had practiced spells at home and even repaired Harry Potter's glasses while on the train. This suggests that there are no tracking spells in effect. In fact, the Regulation Act for Underage Wizards was enacted in 1875, primarily aimed at restricting wizards under the age of 17 from casting spells outside of school. He must seize this opportunity. With 2 months at his disposal, he cannot merely work. He did not come to the magical realm solely to earn foreign currency. Ted opened Standard Spells, Beginner. The preface stated, spells differ from transfiguration in that spells enhance specific attributes of an object or creature, while transfiguration transforms it into something entirely different. Minor spells are not difficult to break, and, as young wizards, the effects of the spells you learn will often dissipate within days or even hours. Curses, hexes, and jinxes are collectively referred to as dark magic. This book will not cover such spells. The first spell recorded in the book is the Lumos Charm. It is straightforward, with little complexity in its description. Ted drew his wand and began to cast the spell as instructed in the book. Lumos. No, that is not right. The pronunciation is off. Again, Lumos. This time, his gestures felt somewhat constrained. After several attempts, Ted finally sensed the proper flow of magic. Lumos. The tip of his wand emitted a pure white light, flickering intermittently. At last, he could forego the flashlight. Moreover, Ted discovered he had gained 25 experience points. Indeed, learning and practicing magic yields experience. However, subsequent attempts revealed that the initial experience gain was substantial, while later attempts yielded only a slight increase. After numerous repetitions, he felt his magical energy waning. Nevertheless, learning the Lumos charm on the first day was indeed a bountiful achievement. With boundless anticipation for magic, Ted, though weary from depleting his energy, finally drifted into slumber. The following morning, bidding farewell to his tearful grandmother, Ted boarded the bus. The leaky cauldron remained as dim as ever, illuminated by candelabras and oil lamps. Those drinking wizards were dining by candlelight. I wonder if the Lumos charm can be sustained indefinitely? There is indeed some advanced magic akin to everlasting flame that can burn perpetually. Who could endure such smoke and heat? If only one could conjure a magical lamp, it would surely find a ready market. Additionally, the walls appeared terribly shabby, reminiscent of a bare shell of a house. A coat of whitewash or putty would likely improve its appearance. Of course, perhaps the wizards appreciate this medieval aesthetic. Oh, you're the new arrival from yesterday. What is your name again? Boss Tom noticed Ted entering, dragging his suitcase along. Ted Epiphany, Mr. Tom. I need a place to stay until school starts. May I inquire about the cost of your cheapest room? If it is convenient. Do you require a part-time server? Ah, a server? I had not considered that. Regarding the room, he glanced at Ted's worn clothing and somewhat tattered suitcase. Finally, looking at the somewhat gruff but not unkind-hearted old Tom, he offered Ted a free storage room. He even mentioned that Ted could enjoy a complimentary sandwich in the morning. Thank you. I cannot express my gratitude enough. I must say, the magical community truly has its fair share of kind-hearted individuals. After all, for wizards, cleaning with magic is hardly a daunting task. Old Tom was indeed extending a helping hand to Ted. The storage room was small, accommodating only a bed and a 60-centimeter bedside table, leaving no space for a chair. Yet what more could Ted wish for? His heart brimmed with gratitude. After tidying up the room, Ted donned a second-hand wizard robe and, wand in hand, ventured into the backyard. Gently tapping on a brick, the arched door materialized with the sound of shifting bricks, revealing the still bustling Diagon alley on the other side. A smile spread across Ted's face. Where should he go to seek employment? Certainly not at Gringotts. The shops selling cauldrons and flying broomsticks were also unsuitable. Ted decided to take a stroll, familiarizing himself with the surroundings and examining the various establishments to assess the difficulty of his exploratory mission. There were numerous shops, including the bustling Elop's Owl Emporium, the raucous Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the Magical Menagerie, the Quietus Publishing Company, and Madame Pimpernel's Beautifying Potions. Ah, this is the most modern shop I have seen. Ted mused. Indeed, the desire for beauty is a universal sentiment. There was also Flourish and Blots, an excellent choice. A rare opportunity to read books for free. Books are so expensive. However, ideals are often grander than reality. Ted inquired at several shops, only to be turned away. The reason? He was too young and not yet of working age. Is the magical world truly this law-abiding? Do they genuinely refrain from employing child labor? As if labor laws truly exist? Just as Ted's foray into the workforce seemed to come to an abrupt end, a sudden exclamation from a nearby man startled him, followed by a splatter of something. Ted quickly lifted his robe and jumped aside to avoid the spreading pool of an unknown liquid. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a mass of slugs. The man was carrying a bucket of slugs, but upon losing his grip, they spilled everywhere, wriggling and crawling about. The onlookers quickly moved away in disgust. I'm giving them away for free. The man lamented. These revolting slugs. I should never have ordered them. I certainly won't do it again next time. He grumbled. He used a spell to fix the bucket, but the slugs were left to fend for themselves. Ted contemplated for a moment, rolled up his sleeves, and knelt down to assist the man in capturing the slimy, wriggling slugs scattered across the ground. Though they did not bite, their presence was rather off-putting. Oh, thank you, thank you. Allow me to handle it. The man hastily expressed his gratitude. The two of them, in a flurry of activity, spent several minutes apprehending all the slugs. These creatures were exceedingly slippery. At times, if grasped too firmly, they would escape through one's fingers. The man exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, I truly appreciate your help. With a flick of his wand, he instantly cleaned Ted's hands. I'm Slagajigs, and the Slagajigs Apothecary behind me is my establishment. Should you require any potion ingredients in the future, feel free to seek me out. I shall offer you a 20% discount. The man chuckled. Easy. May I inquire if you are in need of an apprentice? Ted asked innocently. What? Is this favor to be repaid so swiftly? Slagajigs was taken aback, feeling as though he had stepped into a pit of his own making. Before long, Ted secured his first job at the apothecary, handling simple potion ingredients, such as slugs. He was allotted a maximum of 3 hours of work per day, earning 14 silver sickles per week. 1 gallon was equivalent to 17 sickles and 493 nats. Who knows who concocted such an exchange rate? Ted's monthly salary amounted to 3 gallons and 5 sickles, nearly enough for a wand in 2 months. Although the income was meager, at least he had found work. The task was accomplished, marking his very first completed assignment. Ding! Task completed. Worker, green. Reward, 100 experience card energy restoration, green. The experience pool in his character tab increased by 100, leaving him just over 800 experience points away from leveling up, and more than 200 experience points from redeeming several pages of Psychic Ability Manual, blue. He was filled with motivation. Additionally, he had received his first card. It bore a green striped border, depicting a figure with arms outstretched, gazing upwards, enveloped in a radiant green glow. Energy Restoration, green. Spell card. It consumed a small amount of magical energy to restore a portion of expended stamina. Cool down, 4 hours. Ted seized the opportunity to test it out, discovering it could rejuvenate his fatigue state back to one of vitality. Essentially, it was akin to receiving a free bottle of invigorating tonic every 4 hours, allowing him to work with renewed vigor. Truly, he had become a chosen worker. Ha, Mr. Tom, I have found employment. Is that so? Splendid. Let me treat you to a butterbeer, Old Tom exclaimed, delighted by the news. What sort of job have you secured? He placed a large, bubbling mug of butterbeer before Ted, inquiring further. I shall be assisting at the Slagajigs apothecary, handling low-level potion ingredients. That sounds quite promising. Specifically, what will you be doing? For instance, dealing with slugs. I will don special gloves to wipe off the slime and toss them into a bucket, then use a silver knife to open the slugs, extracting their innards and lay them flat to dry. Old Tom was momentarily at a loss for words. Haha, what else can a young wizard, yet to attend school, do? It is already generous of Mr. Slagajigs to assist me. Moreover, I will have the opportunity to learn some potion-making knowledge along the way. Old Tom nodded, choosing to remain silent. He observed that Ted possessed a remarkably positive and mature mindset. What 11-year-old child would willingly tackle the repulsive task of handling slimy snails? Despite being in a difficult situation, he maintained an optimistic outlook, exuding a carefree demeanor without casting blame on fate. Such individuals are undoubtedly endearing. Chapter 6. The Ultimate Shape of a Working Individual. Although Ted had secured a part-time job, he was not one to rest on his laurels. Naturally, he sought to take on multiple roles. Financial gain was one aspect, while gaining experience was another. Today, as he learned from Mr. Giggs how to manage the snails, he surprisingly accumulated valuable experience, an impressive 16 points. Though he handled only a few snails himself, dealing with a dozen or so would surely yield a point or two of insight. Thus, he resolved to seek out additional employment. Onward and upward. After a couple of days, Ted had managed to fill his spare time to the brim. He would rise in the morning to assist Old Tom in tidying up the bar briefly, savor a simple breakfast, and then head to Diagon Alley for work. His morning was spent at Giggs Apothecary, where he transported and processed a variety of in-demand herbal ingredients. These included snails, roots of various herbs, measuring powders, and bundling bird feathers. Having learned the cleansing charm from Mr. Giggs the previous day, he found it to be an indispensable spell. Otherwise, by the end of the morning, Ted would be overwhelmed by the myriad of potion ingredients. At the apothecary, Ted absorbed a wealth of knowledge and encountered numerous premium potion ingredients, such as the horn of a jarvie, the feathers of a flooper, and the ink sac of a giant squid. However, Mr. Giggs only informed him of the properties and handling methods of these substances, refraining from allowing him to handle them directly, as their value was such that a mistake could cost Ted several months' wages. After completing his tasks for Mr. Giggs at noon, he proceeded to the magical creature's pet shop. There, Ted was responsible for cleaning, removing waste, feeding the pets, and replenishing their water. The shop housed many safe and delightful magical creatures, including puffskeins, giant orange snails, transfiguration bunnies, antler rabbits, ravens, two-tailed newts, and purple giant toads. Some creatures had specific requirements, such as being unfazed by loud noises or avoiding overly moist food. The midday work was no light task. Typically, Ted would require a rejuvenation, green, card to restore his energy after finishing. Once revitalized and having enjoyed a complimentary lunch at the pet shop, he would head to Leaky Cauldron Bookstore in the afternoon. This establishment was where young wizards procured their textbooks, and its vast collection was quite intricate. During his 2-hour shift, Ted primarily spent his time organizing stock from the storeroom to locate specific books and then placing them on the shelves. The storeroom was expansive, and Ted even discovered some long-forgotten dusty tomes that had likely been untouched for at least 7 or 8 years. He refrained from attempting spells such as the levitation charm or transfiguration, recalling Professor Flitwick's cautionary tale about a student who inadvertently summoned a wild bull while practicing the levitation charm. Similarly, without guidance, it was prudent to avoid experimenting with transfiguration. Once the cooldown for restoration of energy green has elapsed, it is time for one more use before dinner. At Old Tom's, I procure some simple fare, and he typically offers a complimentary mug of butterbeer or perhaps a couple of pies. Old Tom remarks, "You're still growing, lad. Eat more to build your strength." Unlike the Muggle world, as evening approaches around 6 or 7 o'clock, patrons gradually vacate the pub. It is evident that wizards partake in less vibrant nightlife. Ted assists Old Tom in tidying up, and once cleanliness is restored, the tasks become significantly simpler, merely rearranging tables and chairs and setting out glasses. After frequent cleanings each day, Ted finds that the charm has become second nature to him, flowing effortlessly from his lips. When the evening is finally free of obligations, Ted ignites an oil lamp in his cluttered room, delving into more profound studies and meticulously taking notes. Documenting his inquiries in anticipation of seeking answers from professors upon the commencement of term, he diligently practices several self-taught spells, repeating them until he feels his magical energy has been thoroughly depleted. Magic possesses levels and proficiency. Upon mastering a skill, one can advance, enhancing its efficacy. Alternatively, experience points may be utilized to bypass proficiency requirements and directly elevate one's abilities. Ted's industriousness even draws concern from Old Tom, who deems his efforts excessive for his small frame. "You are truly the ultimate worker of Diagon Alley, the king of wizarding overexertion. Is it worth it for merely 10 galleons a month? And with such fervor in your magical training, how can I, a man in my 50s or 60s, bear witness? Had I encountered you during my school days, I might have been overwhelmed." Yet, Ted understands that his motives extend beyond mere monetary gain. He is primarily accumulating experience. His knowledge from another world awaits exchange. The so-called mind sorcerer, if it aligns with his understanding, should be redeemed as soon as possible. In recent days, Ted has also stumbled upon several second-hand textbooks. Although worn, they remain functional, with some even bearing notes and musings from previous users, akin to a student doodling in a literature textbook. Now, his collection of learning materials is nearly complete, including a brass balance and a second-hand telescope. As for pets, he has no correspondence to send. Should he wish to send a letter, the school S-owls are available for free. As for a flying broomstick while soaring through the skies would surely be exhilarating. He has no desire to be hindered by a stick between his legs while airborne. Moreover, first-year students are apparently not permitted to bring brooms to school. Reflecting on his recent experiences working in Diagon Alley, Ted perceives a certain post-medieval aura within the magical realm. While Muggles are engrossed in televisions and computers, wizards remain reliant on newspapers and radios, with magical broadcasting yet to achieve widespread prevalence. Each day, they continue to peruse newspapers and magazines to stay abreast of the latest happenings within the wizarding world. In this era of print media, the three most renowned publications within the British wizarding community are the Daily Prophet, the Wizarding Weekly, and the Chatterbox. The Daily Prophet primarily covers societal news and is regarded as the most mainstream newspaper. Ted habitually borrows a copy from Old Tom each day. The Wizarding Weekly, on the other hand, focuses on entertainment, with Lockhart having won the Most Charming Smile award multiple times. Additionally, there is a wealth of information from the magical communities of other countries beyond Great Britain. The Chatterbox is chiefly responsible for disseminating rumors, often presenting content that is perplexing. It bears some resemblance to a tabloid magazine, yet it enjoys considerable popularity. Presently, the population of the British magical community is estimated to be just over 20,000, perhaps nearing 30,000, which likely accounts for the existence of the statute of secrecy. With such a sparse population, referring to it as a small society could be seen as an embellishment. It is more akin to a large village. Hence, Voldemort, the local bully, pales in comparison to Grindelwald, whose ambitions extended far beyond Britain. Grindelwald sought to roam the world, while Voldemort confined himself to petty squabbles within his village, ruthlessly targeting the already scarce villagers. In a span of over a decade, he and his Death Eaters managed to eliminate several hundred, not to mention the Muggles they slaughtered. A week passed swiftly, and on this day, Ted was engaged in potion preparation at the apothecary when he heard a commotion outside on the street. Peering through the window, he noticed a crowd gathering outside a shop diagonally across, engaging in animated discussions. Just then, Mr. Giggs entered through the door. Ted set aside the shell he was polishing and inquired, "Mr. Giggs, what is happening outside? Is there a sale at some shop?" Mr. Giggs, a veritable gossip-monger of Diagon Alley, was always in the know about local happenings. Since Ted's arrival, his workload had lightened considerably, affording him ample time to indulge in gossip and revel in the excitement. He adjusted his wizarding robes and sat down, smiling as he replied, "It's a newly opened shop." Ted refrained from commenting further and resumed polishing the shell. The shell of the Rhode Island red turtle was covered with a layer of algae that needed to be thoroughly cleaned to ensure the efficacy of the potion. Ted didn't need to ask, as he knew Mr. Giggs would inevitably divulge more. Sure enough, he continued, "You will never guess what kind of shop it is." Ted played along. "Oh, what is it?" "It's a blacksmith shop, run by dwarves." Ted was momentarily speechless, halting his polishing in astonishment. "Dwarves? What kind of dwarves are you speaking of, Mr. Giggs?" he queried. "Just dwarves, the short, stocky ones with long beards. They are a species from another realm that appeared after the celestial convergence a decade ago." "Dwarves? Celestial convergence? Another realm? Wait a moment. What on earth is this about?" Chapter 7. Everything has changed. Indeed, the subsequent words from Mr. Giggs took Ted by surprise. The term celestial convergence is used in the magical world to describe the intersection of two realms. It is said to have occurred twice thus far. The first instance was in 1945, shortly after Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald and imprisoned him in Ermengarde. At that time, the celestial phenomena were chaotic, and the positions of the stars were in disarray. Even in broad daylight, enormous celestial bodies could be seen traversing the sky, an extraordinary phenomenon that persisted for a staggering 4.5 months. During those months, the climate was equally peculiar, with the weather shifting from scorching heat to heavy snowfall in mere hours. In the polar regions, rain fell, and in tropical rainforests, hail the size of eggs descended from the heavens. The duration of a single day even altered. The longest day stretched an astonishing 40 hours without the sun setting, while the shortest day barely combined for 12 hours of light and darkness. Furthermore, this world was graced with numerous entities that were previously non-existent, such as magical creatures from other realms and exotic herbs. Had it not been for the chaos engulfing the Muggle world in the aftermath of the Second World War, alongside the lack of advanced technology, unlike the present where photographs and videos are easily accessible, the secrecy laws of the magical community would have been rendered obsolete. It is said that the magical world expended immense effort for several months to manage the situation, barely managing to obscure the truth through the Muggle government and expert media. They diligently concealed the newly emerged magical creatures to prevent them from causing disturbances in the Muggle realm. Yet to this day, some magical beings still unexpectedly reveal themselves before Muggles. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes and the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures within the Ministry of Magic often find themselves in a state of frantic disarray due to these occurrences. When this matter is mentioned, Mr. Giggs cannot help but chuckle with a sense of schadenfreude, evidently delighted by the Ministry's misfortunes. Ted suddenly recalled the outlandish urban legends he had encountered in old newspapers, initially believing them to be mere sensationalism for sales. Little did he know that they were indeed legitimate publications. The dwarves, a race from another realm, emerged following the second celestial convergence. Mr. Giggs remarked, "The second celestial convergence occurred 10 years ago, after the boy who lived triumphed over the Dark Lord." He inquired, "Surely you know the boy who lived?" "Of course, Harry Potter," Ted responded. Mr. Giggs, filled with enthusiasm, clapped his thigh. "Precisely. It was Neville Longbottom." "What? Neville Longbottom?" Ted's voice grew hoarse, nearly bursting into sparks of disbelief. "This is truly disastrous," Ted exclaimed, his anxiety escalating. Mr. Giggs nodded, expressing gratitude for Neville Longbottom, who, at just over a year old, vanquished the Dark Lord and quelled the chaos. The second celestial convergence transpired after the Dark Lord's downfall. He gestured towards the window. Creatures like dwarves, elves, and other humanoid races, including the grotesque and malevolent fishmen, dog-headed beings, and goblins, all emerged after the second celestial convergence. It has now been a decade. Ted's grip on his turtle shell tightened to the point of fracturing. Besides dwarves, there are also elves? What was this humanoid race? Fishmen, dog-headed beings? Ted trembled with rage, cold sweat enveloping him in the sweltering heat, his hands and feet icy. Hell is empty, and the devils are here. Can this world ever be salvaged? What must traversers do to satisfy you? Tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks, as this world was rife with malice towards travelers. When would they finally be able to rise? Mr. Giggs continued to speak at length, remarking on the dwarves and elves who have maintained close ties with the wizards. This dwarven blacksmith shop happens to be the very first establishment in Diagon Alley owned by an otherworldly race. Everyone is gathered there to witness the spectacle. By the way, Ted, why not go take a look? When is there ever a bad time to work? Ted stood up stiffly, shuffling out the door like a zombie, his mind preoccupied with the matter of the celestial convergence. Given the current circumstances, could the original plot possibly continue? As Principal Chu once stated, the greatest advantage of a traveler is their familiarity with the storyline. Yet here I am, having done nothing, and my advantage has evaporated. Damn it. Ted ventured to observe the dwarves, and indeed, they embodied the archetype of a fantasy realm, standing approximately 4 feet tall, robust as barrels, with long beards tied with copper rings into braids. The dwarven proprietor raised his voice, booming like a bell. He was quite displeased with the wizard's scrutiny, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. Goodness, I wonder if the elder has lost his senses. What purpose does it serve to open a blacksmith shop here? Being gawked at like a spectacle, what could these spindly wizards possibly require? His voice resounded like thunder. Beside him stood a beardless yet equally stout female dwarf who advised, "Lower your voice. The elder intends for us to integrate into the wizarding world. Opening a shop is merely the first step." After some effort to steady his thoughts, Ted took the opportunity in the afternoon, while organizing books at the store, to converse with the clerk. "Aaron, do you know of any books that introduce the celestial convergence?" Aaron replied, "Are you interested in the new dwarven blacksmith shop because of the celestial convergence? You might want to check out supplement on magical creatures appearing within the last decade. It was published a couple of months ago. Besides that, History of Magic contains records from the past 10 years. You must understand, we still have not discerned how many new entities have emerged in this world. A decade is still too brief. Who knows what peculiar beings might be lurking in remote valleys." Ted skimmed through the book Aaron recommended, supplement on magical creatures appearing within the last decade, which documented everything from goblins to gnolls. Currently, it appeared that the Ministry of Magic classified races, such as merfolk, goblins, and gnolls as magical creatures, all deemed highly dangerous. Indeed, these races speak different languages and harbor malice. In other worlds, wouldn't they simply be labeled as monsters? As for History of Magic, who would bother to read a textbook they had never even opened? To his astonishment, however, there was a significant revelation within the past decade. Old Tom was still behind the counter, polishing oak goblets as if he would never finish. Ted approached quietly and inquired, "Mr. Tom, a new shop has opened in Diagon Alley today, a dwarven blacksmith. I have heard a new term, celestial convergence. Could you enlighten me?" As the proprietor of the tavern, Old Tom was undoubtedly well informed. Ted hoped to verify the accuracy of the information with him. Perhaps Old Tom could provide more detailed insights. "You mentioned celestial convergence?" "Indeed. A great upheaval occurred 10 years ago. Many careless wizards have fallen victim to the monstrous beings and races from other realms." Old Tom began recounting tales from the past decade concerning these otherworldly creatures and their civilizations. The elves, dwarves, and gnomes from these realms bore a striking resemblance to Ted's impressions, possessing their own cultures and magical powers, thus integrating harmoniously with the magical community. Particularly the elves, who are strikingly beautiful, graceful, affluent, and endowed with formidable magical abilities, are perceived as highly desirable by wizards due to their longevity. An elder of the elven race was invited to join the Wisengamot 5 years after the second celestial convergence, a fact that garnered a week-long feature in the Daily Prophet. The Wisengamot stands as the highest authority within the British magical community, predating the Ministry of Magic by a considerable margin. Its members include the Minister of Magic, senior officials, and other distinguished wizards wielding significant influence over the ministry. The prompt acceptance and invitation extended to the elves to join the Wisengamot speaks volumes about their esteemed status. As for the so-called subhuman races, they are humans exhibiting certain animalistic traits, such as possessing beastly ears or tails. The furrier's delight was palpable, in contrast to the more sinister beings like merfolk, gnolls, and goblins, known for their predatory nature. The subhuman races are acknowledged within the magical community as humanoid and thus accepted as part of society. However, compared to the elevated status of the elves, many pureblood families harbor disdain for these subhuman races, deeming them as lowly as muggles or even as hybrids. The variety of monsters from other realms is vast, too numerous to recount in a day and night. Old Tom lent him a copy of Magical Creatures You Should Know, a book published only last year, which not only documents common magical creatures and dark magical beings, but also details many perilous magical entities that emerged following the 2 celestial convergences. "Take your time to read. No need to rush," said Old Tom. Chapter 8. True Strength Lies Within. Ted let out a sigh and inquired, "Could you tell me about the boy who lived, Neville Longbottom? You see, I recently learned of his story while living in a Muggle orphanage. Oh, old Tom raised an eyebrow indeed. The savior. The boy who survived against all odds. Thanks to him, we are not ensnared in darkness, uncertain of what the future holds. He endured that calamity and, in some unfathomable manner, vanquished the Dark One, despite being merely a year old at the time. Rumor has it he did not exhibit remarkable prowess, and some described him as somewhat lacking. Thus, a few wizards speculate that his survival was merely a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, it is due to his triumph over the Dark Lord that we can converse freely here. Rather than cowering in perpetual dread, we owe him our gratitude. Upon returning to his cluttered room, Ted chose not to continue his studies on spells. Instead, he picked up a second-hand copy of A History of Magic, which he had yet to peruse. The previous owner of this tome may not have been particularly well-behaved, as many illustrations have been defaced with scribbles and mustaches. Nevertheless, its affordability was an asset, and it remained functional. Ted found himself abruptly transported to the year 1970, at the moment when Voldemort and his Death Eaters brazenly challenged the Ministry of Magic. Unfamiliar with the events of the original narrative during that decade, he remained uncertain as to whether any alterations had transpired. However, by the time he reached 1981, circumstances had notably shifted. The text recounted how Voldemort seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the secure abode of the elite Aurors, the Longbottoms. Despite having a chance to flee, the couple chose to fight valiantly to protect their child, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Subsequently, when Voldemort aimed to kill Neville Longbottom, an unexpected turn of events resulted in him leaving an S-shaped scar on Neville's forehead before meeting his demise. Following Voldemort's fall, the world swiftly experienced a second celestial convergence. If the first convergence primarily brought about significant astrological and climatic shifts, along with the introduction of various flora, fauna, and fantastical creatures from other realms, the second convergence heralded the arrival of intelligent races from alternate dimensions. Elves, dwarves, gnomes, and beastfolk are now recognized as sentient beings embraced by the magical community. In contrast, creatures such as fishmen, kobolds, goblins, and bear goblins are regarded merely as humanoid monsters. Although they possess rudimentary civilizations and languages, their brutal nature and unappealing appearances render them undesirable. It seems this world ought to be renamed Neville Longbottom. Voldemort had designated Neville as his formidable adversary, thus replacing the chosen savior. The two celestial convergences have rendered this world rife with countless unknown magical beings, and the extent of their impact remains to be seen. Ted's once familiar narrative advantage had vanished. Sighing, he set aside the well-worn tome, A History of Magic. Regardless, one must survive, he thought. Whether it be Neville or Harry, he too must learn magic and grow stronger. After all, he possessed a unique advantage. What was there to fear? This was not a tale of suffering. He reopened Magical Theory, authored by Audiobook, a British wizard renowned for his studies in magical theory, who is credited with documenting the essence of all magic. Wolfen is widely regarded as the father of magical theory, as every modern wizard has perused his works. He articulated the fundamental rules of magic and penned Magical Theory, which continues to serve as a textbook for young wizards at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is the very individual featured on the wizard cards found within chocolate frog candies. After mastering a few rudimentary spells, Ted delved into this book, recognizing its foundational importance in explaining the nature of magical energy and the functions of spells. If he aspired to make a mark in the realm of magic, these foundational theories would eventually need to be mastered, perhaps even explored in depth. Merely knowing how to use magic without understanding the underlying principles would suffice for a time. But ultimately, one could only aspire to be a powerful elite Auror. To achieve mastery akin to that of Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or Voldemort was an unattainable dream. According to the widely accepted assertions within the text, magic is the manipulation of magical energy through the wizard's intent. The ultimate effect of a spell is profoundly intertwined with the caster's desires. After all, young sorcerers, during times of magical upheaval, wield neither wands nor incantations. Yet they can still manifest magical effects directly. However, such primal methods are exceedingly unpredictable, posing significant challenges and even dangers for the majority of wizards. Hence, 2 millennia ago, sorcerers devised spells and wands to standardize magic, reduce the difficulty of casting, and facilitate the learning of multiple spells. In the era preceding the Common Era, the magical repertoire of each sorcerer was quite limited, heavily dependent on innate talent. For instance, a kind-hearted and compassionate wizard might only possess a handful of healing spells, rendering them virtually powerless in combat. Similarly, Witches raised in rural settings might excel in potion making, but possess little more than the ability to utilize black cats or crows as spies. In battle, they too would lack significant combat prowess. There were those adept in transmutation, others proficient in long-range curses. Otherwise, the witch hunting campaigns would not have been so effective. In any case, considerable progress has been made since then. Ted picked up another book borrowed from the bookstore titled A Must-Read for Young Sorcerers, Controlling Your Magical Power. This book offers straightforward guidance for young sorcerers on how to manage their magical energy, preventing massive upheavals. Although the content is elementary, it is particularly suitable for novice sorcerers. Additionally, Ted possesses another book titled The Power of Will. This is one of the perks of working in a bookstore: access to free literature. Deep within the storeroom of Lehan Bookstore lie numerous books that have accumulated over the years, remnants of unsold stock and titles that no one has purchased. Ted even discovered a copy of The Invisibility of the Invisible. It is said that a few copies were once acquired by the bookstore, but they vanished in the blink of an eye and have never been sold. Such treasures are all free for the taking, and Ted diligently takes detailed notes while reading. Had he possessed this level of enthusiasm back then, he would have graduated from Tsinghua University long ago. Now, in his character interface skill tab, he has acquired a new skill, Spellcasting Level 1. It seems he has made his first foray into the realm of spells. He has come to realize that regardless of how the world changes, personal strength remains paramount. To remain unchanged amidst constant change. The following day, Ted continued to work in the apothecary, where he can now handle more than a dozen varieties of herbs, a testament to his rapid progress. Such achievements depend entirely on one's dedication. Ted has meticulously recorded every word spoken by Mr. Giggs regarding potion ingredients in his notebook and reviews them each evening. He hardly needs Mr. Giggs to repeat himself. Now, Mr. Giggs has begun to appreciate the advantages of having a reliable young worker in the shop, significantly alleviating much of the tedious, repetitive work involving low-grade materials. Were these herbs? Ted inquired. Hith. These are not so simple, Mr. Giggs replied. These are new species that emerged after the convergence of celestial bodies. Each of these has been confirmed through extensive experimentation to possess medicinal value. He began to boast, lifting a rather unremarkable white flower. This is the tranquil flower, capable of producing healing potions. Ted paused, the name sounding somewhat familiar. Giggs continued, stating that unlike the white fresh herb, the medicinal potion can effectively treat numerous internal injuries, which the former cannot replace. Furthermore, this is silverleaf grass, and this ground root herb. Both emerged following the convergence of celestial bodies. As for this, Giggs produced a large glass jar filled with liquid, within which floated something resembling a pig's brain. This is the water ghost brain, the essence of a water ghost, a creature that also manifested after the celestial convergence. In the future, should you venture near water, exercise caution, for this entity is exceedingly perilous. Ningshun flower? Silverleaf grass? Ground root herb? Aren't these the very herbs from World of Warcraft? Has Azeroth connected with this realm? And what of the Burning Legion? Initially, Ted mistook the water ghost for the legendary water monkey. However, upon hearing about the water ghost's brain, he recalled that this is a material from The Witcher or the world of monster hunters. What exactly has the celestial convergence entailed? Although Ted amassed considerable experience today by acquiring new knowledge of herbalism and potion materials, he could not find joy in it. This world lacks the well of eternity. Surely, it would not attract the attention of the Burning Legion? Chapter 9. Psychic Abilities, My Own Limbs. Ever since the dwarf blacksmith shop opened in Diagon Alley, no peculiar occurrences have transpired. The blacksmith shop, typically devoid of customers, lacks the anticipated clamor of hammer on anvil. After all, in a magical realm, soundproofing spells abound. It could also be that business is simply slow. Thus, Ted diligently gathered experience for over 10 days. And with the 100 experience points earned from the prior task, Worker, Green, he finally accumulated 400 experience to exchange for knowledge from another world. During these 20-some days, Ted juggled 4 part-time jobs daily to garner experience, successfully amassing 300 points. Were it not for the Energy Restoration Green card, which he utilized 5 or 6 times a day, he would scarcely have endured. Ted mused, I am still an 11-year-old child. Leveling up seems a distant dream. And even after leveling, one merely gains an additional skill point and a free attribute point, offering limited assistance. Conversely, the time-restricted knowledge of another world holds immense potential, especially if it is the ability he envisions. System? Ted lowered his voice. Exchange for knowledge from another world. Psycho ability manual fragment blue. As the experience in his pool dwindled to single digits, a surge of information and knowledge flooded his mind. A spark illuminated his consciousness, and an indescribable force enveloped his spirit. This is psychic ability. Powerful strikes and radiant sword light pale in comparison to the will of a psychic sorcerer. Psychic sorcerers, through relentless study of their own mental awareness, uncover a broader and more formidable spiritual power. Psychic energy arises from rigorous self-examination and mental discipline, honing one's spiritual capabilities. It is an ability akin to magic, birthed from the awareness of the manifestor, an intrinsic energy sourced from one's life and spirit, a manifestation of idealistic strength. Psychic abilities draw upon the life force and spirit of the wielder as their source of energy. This implies that, unlike conventional magic, they do not require external materials or incantations to channel magical power. While psychic abilities are more convenient than traditional magic, they impose significant burdens on the physical and mental well-being of the practitioner. Excessive use of psychic powers can lead to profound fatigue, rendering the individual incapable of focusing, necessitating ample rest to restore health and replenish their psychic energy. After all, these abilities stem from the practitioner's vitality and willpower. Each use is akin to burning one's own life essence, and overextending oneself is tantamount to self-destruction. Psychic abilities encompass various branches, each with distinct characteristics and focuses. The 6 primary branches are the prophetic division, the creative division, the transformative division, the self-fashioning division, the teleportation division, and the enchantment division. The prophetic division. Practitioners who specialize in this division are known as seers. The abilities of the prophetic division allow one to uncover long-forgotten secrets, glimpse the immediate future, foresee distant events, reveal hidden truths, and access information that is ordinarily unattainable, akin to divination. The creative division. Those who master this division are referred to as shapers. Their abilities enable them to create objects, beings, or various forms of matter through the power of the mind. The transformative division. Practitioners in this division are known as energy manipulators. They excel in controlling and transforming matter and energy. Many abilities within this division can produce effects far surpassing typical psychic energy, such as moving, melting, reshaping, or exploding targets, or directly converting psychic energy into other forms, such as psychic lightning, psychic flames, or psychic force fields. The self-fashioning division. Specialists in this realm are known as metamorphs. Their abilities allow them to alter the physical properties and physiological traits of certain beings, objects, or environments, reminiscent of transformation magic in other realms. The teleportation division. Practitioners relying on this division are called spirit travelers. They possess the capability to propel themselves, objects, or other beings through the dimensions of time and space. The enchantment division. Those who choose this path are known as mindcasters. They are adept at establishing mental connections and exerting control over other conscious beings. Mindcasters can effortlessly detect and influence the thoughts of others, alter or dominate their actions, and deceive or obliterate the will of their adversaries. This division fundamentally embodies the ability to manipulate the minds of conscious beings, exemplified by abilities that probe memories and thoughts, such as soul extraction and memory manipulation. Psychic abilities can be considered a wondrous force, rivaling that of magic. However, it is regrettable that Ted's acquired knowledge from another world is limited to a few tattered pages from the Manual of Psychic Abilities, granting him only 3 restricted abilities: Appraisal, Memory Palace, and Spirit Crystal Servant. The art of discernment enables the acquisition of information and the essence of beings or objects. This ability is characteristic of the seers within the realm of mental prophecy. The Memory Palace is a universal skill among mentalists, akin to a personal meditation vessel. For Ted, the primary function of the Memory Palace lies in its capacity to swiftly and effortlessly absorb the contents of numerous texts, allowing him to revisit them for thorough examination at a later time. Ultimately, the Spirit Crystal Servant represents a unique capability of the psychic sorcerer. The Spirit Crystal Servant manifests as a crystalline structure, roughly the size of a human palm. It possesses a level of intelligence comparable to that of a human, as it embodies a continuation of its owner's personality. In a sense, the servant is an integral part of its master. The Spirit Crystal Servant is capable of communicating in the languages known to its owner and enhances the owner's perceptiveness. Each Spirit Crystal Servant possesses its own distinct personality. It can sprout crystalline legs resembling those of insects to move independently, share a portion of its master's extraordinary abilities, and though it lacks eyes, it possesses heightened extrasensory perception. Furthermore, it can establish a mental link with its master, facilitating telepathic communication and assisting in cognitive calculations, rendering it an invaluable asset. However, Ted currently lacks a high-quality crystal, approximately the size of a fist, which would significantly influence the capabilities and potential of the spirit crystal servant. Consequently, this endeavor must be temporarily postponed until his resources and strength are bolstered. Despite possessing only 3 forms of mental abilities, the synergy between the Memory Palace and the Spirit Crystal Servant is quite harmonious. The Memory Palace comprehensively records all the information and texts Ted has encountered, while the Spirit Crystal Servant aids him in contemplation and calculations. If the Memory Palace can be likened to a hard drive, then the Spirit Crystal Servant serves as an external CPU and RAM. Though limited to 3 abilities, mastering them lays the foundation for future growth and exploration, promising the eventual discovery of further applications. At this juncture, the system notifies Ted of changes in his character interface. Upon inspection, he sees Ted Epiphany, Level 1 Wizard, Level 1 Mentalist, Experience Pool, 8. Attributes. The average attributes of an ordinary adult Muggle are 5. Strength, 3. Constitution, 3. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 6. Perception, 7. Spirit, 9. Charisma, 7. Luck. Typically 0 for ordinary individuals, fluctuating based on circumstances. Talents. Knowledge of otherworldly realms, gold. Skills. Magic power, LV1. Magical resistance, LV1. Spellcasting, LV1. Mental abilities, LV1. Mental resistance, LV2. Prophecy, LV1. Magic. Luminescence spell, LV1. Cleansing spell, LV1. Cutting spell, LV1. Repair spell, LV1. Psychic abilities. Discernment. Memory Palace. Spirit Crystal Servant. Inactive. Cards. Energy Restoration, green. Quests. Magical World. Green. One more time. Let us do it, green. Explore Diagon Alley, green. Having activated his mental abilities, he has taken on the role of a mentalist. This designation has resulted in enhancements to his attributes. 1 Perception, 2 Spirit, 1 Charisma. Among his acquired skills, Ted gained Level 2 Mental Resistance and Level 1 Prophecy. The essence of psychic abilities lies in the realms of spirit and will. Hence, he augmented his mental attributes by 2 points. The innate acuity and unique mental allure characteristic of a mind sorcerer also granted him an increase in perception and charm. As for the mental resistance, it is rather straightforward. Mind sorcerers are adept at manipulating the psyche, and naturally, they excel in mental defenses. This is akin to how a master of mind control possesses formidable techniques for mental shielding. The additional Level 1 Prophecy, Ted speculated, might stem from his skill in discernment, which aligns with the prophetic insights of a psychic seer. Currently, he had self-taught 4 spells, all still at Level 1. Unlike magic, which depends on the caster's proficiency, psychic abilities do not have a level restriction. Their efficacy solely relies on the strength of one psychic energy. After reviewing his attributes, Ted clenched his fist and let out a suppressed laugh. Come on, am I afraid of your transformations? As long as I'm strong enough. Your changes do not intimidate me. True strength lies in one's own power. Who wouldn't he triumph by clinging to the protagonist's coattails? From now on, I shall be the one to be clung to. Please, call me Brother Leg. Chapter 10. No wonder Voldemort chose Neville. With the ability of the Memory Palace, Ted could rightfully claim to possess a photographic memory. His learning efficiency had nearly multiplied by 10-fold. Moreover, after his induction as a mind sorcerer, he began to explore the related capabilities of this profession. His role as a mind sorcerer likely originated from the Dungeons & Dragons universe, which also contains its own list of psychic abilities. Aside from those extraordinary branch abilities, he could endeavor to develop other capabilities on his own. However, it was peculiar that when Ted inquired in the Muggle world, he found that this realm lacked the classic fantasy themes of Dungeons & Dragons. Even the ancient works of Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings were absent. While I can understand the absence of Harry Potter, how could they lack both The Lord of the Rings and Dungeons & Dragons? The path of Wall Street billionaires could become uncertain. He might even end up with a negative fortune. As a mind sorcerer, it was essential for Ted to delve into his own psychology. Thus, he stumbled upon 2 psychology texts in a Muggle bookstore. The first was Psychological Types by the renowned psychologist Carl Jung. Jung's prose is direct, devoid of obscurity, yet rich in implication and inspiration, fostering personal growth and enhancing understanding of others and the world. The second was Social Psychology by the esteemed American psychologist Allport, a work that marked the formal establishment of social psychology as a scientific discipline. To be honest, Ted felt he learned a great deal. Yet in comparison to the content within the books, it was merely a fraction. If given the opportunity, it would be advantageous to pursue psychology at a Muggle university. Consequently, Ted developed 3 minor abilities. The first was a reading technique, allowing him to instantly imprint recognizable words and discernible patterns into his mind. His psychic energy accelerated his brain's reading speed for textual images. Picking up a book and casually flipping through its pages enabled him to memorize its contents, akin to quantum wave rapid reading. Although it may not serve a grand purpose, it harmonizes remarkably well with the mnemonic palace technique. Thus, in recent days, he has been fervently perusing books at the bookstore, particularly favoring the storeroom of the Hen bookstore. Like a diligent little squirrel, he meticulously organizes, reads, and stores the knowledge within his mind. Even during his off hours, he willingly extends his efforts, leaving the bookstore owner somewhat embarrassed and contemplating a raise for him. Perhaps it is also due to Ted's growing charm, making him more endearing to the proprietor. Speaking of charm, the second psychic ability is the art of affection, which subtly influences the minds nearby, engendering a faint fondness towards oneself through a peaceful and amicable disposition. Such a skill would elude reclusive and malevolent mentalists, who are instead adept at invoking fear or aversion in others. The art of affection operates as a permanent ability, requiring no activation. The final talent is an active skill known as thought concealment. Utilizing mental prowess, it obscures one's psychological activities, rendering one's thoughts and emotions impenetrable. When activated, Ted could easily withstand a lie detector test. However, he remains uncertain about his resilience against potent soul extraction techniques. In terms of magic, he has commenced reading another tome entitled A Little Surprise for Your Enemies. This book instructs on the dark arts, which should not invoke anxiety, as the concept of dark magic is quite expansive, encompassing both malevolent curses and poisonous spells. The term malevolent curse refers to spells imbued with a degree of malice, including those mischievous enchantments that fall under this category. The content of the book elaborates on this theme. Ted has mastered the tooth growth spell, which commands front teeth grow like a club. The afflicted individual's front teeth elongate to the length of a carrot, effectively propping open their mouth. To this end, Ted captured a rat, nurturing it for 2 days with ample food and drink. Yet, upon its release, it still scolded him vehemently. Had Ted understood its words, he likely would not have set it free. With the acquisition of this prank spell, Ted's skill set now includes Dark Magic Level 1. Old Tom has begun to regard this little handyman he has kindly taken in with newfound respect. Ted juggles 4 jobs daily and dedicates his evenings to self-study under the glow of light, delving into textbooks and spells. This persistence has lasted over 20 days, a level of discipline and tenacity that surpasses that of many adults. Moreover, Ted's magical aptitude is exceptionally high. Old Tom has witnessed him self-learn the cleansing spell, repair spell, water creation spell, and the tooth growth spell. For a muggle-born wizard to achieve such proficiency through self-study is indeed remarkable. Perhaps this is the reality of a child from a modest background stepping up early in life. With his enrollment in school this year, perhaps he will have the chance to meet Hannah Ibwa, Old Tom used. Subsequently, Ted's meals improved significantly, and he began to enjoy meat and small cakes on occasion. In just a few days, he also became acquainted with Old Tom's granddaughter, Hannah Ibwa. In a month's time, they would be classmates. Ted met Hannah, a rosy-cheeked little girl with 2 golden braids. He couldn't help but think to himself, Hannah Ibwa, what a pity that even the Iron Hat King could not preserve the pure bloodline of this world. The Savior Neville is truly an unexpected turn of events. However, what Ted found even more astonishing lay ahead. On the last day of July, Ted completed his tasks at the pharmacy, taking advantage of the remaining time to meander through Diagon Alley, thereby advancing his exploration quest. His progress had reached an impressive 87. Only a handful of shops remained unexplored, and he was nearing the completion of this task. With time on his hands, he frequented various establishments, becoming a familiar face, akin to a street urchin. As he pondered the ever-closed door of the headquarters of the company selling the Nimbus 2000, a male voice echoed nearby. Harry, what do you think of this Nimbus 2000? I'll buy you one. Of course, the birthday gift is separate. No, I don't like flying broomsticks, nor do I enjoy Quidditch. You can forget about it. The little girl, though bespectacled, bore an exuberant expression, clearly not the type to be easily subdued. Something fell off. He couldn't quite place it. Before Ted could delve deeper into his thoughts, he overheard a shopkeeper addressing the man as Mr. Black. Black? Serious? Could this little girl be Harry? No, it must be Halle. This was nothing short of a thunderclap. The storm of butterfly wings had returned once more. The stars had aligned, and Harry had transformed into Halle. No wonder Voldemort did not choose her. Given his nature, he would never recognize a girl as his formidable foe. Wait, did this imply Voldemort was gender-biased? Just then, Ted's thoughts spiraled into chaos, as he noticed Sirius Black engaging in a biting exchange with someone. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Halle was facing off against a father-son duo. Both were impeccably dressed, with sleek platinum hair, exuding an air of aristocratic superiority. Sirius sported a devil-may-care grin. "Oh, Malfoy, are you shopping in person? Surely, you aren't here to collect rent?" Old Malfoy maintained his so-called noble demeanor, unflinching in the face of mockery. "Am I not your brother-in-law, Black? Is this how you address me? Where's your decorum?" It was unquestionable that the combative duo was the Malfoy father and son. Chapter 11. In the world of Neville Longbottom as a ninja, was there a mix-up? Sirius glanced at old Malfoy. "Brother-in-law? Indeed. This has always been a source of regret for me." At that moment, Halle Potter defiantly lifted her chin and remarked to the slick-haired young Malfoy, "Hey, Malfoy, what did you put in your hair? It looks so slippery that even flies would slide off." The little girl's quip was a double entendre, eliciting a proud smile from Sirius, while old Malfoy merely cast a disinterested glance. Young Malfoy, on the other hand, glared at her, a mix of indignation and frustration evident in his expression. After all, they were relatives. Even amidst discord, a public brawl was out of the question. Moreover, a graceful lady was present, continuously guiding Sirius and gently patting Halle's shoulder, signaling her to temper her sharp tongue with peers. With such an elegant figure mediating, and old Malfoy realizing his son was not gaining any verbal advantage, they soon retreated from the exchange. After both parties had departed, Ted made his way to the broom shop to inquire with the clerk about a certain Mr. Black. By now, Ted had become somewhat of a familiar face in Diagon Alley. Who could be unaware of the young man who frequented various shops? Always eager to lend a hand and observe the commotion, the clerk responded, "You mean Mr. Black? He is the heir of the ancient pure-blood family, Sirius Black. Lady Olivia is his wife, and little Harry is their adopted daughter." The broom shop clerk seemed rather gossipy, well acquainted with the Black family, and shared a plethora of tidbits he had learned. Upon returning to the leaky cauldron, Ted reflected, "Let me clarify the situation. The two alignments of celestial bodies are inconsequential. Since Harry transformed into a girl named Halle, Voldemort, upon learning of the prophecy, opted for Neville as his nemesis instead. The outcome remained unchanged. He met his demise while inadvertently creating an indomitable boy. The difference lies in the fact that Harry Potter's parents, James and Lily Potter, also fell victim to tragedy. Shortly after Voldemort's downfall, they were ambushed and killed by a cadre of Death Eater elites. According to the broom shop clerk, it was Potter's closest friend who betrayed them. It goes without saying that it must have been Wormtail Peter Pettigrew. Well then, Neville has accepted his role as the savior. So what of Harry Potter? Let the storm intensify. Upon discovering that he had traversed into the world of Harry Potter, Ted felt he was destined for greatness. With the realization that the true savior was Neville and that Harry had become Halle, he jested that mere survival was sufficient. The last time his mindset shifted so dramatically was after graduating university and mingling in the world for a few years. However, he had now come to terms with the fact that this world was not as he had imagined. Ted noticed that since awakening his psychic abilities, he had gained greater control over his unusual emotions. He exemplified the stoic warrior, unfazed by calamity, standing resolute in the face of chaos. In truth, psychics can be broadly categorized into two factions: mind controllers and emotional extremes. The former emphasizes the exploration and mastery of one's own psyche, while the latter indulges in extreme emotions and feelings to harness greater psychic energy. It was evident that Ted was on the path of the former. As August arrived, Ted eagerly anticipated new developments. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately perceived a notification from his system. Ding. Talent, otherworldly knowledge, gold. Activated, acquiring knowledge, chakra refinement technique, green. Chakra refinement technique, green. This technique details the method through which Konoha ninjas blend physical and mental energies to extract chakra. It requires 250 experience points for redemption. This appeared to be a card framed in green, depicting an individual seated cross-legged, fingers forming a hand seal, with blue energy coursing through what resembled meridians within their body. Ted stroked his chin, pondering, this otherworldly knowledge seems rather underwhelming. In Harry Potter, no. In the world of Neville Longbottom, becoming a ninja? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. In comparison to chakra, it is evident that magical power holds greater promise. I lack the Otsutsuki bloodline, and the fact that a chakra refining technique requires a staggering 250 experience points is nothing short of robbery. You appear rather foolish. Surely, this is knowledge suited for the young ninja students of Konoha, barely 5 or 6 years of age. Moreover, without accompanying ninjutsu, it is utterly devoid of utility. It seems not all knowledge from other realms is beneficial. In fact, One might assert that much of it can even be detrimental. I must exercise caution in the future and practice discernment. This particular knowledge from another world must be relinquished. Expending 250 experience points on something so futile is simply imprudent. Alas, after longing for half a month, it turns out to be of little use. Indeed, life seldom unfolds as one wishes. It is said that 9 out of 10 times it is fraught with disappointment. A single bird in hand is worth 10 in the bush. So I shall focus on magic and psychic energy. Psychic energy is said to expand in proportion to the heart's desires, with willpower at its core. Largely dependent on mental attributes. Lacking ready-made psychic abilities for study or reference, I must rely on gradual self-development. Magic, too, hinges on one's will to harness magical power and manipulate reality, primarily reflecting mental attributes. The two disciplines complement one another beautifully. Ted crafted 2 wooden spheres, idly manipulating them in his hands, using psychic energy or magic to levitate and rotate them. I hope this method will enhance my psychic abilities and refine my control over magic. Due to work demands, coupled with Ted's diligent practice, he soon mastered 2 spells. From a staff member at the Magical Creatures Pet Shop, he learned the Tidy Up charm, with the incantation, Tidy and Pack. This spell enables clothing to fold itself and suitcases to arrange neatly, an essential charm for home and travel. From Mr. Giggs, the potion shop owner, he acquired the Bubblehead charm. This spell, appearing in the original work, envelopes the head in a bubble-like helmet, capable of filtering gases or shielding against water, allowing for the filtration of oxygen while submerged. During the Triwizard Tournament, Fleur utilized this charm for diving. Beyond aquatic endeavors, it proves invaluable when dealing with materials that emit irritating or even toxic odors. It is a must-have spell for herbalists and potion masters alike. It could also serve as a perfect substitute for a mask. The Bubblehead charm is part of the 4th grade curriculum, and Ted's ability to master it in just 2 days left Mr. Giggs astounded. It can only be said that most contemporary wizards merely scrape by. Their magical prowess peaks upon graduating from 7th grade. The original text noted that many adult wizards and even Ministry of Magic employees struggle to cast a decent shield charm, which is merely of medium difficulty. Of course, this mirrors our own experience. After graduation, the vast majority of seldom-used knowledge is returned to the teachers. Ted diligently accumulates experience daily while striving to progress on exploration quests. With less than a month until school commences, he hopes to complete the task, exploring Diagon Alley Green, beforehand. On the 8th, after lunch at the Magical Creatures Pet Shop, Ted was called by a staff member. "Wait, Ted. What is it, John?" "Well, you see, we recently hatched a batch of talking raven eggs indeed, I am aware, and I have also tended to them. What has transpired?" John shrugged, indicating that the situation was not dire. At least, most of the chicks were faring well, though one was in a precarious state. It had hatched too late and was frail, and the likelihood of its survival seemed grim. The term not be kept implied abandonment. "I wonder if you would consider adopting it," John pleaded, his gaze hopeful as he looked at Ted. Having worked for many years at the Magical Pet Shop, he naturally harbored a deep affection for these creatures. John wished to avoid the sorrowful scene of abandonment. "Oh, certainly, I will be delighted to," Ted replied. "I shall do my utmost to care for it." This little creature had only just opened its eyes, its feathers merely starting to emerge. In contrast to its siblings, who were already covered in down, able to walk and chirp, it appeared alarmingly frail, as if it might wither away at any moment. All one could do was hope for its survival. From that day forth, Ted had to carry a small wooden box with him, feeding the chick every 2 hours. And during the night, he had to awaken at least once every 4 hours. It meant that he would be roused from slumber in the dead of night. Gradually, its sprouted feathers could stagger a few steps and let out faint chirps with its delicate yellow-tipped beak. The raven, after all, is a formidable member of the corvid family, known for its remarkable strength. They're the largest birds within the order Passeriformes, entirely black with a shimmering purple-blue metallic sheen, particularly prominent in their wings. Their throat and chest feathers are long and lanceolate. Ravens exhibit considerable intelligence and social behavior. In Britain, they hold a unique status. It is said that if a raven were to depart from the Tower of London, the British Empire would face its demise. Consequently, there are individuals specifically tasked with the care of the ravens at the tower. It is rumored that some of the elder ravens exceed 40 years in age. The talking raven, a magical creature, possesses a high intelligence, with some capable of learning to speak. They can also serve as messengers, much like owls. The little creature Ted adopted was exceptionally clever, responding to some of Ted's words as if it understood him. Ted named it Ansu, reflecting his high hopes. In World of Warcraft, the raven god of the Outlands is named Ansu, and is also a rather splendid mount. Chapter 12, Good News, White Hermione. Wizards are known to form a remarkable bond with their pets, akin to magical companions. When a master-servant relationship is established, a primal contract imbued with magic is formed, somewhat akin to a young wizard purchasing a wand. Initially unable to afford an owl, Ted felt fortunate to have Ansu. Although it would be several weeks before Ansu could fly, as the saying goes, nurturing a young one from its infancy is essential. In recent days, Ted had been studying basic movement spells, which involve the manipulation of objects through magical means. The origins of spells, such as the levitation charm and the landing charm, are rooted in these foundational movement incantations. In school, such theoretical spells are typically not taught until the 3rd or 4th year. Wizards are not scholars. Often, they can merely cast spells without comprehending the underlying theory and fundamentals. It is a rather idealistic approach to spellcasting. Another week passed, and with less than 2 weeks until the start of school, Ted felt the urge to prepare more thoroughly, primarily in terms of financial matters. Previously, during my work, monetary gain was merely one facet. The primary aim was to garner experience within the magical realm. Now, with the knowledge of interdimensional studies focusing on chakra extraction in August, Ted has relinquished his desire for exchange, thus alleviating the urgency of his financial pursuits. He intends to amass some funds. As a freshman at Hogwarts, Ted possesses a foreign exchange allowance, allowing him to convert pounds into galleons, a process significantly simpler than earning galleons directly in Diagon Alley. Previously, Ted could earn a dozen or 20 pounds in a single day through street performances, which is equivalent to 4 or 5 galleons. Thus, the street performer Ted, who had vanished for over a month, triumphantly returns. This time, Ted has indeed upgraded his performance. Although his old guitar still bears the marks of time, he has employed a repair charm that has greatly enhanced its sound quality. Occasionally, when coins bestowed by the audience are tossed into his guitar case, it elicits rounds of applause. The people of Great Britain have yet to witness the whimsical antics of a bird drawing lots and divining fortunes. Furthermore, with Ted's mastery of magic, he has expanded his repertoire beyond singing to include street magic, effectively doubling his performance scope. He interweaves music and magic, preventing any fatigue of aesthetic appreciation among his audience. He is indeed capable of performing genuine magic tricks, albeit interspersed with basic wandless spells, such as causing a playing card to circle around him. Even if a passing wizard were to suspect him, Ted could easily account for his magical feats through his sleight of hand. Magic is merely an illusion, a delightful ruse for entertainment. While I lack the audacity to openly wield magic, I possess the courage to engage in magical acts under the guise of illusion, and that courage is substantial. Remarkably, business has flourished. On the first day, he earned over 30 pounds, and the crowd grew even larger the following day. By the end of the week, Ted had unwittingly become a minor attraction, drawing 40 to 50 spectators for performances lasting 3 to 4 hours each day. Clad in a top hat and a second-hand tailcoat, with a fledgling raven perched on his shoulder and a battered wooden guitar in his arms, his appearance alone piques curiosity among passers-by. Not to mention, he plays quite well, sings beautifully, and his magic astounds the audience, with his raven, Ansu, seemingly understanding human speech and perfectly synchronizing with his acts. If he continues this for another 10 days or so, he might just break into the mainstream. Having amassed over 300 pounds, were he to convert this into galleons, it would not only suffice for his tuition, but also leave him with a considerable surplus. The only concern is whether his exchange limit permits such an amount. Ted plans to perform one final time before withdrawing. Although he has an excuse to evade scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic, it is best to avoid unnecessary trouble. A significant scandal could prove detrimental to him. He expresses gratitude to the esteemed ladies and gentlemen for their encouragement, stating that due to his impending studies, today may be his final performance. Should the opportunity arise, he hopes to meet them again on the streets. In a world filled with countless towns and myriad streets, he offers them a rendition of Casablanca. This song was penned in 1970s by Beth Higgins, inspired by the film of the same name. The film narrates the tale of a multitude of Europeans fleeing their homelands in the wake of the outbreak of World War II, with the northern Moroccan city of Casablanca emerging as a pivotal transit point from Europe to America. Within the confines of a small bar in this city unfolds a poignant love triangle, where long-lost lovers reunite amidst the tumult of war. The themes of love and separation during these harrowing times remain timeless, resonating deeply with countless hearts. The accompanying song encapsulates the complex emotions of nostalgia, yearning, and reflection, characterized by its genuine sentiment and melodious composition. Both the film and the song have attained the status of classics in the ancient streets of London. The tune evokes an ineffable sentiment. Ted picks up his guitar and begins to strum, his youthful voice imbued with an unexpected depth beyond his years. As I watch Casablanca, I find myself falling for you. The flickering lights of the drive-in theater dance in the background, while popcorn and cola transform into champagne and caviar beneath the starlit sky. Our love flourishes in the warmth of long, sultry summer nights. I hope that while watching Casablanca, you too fell for me. Hand in hand under the flickering candlelight of Rick's Cafe, we hide from prying eyes, your gaze reflecting the Moroccan moonlight. As the movie weaves its magic within my old Chevrolet, oh, the kiss of Casablanca lingers on. With the passage of time, my love for you deepens with each day. A classic tune draws forth a wave of applause, accompanied by the generous offerings of well-meaning patrons. Remarkably, a young girl, not much older than Ted, drops a 5-pound note. Ah, dear miss, your kindness and generosity are commendable. May you remain free from worry and bask in health and happiness. Soon, Ted resumes his performance, conjuring magic with cards, ribbons, and roses, making them appear and vanish from his hat. The audience watches, eyes wide, missing not a single detail, yet unable to discern any flaws in his illusions. Ted's magic always surpasses their wildest imaginations. The kind-hearted young girl once again beseeches her helpless father for a bill, tossing it into Ted's guitar case. Ted, in turn, gestures with one hand to capture attention, while his other hand snaps, revealing a delicate wildflower. He presents the bloom to the young girl, then bows to the audience, collecting his belongings. Alas, the moments of joy are fleeting, and the time has come to bid farewell. Sayonara. After Ted departs, the audience disperses. The little girl remains entranced by the performance. Daddy, yes, his singing is wonderful. Indeed, it's quite moving. Strangely, her emotional depth seems beyond that of a child. Unfazed by her father's concerns, the girl remains enveloped in the enchantment of magic. No, Daddy, Hogwarts will surely be the finest school. All right, hold on tight. We're heading home, Hermione. It turns out that the kind-hearted girl is none other than Hermione Granger. If Ted were to know this, he would undoubtedly breathe a sigh of relief and thank his lucky stars for Hermione. Though Ted believed himself to be impervious to all evils, he pondered that if he were to encounter a rather unattractive, dark, and corpulent Hermione, he might very well become the bane of dark wizards in this loathsome magical realm. Chapter 13. School is about to begin. Ted procured some undergarments, daily necessities, notebooks, pens, and ink with pounds in the Muggle world. He also bought a few little white mice and locusts, crickets, and such for Ansu, as these constituted its snacks. Initially, Ansu could only consume mealworms, but now those had become insufficient for its appetite. It had begun to feast on larger insects and even little white mice. That bird-like beak could easily crush a mouse's skull before using its claws to shred it into pieces for consumption. A true avian powerhouse indeed. Sir, I wish to exchange for galleons, he said, tilting his head towards the elderly goblin behind the high counter. The goblin, coldly adjusting his spectacles, scrutinized Ted and inquired, "Do you have your acceptance letter?" Ted handed over the letter. "May I ask what the exchange rate is?" he queried. £5 for 1 galleon, the goblin replied. Ted counted out £250 and handed it to the goblin. The old goblin appeared rather surprised, likely not expecting this lad in second-hand robes to possess such wealth. However, seasoned by experience, he said nothing and exchanged it for a bag of galleons. Upon exiting Gringotts, Ted weighed the coin pouch in his hand, a smile blossoming on his face. It seemed he would no longer need to borrow money next year, and he aimed to repay this year's loan as well. A life unburdened by debt is a life of ease. The commencement of the Hogwarts term drew ever nearer, and Ted had never yearned for the start of school as fervently as he did now. The anxious anticipation felt akin to sitting on a train bound for a long-distance romance, filled with excitement and impatience. What? I have no girlfriend. Oh, forget I said anything. As the school date approached, the foot traffic in Diagon Alley noticeably increased. Numerous wizarding parents accompanied their children to procure essential school supplies. Establishments like Flourish and Blots and Madame Alkin's robes for all occasions were perpetually bustling with patrons. Ted's work also became considerably busier. Just days before the term commenced, Ted was arranging books at Flourish and Blots when he suddenly heard a voice. "Daddy, it's him, the little magician who sings." And his raven, following the sound, Ted beheld a father and daughter entering the bookstore. It was his old patrons. What a surprise that London could feel so small. Ted approached them with a warm greeting. "Hello, I am Ted Epiphany, the little wizard who is to begin his studies this year. Thank you for enjoying my performance." The man extended his hand. "Greetings. I am Chris Granger, a dentist. You do know what a dentist does, don't you?" Granger, to his astonishment, one of the famed trio, stood before him. Ted maintained his composure as he shook Mr. Granger's hand. "Oh, certainly, but but I would prefer to remain ignorant of a dentist's purpose. I dread dentists. They remind me too much of a patient about to recline in a dental chair. Granger chuckled heartily, his laughter resonant and joyful. Haha, my apologies. I did not anticipate a young wizard could be so humorous. He pointed to the little girl beside him, saying, "This is my daughter, Hermione Granger, a young witch who will be starting school this year." She insisted on purchasing a few more books, which is why we found ourselves here once again. Ted remarked, "I should have guessed. Seeing those rabbit teeth, it must be Miss Beaver. Hermione is not of African descent. This world has not deviated to the point of unacceptability. Hello, Hermione. If you need any books, feel free to let me know. I am working part-time here and can assist you in finding them." Hermione already held a deep admiration for this boy who could sing, play the guitar, perform magic tricks, and had a well-behaved raven. Upon learning that Ted was working in Diagon Alley for 2 months before school to learn magic, her respect for him soared, her eyes widening in awe. She glanced at Mr. Granger, who quickly waved his hand, saying, "Oh no, Hermione. Think of your mother. She wouldn't approve." He and Mrs. Granger were already reluctant to send their daughter to a boarding school for magic. How could they possibly allow Hermione to work during their brief time together? The reason he refrained from voicing this concern was to avoid upsetting Ted. Unlike Hermione, Mr. Granger was more sensitive to Ted's status as an orphan. Such independence and diligence surely stemmed from this background, making him both pitiable and admirable. Ted greeted the shop assistant, intending to guide his friends around Diagon Alley. He introduced the various shops and their wares, sharing amusing anecdotes. Mr. Granger listened intently, while Hermione asked numerous questions about Ted's self-taught magic. At last, she had found someone with whom she could converse about the craft. This is Giggs' Apothecary, where the potion ingredients are genuine. Mr. Giggs is a good man. He gave me my first part-time job. If you ever wish to own a pet, the Magical Creatures Pet Shop is the best choice. The animals here are magical beings, stronger and smarter companions. I help clean and tended to their diets. Ultimately, Mr. Granger decided to purchase an owl for Hermione. Initially, she was hesitant, fearing that caring for an owl might interfere with her studies. However, Ted assured her that owls are quite low maintenance. Mr. Granger was eager for his daughter to frequently write home once she started school. In the end, at the Elops Owl Emporium, Hermione chose a long-eared owl with beautiful markings, naming it Magic. In Great Britain, dentists earn a substantial income, often more than general practitioners. Given the British penchant for sweets, the demand for dentists is particularly high. Both Granger parents are dentists operating their own dental practice. It is likely that even the most downtrodden pureblood families in the magical community do not possess as much wealth as the Grangers. Finally, Ted shared a drink with the Granger father and daughter at the Leaky Cauldron. He and Hermione enjoyed butterbeer, while Mr. Granger, curious about the beverage but needing to drive, opted for a children's drink, praising it enthusiastically. Time passes swiftly, and those final days slipped quietly through Ted's fingers. During this brief period, Ted resigned from his part-time job and devoted himself to studying magic in the small storage room of the Broken Cauldron pub. After bidding farewell to the Grangers, Ted made notable progress in his exploration of psychic abilities. He had mastered a unique skill. Many have experienced that state of intense focus and unwavering concentration when engaged in a beloved activity, a state where time fades, hunger dissipates, and worries vanish, leading to complete immersion and a loss of self. This process brings forth a profound sense of exhilaration and fulfillment. For instance, while immersed in a favorite game, one often finds that hours have slipped away in an instant. Ted had acquired this mental state, known as flow, as termed by Muggle psychologists. He could harness this flow to immerse himself entirely in his studies and research, resulting in a powerful positive feedback loop that significantly enhanced his learning efficiency. Naturally, such endeavors demanded mental energy, so Ted limited himself to no more than 4 hours of intense focus each day to avoid exhaustion. In addition, he corresponded with Hermione. Ted fully understood her curiosity and excitement about the magical world. He shared anecdotes about the peculiar habits and customs he encountered in Diagon Alley, explaining his insights into magic. Before he knew it, August had drawn to a close. Ansu had grown considerably, now capable of soaring high and far, even eager to deliver letters to Hermione. Ted quipped, "Can you really find Hermione? It's quite a distance." Ansu puffed up proudly, flapping its wings in a gesture of bravado, exclaiming, "Piece of cake. Easy peasy." It had even learned a few words. Ted affixed the letter to its leg and watched as it flew away. In his message, he arranged to meet Hermione on the train the following day. Tomorrow marked September 1st, the day Hogwarts commenced its new term. The moment had finally arrived. Chapter 14, The Dalaran Mage Training Manual. As Ted settled down for the night, He glanced at the number in his experience pool. 462. Among these, 100 points were a reward for the task. Explore Diagon Alley Green. Earlier that day, he had finally awaited the opening of the Flynn Network headquarters. He feigned curiosity and stepped inside for a peek, only to be promptly escorted out. Ted mused, "Today you ignored me, but tomorrow you'll wish you hadn't." Oomph. Nevertheless, the task was complete, and he had finally achieved the last point of exploration. The reward for this task included a random card. Upon claiming his reward, 3 cards awaited his selection. The first card depicted a long-eared owl grasping an envelope in its beak. Magical Postman, Jimmy the Red-Horned Owl Green. This was a summoning card. Jimmy was a small owl messenger. Though it struggled with large parcels, its speed was unparalleled, excelling in delivering letters. Usage, 11, permanent. Once used, this card would vanish, granting Ted an additional magical owl. The second card illustrated a dark-covered spellbook with a blood-red title, emanating tendrils of black smoke. The Guide to 17th Century Black Magic is a tome that chronicles the prevalent dark sorcery of its time. Exercise caution to ensure that others remain unaware of your possession of this book, as its author bears a notorious reputation. One card depicts an explosion from a firecracker, resulting in the emergence of a robust and fearsome wild boar, with lines indicating its swift and ferocious charge. The wild boar firecracker is a prank device. When thrown to the ground, it releases an illusory wild boar that pursues others for a duration of 30 seconds, with a cooldown period of 5 hours. Ultimately, Ted chose the wild boar firecracker, recognizing its potential to instill fear, despite its harmlessness. This card is reusable, unlike the Dark Magic book, which he deemed too risky to possess as he prepared for his imminent schooling. With a wealth of knowledge and magic awaiting him, he saw no necessity to jeopardize his safety with dark sorcery. The Hogwarts Library houses the most comprehensive collection of literature in the British magical realm. Why rush into the study of black magic? After all, Dumbledore had passed away, and caution was imperative. With 462 experience points in his pool, Ted felt a profound sense of tranquility. Tomorrow not only marked the commencement of his schooling, but also the updating of interdimensional knowledge. With experience in hand, he felt no pressure. Time for sleep. Upon awakening the next day, Ted immediately noticed a notification from the system. Ding. Talent, interdimensional knowledge, gold, activated. Discovering Dalaran Apprentice, scrapped. Battle Mage Training Manual, green. The Dalaran Apprentice, scrapped. Battle Mage Training Manual, green. Contains training materials for Dalaran's apprentice mages and requires 310 experience points for redemption. Ted paused, well aware of Dalaran from his years as a World of Warcraft player. However, he was perplexed by the term scrap mage. Oh, just because you've crossed out apprentice and replaced it with battle mage doesn't render you unrecognizable. Yet, Ted had little choice. This was at least tangentially related to magic, far superior to chakra. He exchanged his experience points, and 310 vanished as a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind. Upon reviewing the information, Ted began to grasp the concept of a junior battle mage, one who possesses only a handful of low-level spells for combat. This is in essence a scrap mage. Otherwise, true magicians would not limit themselves to such basic combat spells. The study of magical mysteries is paramount. They would certainly not neglect the practical spells for daily life. Based on the knowledge detailed in the Junior Battle Mage Training Manual, it resembled the training of a magic technician who had practiced for merely 2.5 years before being thrust into battle, a mere consumable, a cog in the machinery of war. They do not aspire to cultivate you into a remarkable talent. They merely require magical, technical labor. Well, having something is better than nothing. According to the training manual, there are a total of 16 spells available for study. Frost School, Frostbolt, Frost Armor, Ice Nova. Fire School, Fire Shock, Fireball, Flamestorm. Arcane School, Arcane Intelligence, Arcane Missiles, Water Creation, Food Creation, Polymorph, Slowfall, Magic Suppression, Blink, Awakening, Teleport to Dalaran. 3 spells from the Frost School, 3 from the Fire School, and the remaining 10 from the Arcane School. Following the training manual upon graduation, one would approximate the level of a level 20 mage in Azeroth, just shy of experiencing the sweet taste of mastery. Indeed, this is merely the training of a novice battle mage, clearly not aimed at nurturing a promising apprentice, but rather to cultivate a handful of magically inclined cannon fodder. Only upon acquiring Blizzard does one barely qualify as a mage, and only with the tranquility of a pyroblast does one begin to take shape. However, this is of little concern, for although designated for cannon fodder, these 16 spells are crucial for Ted. After all, the variety of offensive and defensive spells in this magical realm is scarce, unable to compare with the annual apocalyptic crises of Azeroth. Although this training manual is merely a green-grade tome of foreign knowledge, its assistance is not significantly inferior to that of a few pages of a psychic manual. Particularly, the arcane spells hold substantial research value. Watching Ted, who is dragging his suitcase and bidding farewell, old Tom feels somewhat dazed. It seems like just yesterday when the petite Ted inquired about the cheapest room. 2 months have flown by, and Ted has finally gained some weight and shot up in height. Fortunately, the second-hand wizard robe he bought was oversized. Otherwise, it would likely no longer fit. Now, he is off to school. Old Tom suspects he is growing old, as he finds himself reflecting on the passage of time. Ted waves at old Tom, pushes open the door of the leaky cauldron, and steps out onto the street. At Platform 9 of King's Cross Station, the crowd is bustling, with some peculiar individuals dressed in outlandish attire appearing mysteriously. Ted drags a tattered suitcase, carries a small trunk, wears a second-hand wizard robe, clutches his wand, and has a one-way train ticket tucked in his pocket. He finds the third pillar between platforms 9 and 10, touches it, and realizes it is solid. One must possess a certain initial speed to pass through. It requires a collision. Simply walking into it will not suffice. The train departs promptly at 11 a.m., and it is now 10:40. Ted has arrived quite early, yet the bus was unyielding. Thankfully, he is not late. He crashes into the pillar, and the scene before him transforms entirely. Everywhere, adults and children clad in robes bustle about. Owls hoot chaotically, and cats weave through the crowd. This is indeed Platform 9. On the edge of the platform stands an old steam train adorned in red and black. The engine bears the number 5,972. Had it been 9,527, it would have been a guaranteed success. This contraption is likely not of wizardly creation. They cannot produce such things, and they may not even comprehend the principles of a steam engine. Perhaps it was requisitioned. Boarding the train, to the right is a corridor, while on the left is a row of quaint compartments. The decor exudes nostalgia, reminiscent of decades past. Ted traversed several compartments before finally locating Hermione under Ansu's guidance. "Here, Ted, over here," Hermione called out from the compartment door, with Ansu resting a hand on her shoulder. "I thought you were going to be late," she lamented. Ted chuckled lightly. "I underestimated the impact of the bus driver's strike." As he stepped into the compartment, he noticed 2 other children alongside Hermione. One was a shy little chubby boy who appeared somewhat taciturn and awkwardly nodded and smiled at Ted, an expression that struck Ted as one of social anxiety. The other child was smaller than his peers, with bright, clever eyes, especially when compared to the pudgy boy beside him. Remarkably, he bore 2 round, mouse-like ears, revealing him to be a member of the Beast Folk. In the past 2 months, Ted had encountered Beast Folk twice in Diagon Alley, but he had never engaged with them up close. To his surprise, he now met one, a mouse-eared boy, on the first-year train. This was quite a revelation. Was it possible that this year's young wizards included a Beast Folk? It was almost unbelievable. Hermione excitedly introduced him to Ted. "This is Neville Longbottom. You know him, right?" "Ah, of course I do. How could I not?" Ted responded, his familiarity evident. "I've read about you in books." He extended his hand to the somewhat reserved Neville, who hesitantly shook it. "Hello, I'm Ted Epiphany, but you could just call me Ted." "Hello, just call me Neville," the chubby boy replied, looking as though he were the target of bullies, his expression pleading, "Please, go ahead and pick on me." Ted began to feel concerned about Voldemort's legacy. To Neville's surprise, Ted did not inquire about his scar, which relieved him. Throughout his life, everyone who learned of it had been eager to see the mark he bore from the loss of his parents, a display he found difficult to refuse, despite his reluctance to showcase it. Ted's decision not to ask about the scar instantly endeared him to Neville. Hermione then pointed to the mouse-eared boy, saying, "This is Jerry, also a first year. We'll all be classmates." Ted shook Jerry's hand. "Hello, Jerry. You can call me Ted." "Hello, Ted," Jerry replied, his demeanor noticeably more animated, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. However, the atmosphere in the compartment soon became a bit awkward. Neville was too timid to speak, scarcely daring to make eye contact with others, while Jerry seemed to be holding back, uncertain of how to express himself in this unfamiliar setting. He thought that although Neville and Hermione showed no discrimination towards him, he was still unsure of how this new classmate would react. Hermione, on the other hand, was quite talkative, engrossed in discussing spell-related topics with Ted, while the other 2 observed him discreetly. They had already witnessed Hermione's prowess, both in character and magic. Although Neville hailed from the Longbottom family, he had not demonstrated any magical abilities until the age of 10 during an incident involving his uncle's unfortunate fall, leading many to pessimistically regard him as a mute boy who had somehow survived. The boy who narrowly escaped disaster is a mute canon. What a profound tragedy that is. One can only imagine the immense pressure on Neville. There are some rather unflattering rumors circulating about him in the market, labeling him as the bumbling savior. He bears a heavy burden, yearning simply to be an ordinary wizard, an inconspicuous wizard. Yet, achieving this proves to be quite the challenge. Now, seeing that the three new classmates do not gaze at him as if he were a spectacle, Neville breathes a sigh of relief. As for Jerry, a member of the mouse-eared kin, although he has been in this world since birth, many pureblood families in the magical realm do not regard them as indigenous. Not only is his family struggling financially, but he must also tread carefully in daily life to avoid trouble. It was merely 2 weeks ago that he first grasped a wand. Meanwhile, Hermione, hailing from a Muggle family, has already mastered several spells. And who is this Ted that she keeps mentioning, the one who can guide her? Ted, of course, is aware of the two, observing him discreetly, but remains unperturbed. After a while, Neville acclimates to the new members and atmosphere of the compartment, feeling considerably more relaxed. Jerry, on the other hand, is intrigued by the 2 shiny wooden beads in Ted's hand. He notices that sometimes Ted's hands remain still, yet the beads spin of their own accord. Is this also magic? At this moment, Ansu finally breaks free from Hermione's grasp and swiftly flies to the shelf to preen its feathers. Hecking and calling out, it exclaims, "Caw-caw, that girl is too close." Hermione is quite fond of Ansu, to the extent that even the magic within its cage grows jealous, casting envious glances at Ansu. Undoubtedly, Ansu captures the attention of both boys, particularly Neville, who, cradling his toad Trevor, gazes enviously at Ansu, the raven with glossy black feathers shimmering with a blue hue. Clever and capable of speech. Now, Ansu is nearing adulthood, measuring 30 centimeters in length, truly a sizable bird. Just then, the occupants of the carriage hear a somewhat childish voice from the nearby platform. "Neville, Mommy, I see Neville. Mommy, can I get on the train to see him?" "Ginny, Neville is not an animal at the zoo for you to gawk at. Besides, you've already met him. That was when I was little. I have no memory of it." Ted glances out the window and spots Sirius and his wife sending off Harry, engaged in conversation with the red-haired Weasley family. Neville clearly hears this exchange and instinctively shrinks away from the window. If possible, he would like to meld into the wall so that no one could see him. Though he is now the savior, Neville still appears somewhat overly honest and insecure. If one possesses no discernible virtues, one often praises their honesty and simplicity. Perhaps the weight of expectations he has borne since childhood is simply too great. Moreover, his grandmother's parenting approach leaves much to be desired. She is, after all, a rather demanding matriarch. Before long, the time comes for the train to set off, journeying from London northward to the Scottish Highlands. Once the train is in motion, spirits lift considerably, for Hogwarts is not far away. Just minutes later, a knock reverberates through the compartment. The door swings open to reveal a red-haired little head peeking in. Neville? Neville's face bore a somewhat rigid and awkward smile as he greeted Ron. "Ah, it is Ron Weasley," Ted remarked. "Well, it's Ron Weasley, one of those 2 useless fellows accompanying Hermione." Unlike the original narrative, where Harry grew up with his Muggle aunt and uncle, the Longbottom family is also a renowned pure-blood lineage within the British wizarding community, and it is not surprising that they maintain relations with the Weasley family, who share the same blood status, given that both Neville's parents and the Weasleys are members of the Order of the Phoenix. It is no wonder that Neville and Ron had previously crossed paths. Upon discovering a familiar face in the compartment, Ron felt a wave of relief. At least there was someone who recognized him. He inquired, is there a bit of room? Other compartments were full as well. Ted glanced at the others and responded, "Come in, we are all classmates. Since we're here, why not?" "Thank you, thank you." Ron expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he dragged in his patched suitcase. Accommodating 5 individuals in a compartment meant for 4 posed no challenge. That van could easily fit a dozen or 20. Ron became quite talkative, introducing himself to everyone, and soon the conversation flowed more freely. With his presence easing the initial tension, Jerry, who had felt somewhat constrained, joined the discussion. Hermione and Ted chimed in with a few remarks, creating a more harmonious atmosphere within the compartment. Neville relaxed considerably and even managed to contribute to the conversation. The topic among the young wizards inevitably turned to Hogwarts, and they soon began discussing the Sorting Hat. Neville felt a pang of discouragement. "Though I wish to be sorted in a Gryffindor, I fear that Hufflepuff is more likely. Honestly, I would be grateful just to be chosen." Ron disagreed vehemently. "How could that be? You are the boy who lived." Neville managed a wry smile. "I am merely a lucky fool who survived." It is worth noting that Neville's self-deprecating humor reflects a commendable mindset. Not many 11-year-olds can endure such scrutiny. Ted reassured him. "In truth, the Sorting Hat leans heavily on your own desires. If you wish to join Gryffindor, steadfastly hold on to that thought, and you shall be placed there. Ron appeared incredulous. Really? Do you know how the sorting works? I heard George and Fred mention that it involved a daunting trial, quite perilous, but they wouldn't divulge any details. Ted grinned. Ah, that is merely a tradition. You will discover it in due time. The others chimed in jest. Riddlemaster, get out of Hogwarts. Aware that Ted, Hermione, and Jerry were not well versed in the wizarding world, Ron seized the opportunity to share more about himself. He mentioned possessing a Nimbus 2000 broomstick. Well, its speed pales in comparison to that of a vigorous butterfly. Ron lamented that everything he owned was secondhand. His wand belonged to his brother Charlie. His robes were from his brother Bill, and the wizard chess set was a family heirloom bequeathed by his grandfather, leading the chess pieces to often proclaim themselves as Ron's grandfather's generation. Even his pet rat, Scabbers, was once Voldemort's. Oh no, I meant his sister Percy's. Ted glanced at his own pet rat, Peter, saying, I mean Scabbers. He reassured Ron, do not dwell on such matters. Truth be told, my situation is worse. Aside from my wand, everything I possess was painstakingly procured over 2 months from secondhand shops. I have no family, and after graduating, I shall be burdened with student loans. Upon hearing this, Ron expressed his apologies, yet felt a sense of equilibrium restored within him. Indeed, as the saying goes, one fears for their brother's hardships while simultaneously envying their brother's luxury. A person's circumstances are indeed revealed through comparison. Wait a moment. Ted paused, suddenly realizing a blind spot. What did you say? Who? Sister 3? Peppa? Isn't little Star Peter's heirloom inherited from Percy? Ron, how many children are there in your family? 7. Ted inquired further, and lo and behold, Brother Percy had transformed into Sister Peppa. Chapter 16. I am Harry Potter. Percy, a lowly aspirant whose ambition soared higher than a space station, while his life was as fragile as toilet paper, ultimately realized the paramount importance of family over all else in the original narrative. But now, only Peppa Weasley remained. Peppa had a penchant for spaghetti and chocolate cake, adored dressing up as a fairy princess, and relished orange juice. She was quite the delightful girl. She entered school in 1987, 2 years ahead of the Weasley twins, 4 years ahead of her peers, and was now in the 5th grade. Moreover, Peppa Weasley had excelled academically and had become the class prefect. However, from Ron's remarks, it seemed that Peppa was no longer the annoying, authority-obsessed type. Instead, she treated Ron with kindness, and their sisterly bond was particularly strong. Perhaps the flutter of butterfly wings had once again stirred the summer breeze? But then again, Harry had become Harriet and was adopted by Sirius, while the savior had turned into Neville. Percy transforming into Peppa was not entirely unacceptable. Ted inexplicably recalled a voice. Hello, I am Peppa. This is my brother George, Fred, and Ron. Quite amusing indeed. Approximately an hour later, the compartment door was knocked upon, revealing a sweetly smiling lady pushing a food cart. Children, would you like something to eat? Ron replied, don't look at me. I have a sandwich. Jerry added, don't look at me. I have bread and cheese. Ted chimed in, I brought my own meal. These 3 impoverished souls. Hermione, however, was keen to sample the magical world snacks, but upon inspection, she was somewhat taken aback. Is it all candy? Isn't there a risk of cavities from consuming so much? As the daughter of a dentist, she was quite restrained when it came to sugary treats. Ultimately, Hermione and Neville bought a considerable amount of snacks and invited everyone to share. Especially Neville, though shy, was not lacking in funds and exhibited a commendable spirit of sharing. Ted produced his own provisions of beef jerky, pork floss, and sausages. Would you like some? Fortunately, he had brought plenty of jerky. Otherwise, there might not have been enough to go around. On the train, Ron's spirits lifted further. He had tossed aside his sandwich, and even Scabbers had lost interest. Scabbers was far too exhilarated by the candy. He had spent 11 years in the Weasley household, enduring his fair share of hardships. Ron was clearly in high spirits, chatting animatedly while munching away. The 5 of them dined and conversed, the atmosphere lively and warm. Neville, having made friends, was considerably more cheerful, introducing everyone to his toad, Trevor. In the magical realm, many wizards keep pets, forming a peculiar bond with them. These companions, known as magical creatures, can often assist wizards in their studies of magic and even in battles. For instance, the toad Leaf, as learned by Ted from his experiences at the Enchanted Pet Shop, is typically chosen as a pet for the purpose of potion making. This is due to the toad's remarkable resistance to toxins, making it ideal for potion trials. However, one can only imagine that Neville's potions might send even a magical toad into intensive care. Ron, clutching his sluggish, chocolate frog-munching pet, exclaimed, "This is my rat Speckle." Ted pointed to Ansu, who was voraciously tearing into beef jerky, and declared, "This is Ansu, the talking raven. To everyone's delight, Ansu, upon hearing Ted's introduction, paused from its feast and bowed gracefully. The crowd gasped. How intelligent it is! Aware that Ted, Hermione, and Jerry were not well versed in the lore of the magical world. Ron seized the opportunity to showcase his skills and indulge his vanity. Ahem, with some baby yellow, sweet cream, and sunlight. I shall transform this foolish fat rat into a yellow one. With a flick of his wand, he aimed at Speckle. However, whether it was the wand's presence that startled Speckle, it retaliated by launching a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean straight at Ron's face. Laughter erupted within the carriage, but it was soon overshadowed by raucous laughter from outside. It turned out that Ron's antics were witnessed by the trio of Malfoy, who had come to befriend Neville Longbottom. The newcomers were none other than the arrogant Draco Malfoy, accompanied by his two dim-witted lackeys, Black and Goyle. Since Voldemort's mysterious demise and the downfall of the Death Eaters, the elder Malfoy sought to align himself with the Longbottoms, known for their fluctuating loyalties. However, the formidable matriarch of the Longbottom family was not one to easily grant favors, often humiliating Malfoy in person. As the school year commenced, young Malfoy, under his father's instructions, approached Neville for friendship. Unfortunately, he chanced upon the scene before him, and due to his ingrained disdain for the Weasley family, he could not help but insult Ron. With that red hair, it's evident you're from the disgraceful pure-blood Weasley line. My father mentioned that your family is too numerous to afford. He still managed to squander money on beans for your rat. His face bore an expression of arrogance and contempt, which instantly provoked the ire of everyone in the carriage, including Ansu and Speckle, who likely harbored ill feelings towards him. Observing Ted and Ron's worn robes, Malfoy loftily addressed Neville. Are you certain you wish to associate with such company? The disgrace of pure-blood families? The impoverished mudbloods? My father often advises caution in choosing friends. Perhaps Longbottom, you should seek a companion of equal nobility? He extended his hand. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Neville felt a wave of panic and instinctively shrank into the corner, yet managed to stammer, I don't want to be friends with you. My grandmother forbids me from associating with the Malfoys. His expression conveyed the sentiment of a child whose mother disallowed playtime with the foolish. Malfoy's countenance darkened, turning a shade of pale green. He had not anticipated such rejection. After all this time, I finally feel a spark, and you leave me so utterly wounded. Blasted. You are the reason they call you the daft savior. At that moment, one of his portly lackeys, whether Goyle or Crabbe, reached for the snacks on the table, only to let out a yelp as Speckle bit him sharply. He stumbled backward in a panic, colliding with another follower, which immediately caused a minor commotion. Ted exclaimed, Well done, Peter. Amidst the chaos, Ted discreetly flicked his wand, and Malfoy suddenly felt someone trip him, causing him to fall backward with a thud. Before he could rise, he found himself gazing up at a face with a slightly critical expression, peering down at him. It was Harry Potter, the wild girl who had bullied him since childhood. Malfoy, do you enjoy lying on the ground this much? Hurry up and stop embarrassing yourself. Otherwise, you might find yourself on the receiving end of a punch again. She adjusted her black-framed glasses and waved her small fist in front of Malfoy's face. Flustered, Malfoy scrambled to his feet and hurriedly retreated with his two companions. Considering what Ted had witnessed in Diagon Alley, it seemed Malfoy had endured his fair share of righteous punches. Harry, noticing Ted's actions, flashed him a wild grin. The four-person compartment was crammed with 6 individuals. Malfoy shouted, You think you can open the impart without me? Just wait. Hermione and her 2 ineffectual male companions had finally gathered, but that was no longer relevant. As for Harry, apart from her black hair, dark eyes, and glasses, she bore little resemblance to her original portrayal. She exuded a vivacious spirit. The newly acquainted Ted, Hermione, and Jerry easily struck up conversations, embodying the essence of a social butterfly, resembling a leader among them. Gorky once stated that suffering is the best university of life. One wonders what path the vivacious Harry will tread this time. Shortly after, Harry and Ron began a game of wizard chess, while Neville and Jerry attempted to engage Ansu in conversation. Hermione brought up Voldemort with Ted, having read about Neville's experiences in a book. What is the name of the dark figure? Why is everyone so hesitant to utter it? She inquired of Ted. Ted twirled the fitness ball in his hands, explaining that names in a magical realm hold power, and the reason likely relates to that. Upon mentioning the dark figure, Neville's expression grew serious, as though an invisible burden had settled upon his shoulders. Everyone turned their attention to him. Neville spoke cautiously. It's best not to say that name directly. My grandmother said that the dark figure placed a curse on it. If someone utters his name, he can sense it. Hermione, feeling a bit anxious, questioned, But he is supposed to be dead, isn't he? Ted replied, His name is Voldemort, though I suspect that isn't his true name. The mere mention of Voldemort caused Neville, Ron, and Harry to gasp in shock, contributing to the atmosphere of global unease. Clearly, Voldemort had imbued his nickname with a sense of true name perception. This tactic not only allowed him to sense those who spoke of him, but also to harness the fear that his name invoked to bolster his power. It was quite a sophisticated approach. Thus, the wizarding community refrained from uttering his name. Those aware understood the taboo, while those uninformed were filled with dread. In truth, this tactic could be easily countered. However, wizards often exhibited rigid thinking. If Ted were in charge, he would simply orchestrate a major scandal in the Muggle world, framing Voldemort to make headlines. In just a few days, tens of millions will be uttering his name. How could he possibly manage such an overwhelming influx of information? It would surely render him a fool. At the very least, it might compel him to relinquish his true identity. Chapter 17, Hogwarts. Inside the carriage, Hermione was animatedly discussing the spells from their textbooks, brimming with questions for Ted, her excitement barely contained. It was quite understandable. If I had the chance to study magic, I would be even more thrilled than she was. However, she relentlessly inquired about what spells Harry, Ron, and Neville, those from wizarding families, had learned at home, excluding the one that changed a mouse's color, of course. Ron exclaimed, "I feel like someone's targeting me." Yet, it was evident that both Neville and Ron were reluctant to delve into the topic, their expressions betraying a certain humility and caution befitting underachievers. Jerry was trembling with anxiety. Harry, on the other hand, could name a few spells, such as the levitation charm and disarming charm, which Ted had yet to cover. It seemed that under Sirius's tutelage, she had acquired a wealth of knowledge. In the original text, Harry's talent was exceptional, and it appeared that this version of Harry was equally impressive. The train lumbered along, swaying gently, almost lulling its passengers to sleep. Departing at noon, it continued into the evening, the destination still shrouded in uncertainty. Was this express train? It felt more like a sightseeing tour. When the announcement finally came that they had arrived, the sky had turned dark. Harry and Hermione disembarked first, allowing the four boys to change into their wizarding robes before they did. The train soon came to a halt, and the six of them formed a line to exit. They found themselves at a modest station, somewhat rudimentary, shrouded in darkness. A tall figure, holding a lantern, called out from a distance, "First years, over here, follow me." It was impossible to overlook him, standing at an impressive 3 meters tall, with a voice that resonated like thunder. It was Hagrid. They hurried over, with Harry clearly recognizing him and leading the group ahead. "Oh, Harry, how are you?" And Neville, Hagrid greeted them softly. They reached the edge of the lake, where a line of small boats awaited the newcomers. The stones by the Black Lake were covered in moss, and Hagrid boomed a warning to the first years. "Watch your step. Don't slip." No sooner had he spoken than 2 students lost their footing, nearly tumbling into the lake. Each boat could only accommodate 4 passengers. Harry and his 3 companions climbed into the first boat, while Ted and Hermione took the second. Once everyone was aboard, Hagrid shouted, "Set off," and the boats began to move in a line. Each boat was equipped with a lantern, illuminating only its immediate surroundings, failing to cast light further afield. The Black Lake beneath them resembled a dark mirror, reflecting the moon and stars in the sky without a ripple. The procession of boats glided silently through the water, akin to a celestial voyage among the stars. The students remained tense, not daring to speak, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within them. Ted recalled that within the vastness of this lake dwelled merfolk, albeit of an unappealing appearance. Perhaps the merfolk came in various types, yellow, white, and agricultural, among others. In the East, they referred to them as Giaran, primarily documenting marine varieties. In the depths of the Black Lake resides an enigmatic and colossal squid, an intriguing anomaly as squids are not known to inhabit freshwater environments. This suggests that the lake adjacent to Hogwarts is, in fact, a saltwater lake located in the northern highlands of Scotland. If Scotland were to extend further north, it would be reduced to barren highlands. Thus, the presence of extensive forests and the ruins of castles imply that Hogwarts is situated in a region west of Loch Lomond and north of Glasgow. This aligns with the grand spectacle of Durmstrang's majestic ship emerging from the lake, as Scotland's saltwater lakes are typically long, coastal bodies of water rather than inland lakes. It is difficult to envision how Durmstrang's vessel could navigate the shallow rivers of the Highlands to reach a freshwater lake. It is likely that they traveled by sea. In a moment of idle contemplation, Ted began to speculate on the precise location of Hogwarts. As he rounded a sheer cliff, he caught a glimpse of a castle silhouette adorned with twinkling lights in the distance. The closer he drew, the more magnificent the castle appeared, illuminated by the shimmering glow, exuding an aura of grandeur. This was indeed Hogwarts, the birthplace of dark magic's most formidable practitioners. Hermione whispered, "Every new student traverses this path," said to reflect the arduous journey of the founders in discovering the castle's site. Perhaps there lies a deeper significance. Ted sensed an unusual connection, an overwhelming surge of ancient magic linking him to the distant castle. The new students retracing the steps of the four founders seemed to embody a time-honored ritualistic magic. Completing this journey signified a covenant between the students and the school, binding them as its pupils. The small boat approached the cliff, halting at a concealed cave beneath the steep rock face. Hagrid raised a lantern high, calling out, "Everyone off now, stay close behind me." He strode forward, raising a fist the size of a sandbag to knock on the door, producing a resounding thud that echoed ominously. The door was answered by a bald, unattractive old man whose receding hairline had retreated to his crown. In a bygone era, he would have certainly held a noble title. "New students, are you?" "Leave them to me," he grunted. Hagrid responded with a low growl, akin to the rumble of an engine. "Filch, you'd best treat them kindly." Filch huffed dismissively as he led the new students through the grand entrance, muttering, "You all better behave. If I catch you causing trouble, you'll be in for a world of pain." At long last, Ted's anticipated voice echoed, triggering a task. "Explore Hogwarts, Red. This is Hogwarts, the sole wizarding school in Great Britain and one of only 3 in Europe. For a millennium, this ancient institution has concealed countless secrets awaiting your discovery. What are you waiting for? Uncover them, find them, utilize them." And so, the adventure begins. Objective: explore Hogwarts. Progress: 1100. Rewards: 1000 experience, 1 skill point, random card. It must be said, to not explore at night is akin to having never truly experienced Hogwarts. Hear the applause. Filch, though not young, moved with surprising agility, his steps brisk and steady. The young wizards, already lacking in stamina, ascended several hundred winding steps from the cavern at the base of the cliff to the entrance, only to be led by Filch into a brisk walk, leaving them all breathless. Those with weaker constitutions were already beginning to sweat. Finally, the young wizards could rest and began to whisper among themselves, discussing their recent experiences. Suddenly, a hushed gasp rippled through the air. Ted turned to see several milky white, semi-transparent ghosts emerging from the walls. The first-year students immediately began to chatter excitedly. Some Muggle-born wizards were particularly astonished, with a few even reaching out curiously to touch the apparitions. The ghosts, quite amiable, welcomed them warmly. Ted, however, could not distinguish one from another. At that moment, Professor McGonagall emerged, her expression grave as her gaze swept across the crowd, prompting the young wizards to fall silent. "Before the opening feast, we must first determine which house each of you will enter," she announced. "Hogwarts comprises 4 houses, and shortly you will undergo the sorting ceremony in front of the entire school. This is a significant rite. I recommend you tidy yourselves and prepare accordingly." Her eyes lingered momentarily on Neville and Ron. Neville's cloak was slightly askew, while Ron bore a smudge on his nose, likely a remnant of their hurried trek. The others were not much better, appearing as if they had fled from disaster. Filch had certainly played a trick on everyone at the beginning of the term. Professor McGonagall also spoke of the House Cup and the significance of points, clearly placing great importance on honor. Concerns loomed large among both Muggle-born and pure-blood students alike. Opinions on the sorting ceremony varied widely. Hermione, already anxious, began to recite the knowledge from her textbooks, fearing that the sorting ceremony might include an entrance exam. "Don't worry, they won't test you on calculus," Ted teased. Hermione shot him a glare. "What time do you think it is?" In the grand hall, 4 long tables were set, filled with students of varying ages. Colorful house banners adorned the walls: green serpents, blue eagles, red lions, and yellow badgers. The ceiling, transparent, allowed one to gaze directly at the stars above. Ted nodded in agreement. Indeed, the effect of the school's hall ceiling was to create an illusion of having no ceiling at all. As Chapter 18 unfolded, the sorting and Azkaban awaited. At the far end of the hall, in the space before the 4 long tables brimming with students, stood a high-backed chair topped with an old, tattered wizard's hat, replete with wrinkles. Further down the hall, the professor's table was arranged in a semicircle, with the distinguished figure of Dumbledore in his white robes occupying the center. He sat considerably higher than the others, his long white beard cascading down to the table. Though he appeared quite elderly, his demeanor was remarkably vibrant. Ted cast a glance at the staff table, noting the greasy-haired, grim-faced Snape, who was present, along with the half-giant Flitwick perched on a specially elevated stool, and the turban-clad Quirrell. At least, it seemed, the primary narrative for the first years remained unchanged. Had Quirrell been absent, or not worn his turban? Ted would truly have been at a loss regarding the unfolding events. If one were to come upon disorientation from the very outset, it would indeed signify a hellish beginning. Professor McGonagall, holding a piece of parchment, proclaimed loudly, "Students whose names I call, please take a seat and place the hat upon your head." The sorting hat, perched upon a high-backed stool, wriggled slightly. Its creases morphed into eyes and a mouth, which then burst into song. This is a tale that traverses millennia, recounting the prowess and wisdom of 4 formidable wizards. The valiant Gryffindor, hailing from desolate marshlands. The enchanting Ravenclaw, from serene lakes. The benevolent Hufflepuff, from vast valleys. The astute Slytherin, emerging from the murky depths. They pledged to impart their lifelong knowledge, as witches and wizards journeyed from afar to bolster their grand aspirations. Until this castle stood resolute by the Black Lake. The young wizards were, understandably, awestruck by the sight of a singing hat. Ted clapped symbolically, remarking, "Well sung," but perhaps refrain from singing next time. Professor McGonagall, evidently weary of the performance, promptly began to call names. "Hannah Abbott?" "Yes," replied the Iron Hat King, hastily ascending the platform, nervously donning the sorting hat, which was far too large for her small head, obscuring her eyes. In approximately 4 to 5 seconds, the sorting hat boisterously declared her placement in Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff Badgers applauded her arrival, and she waved to Ted, who was not far away. They had been introduced through her grandfather, Old Tom, and were thus acquainted. The narrative of the steadfast Hannah unfolded naturally from there. As for Ron, the initial kiss thief, Lavender Brown, and the explosive genius, Seamus Finnegan, who was renowned not only for his knack for blowing cauldrons, but also for inadvertently leading the Dumbledore's army into an ambush on the very first night of its formation. An event infamously dubbed the Moxie Explosion Incident. Each student's sorting time varied in length. Some were assigned almost immediately upon donning the hat, while others took a minute or two before a decision was reached. Ted felt a flicker of apprehension. After all, the sorting hat undoubtedly possessed some ability to delve into one's soul or discern a wizard's character. Although he, as a mind wizard, had safeguarded his mental faculties, he had yet to undergo any rigorous trials, leaving him uncertain and anxious about any potential slip that might lead to calamity. However, he had little time for such musings, as the first letter of epiphany was E, placing him relatively high in the queue. Soon, Professor McGonagall called out his name, Ted Epiphany. She regarded him with a look of evident recognition. She had even sent her Transfiguration textbooks to him in the past. Nodding at Professor McGonagall, he seated himself and donned the hat. As a mind wizard, he possessed profound insights into psychological matters and unique coping strategies. Generally, the ability to detect a target's thoughts could only discern current emotions or ideas, incapable of extracting memories unless through extreme measures. In this scenario, if the sorting hat could perceive his emotions or thoughts, it would indeed be an artifact of immense power. The sorting hat hesitated, pondering, what on earth is this commotion? For the first time, it felt a headache. Could it be on the verge of developing a brain? For 30 seconds, silence lingered. Ted decided to take the initiative to break the stalemate. He softly inquired, "Is there a problem, Mr. Hat?" It seemed a difficult choice, as if some unseen force was influencing my perception of you. Coupled with Ted's unorthodox approach of psychological tactics, the ancient sorting hat found itself quite perplexed. After several more seconds, the sorting hat finally spoke. Cunning, with an aspiration for power and a disdain for law and authority, you would fit well in Slytherin. Ted responded, "Oh, intelligent, in pursuit of knowledge, adept at navigating challenges, you would be well suited for Ravenclaw." Ted replied, "Brave, yearning for the unknown, possessing extraordinary courage. You would thrive in Gryffindor." Ted exclaimed, "Huh? Diligent, content with simplicity, and possessing a rare heart of compassion and tolerance. You would be a good match for Hufflepuff." Ted retorted, "Are you just guessing?" He harbored serious doubts that the hat genuinely discerned him, suspecting it merely spoke in vague terms akin to fortune-telling. Recognizing that his strategy had borne fruit, Ted steadied himself. Sensing a rare opportunity, he quietly asked, "Pray tell, how old are you, Mr. Hat?" "Haha, I'm over 900 years old." "Wow, a magic that endures for a millennium is indeed remarkable," Ted remarked, astonished. "Ah, you flatter me. Too kind, too kind." The sorting hat responded, clearly pleased. At that moment, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat nearby, prompting the sorting hat to realize, "Ahem, we should proceed with the sorting." "You would send me to Azkaban, would you?" Ted asked. "Haha, you're quite humorous. I like you," the sorting hat chuckled. "That's a relief." Ted exhaled. "I believe I can accept any house, as long as it's not Slytherin." "Are you certain? You could achieve great things there." "Of course. But you mentioned I am content with simplicity. I never considered pursuing greatness." Besides, do you truly think a muggle-born wizard from an orphanage with yellow skin would fit in Slytherin? Very well, since you insist, Ravenclaw, the Sorting Hat bellowed. After over 4 minutes of hesitation, the Sorting Hat assigned Ted to Ravenclaw. Below, the young wizards and professors had grown impatient. Professor McGonagall, after a brief glance at Ted, who had lowered the hat and bowed, took 5 minutes to sort him into Gryffindor. To be honest, Ted's placement in Ravenclaw left her somewhat disappointed, as she had a genuine appreciation for this self-reliant young lad. Conversely, Ted felt no regret whatsoever. After all, had he fallen under Professor McGonagall's scrutiny, he feared he would not fare well. Ted waved to Hermione, Harry, and the others as he settled at the Ravenclaw table, where a group greeted him with nods and welcomes. Ron, amidst the crowd, whispered to Neville and Jerry, lamenting, "What a pity, Ted didn't get sorted into Gryffindor." Indeed, Neville replied. These 5 companions were his first friends and would not allow differing houses to influence their bonds. Hermione glanced at Ted, her heart filled with unease. Ted settled into his seat and began to ponder. Ravenclaw, it would indeed be splendid to be a scholar or a magical researcher. The literal translation of Ravenclaw is the Claw of the Raven, a name that subtly conveys the essence of a greedy predator, symbolizing an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The house motto of Ravenclaw resonates. We hail from the lakeside. We are wise and learned. We cherish inquiry. We are exceptional. We possess foresight. We are Ravenclaw. We are scholars cloaked in darkness, yet possessing the ability to see through it. We are ravens soaring through the skies while never losing sight of the earth below. I am grateful to the ancient Ravenclaw for bestowing upon me the eyes of insight and a nimble mind. However, Ravenclaw's presence in the original works is rather faint. Perhaps the most disheartening aspect for Ravenclaw is that none of the esteemed students mentioned in the original text attended her house. The infamous trio, McGonagall and Dumbledore, hail from Gryffindor, while Snape and Voldemort are from Slytherin. If Grindelwald were to study at Hogwarts, he would undoubtedly be sorted into Slytherin. And the rightful contender of the Triwizard Tournament, Cedric Diggory, is a Hufflepuff. A capital embarrassment. Nevertheless, Ravenclaw has its merits. As the saying goes, in the pursuit of knowledge, one must not be troubled. Enough of that. Ding. The notification awakened Ted. Task, Magical World. Green, completed. Reward, 300 experience points, Magic Level 1, random card. Ted clenched his fist, stifling the desire to open the card immediately. What if something unusual occurred? Patience. Wait until nightfall when no one is around. It was unbearable. At that moment, Professor McGonagall called out Hermione's name. The young girl hurried over, placing the hat upon her head, and Hermione was sorted. A jest. Harry stepped forward and took a seat on the high-back stool as Professor McGonagall placed the enormous sorting hat upon him. Ah, very brave, very wise. I believe you would excel in material science. The voice of the sorting hat echoed in Harry's mind. Please, not bioengineering. Harry silently implored. Not bioengineering? You could indeed achieve great things. Since you are resolute, then it shall be the School of Civil Engineering. Upon hearing this, Harry's face fell into a state of shock, as if his soul had been drained, collapsing onto the floor. What followed was Harry Potter and concrete stones. Harry Potter in the project manager's office. Harry Potter in the crane operator. Harry Potter in the white wine cup. Harry Potter in the supervision department. Harry Potter in the Prince of Baths. Harry Potter in the deathly red barrel. Chapter 19, The Foreign Little Wizard. Ravenclaw, 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 Hermione murmured softly. Sorting hat. Ah, a diligent young lady, yet not lacking in courage. Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw. Hermione paid no heed to the hat's words and continued her chant. Sorting hat. May I say something? Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw. All right. The sorting hat relented. You are indeed suited for there, though I believe Gryffindor would also be quite fitting for you. Go on. Find your friends. Ravenclaw. Hermione exhaled deeply. Her cheeks flushed as she set down her hat and hurried toward the Ravenclaw table. The young eagles immediately applauded her arrival, and Ted shifted aside to make room for her. How did you end up in Ravenclaw? He inquired, surprised that the sorting could yield such unexpected results. Hermione lifted her chin slightly, feigning modesty. Perhaps the sorting hat perceives my affinity for learning. Before long, the sorting hat arrived at the letter H, Harry Quirrell Potter. When Professor McGonagall called out Harry's full name, Ted was momentarily taken aback. A name reminiscent of a death row riddle? The middle name felt rather ominous. As expected, Harry was sorted into Gryffindor. In the original text, the sorting hat hesitated for quite some time, possibly due to the presence of Voldemort's Horcrux, contemplating placing Harry in Slytherin. But this time, the decision was made swiftly in mere seconds. Is it starting? It is already over. Harry graciously removed the hat, sweeping her robe aside. and strode confidently toward the Gryffindor table. She spread her arms wide, as if basking in divine light. A cacophony of cheers erupted, as the little lions found her utterly delightful. Particularly, the Weasley twins were the most vocal, jumping up and down in excitement. Among them was a slightly older girl with red hair, presumably Ginny Weasley, who was already acquainted with Harry. Before long, Jerry took the stage. Lacking a surname, he was sorted by the initials of his first name. The Sorting Hat did not hesitate, placing him in Gryffindor within 3 seconds. The atmosphere in Gryffindor was indeed welcoming. Rather than harboring any prejudice against Jerry's round mouse ears, they seemed even more exhilarated. "We have a mouse. Thank you, thank you, thank you." Jerry expressed his gratitude to each person who welcomed him. Not long after, it was Neville's turn. When Neville Longbottom's name was called, there was a moment of silence before whispers began to circulate. The Sorting Hat hesitated with Neville, deliberating for nearly 5 minutes before finally declaring, "Gryffindor." Neville hurriedly dashed away, forgetting to remove his hat. Why did I say again? This familiar scene brought a sense of comfort to Ted. We have another Longbottom, the boy who lived through it all. Many in Gryffindor rushed to shake Neville's hand, leaving his face a flurry of red and white in a rather overwhelming display that nearly caused him to faint. The next familiar face was Draco Malfoy, who, as expected, was sorted into Slytherin. By the time Ron's name was called, only a handful remained. Naturally, Ron was also sorted into Gryffindor. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly. Ted felt the magical connection to the castle transform into a grand enchantment, seeping into the very essence of the fortress, vanishing from sight. It seemed that the magic of the entrance ceremony had been fulfilled, and these young witches and wizards had, on a magical level, officially become students of Hogwarts. The tables of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were adjacent, while Neville and Ron took their seats behind Ted and Hermione. Navi turned to Ted and whispered, thank you, Ted. What you said is true. I was just muttering about Gryffindor, and I truly have been sorted into Gryffindor." Ted smiled gently, replying, "You have been placed in Gryffindor because you possess invaluable qualities. You are sufficiently courageous. Perhaps you have yet to discover this within yourself, but it has always resided within you." Ron grimaced. How is it that Ted speaks with more wisdom than a professor? Jerry nodded in agreement from his side. Hermione glared at them both. Ted's words are profoundly insightful. What nonsense are you two uttering? Regardless, the sorting ceremony had come to a close. The final results were as follows: Gryffindor, 10, Ravenclaw, 9, Hufflepuff, 9, Slytherin, 8, totaling 36 new students. The magical realm of Great Britain found itself in a demographic conundrum. Consider this. None of the 4 house heads or the headmaster have children, making the state of the British magical community rather dire. However, this number seems to exceed that of the original text, though the original did not specify the names of the 1991 cohort, leaving Ted uncertain. Yet, individuals like Jerry, who belonged to a different race, were undoubtedly absent from the original narrative. Nevertheless, he is not the sole representative of his kind at Hogwarts. Among his peers in the same house, there is a gnome girl named Clara, who sparkles with uniqueness. Standing just over a meter tall, she is merely 11 years old and may grow taller, but one wonders how much more height she could possibly gain. She hails from a wise race of gnomes, known for their proficiency in magic, jewelry crafting, and magical technology. In recent years, Hogwarts has also admitted several students from other races possessing magical talent, as it has been 11 years since the second celestial convergence brought forth intelligent beings from other realms. Some children, having traversed into this world at a young age, have been accepted into Hogwarts upon reaching the age of 11. Specifically, a second-year Hufflepuff student, a young minotaur named Guff Oasis, who sports 2 prominent horns and a rather large nose, appearing somewhat dazed, towering over his peers by a head and a half, exuding an aura reminiscent of a second-year student fearful of bullying. A third-year Gryffindor student, a dwarf named Muradin Copperbell, already sporting a beard at the age of 14, will soon be able to braid his chin hair. A fourth-year Ravenclaw student, a young elf named Ida Sylph, who, despite being 18 years old, still resembles a child of 6 or 7, her voice soft and childlike. After all, elves have a lifespan 3 times that of humans, and their development is considerably slower. Finally, a 5th-year Hufflepuff student, a rabbit-eared girl named Tori, who is the first of her kind to attend the school. It was Albus Dumbledore himself who persuaded the Board of Governors to accept her, setting a precedent. This year, with 2 students from other races admitted, the ratio has improved. The presence of these diverse beings poses a significant challenge to the wizarding community, as they strive to conceal their existence from muggles while navigating the complexities of resource distribution. These newcomers bring forth a wealth of knowledge, but also compete for essential resources. thereby creating a unique dynamic. Originally, the purebloods were targeting the mixed-blood wizards, striving to restore the grandeur of their lineage. However, they encountered even more unconventional rivals. As the saying goes, colleagues in the same field are often outmatched by cross-disciplinary competitors. Consequently, the wizards are now divided into three factions: the conciliators, the moderates, and the opponents. The majority of the opposition comprises pure-blood wizards, while the moderates are the most populous group. During the last celestial convergence, the intelligent races did not appear. Instead, they engaged in combat, even enriching the magical resources. A decade ago, the celestial convergence brought forth numerous alien races, but fortunately, their numbers were limited. Otherwise, conflicts would have been inevitable. This poses a significant challenge for the magical community, potentially more perilous than Voldemort himself. Suddenly, Neville winced in pain, clutching his forehead. Jerry, beside him, quickly inquired, "What's wrong?" Neville forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing, just a sudden headache." "Experienced," Harry suggested. "Perhaps it's due to the cold wind while rowing." Ron concurred, "Exactly. Just eat a bit more later, and you'll feel better." However, Neville felt it was not merely the cold wind, and eating more might be futile. It was the sting of his own scars, akin to being pricked by a needle. Fortunately, it lasted only a few seconds before dissipating. Naturally, he did not dispute his friend's concern. To be honest, the feeling of being cared for by friends was truly delightful. At that moment, Quirrell, with his head wrapped in a turban, had his back turned to Neville, seemingly conversing with someone. Ted chuckled to himself, thinking that he could probably only sleep on his side. Meanwhile, Snape stood with his arms crossed, his gaze hollow as he watched Harry laughing and chatting with his friends. Chapter 20. Singing the School Song? Ted took on the task. Following the sorting ceremony, it was time for the headmaster's address. If this were in the East, Ted would likely have to take a bite of his prepared beef jerky first. However, at Hogwarts, that was entirely unnecessary. "I shall say a few words," exclaimed Professor Dumbledore. "Fool," weeping, remnants twist. Hermione, eagerly anticipating the speech, glanced at Ted in confusion. Ted shrugged. After all, wizards often possess peculiar traits. Especially considering he was over a century old, one must show some understanding. Hermione's expression conveyed disbelief. "Are you serious?" Before the students could voice their questions, Dumbledore waved his hand, and a plethora of food appeared on the long dining table, stretching over several meters. There was an abundance of dishes and bowls in various sizes and colors, all overflowing. Next came the sumptuous feast: honey-glazed chicken legs, roast beef, roasted chicken, honey-glazed pork ribs, braised lamb chops, sausages, steaks, and towering piles of bacon. Pumpkin pies, apple pies, and meat pies alongside boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, mashed potatoes, and fries served with ketchup. Yorkshire pudding, boiled peas, boiled carrots, broth, pumpkin juice, orange juice, and even mince. Goodness, after 2 months in this world, this was the most extravagant meal Ted had ever encountered. Who says Britain lacks culinary delights? Hogwarts dares to compete. House elves are the best. He couldn't help but laugh. And the other young wizards joyfully joined in the revelry. Just look at Ron's eating habits. Wang He, who accompanied Li Yunlong to crash the birthday banquet of the Japanese, could certainly hold his own. If he were to venture into the realm of eating broadcasts, he could amass 1 million followers within 3 months, becoming a prominent internet celebrity. Just as everyone was reveling in the moment, Ron suddenly approached with a chicken leg in hand. "Ted, why are you using 2 little wands to eat?" Ron inquired, drawing the attention of friends and nearby students. "It's not what you think, it's chopsticks," Ted retorted. "As an Asian from the Celestial Empire, it's perfectly reasonable for me to carry a pair of chopsticks." In less than half an hour, the main course had been extravagantly presented and then vanished in an instant. Following that, an array of desserts appeared: ice cream, chocolate muffins, fruit jam, strawberries, jelly, rice pudding, and a towering millefeuille, all laid out on a grand table. How could children resist such sugary delights? Especially in Britain, where the sweet-toothed populace abounds. Despite having filled their stomachs to the brim, they still stuffed their faces with sweets, with only Ted and Hermione abstaining to a degree. Hermione, raised in a dental family, was particularly restrained when it came to sweets, while Ted had never had a penchant for sugary foods, having only indulged in a bit of ice cream and strawberries. As they were enjoying their treats, a sudden gasp erupted from the adjacent table, revealing a ghost emerging from beneath it. It was Nearly Headless Nick, the resident ghost of Gryffindor. When someone inquired why he was called Nearly Headless Nick, he obligingly tilted his head to display his nearly severed neck. Though translucent and milky white, the gruesome sight startled the onlookers. Hermione quickly shut her eyes, grimacing in discomfort and turning away. "Mr. Nick, I sympathize with your plight, but could you perhaps consider the feelings of those of us who are dining?" Ted suggested after swallowing a small strawberry. "Oh, my apologies. I assumed you would find it entertaining," he replied with a look of innocence. "Is this not a rather morbid spectacle? Who would actually enjoy such a display?" As the banquet drew to a close, the food vanished instantaneously, leaving the plates impeccably clean, more so than if they had been licked by a dog. Dumbledore rose once more to address the assembly, this time with greater seriousness and elaboration. New students should remember that the Forbidden Forest to the northeast is off-limits. Of course, upperclassmen should also be mindful. He cast a glance towards the Weasley twins, and anyone wishing to avoid pain and untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the third floor. So this was a warning meant to channel the curiosity of the newly admitted students, providing them with a tantalizing target. If you wish to deter them, simply seal off the corridor. True to form, as soon as he finished speaking, a wave of restlessness swept through the students, particularly among Gryffindor. A task was triggered. The corridor on the right side of the third floor, is it? Green. Given that your esteemed headmaster has made this so clear, it would be quite impolite not to investigate. Objective. Discover what lies hidden in the right corridor on the third floor. Reward. 200 experience, random card. Whatever the teachers prohibit, I must endeavor to explore. Ted was taken aback to find that a task awaited him. What a delightful surprise. Dumbledore, undeterred by the students' attitudes, continued. Furthermore, our administrator, Mr. Filch, reminds us that the use of magic in the corridors is strictly prohibited. Standing by the wall of the hall was the rather grumpy Filch, while at his feet, a cat appeared lively and charming. Dumbledore raised his wand towards the sky, and golden lyrics materialized in midair, each letter grandiose. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Bestow upon us knowledge, whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds are open to a plethora of intriguing ideas. A task was triggered. Come on, show them. Green. One extraordinary opportunity, Ted thought, to give them a performance. The goal was to sing the school song and leave a lasting impression on both students and teachers. The reward, 200 experience points and a random card. Everyone, align with me. I have an announcement to make. Ted's spirit soared. If you pull this off, I won't feel sleepy at all. Here, essay rendition of Hogwarts, a gift for you all. Thank you. Ted had already devised a plan. If this stunt failed to captivate them, he would whip out an instrument and perform a lively number with singing and dancing. If all else failed, he would shed his clothes and deliver a performance akin to New Treasure Island. He was determined to leave them deeply impressed. Today, I am certain of those 200 experience points. Not even Voldemort could take them from me. Fortunately, it was still the early 1990s, and everyone was utterly astonished by such avant-garde artistry. One could say it was truly a display of unmatched skill, as Ted sang with fervor. Even the Weasley twins ceased their mournful dirge, captivated by him. The entire audience was entranced, their mouths agape. Some even found their legs involuntarily swaying, as if under spell. Of course, many still felt this form of artistry was far too advanced for them, believing they might only come to terms with it in 30 years' time. Nevertheless, as long as he could complete the task, Ted was unfazed. He was ready to go all out. Hermione's eyes widened like saucers, her pupils shaking, her mouth slightly agape. Neville appeared utterly bewildered, as if petrified. Jerry's expression seemed to ask, "What is happening?" Ron exclaimed, "Who am I? Where am I? What is going on here?" Harry remarked, "I really don't understand you." Those afflicted with embarrassment must have imagined they were digging through the hall's floor with their toes. Yet, for Ted, it was of no concern. What? Shame? That's non-existent. I am a master of the mind, unyieldingly strong. I'm here for the experience, not for modesty. After a brief moment of suspended air, Dumbledore was the first to react, wiping away the moisture from his eyes, profoundly moved. He could hardly contain the tears that welled up at the touching display. The principal's tears seemed to trigger a switch, and suddenly, a thunderous applause surged forth like a tsunami, the students' hands turning red from clapping. Some Gryffindor students, feeling unsatisfied, even resorted to blowing rogue whistles. This incited the amused Professor McGonagall, who shot them an indignant glare, silencing them with just her gaze. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming embarrassment, akin to a parent witnessing their child commit an indiscretion in public, a sight particularly difficult to bear. The Weasley twins were equally astonished. George remarked, "I once believed that we were invincible, yet here stands someone even bolder. Whose student is this?" Freddie added, "Our house is in dire need of such talent." Chapter 21. Which card to choose? Students, I confirmed it with a glance. This one is a big shot. We cannot afford to provoke. Ravenclaw's common room is situated farther away than the other three houses, not near the main courtyard, but rather atop the astronomy tower, across a stone bridge. Whether it be a raven or an eagle, they must reside in lofty heights, which is only fitting. However, did the Ravenclaw common room truly need to be so elevated? It felt as though they had climbed countless flights of stairs, nearly losing their dinner in the process, only to finally arrive at the iconic bronze eagle door. Each of the 4 houses has its own guardian for the common room. Gryffindor S is a portrait requiring a password. Slytherin S is a magical door also demanding a password, and Hufflepuff S consists of a series of barrels that must be tapped in a specific rhythm. At the very top of Ravenclaw Tower, the first-year students stood breathlessly before an ancient wooden door, its surface polished by time, adorned with a massive bronze eagle clutching a large knocker. Frequently, even Ravenclaw students find themselves trapped before this door, as the eagle's riddles evolve with the times, perpetually updated. For centuries, the repository of questions has grown increasingly vast, encompassing everything from astronomy to brain teasers. Knock, 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 the knocker sounded. The bronze eagle's head turned. Surveying the group, ghosts or poltergeists, which has the longer lifespan. Ghosts, came a reply, for poltergeists have never truly lived. That is sound reasoning. With a click, the door opened. Ravenclaw's common room is an expansive circular chamber, adorned with blue and bronze silk draperies. Elegant, arched windows line the walls, offering students a view of the splendid scenery outside. The ceiling is a domed arch studded with stars, mirrored by the deep blue carpet below, which is also dotted with celestial motifs. The room is furnished with tables and chairs, bookshelves, and a niche opposite the door housing a white marble bust of Rowena Ravenclaw. The Eagle House, while intriguing, has not produced many remarkable figures throughout the 7 years of the original series. Ted had encountered a saying in his previous life. The house motto in its original form is "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Typically translated as exceptional wisdom is humanity's most precious asset. However, the crux of the matter is this. During the era when Shakespeare was lauded and enjoyed immense popularity, the term wit could also denote a man's endowment. Quite astonishing, isn't it? At this juncture, a novel version of the school motto emerges. Beyond measure can be interpreted as exceeding the bounds of measurement, subtly alluding to extraordinary length. The term "in" not only refers to humanity at large, but also commonly signifies males. Thus, upon re-examination and translation, the phrase can be articulated as, "An extraordinary endowment is a man's most treasured possession." Indeed, there is no fault in this assertion. A statement that seems profoundly philosophical conceals a whimsical nuance. This truly embodies the spirit of Ravenclaw. Ted could not contain his amusement and burst into laughter. Hermione, seated beside him, inquired what is so funny. Such humor is certainly not something to be shared with her. Thus, Ted deftly diverted the conversation. "I was simply reminded of something delightful. By the way, how much do you know about Madame Ravenclaw?" The strategy to engage Hermione was to introduce knowledge-based topics to shift the discourse, either sharing something she was unaware of or inquiring about matters within her expertise. Presently, she began to expound at length on the information she possessed regarding Madame Ravenclaw. After a long day of exertion, fatigue set in, and the hour grew late. Fortunately, the Ravenclaw dormitory was situated in a tower, unlike Slytherin and Hufflepuff, which resided in the basement, thus immediately experiencing the chill of the Scottish Highlands. This year, Ravenclaw boasted 9 students, with 4 boys naturally sharing a dormitory. Within the chamber, 4 four-poster beds were adorned with canopies or mosquito nets. Each bed bore a nameplate, designating the young wizards, and their belongings were neatly stowed beneath the beds after a brief inspection. Among them was Ansu, who also occupied the dormitory. Though Hogwarts provided an Ollery, crows and owls are notoriously incompatible, and Ansu would certainly not linger in such a place. At that moment, it was playfully swinging from the curtains, entertaining itself with a glass bead Ted had given it. The Corvids are particularly fond of such shiny trinkets. "What are you staring at?" it suddenly exclaimed to a boy who had been observing it, startling him. "Why, you can talk, can't you?" Ansu responded with effortless ease, engaging the boy in conversation. Upon his entrance, the roommates quickly extended their greetings. "Oh, hello, I'm Anthony Goldstein. I'm Michael Corner. Terry Boot," he added, the latter having just conversed with Ansu. Though these 3 roommates did not shine in the original narrative, they seem to have survived, which speaks to the wisdom of the Eagle House in understanding the principles of self-preservation. "Greetings, I am Ted Epiphany," Ted introduced himself. "Yes, we're all aware. The school song was rather splendid." Clearly, Ted had made quite an impression. After a brief wash-up, Ted fashioned a cozy nest for Ansu from an old shirt, drew the curtains, and retired to bed. Wizards may employ advanced magic for personal hygiene, but mastery of such skills requires great proficiency. A careless attempt might lead to unintended consequences, such as complete hair removal. Moreover, neglecting to wash his face or brush his teeth, even when feeling clean, left Ted with an odd sensation. Though weary, he lay in bed with his eyes wide open, contemplating the system in his mind as he claimed his quest rewards. Magical World. Green. Reward. Choose one from 3 cards. 3 cards materialized in his mind. The first card depicted a shattered card radiating blue light, with the phrase 1000 EXP beside it. Experience card blue. Experience card. Usage. Gain 1000 experience. One-time use. Directly acquire 1000 experience, sufficient for leveling up, straightforward and effective. The second card illustrated a human brain emanating light with spell level 1 inscribed above it. Spell proficiency blue. Spell card. Usage. Level 1 spell, last 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Given Ted's current spell level of only 1, utilizing this card would effectively double his spellcasting prowess for a brief period. The third card portrayed a raven's claw grasping a luminous lady's crown, with the inscriptions 2 intelligence, 1 spirit. Ravenclaw's wisdom blue. Spell card. Grants 2 intelligence, 1 spirit. Lasting 1 hour. Cooldown, 12 hours. This card provides an intelligence-boosting buff, akin to an enhancement potion. It may be used a maximum of twice a day. Without further ado, he opted for the longest duration. While experience is valuable, it can be accumulated gradually. A level 1 spell is indeed excellent, but selecting Ravenclaw's wisdom blue would yield a lasting enhancement to his learning capacity, representing the most prudent choice for long-term development. Additionally, the quest, Magical World, green, awarded 500 experience and level 1 magical power. The quest, Come On, Show It green, granted 200 experience and a choice of 1 card from 3. The first card illustrated a mouth silently mouthing something. Phantasmal Sound green, Psychic card, consumes a minuscule amount of psychic energy to create a sound nearby. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Magical Figurine, Eastern Dance Maiden green, item card, summons your magical figurine, the Eastern Dance Maiden, to perform for you, lasting 10 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours. Note, only palm-sized. Please refrain from your illusions. The third card depicted a red and white short flute, emitting musical notes, with numerous individuals dancing beside it. Mysterious Dance Flute green. Item card. Playing the Mysterious Dance Flute will entice surrounding creatures to dance along with the music. After consideration, Ted chose Mysterious Dance Flute green. Phantasmal Sound is commendable, yet magic can achieve similar results. Although a moving figurine is delightful, what if it is perceived as merely a product of the otaku culture? Despite being one himself, the flute's ability to compel others to dance merely by playing it seemed far more reliable. Currently, Ted's attributes are as follows. Ted Epiphany. Level 1 Wizard. Level 1 Psychic. Experience pool, 1162. Attributes. Average attributes of an ordinary adult muggle are 5. Strength, 3. Constitution, 3. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 6. Perception, 7. Spirit, 9. Charm, 7. Luck. Common people are at 0, fluctuating between positive and negative based on circumstances. Talent. Otherworldly knowledge goal. Skills. Magic level 2. Magical resistance level 1. Spellcasting level 1. Telepathy level 1. Mental resistance level 2. Prophecy level 1. Magic. Luminescence spell level 1. Cleansing spell level 1. Repair spell level 1. Water creation spell level 1. Tidying spell level 1. Bubblehead spell level 1. Psychic abilities. Identification. Memory Palace. Spirit Crystal Servant. Not yet summoned. Reading. Affection. Conceal thoughts. Cards. Energy Restoration green. Wild Boar Bomb green. Ravenclaw's Wisdom blue. Mysterious Dance Flute green. Quests. Once and again, let's go. Green. Explore Hogwarts Red. Is the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor? Green. Now, that magic power is at level 2. I can distinctly feel the vitality of magic within me becoming more robust and lively. With the energy restoration, green, and Ravenclaw's wisdom, blue, I will experience an all-encompassing enhancement in both physical prowess and mental acuity, ultimately becoming the most formidable scholar. I shall outshine them all. Ha ha ha. Satisfied, Ted closed the character interface and drifted into a peaceful slumber, determined not to carry fatigue and stress into the following day. The doctors at St. Mungo's have declared me in excellent health. Chapter 22. Transfiguration Class. I shall conquer it. The next day, while the sun struggled to rise above the horizon, Ted's meticulously cultivated biological clock awakened him. His roommates remained in deep slumber as Ted quietly dressed and washed up, only to have Ansu nestled in its cozy nook. open its eyes momentarily before burying its beak beneath its wings once more. After completing his morning routine, Ted performed a brief check of his backpack. All his writing materials and textbooks were accounted for, and he waved at Ansu. Ansu unfurled its wings and fluttered onto Ted's shoulder, just as it was about to speak. Ted silenced it with a gesture. Pointing at their still dreaming roommates, Ansu tilted its head in understanding. After about an hour, at 7:30, Hermione descended the stairs with her bag, making her way to the common room. The previous evening, she and Ted had agreed to meet in the common room that morning. At a desk against the wall, she spotted Ted engrossed in a book titled Fundamentals of Magical Theory, diligently taking notes. Ansu quietly perched on the windowsill, observing the scenery, and upon seeing Hermione, greeted her, "Hermione, Hermione." "Good morning, Ansu." "Good morning, Ted." "Morning," Ted replied with a wave, beginning to gather his belongings. True to Ravenclaw's reputation, in addition to Ted, 3 or 4 other students were also studying at that hour. Hermione could not help but chastise herself. How could I be so lax on the very first day of school? Had she known that Ted was the first to arrive in the common room and had already skimmed through the book in his hands during the early hours, her regret would surely have deepened. Time was of the essence, leaving no opportunity for Hermione to make up for lost time. The two set off together toward the dining hall, which also served as the cafeteria. As one traverses the corridors of the ancient castle, the countless time-worn stones seem to encapsulate the essence of time itself. Surrounding murals, statues, and suits of armor exude a palpable sense of history, as if one were walking through a medieval epoch that has suspended itself in time. The figures of men and beasts within the portraits appear animated, each engaged in their own pursuits. The armors subtly adjust their stances, and some even seem to relocate on their own accord. Descending from the tower, the two individuals arrive at a stone bridge, entering the main complex of towers. Observing the ever-shifting staircase above, Hermione cannot help but frown slightly. A twinge of discomfort crosses her face as she glances at Ted, recalling the book's assertion that first years often become lost for various reasons, leading to tardiness. Ted nods in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of familiarizing themselves with the route as their primary objective in the near future. They may even need to allocate considerable time to locate their classrooms. It is commonly said that the paths of Hogwarts are labyrinthine, and indeed they are. This castle was constructed a millennium ago, during a time when wizards and muggles had yet to be segregated, resulting in considerable conflict between the two. Thus, the castle boasts formidable defensive attributes, with its intricate pathways serving to enhance its security. Fortunately, Ted possesses a commendable sense of direction, and since taking on a role of a mind mage, he has made significant strides in memory retention. Consequently, he effortlessly guides Hermione to the Great Hall. At this moment, the 4 long tables are devoid of any occupants, and they find themselves as the first 2 arrivals. Without exchanging words, they take their seats and commence their studies. Engaging in learning alongside another individual amplifies the efficacy of their efforts. After approximately 20 minutes, students begin to trickle in, predominantly upperclassmen, as first years are still grappling with the complexities of the castle's layout and would likely need some time to navigate their way. It is Penelope, the head girl from the previous day, who notices Ted and Hermione diligently studying at the long table, a smile gracing her face. For Ravenclaw, the pursuit of knowledge is undoubtedly the highest virtue. She approaches them, placing a piece of parchment on the table, and, with a flick of her wand, utters the incantation, duplicate. With a swift repetition, 2 copies materialize. This is the first-year timetable. You will need to transcribe it yourself, as the products of the duplication spell are ephemeral, she explains. "Thank you," Ted replies graciously. Hermione promptly picks up the timetable to examine it. Penelope nods. "It is my duty, no need for gratitude." As Ted reviews the timetable, he discovers not only the weekly course schedule for first years, but also the allocated times. For instance, breakfast is served from 8 to 10 o'clock, allowing students without morning classes to enjoy a leisurely wake-up. Dinner is from 16 to 1900 hours, resembling a buffet with an extended serving time. Moreover, many Fridays are devoid of classes, granting students an additional half-day of freedom. The curfew for younger students is set at 2100 hours, while older students may remain out until 2200 hours. Hogwarts does not stipulate a specific lights-out time, yet students are prohibited from leaving the common room after curfew. Otherwise, it is categorized as wandering at night, resulting in point deductions and detention if caught. Students are encouraged to participate in clubs and activities such as Quidditch training, and teachers may arrange for makeup classes as necessary. By the 3rd grade, the elective system is in place. The top students can enroll in all 12 subjects, while the more laid-back ones can easily manage the required courses, such as Transfiguration, charms, potions, herbology, and the history of magic. Soon enough, their companions arrived, as they were all from Gryffindor and thus came as a group. However, they did not appear particularly composed, resembling a band of deserters. Before either could inquire, Harry had already begun to voice her complaints. Damn it. I've heard from Sirius that the stairs in this school are the most cunning, and we nearly ended up in the basement. Ron, adjusting his misaligned wizarding robe, grimaced. If it weren't for you claiming you knew the way, we wouldn't have ended up downstairs. Are you blaming me? Harry narrowed her eyes at him. Ron felt a chill run down his spine and immediately fell silent. Jerry quickly intervened, but we arrived now. Haven't we? That's what matters. Speaking of which, those stairs are quite mischievous, aren't they, Neville? Neville nodded vigorously. Yes, very mischievous. The school stairs are quite unruly. They don't just move around constantly, but sometimes they disappear altogether. That certainly poses a problem. Some parents might wonder, what if a student steps into thin air and falls? Fear not, Hogwarts is well equipped. Complete with a hospital wing, no one will perish. By the time the four arrived, the feast had already commenced. The table was set with cups, plates, and dishes. Everyone, feeling famished, quickly took their seats. Jerry called out, "Pass me the pie. Please, thank you." Ron stated, "I want a chicken leg and another one." Anso asked, "Give me some fries." Neville was already digging in, while Harry was distracted, glancing around. Soon enough, she acquired the class schedule from other Gryffindors. Jerry inquired, "What classes do we have?" "Transfiguration, a 2-hour class." "Professor McGonagall's class?" "We must arrive early then," Ron replied, his mouth full of chicken leg, yet managing to speak clearly, a possible gift. This is akin to the core subjects of mathematics, language, and foreign languages. It is likely that the core classes are more abundant in the lower grades, and, as the years progress, with the introduction of electives, there will be less of them, leaning more towards self-study and additional subjects like Muggle studies. With such a workload across 7 grades, one can only foresee the professors succumbing to exhaustion. As the group continued to examine which classes would be taken together, a sudden loud bang interrupted them from behind. Hermione, who had been discussing the schedule with Ted, jumped in surprise. They turned to see Neville's roommate, the explosive genius Seamus, covered in soot, brandishing his wand with smoke rising from his head. He had attempted to demonstrate a spell he'd secretly learned at home to turn juice into wine, but the cup had exploded, leaving him blackened. The Great Hall was filled with a lively atmosphere. Chapter 23. Ravenclaw loses 5 points. At that moment, several owls swooped into the Great Hall, dozens of them fluttering about, which greatly displeased Ansel. Crows and owls often squabble over territory in the wild. A white snowy owl landed gracefully before Harry, extending its leg to indicate she should take the letter. "Thank you, Hedwig," Harry said cheerfully as she unfastened the letter. Hedwig. Harry's owl remains a snowy owl, still bearing the name Hedwig. Is this the inertia of fate? She opened the letter and skimmed through it, shrugging her shoulders. It was a note from Sirius, expressing concern about her adjustment at school. Am I really that fragile? I'm perfectly accustomed to it. Just then, a fellow student suddenly exclaimed, "Goodness! Is someone actually trying to rob Gringotts?" As he lost his mind, it turned out to be a report from the Daily Prophet, stating that Gringotts had been robbed. A dark wizard had infiltrated the underground vault, yet the goblins insisted that the thief had stolen nothing and had nearly been captured. Nonetheless, they ultimately failed to apprehend the burglar, sparking considerable discussion. Ted felt a flicker of realization. Ah, is it that stone? That hasn't changed. Nevertheless, he deemed it best to focus on magic and mind his own business. Then a thought crossed his mind. I knew it. The goblins are merely posturing. What a farce. Meanwhile, Neville's owl delivered a package, revealing a peculiar crystal ball upon opening it. This was a memory ball. If red smoke emerged, it indicated he had forgotten something significant. As Neville spoke, the ball turned crimson. His expression turned troubled as he stammered. I can't remember what I've forgotten. Jerry remarked, "This thing is rather pointless." Ron nodded vigorously in agreement. Ted patted his shoulder and suggested, "I recommend you carry a small notebook with you to jot down important matters. The next time this ball turns red, you can refer to it and see what you've forgotten." There's an old saying in the Eastern realms, "A good memory is not as reliable as a diligent quill." He added, "You could attach the notebook to a chain, lest you leave it behind somewhere." Upon hearing this, Neville displayed a look of astonishment, murmuring after several seconds, "Goodness, Ted, what a brilliant idea." Laughter erupted among the group. Breakfast concluded amidst joviality, and they set off in search of the Transfiguration classroom, primarily relying on inquiries from older students and portraits. Ted, at this moment, remained silent. Yet within, he resolved to seize a rare opportunity that defied his ancestors, to pet the cat. The Transfiguration classroom was located on the second floor, and they found it without much difficulty. The 6 of them arrived early, with no one else present in the room yet. At that moment, they noticed a silver tabby British shorthair lounging on the podium. Ted was certainly familiar with it, but feigned ignorance. He dashed forward with remarkable speed, capturing the cat in his arms before it could evade him. The tabby cat, taken aback, seemed to exclaim, "You again?" However, an odd sensation suddenly surged within him, an indescribable exhilaration that he could not suppress. He found himself irresistibly rubbing against the cat. Ted exclaimed, "It's catnip. I've used catnip." Ted had a mission. Once more, pet her. This task required him to pet Professor McGonagall in her animagus form once again. The difficulty of this task was immense, as it could be said that aside from this singular opportunity at hand, future chances would be scarce. Why was that so? Firstly, Professor McGonagall typically refrains from appearing in her animagus form, except during the inaugural lesson for new students, where she aims to establish authority and pique their curiosity regarding transfiguration. It is only during this initial class, under the pretext of ignorance, that Ted dares to take a risk. If necessary, he muses, "Let them punish me. My task is already set in motion. Even Dumbledore would not be able to thwart me." Ted even pressed his paw, and indeed his feline claws emerged. This was not merely superficial. His physiological structure had genuinely transformed into that of a cat. Remarkable. An animagus, indeed, exemplifies the pinnacle of transfiguration. Ding task can be repeated. Pet her. Green. Completed. Reward. 250 experience. Level 1 Transfiguration. Ted felt a sense of relief, relaxing his grip as the mesmerized tabby cat suddenly regained its senses, struggling fiercely to escape the gentleman's embrace and darting out the door in a flash, vanishing from sight. Ansu, too, in a fit of excitement, cawed and chased after it. Should Professor McGonagall become infuriated and turn you into a teapot, I will be powerless to intercede, lest I find myself transformed into a doormat for students to tread upon. The few students who had just entered were puzzled. Where did that cat come from? It ran so swiftly. Is it Professor McGonagall's pet? She suspected this mischievous boy acted with intent, yet lacked proof. He had a history. But how could one impose punishment for such a matter? For petting Professor McGonagall, would he face 2 months of detention? Such a notion was unthinkable. As all the students gathered, the bell for class rang, and Professor McGonagall entered the classroom with a stern expression. She fixed her gaze upon Ted, who, feeling guilty, could only muster a sheepish grin. Then she spoke. Failure to adhere to classroom discipline, with such a cheeky demeanor, results in a deduction of 5 points for Ravenclaw. Many students were left bewildered. What just happened? Ding task triggered. A student's journey is incomplete without point deductions. Blue. Years later, teachers may forget those students with exemplary grades. Yet the mischievous ones remain vividly etched in memory. Must your academic life be so uneventful? Absolutely not. Objective. Deduct 100 points for Ravenclaw during the first academic year. Progress. 5,100. Reward. 300 experience. Random card. The students recalled the dread instilled by Professor McGonagall. Simply glancing at her could lead to a 5-point deduction. Ted was taken aback. Does smiling also incur penalties? Moreover, could this trigger a task? What sort of bizarre task is this? Is it designed to alienate me? Harry, Hermione, and the others were equally astonished. Why the deduction? Could that cat truly belong to Professor McGonagall? Having had her initial display of authority undermined by Ted, it was certainly not the time for her to transform into a cat. Thus, she resorted to transfiguring the desk into a wild boar, which then charged around the classroom. Amidst the astonished gazes of the students, Professor McGonagall tapped her wand against the desk. Transfiguration is the most perilous subject you will encounter in your first year, and therefore, I expect no disruptions during class. Should such behavior occur, I will ask you to leave and impose detention until graduation. I hope you take this to heart. After she finished speaking, she turned her gaze toward Ted, as if he were the one about to be sent out for detention. Harry, Jerry, Ron, and Hermione looked at Ted, their faces conveying the message. You're doomed. Only Neville remained oblivious to Professor McGonagall's ominous intent, straightening his back in concern of being dismissed. McGonagall waved her hand, saying, "Behold this." A teacup with a mouse's tail floated over under a glass dome. This cup, a permanent reminder of a second-year student's blunder from 20 years ago, served as a cautionary tale for those who failed to grasp the complexities and dangers of transfiguration. I imagine none of you wish to sprout something peculiar on your person, do you? The students nodded vigorously, a chill running down their spines. Only Jerry remained unperturbed. After all, he had a tale himself. Now, turn to the first page of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Today we shall discuss the fundamental principles of transfiguration. At that moment, a chime rang out. Task triggered. Transfiguration, white. Transfiguration is a crucial domain within the magical arts, one that had previously been approached with trepidation due to its intricate nature. Now, under the guidance of a renowned instructor, it was time to engage earnestly in both study and practice. Objective: successfully perform a transfiguration during this lesson. Reward: 150 experience points. Blink, and a hen turns into a duck. This is a serious task. It is my first encounter with a white tier task. To be honest, Ted felt a bit of pressure. Although he had just been awarded level 1 transfiguration, he had never attempted it before, leaving him uncertain. He could only give it his all. Ted quickly adopted a serious demeanor, retrieving his pen and notebook to meticulously record Professor McGonagall's various points regarding transfiguration. While the magical community typically utilized quills, Ted was not accustomed to writing with one, preferring this tool for its speed. He would need to devise a way to make the pen write automatically. But how could he do so without infringing upon Ministry of Magic laws? If only he could make a keyboard move on its own. Ding. You have attentively listened to Professor McGonagall's explanation and gained a deeper understanding of transfiguration. You have earned 35 experience points. Experience points for paying attention in class? It turns out that being engaged in the lesson also yields rewards. How delightful. After half an hour of theoretical instruction, Professor McGonagall began assigning tasks, instructing the young wizards to attempt transforming matches into needles. Chapter 24. And you, my friend, are indeed a true warrior. Each student was handed a match, and they began their attempts. The young wizards struggled to control their magical abilities, often to the point of having little to no mastery. Even spells that were cast with incantations proved troublesome, let alone transfiguration, which relied solely on will and imagination. Most students waved their wands at the matches, but the matches remained obstinately unresponsive. A few students managed to provoke some changes in their matches, but that was far more perilous. With a faint yet alarming pop, a match ignited in a minor explosion, courtesy of Simon, instantly turning to ash. The flash and sound startled Ansu, who had been on the verge of dozing off. "Gah, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Ted hastily waved Ansu away to avoid being caught by Professor McGonagall and silenced. He had an inkling that Seamus possessed latent potential for pyromancy. Hermione glanced at Seamus and his singed hair, acknowledging Professor McGonagall's assertion that transfiguration was indeed perilous. Ted mused that perhaps it was the individuals who posed the danger. Through relentless attempts, the students with commendable talents began to show signs of progress. Ted exhibited a slight edge over Hermione. His attempts to transfigure a matchstick were more vigorous and prolonged, exhibiting a tendency to elongate and narrow, yet he ultimately failed. Professor McGonagall moved among the students, urging them to concentrate, control their magical energy, and envision the essence of a needle. The crux of magic lay in one's magical capacity and willpower. The nuances of focusing one's intent in transfiguration required the students to grasp through repeated endeavors. As the class neared its conclusion, Ted finally succeeded in elongating the matchstick, transforming it into a wooden toothpick. This achievement marked Ted's attainment of Transfiguration Level 1 through task rewards. Ding, task completed. Transfiguration, white. Reward, 150 experience. Professor McGonagall inspected the wooden toothpick, then regarded Ted, waiting until he presented an obedient demeanor before she spoke. "Well done." Ravenclaw gains 5 points. Internally, Professor McGonagall nodded, pleased that her lesson had not been in vain. She then glanced at Hermione's matchstick, which had transformed into a pointy wooden peg. Ravenclaw gains 2 points. Ding, task triggered. Model student blue. It is the duty and responsibility of every student to compete for the house cup for their respective houses. Strive diligently. Objective: earn 100 points for Ravenclaw in the first year. Progress: 5,100. Reward: 300 experience. Random card. I'm a model student. I am Ted Epiphany. Remarkably, 100 points. Do you perceive me as a savior for Gryffindor? Points are added and deducted. I feel as though I am experiencing a split personality until the class concluded. Apart from the two of them, the other students' matchsticks exhibited little to no consistent transformation. This was significantly more challenging than the original narrative, where Hermione seemed to have succeeded. As Professor McGonagall stated, transfiguration is a complex art, not one that can be mastered in a single day. The circumstances of Ted and Hermione already indicated their considerable aptitude for this subject. As for the other students, they would need further study and practice. Before the class ended, McGonagall assigned 8 inches of homework. The morning session concluded after 2 hours of wand-waving that left their arms weary. Ron, with a disgruntled expression, grumbled while packing his belongings. "I suspect my matchstick is defective. It hasn't changed at all." Harry shrugged. "Mine merely turned over." Jerry chimed in. My matchsticks are rolling all over the table. It seems that if they roll too slowly, they might catch fire. Neville remained silent, as throughout the lesson. His matchstick lay as still as a rock. After the morning classes, the group proceeded to the Great Hall for lunch. The transparency of the ceiling provided splendid illumination, resembling a picnic ambience. While waiting for their meals, Hermione continued to pore over her Transfiguration textbook, appearing determined to excel beyond all expectations. Ron and Jerry shivered as they edged away. Ron remarked, "Her diligence frightens me." Hermione cast him a glance before continuing to observe. Jerry looked at Neville, his expression one of mock despair, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I am about to be overwhelmed." Ted, witnessing this, reluctantly put away his notebook and advised, "One must focus diligently while studying and eat with intent during meals. It is essential to do the right thing at the right time." Ron echoed fervently, "Indeed, focus while studying and eat with intent during meals." "Very well," Hermione declared as she set down her textbook and picked up her knife and fork. Harry quipped, "The top students heed only the counsel of those even more accomplished." Hermione's penchant for lecturing was nipped in the bud by Ted before it could escalate. The lunch spread was quite lavish. Though it lacked the exuberance of the opening feast, there was still an ample assortment of pies, pork, beef, lamb, chicken, sausages, bread, and hearty vegetable soup. As they were enjoying their meal, two figures approached, red-haired twins who looked remarkably alike, the Weasley brothers. They positioned themselves on either side of Ted, resembling a pair of guardians. "Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am George, and this is Fred. I see you're the Iron Leg, and he is the Steelhead." Ted set down his chopsticks and extended his hands, intertwining them with theirs. "Greetings, I am Ted. My dear friend, I heard you encountered Professor McGonagall in her feline form?" George whispered conspiratorially, akin to spies in the shadows. The group paused, and Harry inquired, "Professor McGonagall transformed into a cat?" Fred nodded. "Indeed, Professor McGonagall is an animagus. She can transform into a cat." George continued, "A silver-striped British Shorthair. And when she leaps down from the podium, all the students are left in awe." Fred animatedly added, "That S. McGonagall's way of establishing authority over each new cohort. We were all utterly astonished back then." The two exchanged a knowing glance, one placing a hand on Ted's shoulder, both declaring in unison, "And you, my friend, are a true warrior." At 1 o'clock, they attended the Charms class, which was shared by the Ravenclaw and Slytherin houses. The timetable seemed designed to facilitate interactions among the four houses, ensuring that students from each would share several classes throughout the week. The Charms classroom, located on the 4th floor, was a tiered space cluttered with numerous books, giving it a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. The professor of Charms was Phileas Flitwick, a diminutive figure suspected of having fairy ancestry, the head of Ravenclaw House, and a master of numerous spells. It was rumored that he had once won a dueling championship in his youth. Given his stature, he held a significant advantage in evading being targeted. Professor Flitwick was amiable and engaging. During roll call, upon reaching Neville's name, he became overly excited and tumbled from the stack of books beneath him. Wizards' understanding of magic often appeared superficial, highly subjective, or varied among individuals. Nevertheless, they maintained a unified comprehension of the fundamental principles. Magic consists of magical power and intent. Magical power serves as the thread, while intent acts as the loom. Only through their combination can magic be woven. Whether it be wands, wand gestures, or incantations, all serve to aid wizards in channeling magical energy and focusing their minds. Some adept and seasoned wizards, in accordance with their desires, or perhaps inadvertently, have devised spells with specific effects, subsequently discovering the appropriate incantations and gestures to harness their magic. Other wizards then emulate these practices, learning by example. In the inaugural lesson on spells, the focus was on the Lumos charm. Professor Flitwick inquired, "Who knows the incantation for the Lumos charm?" Ted raised his hand, exclaiming, "Lumos." "Excellent. The pronunciation is impeccable." 2 points to Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick praised. A notification chimed, indicating a task was triggered. Good student, blue. It would be rather embarrassing if no one raised their hand when the teacher posed a question. One must always support the endeavor. Progress, 1100. Reward, 500 experience points. Random card. Congratulations, you have mastered the art of eager response. At that moment, Ted cast a sidelong glance at his sole rival, Hermione. Chapter 25, Experience Acquisition, Steady Gains. A notification rang. You have attentively absorbed Professor Flitwick's explanation, gaining a deeper understanding of the Lumos charm. You have earned 25 experience points. Your experience pool has also gained 25 experience points. Lumos White, LV1, 38,200. Ted had previously self-taught this charm. Aside from the 25 experience points earned in class, The additional 13 points stem from his own practice and usage. Magic, influenced not only by the skill and level of the spell, but also by the wizard's own proficiency, possesses its own levels, signifying one's mastery and familiarity with the spell. Some individuals, particularly adept and fond of a certain magic, may elevate that spell to remarkable heights. On the very first day Ted acquired his wand, he self-studied this charm. Thus he was able to execute it effortlessly. Professor Flitwick, naturally generous towards his own students, remarked, "Well done, Mr. Epiphany. What a splendid glow." 5 points to Ravenclaw. Ted thought, "The headmaster is magnanimous." Shortly thereafter, Hermione also cast the Lumos charm. Although her light was not as intense or stable as Ted's, it was undoubtedly satisfactory. "Well done, Miss Granger." 2 more points for Ravenclaw. Hermione puffed her cheeks in indignation. "Why only 2 points for me?" Ted replied, "My apologies, Hermione. Next year, all points shall be yours." Nearby, the Slytherins were noticeably displeased, silently grumbling about Professor Flitwick's favoritism towards his own students. The greenhouses, abundant with magical plants and herbs, were overseen by Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House and herbology instructor. Professor Sprout was a short, plump witch, her wizarding hat and robes quite worn and dusty, seemingly absorbed in her studies of herbology, without much concern for her outward appearance. She was exceedingly amiable and friendly, delivering her lessons with great skill and enthusiasm. The presence of vibrant, living plants in the greenhouse rendered the classroom exceptionally engaging. With points awarded for participation in tasks at hand, hope for achievement was palpable. After classes concluded in the afternoon, most first-year students ventured to the library after dinner. After all, it is a rarity for students to refrain from homework on the very first day of term. Thus, one must seek out resources and gather ample theoretical knowledge for their assignments. However, for Ted, this was not a dilemma. He often did not need to consult any materials and could simply write with ease. It was quite convenient for him to meet word counts. After all, this was a scholarly pursuit. Nevertheless, the Hogwarts Library was an indispensable destination. A significant portion of Hogwarts' value lay within its vast collection. It housed the most extensive and comprehensive collection of magical tomes in all of Great Britain, in addition to centuries of accumulated knowledge. It also boasted donations from distinguished alumni across various fields. No family or organization could possibly amass as many magical books as one could find here. While his peers were still grappling with their assignments, Ted had already completed his in a matter of minutes. Ding! You have diligently completed the professor's assigned homework and gained insight. 15 experience points. With today's lecture experience included, he had amassed a total of 75 points, a remarkable achievement. Ted then casually picked up a book on the theory of transfiguration. Ding! Task activated. The ladder of wizarding progress, blue. In this grandest library of Great Britain, you are akin to a mouse that has fallen into a grain bin. What are you waiting for? Read it. Objective: read 100 books from the library's collection. Reward: 400 experience points and the card, Strengthening Manual, blue. One must cultivate both mind and body. A wizard requires profound knowledge and a robust physique. How delightful. Ted held the book, an in-depth explanation of Gamp's basic laws of transfiguration, in his hands, unable to suppress a grin. If this task were to be undertaken by someone else, it would take them at least 2 or 3 years to complete. However, for him, it was almost effortless. He could read a book in mere minutes. As for whether he understood the material, that could be explored gradually. After all, the task did not require mastery. His companions were taken aback by the peculiar smile on Ted's face. Ron nudged Jerry. "Say, look at Ted." Jerry turned to see Ted, laughing uncontrollably. Neville gasped in admiration, exclaiming, "No wonder Ted is so impressive. Look how much he loves reading." Hermione bit her lip, thinking, "I must strive even harder." Ted began to scan the book, not merely reading, but sweeping through it. His eyes moved with the precision of an electronic scanner, and his hands turned the pages without pause. The entire world around him seemed to fade away, leaving only the book and its text in his focus. His intense concentration was palpable, as if he were merely a shell, wholly immersed in the written word. Not only were his friends astonished, but even Madame Pants, the librarian, furrowed her brow upon approaching him. "My dear student, that is not how one reads a book." His companions were left in awe. Is this what it means to be a genius with such an extraordinary memory? All of them had arrived on the same train. Yet the disparity in talent was staggering. Ron had long since relinquished any thoughts of comparison, having never excelled beyond his peers in all these years. He gazed at the parchment filled with Ted's neat handwriting, and a surge of desire welled up within him. "Ted, Ted," he called, his voice tinged with admiration. Jerry and Harry also looked at him with admiration. Ted, however, paid them no mind and simply pushed his assignment toward them, urging, "Do not disturb me. I have a task to complete." Ted had committed to memory the 4 or 5 books he had at hand, reasoning that a gradual approach would prove more beneficial rather than being excessively extreme. After all, the toll on one's mental faculties could be quite substantial. It was unrealistic to expect oneself to devour 100 books in one sitting. Spreading the endeavor over several weeks seemed far more sensible. Observing his companions still engrossed in their assignments, he rose and began to wander through the library. The vastness of the Hogwarts library was astounding, spanning 2 floors and occupying an area of 2 to 3,000 square meters. Countless towering bookshelves stretched from the ground up to the 5-meter-high ceiling, with many tomes requiring the use of a ladder to reach. Unbeknownst to him, Ted meandered aimlessly to the depths of the library, where he encountered a restricted section encircled by black ropes and warning signs, containing a dozen rows of forbidden books. He sensed a chaotic and immense surge of magical energy emanating from this area. Many of the books here were imbued with enchantments. This was a treasure trove within a treasure trove. A notification alerted him. Task activated. The forbidden books are the essence of a library. The restricted section at Hogwarts housed exceedingly rare and perilous magical texts, encompassing ancient spells and extremely dangerous forbidden knowledge spanning hundreds to thousands of years. This was not to be overlooked. Objective: read 10 works from the restricted section. Reward: 800 experience points, level 1 dark arts, and a random card. The restricted section? It was said that reading forbidden tomes by the fireside on a snowy night was a beautiful endeavor. Ted cast a distant glance at Madame Pants, and then turned away from the restricted area. It was not the right time. Indeed, it was far from the right time. Ted had already contemplated a situation before the term commenced. He was not the boy who had miraculously survived disaster, the savior of the British wizarding world. His margin for error was rather slim. The primary task of his first year was to build a foundation, to learn the knowledge permitted by the school, and to genuinely step into the magical realm, rather than engaging in reckless escapades such as nighttime wanderings, surreptitiously reading forbidden texts, or trespassing into the forbidden forest, which would be tantamount to courting disaster. Even if there were tasks to undertake, he could not afford to rush into them. His current mission was to learn magic, and only once he had established a solid grounding could he contemplate other pursuits. Although he had read novels in his previous life where protagonists indulged in various antics during their first year, he was now truly living in this world. Did he genuinely believe that Hogwarts would not expel students? Chapter 26. Snape's Responses. The following morning, Ted rose half an hour earlier. The system was correct. Wizards must not only master magic and possess vast knowledge, but also maintain physical strength. In a critical moment, one should be able to wield a staff like Gandalf, striking down enemies with ease. Thus, Ted had informed Hermione the previous day that he would meet her in the Great Hall for breakfast. He intended to rise early for a run. Initially, he planned to jog around the Black Lake. However, upon standing at the lake's edge, he quietly abandoned that notion. Goodness, it would be akin to letting an owl soar around. If he were to run a lap, he would likely miss lunch. A single lap would surely span over 10 kilometers, potentially amounting to a half marathon. After running for 20 minutes, Ted, panting heavily, decided to refresh himself. His 11-year-old body was still rather frail, and it was clear he needed to enhance his physical training. Nevertheless, he deemed his endeavors fruitful, acquiring 3 points of experience in running, which, albeit modest, was better than nothing. Primarily, he discovered a novel form of mental fortitude to invigorate his spirit. Those who engage in long-distance running are well aware that oftentimes, the body has not reached its limits, yet the mind perceives it to have done so. Ted unearthed a means to harness this mental prowess to inspire his mind, thereby transcending the invisible constraints it imposed upon his body. Of course, this ability harbors its own perils and should not be employed recklessly. Excessive mental stimulation may lead to the neglect of bodily signals, should the body truly approach its limits. The dissolution of mental constraints could result in dire consequences. The following day heralded the curse lesson, encompassing the history of magic and herbology. The history of magic class yielded no insights, primarily due to Professor Spin's lackadaisical approach. He seemed to merely coast through the lesson. He entered without acknowledging anyone, diving straight into reciting the text. There were no questions posed, and naturally, no points awarded. The prospect of extracting any advantage from him was utterly hopeless. Had Ted encountered such a teacher during his university days, he would have found him amusing. Yet now, he felt quite the opposite. The potion class took place in the basement, and it was unclear whether the dankness of the subterranean space was beneficial for storing potion ingredients or simply because Professor Snape's office resided below. Regardless, the environment was far from inviting. Even though Hogwarts is a magical institution, enveloped in centuries-old enchantments, it could not alter the inherent chill and gloom of the basement. Coupled with the large glass jars lining one wall, containing parts of fantastic creatures, the atmosphere resembled that of a medical research facility's specimen room. Ted had fortuitously visited such a place in his previous life, coincidentally during renovations. Various cabinets, jars, and bags, alongside mummified remains, were strewn about with an apparent disregard for theft. The sensation was akin to stepping into Frankenstein's laboratory, replete with horror. The potion classroom evoked a sense of foreboding in the newcomers. Even the Slytherin snakes attending their heads class appeared pale as they cautiously avoided the glass jars. Adding to the unsettling ambience was Snape's ominous presence, clad in his dark robes and sporting greasy, long hair. His grim visage transformed the space into something far more sinister than merely a scientific laboratory. It felt as if one were a specimen themselves. Prior to class, Hermione had voiced her grievances to Ted, lamenting that Professor Snape never awarded points to students from other houses. Ted scoffed inwardly at the notion. No points? He hasn't yet encountered me. Even if his heart were made of iron, my ancestors forged iron. Driven by the need to accomplish his task, he steeled himself. Before class commenced, Ted invoked the Ravenclaw's wisdom buff, enhancing his capabilities. The moment Snape glided into the room, silent as a black bat, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. He surveyed the students, his gaze lingering momentarily on Harry. With a slight parting of his lips, his voice dripped with disdain. You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making, spoken softly and deliberately. As there is no foolish waving of wands here, many of you may not believe this to be magic. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the exquisite essence of the slow-simmering cauldron, emitting wisps of fragrant steam. Nor will you grasp the enchanting power of the liquid that courses through human veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind. I can instruct you on how to elevate your reputation, craft glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the kind of foolish simpletons I frequently encounter. Ted, listen, what orthodox words indeed. Here I declare, Snape, your lineage is pure. As for who shall serve as the subject of demonstration, let us draw a misfortunate soul at random. Well, not entirely random. It largely depends on whom Snape finds displeasing. This time, Harry is certainly no longer Snape's target, and the boy Neville, who narrowly escaped death, holds no interest for Snape whatsoever. Thus, the hapless Ted, who has been wearing a foolish grin since Snape began to speak, becomes the chosen one. From his attitude towards Hermione in the original text, it is evident that he harbors a strong aversion to ostentatious and attention-seeking students, perhaps influenced by James Potter and his companions. Epiphany, stand up. Snape suddenly turned his head, launching a surprise attack. A dose of the elixir of life, Professor. Ted's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of calm composure, as if he had anticipated Snape's ambush and was ready for it. If I were to ask you where to find a piece of bezoar, where would you look? In the stomach of a goat. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? There is no difference. They are collectively known as aconite. Snape initiated a rapid-fire series of questions. Yet Ted deftly parried each one, his defenses unbroken. However, would Snape easily concede defeat? He escalated the difficulty, extending the questions beyond the confines of the first-year syllabus. Why must a slug slime be removed and air-dried before use? This question was well within Ted's grasp. The slugs that felt his hand could circle Diagon Alley 3.5 times. The slime is a low-cost material, and its removal enhances profitability. Furthermore, using the slime without proper cleaning and air-drying would impart a slight adverse effect on many potions. What should one be cautious of when harvesting the jumping mushroom? One must avoid collecting the stem, as it is highly toxic and possesses potent hallucinogenic effects. If mixed into potions, it could fatally harm a drinker. Indeed, red cap, white stem, after consumption, they lie together and rest. This particular potion ingredient was one that Ted was permitted to handle only during his final week of work at Diagon Alley, under the supervision of Mr. Slughorn. Where can one typically find the crumplehorn snorkack? In the shadowy thickets abundant with magic. Yet again, a barrage of 5 or 6 questions left the other students utterly bewildered amidst this rapid exchange of knowledge. At last, Ted found himself at a loss for words. Snape squinted, raised his chin, and donned an expression of disdain. I presumed you understood everything and need not attend this class. He then bellowed at the other students. What are you waiting for? Why do you not commit this knowledge to memory? You all comprehend it, do you not? Utterly incompetent. Snape's inner turmoil screamed. What is happening? Am I on the verge of a disaster? Yet, he maintained a semblance of pride. Otherwise, he would have directly inquired about the potion's formula, which Ted would surely be unable to answer. It required both foundational knowledge and obscure details. He was entirely unprepared for the mental gymnastics he was about to undertake. The students murmured, "What on earth? We did nothing and still faced reprimands. Are we cursed just for existing?" The first potions class was spent in Snape's ostentatious display and relentless questioning for the first 10 minutes. Snape posed an array of inquiries, and astonishingly, he awarded no points. Ted thought, "Goodness, Snape's heart is not merely ironclad. It is forged from black iron, darkened and hardened." Snape remarked, "Because I've been drenched by rain, I must ensure that others' umbrellas are also rendered useless." He then proceeded to elucidate the content of the first lesson. This potion could remedy various skin ailments. Practical application was essential in potions class. Thus, after discussing the procedures and precautions for nearly an hour, Snape instructed everyone to begin their work. Cauldrons, stirring rods, mortars, scales, and silver knives were meticulously arranged. For some, this felt akin to performing surgery on oneself. A task was triggered. The young wizard's first potion green. Though Snape's character left much to be desired, his expertise was undeniable. Now he had imparted the methodology and critical points for brewing the scabious potion. So it was time to experiment. Objective: complete the formulation of your very first potion. Reward: 200 experience points. Card: Neville's failed scabious potion green. Deep emotions, all in one gulp. With this drink, there are 3 more to follow. Fortunately, although the heartless Snape would not grant extra points, there was at least some gain to be had. Chopping ingredients, weighing them, heating oil, and frying until golden brown released a delightful aroma that had Draco at the adjacent table drooling. Chapter 27. Keep it up, Snape. The initial step in potion brewing is to handle materials with utmost care. The quality and treatment of materials directly influence the potion's efficacy. First, place 6 parts of snake fangs into the mortar and grind them into a fine powder. This step must be executed with precision. Any large particles will result in a final product with undesirable clumps and poor effectiveness. Using pure water as a base. Combine the snake fang powder with 4 parts of dried nettle in the cauldron, gently heating for 10 seconds to stimulate the potion's properties. Then, wave your wand to infuse it with magical energy, patiently awaiting the completion of the reaction. The amount of magic infused, the duration of waiting, and even the intent during the infusion can all influence the outcome. Once the solution turns a pale blue, introduce 4 pre-cooked slug antennae into the cauldron, which will dissolve within 5 seconds. Remove the cauldron from the heat and add 2 whole porcupine quills. When the quills dissolve, wave your wand again, infuse with magic, and stir clockwise 5 times until the color shifts to a light green. Then, you have succeeded. Ted and Hermione's potions progressed smoothly, their colors nearing completion. Ted was, after all, becoming quite the adept practitioner. The task of crafting the first potion of the young wizard has been successfully completed, yielding 200 experience points and the card Neville's failed scabies potion. This item card represents Neville's unsuccessful attempt at brewing a scabies potion, which, when thrown, causes all targets within a 5-meter radius to suffer from intense itching and develop scabby bumps. It is a one-time use item. Note, be cautious not to throw it at your allies. A single-use item card. Although its effects are rather unimpressive, it does seem to have a considerable range. After all, the potion-making process has been clearly outlined, and the quantities of ingredients are not mere estimates, but precise measurements, down to the second. Logically, if one follows the procedure meticulously, there should be no room for error. Then, with a loud bang, Simon's cauldron exploded, surrounding him. 4 or 5 young wizards were caught in the chaotic aftermath. He himself was left with a sooty face and 2 bright red boils on his nose. The explosive incident left Simon, the master of the cauldron, in disbelief. After 7 years, he must have spent a fortune merely on cauldrons. Snape, in a fit of rage, turned crimson. Had it not been for his iron will, his skyrocketing blood pressure would have sent his head soaring. Foolishness! Are you attempting to brew explosive potions? How on earth did you manage to create a scabies potion? Snape fumed as he dealt with the remnants of the potion, his anger palpable. In response to Snape's fury, Neville immediately fell into a state of panic. His anxiety made him clumsy, and he nearly tossed the ingredients into the cauldron. Fortunately, Ted swiftly grasped his hand, preventing him from adding the porcupine quills while the cauldron was heating. In the original story, he had made this very mistake, resulting in a burnt cauldron and a body covered in boils and bumps. Trembling, Neville set down the porcupine quills, stammering, "Thank you, Ted." Snape visibly disdained such displays of camaraderie. Does our dear Epiphany believe he is now in a position to instruct others? How arrogant, interfering with another's potion-making. 5 points deducted from Ravenclaw. A smirk graced Snape's face. Ted, feeling a surge of delight, thought, "Professor, the task of deducting points is yours. Do not hold back." If Snape were to deduct points from himself, even Professor Flitwick would not hold him accountable. Wasn't there hope for a grand victory? What a splendid turn of events. Seizing the opportunity to expand upon his triumph, he attempted to argue, "Professor, I did not believe myself capable of teaching others. I merely sought to prevent Neville from burning through his cauldron." Snape's expression turned to one of derision. "It seems you are well aware of the consequences of such foolish actions. Defying a professor? Another 5 points deducted." Ted replied, "Professor, you are truly remarkable." At that moment, Neville could no longer contain himself. "No, it's not Ted's fault. It's me, However, Snape, as if honing in on Neville, merely cast a glance that silenced him. "Ah, the boy who survives. What is it you wish to say? Or do you intend to express your gratitude to your friend with this concoction of yours? Have my words fallen upon deaf ears, only to be heeded when uttered by epiphany? Pay heed, for failing to do so results in a deduction of 5 points for Gryffindor." A torrent of venomous words left Neville in tears. At that moment, Malfoy seized the opportunity, having chuckled at Ted's point deduction earlier, now sneering quietly. "The boy who escaped unscathed is merely a snot-nosed brat." Snape, however, feigned ignorance. Harry and Ron glared at the duo, wishing they could hurl the cauldron's potion at them. As class ended, Snape glided away like a bat, clutching his textbook. Malfoy and his cronies laughed boisterously while casting glances at Ted and his friends, their expressions reeking of petty triumph. Harry, Hermione, and others rallied in support of Ted and Neville. Sirius had long proclaimed Snape to be a vile old bat, and Harry felt he had scarcely conveyed the depths of Snape's malice. Ted looked at her, remarking, "Neville endures this for your sake." Hermione shared in their indignation, deeply scornful of Snape's punitive behavior. Ron muttered a curse, wishing for Snape to lose his hair and become bald. Meanwhile, Neville sniffled cautiously. Ted gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Neville, this world will not show you kindness simply because you shed tears. Do not expose your vulnerabilities to others, except perhaps to family and friends." A rendition of Hogwarts Does Not Believe in Tears would be quite fitting at this moment. However, should you find yourself in distress, we shall be your most loyal listeners. And if the day comes when we wish to cry, you will comfort us, will you not? Neville wiped his tears and nodded earnestly. Ted, though points were not awarded, had managed to deduct 10 points. Snape was indeed more formidable than several professors combined. Strangely, Snape did not target Harry, which piqued Ted's curiosity. "You have changed. You are no longer the venomous Snape who harangued Harry Potter." Ted even perceived that Snape's attention towards Harry was rather excessive. Indeed, though he said not a word, Ted keenly noticed Snape's unusual focus on Harry, which inadvertently drew attention to Ted, Ron, and others who sat close by, whispering in class. A part of the scrutiny directed at him stemmed from his commendable performance, while another part perhaps originated from his association with Harry. Now that she was no longer the focal point, the attention had shifted to his companions. Indeed, scrutiny does not vanish, it merely relocates. Astronomy class was to be held in the astronomy tower, the tallest structure within the castle. The arduous climb up the spiral staircase left several students feeling queasy. The professor of astronomy, Professor Aurora Sinistra, appeared relatively youthful and lacked significant presence in the original text. The second-hand telescope Ted had purchased would finally serve its purpose, albeit it was indeed a second-hand item, rendering it somewhat ineffective. Fortunately, he could share Hermione's telescope for a clearer view. One might wonder, what romance lies in scaling stairs at night to gaze at stars? What purpose do wizards have for studying astronomy? Do they aspire to develop space exploration technologies? In truth, humanity has harbored an endless fascination for celestial bodies since time immemorial. Whether one is a muggle or a wizard, these celestial entities are imbued with formidable magical power, their movements and trajectories meticulously observed and harnessed by wizards over the ages. However, this knowledge falls within the realm of ritual magic, a sophisticated discipline not taught in schools. Ritual magic often achieves remarkable feats with minimal magical energy, as it is a practice that aligns with the natural order flowing with the currents of the universe. Advanced ritual magic frequently necessitates an understanding of astronomy, as one must select auspicious dates and times, such as when planets align, during eclipses, or when comets grace the moon. Yet, for Ted, this knowledge remains somewhat esoteric. Far from the time for personal study, there is no need to squander energy on such pursuits. It suffices to focus on the material presented in textbooks. In the blink of an eye, Thursday arrived, marking the afternoon of Ted and his peers' inaugural defense against the dark arts lesson, shared with Gryffindor. This course is highly coveted among young wizards. Transfiguration is too intricate and challenging, leaving students feeling overwhelmed by the assignments. So far, only the Lumos charm has been taught. with repetitive practice required. Herbology, while intriguing, often leaves one covered in dirt and fatigued, not to mention occasionally perilous. History of magic is merely a class for napping. Professor Snape has already declared all students to be fools in potions class. Presently, only defense against the dark arts and flying lessons remain within the realm of joyous anticipation for the young wizards. However, they may soon be disillusioned. Chapter 28. Astonishment. Voldemort's downfall stemmed from this error. Perhaps it is best not to harbor expectations. Harry shrugged, exuding a sense of resignation, having learned from Hufflepuff that Professor Quirrell's teaching prowess is only marginally superior to that of Professor Binns. Harry has completely shed the essence of the original character, now embodying the quintessential social butterfly of Hogwarts, having made acquaintances from the upper years and across all four houses. Just yesterday, she gleaned insights about Professor Quirrell's abilities from a Badgering class. The crowd couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. He is only slightly better than the hypnotist Professor Binns. How terrifying. Ron whispered. I heard from George and Fred that the position of defense against the dark arts professor is cursed. His words piqued the interest of his peers, and Jerry eagerly pressed for more details, while Neville and Harry leaned in, their faces alight with curiosity. Sensing the popularity of his news, Ron beamed with pride. I heard that the defense against the dark arts professor has changed every year for the past 30 years. None have been able to teach for a second year, constantly facing various mishaps that force them to resign. They say it's cursed. The surrounding students perked up their ears, and upon hearing the word cursed, they erupted into a flurry of chatter. Some even began to wager on whether Professor Quirrell would last until the next academic year. Ted chuckled. Just because it's not written in books doesn't mean it doesn't exist, and just because it is written doesn't guarantee its truth. Trusting books blindly is less wise than having none at all. One must learn to think critically. Ron's claims do hold some truth. This matter could easily be clarified by asking upperclassmen from previous years. At that time, they were in such a state. Each year a new, temporary professor for the defense against the dark arts class. Those fortunate enough often left due to unforeseen circumstances, while the less fortunate met with misfortune that rendered them unable to teach. A notable number found themselves admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital. Consequently, the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts had become infamous, making it exceedingly difficult to fill. Soon, class commenced, and in walked Quirrell, draped in a purple turban, emanating an odd odor, with a shifty gaze, a hunched posture, and a timid demeanor. Hello, everyone. I am the defense against the dark arts professor, Quirrell. Goodness, just by appearance alone, expectations plummeted, compounded by his stuttering. The students were utterly disheartened. Harry even whispered under his breath, mimicking Quirrell. Hello, I am Quirrell. It seemed Quirrell was unaware of the nuances of moderation. His performance was rather excessive. It is worth noting that he was not new to teaching at Hogwarts. He had ventured into the Albanian Forbidden Forest, where Voldemort had concealed himself for 9 years. One must admit, everything seems to be predetermined. Quirrell's transition from Muggle studies to the defense against the dark arts was likely of Voldemort's behest. He frequently spoke of pure blood lineage, and it would be utterly disgraceful for the possessed Quirrell to instruct Muggle studies. Moreover, Voldemort had long aspired to become the professor of defense against the dark arts, but was repeatedly rebuffed by both Amando Dippet and Dumbledore, leading him to place a curse upon the position. Due to the enduring nature of this curse, Dumbledore believed Voldemort had not been entirely vanquished. Now, possessing Quirrell, he was able to indulge his desire to be the defense against the dark arts teacher, finally realizing his ambition, a veritable journey of dreams fulfilled. It is noteworthy that Quirrell's full name is Quirinus Quirrell. Quirinus is a lesser-known Roman deity often associated with war. Thus, it is quite likely that Quirrell is not as meek as he may appear. The ghouls of the magical realm differ significantly from the ghouls of Ted's understanding. The former are magical creatures that typically inhabit attics and barns, subsisting on insects and rodents. The Weasley household boasts one, known to occasionally rap on pipes, perhaps a percussionist at heart. As previously mentioned, due to a limited vocabulary, many distinct yet similar creatures have been lumped together under a single name, a convention that remains unchanged. Ghouls are a prime example of this. It is worth mentioning that although ghouls may bite, they are not particularly dangerous. Some wizards even bizarrely view having a ghoul reside in their home as a good omen, often considering them as part of the family, essentially treating them as pets. The emphasis in defense against the dark arts education lies on dangerous magical creatures. The textbook used by Ted and his classmates, The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble, primarily details the prevention and response to perilous magical beings. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class does not instruct on how to combat dark magic. akin to how a Muggle criminal law class does not teach how to confront criminal behavior, but rather how to adjudicate it. Throughout the entire lesson, Quirrell maintained his demeanor, reciting from a script. After class, the students crowded the corridor, lamenting Professor Quirrell's unreliability. The defense against the dark arts class was a disaster. Neville remained silent, for he harbored a certain fondness for Quirrell. He believed they were quite similar. As the days passed, the aura surrounding the boy who lived began to fade, and many classmates started to realize that Neville was not particularly exceptional. On the contrary, he appeared rather timid and clumsy, leading to a plethora of criticisms about him, with Draco Malfoy playing a crucial role in stirring the pot. He was indeed the source of most of the ruckus. Ron, Ginny, and Harry continued to support Neville, for their bond was strong. Yet, one could not deny that Neville was not an especially talented wizard, and they would occasionally voice their doubts in private. Ron remarked, "Perhaps Voldemort was unwell at the time. Maybe he had a bad stomach?" Harry added, "Neville's greatest virtue is his lack of vices, while his most significant flaw is his lack of virtues." At this moment, Hermione, who had been ambivalent about Harry's criticisms of Quirrell, finally expressed her disappointment to Ted, saying, "It seems Professor Quirrell is not very adept at teaching. Is it due to his nervousness as a first-time professor?" Deep down, she didn't believe her own words. She simply wished to refrain from speaking ill of the professor. She was, after all, a diligent student. Ted replied, "This is not his first time as a professor. He previously taught Muggle studies at a school. He was also a Ravenclaw student, reputed to be quite talented. However, during an adventurous holiday, he encountered some misfortune, resulting in his current state. Rumor has it he faced a vampiric zombie in Africa, which may have caused him to develop post-traumatic stress disorder." Disappointment etched on Hermione's face. She worried that this course would indeed be challenging. The thought of 7 years of defense against the dark arts being like this filled her with despair. Ted, however, was less perturbed, remarking, "Isn't this an improvement over Lockhart? Quirrell possesses a certain theoretical knowledge. My experiences can attest to that. It is merely his demeanor that renders him unapproachable, making it difficult to absorb his teachings." Ted continued, "There is no need to fret. It's just 1 year at most. Is it due to the curse?" Hermione inquired. "Indeed. All the professors for defense against the dark arts seem unable to last more than a year. You can ask older students. This course changes instructors annually, and the curriculum is utterly chaotic. That makes it even worse. Can't even Dumbledore lift this curse?" Neville asked. "It seems that way. Otherwise, Dumbledore would have resolved this issue long ago. After all, new professors are recruited each year. One might think Hogwarts is sacrificing instructors." Indeed, it was quite the thought. Aside from Quirrell, Lockhart, and the likes of Barty Crouch Jr., who met tragic ends during their tenures, the 3 professors who survived their teaching terms, Lupin Moody and Snape, perished in the 7th installment. Even Voldemort himself met his demise. The defense against the dark arts truly seems a perilous subject, for those who associate with it often meet untimely ends. This curse is so formidable that even Voldemort could not withstand it. Voldemort himself might have quipped, "When I cast it, even I tremble." It is indeed understandable that Voldemort did not survive beyond the age of 73. After all, both 73 and 84 are pivotal ages. And being born in 1926, he faced his fateful year in 1998, a time not of fortune, but of dire calamity. It is likely that he did not don red undergarments. And as for Harry, born in 1980 under the sign of the monkey, their zodiac signs are in direct conflict. Moreover, it is said that those associated with the Potters are destined to fail. Interestingly, Harry Potter and Voldemort share a distant familial connection. Harry is a descendant of the youngest brother from the tales of Beedle the Bard, who possessed the invisibility cloak, while Voldemort is the descendant of the second brother, who held the Resurrection Stone. It is worth noting that, within the confines of British pure-blood families, intermarriage has been prevalent for centuries, making it plausible to trace kinship back 5 generations. Chapter 29. The First Flying Lesson Duel. While engaged in defense against the dark arts, Ted grappled with a perplexing question. How does one define dark magic? The concept of dark magic remains nebulous. It is akin to asking me to define the essence of risque. I cannot articulate it, yet upon viewing an image or video, I would instantly recognize whether it embodies that quality. Dark magic possesses several common characteristics. Firstly, it typically necessitates causing harm to others to achieve its ends. Secondly, the use of dark magic often results in substantial injury to others, epitomized by the breeding of basilisks and the infamous killing curse, which serves as an invisible dagger with wounds that are notoriously difficult to heal. Thirdly, the practitioner of dark magic harbors immense malevolence and negative energy, as exemplified by the 3 unforgivable curses. Fourthly, Why is it that ordinary students can merely cause a nosebleed when attempting the Avada Kedavra curse? This is due in part to insufficient magical prowess and, in part, to a lack of malevolence. The will of the wizard plays a crucial role. It is the driving force behind the initial effects of magic, ultimately determining its outcome. Between the realms of dark and light magic lies a gray area, encompassing jinxes and curses. In the Harry Potter series, dark magic is categorized into jinxes, curses, and hexes. Jinxes represent minor, playful spells akin to pranks, such as the Leglocker curse or the tickling charm. Curses, however, carry greater severity, exemplified by Hermione's disfiguring hex on Marietta and Ron's nosebleed nougat jinx. Strictly speaking, spells that shatter bones or incinerate can also be lethal. How does one define them? With no classes scheduled for the afternoon, students were granted a break. The flying instructor, Madame Hooch, was responsible for the somewhat outdated school brooms, resembling disheveled, moth-eaten bristles abandoned on the ground. The flying lesson progressed smoothly. Humanity has long yearned for the sky, and the desire to fly is a deep-seated aspiration. Ted, like Hermione, was filled with excitement. Hermione even prepared in advance by studying several books on the theory of flight the night before. Both were Muggle-born, having never before experienced such an endeavor. In contrast to Ted's effortless grasp of his broomstick, Hermione faced challenges. Her broom lazily flipped on the ground, refusing to soar into her hands. The flying lesson was devoid of theoretical instruction, focusing solely on practical application. Ted hovered half a meter above the ground, patiently guiding Hermione as he circled around her. It is not alive. It is merely a prop that can sense your magical essence. Command it to fly into your hand. Ted completed a task during the flying lesson, flying white, earning 100 experience points. After their delightful experience, it was now time for Harry and his companions to enjoy the flying broom. Ron naturally began to boast about his flying skills. I've been playing with toy brooms since I couldn't even crawl. However, Harry showed no interest whatsoever. This starkly contrasts with the original material, as Harry has no inclination to soar through the skies on a broom, completely lacking the genes of his father, James Potter. This deeply disappointed Sirius. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy boasted even more, claiming that at the tender age of 8 or 9, he had rattled a Muggle helicopter while riding a flying broom. Clearly, one must exercise caution when boasting. One should refrain from bragging about unfamiliar domains. Approaching a helicopter with a broomstick would likely result in instant destruction, a most uniform shattering. In fact, one could hardly get close due to the sheer wind force. Among the 4 Gryffindors, aside from Ron, who was eager to showcase his skills, the other 3 were not particularly enthusiastic. Harry was disinterested. Neville had hardly touched such a thing in his life, and Jerry was entirely oblivious to the existence of flying brooms before venturing to Diagon Alley. Consequently, their attempts at flying were less than satisfactory. Harry fared well. His natural talent shone through, and the broom responded obediently. Jerry and Neville's brooms barely stirred. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Jerry picked up the broom, and upon witnessing this, Neville also bent down to retrieve it, his face flushed with embarrassment despite no one observing. Unfortunately, their trial flight encountered further complications. Neville, too anxious, pushed off the ground and soared upward in an instant. The broom exclaimed, "I want to fly higher, higher," to soar alongside the sun. Ultimately, at a height of 20 meters, Neville released his grip. After all, if he continued to ascend, he would surely meet a fate that would leave his body untraceable. Now was the time to take a chance. Fortunately, Madame Hooch cast a cushioning charm that caught Neville. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. After offering a few words of comfort to Neville, Madame Hooch hurried off to retrieve the broom, which was now free, as it was school property that could not be left to wander. Once she departed, the classroom descended into chaos. The lively 11 and 12-year-old children became restless within a minute. Those who could fly took to the air, while those who could not or had no desire stood on the ground, leaning on their brooms and chatting. Then Draco Malfoy, who had been mocking Neville, suddenly spotted a crystal ball on the ground. It was Neville's memory orb. "Huh, look what I found," he exclaimed, triumphantly holding the orb belonging to the fortunate survivor, Longbottom. Malfoy immediately began to flaunt it before his classmates. The Slytherin students erupted in derisive laughter. "Malfoy, has your family fallen so low that you must scavenge for others' belongings?" She shouted at him, like an enraged lioness. Having been bullied by Harry since childhood, Malfoy was somewhat traumatized and bewildered by the outburst, rendered momentarily unable to retaliate. However, his 2 unfortunate lackeys were overly eager, rushing forward immediately. On this side, Ron and the others could not just stand by, questioning, "What are you trying to do?" Instantly, a scuffle ensued. It was unclear who struck first, but a cry of surprise heralded the transformation of a mere push into a full-blown brawl between Gryffindor and Slytherin, later commemorated as the first flying class battle. In this fierce clash, at least 5 or 6 individuals bore bruises on their faces or around their eyes, and nearly every boy was caked in mud, with a few girls also joining the fray. Among the Gryffindors, Harry showcased his prowess, single-handedly taking on Malfoy and his 2 associates, resembling a veritable warrior. On the Slytherin side, there was a formidable figure known as Mother Yasha Millicent Bulstrode, a woman capable of extraordinary feats of strength. In this skirmish, Neville displayed remarkable courage, his fists trembling after the battle, yet he fought valiantly, deeply moving his companions. Ron charged into the thick of it, launching himself into the fray with reckless abandon, only to endure a barrage of punches from Slytherin, his backside marked with several footprints. Jerry, on the other hand, excelled in stealthy ambushes, tripping opponents from behind, contributing significantly to Slytherin's muddy appearance. He was among the few Gryffindors who emerged from the chaos unscathed, a clever little rascal. By the time dinner rolled around, Ted and the others were already aware of the first flying class battle, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. From afar, they could hear Ron boasting, "I charged in, launching surprise attacks. A right kick, a left kick, and a series of blows." After the fight, the friends convened to reflect. Ron exclaimed, "What were you doing while I was fighting? I was knocked down, and you insisted on joining." Harry and the others retorted, "They had you down, and we were furious. We had to avenge you." Ron countered, "Then why didn't you join in when they were attacking?" To which Harry and the others replied, "We were strategizing." Ron pressed, "And what was your strategy?" They chimed, "To sell you out." Naturally, they faced repercussions. Both houses were docked 50 points. However, they were spared detention considering the sheer number of participants. After all, the law does not punish the many. Ted remarked, "If this continues, Ravenclaw might have a chance at winning the House Cup." Suddenly, a notification chimed. Chapter 30, Midnight Duel. A task was triggered. "We are champions, Red. The last time Ravenclaw won the House Cup was long before Snape's tenure. Can you stand idly by? Rally comrades." Objective: assist Ravenclaw in winning the House Cup. Reward: 1,300 experience, 1 intelligence, random card. It seems Ravenclaw last secured the House Cup ages ago. Ted was momentarily stunned. With Dumbledore, a Gryffindor alumnus, present, did others even have a chance at the House Cup? Hermione inquired, What's wrong?" Ted responded, "Oh, nothing. I'm just happy for Harry and Ron." "Happy? They lost 50 points, and you're happy?" Hermione's eyebrows raised in disbelief. For her, points equated to life. Ted reassured her. "Well, think about it. They lost points, so doesn't that mean Ravenclaw has a chance to win the House Cup? Isn't that a bit unfair?" She questioned. Hermione's lips couldn't help but curl upwards. "All right, don't hold back. We don't want that," Harry exclaimed, pounding the table. "Exactly," Ron echoed. Jerry chimed in, "Oh, I'm fine with anything." Neville, however, was hesitant to speak up, though he secretly desired it. Ultimately, Hermione could no longer contain her laughter, and the hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Perhaps it was due to the Slytherin trio being publicly bested by the girls that Malfoy felt utterly humiliated. Yet, seeking trouble with Harry or engaging in a duel with the girls was decidedly dishonorable. Primarily, he was too scared. He couldn't win and harbored lingering shadows of fear. So, what was he to do? Pick on the soft ones. That evening, while the crowd was thin, Malfoy intercepted Neville and Ron, along with Longbottom and Weasley. "If you're men, don't hide behind the girls. Tonight at 11:30, in the 3rd floor corridor, let us duel. I'll bring a partner to face both of you in a true wizarding duel, not like muggles throwing punches. Are you up for it?" Neville blushed, unable to respond. But Ron quickly obliged, 2v2. Anyone who doesn't show is a coward." Nearby, Jerry piped up, "What about me? Don't ignore me." Of course, this escapade did not escape Harry's notice. Although Ron aspired to prove his manhood, Harry saw through the trio's little secret with ease. After some pressing, Neville hesitantly remained silent, while Jerry confessed faster than a guilty party on a confession chair. Finally, Ron could only sulk in displeasure. "You all come here. I have a plan," Harry declared. The Gryffindor Quartet intended to teach young Malfoy a lesson, delivering a just Gryffindor thrashing. At the beginning of term, Sirius had gifted Harry with a family heirloom, an invisibility cloak. However, now with 4 of them, even Harry's cloak couldn't accommodate them all. Fortunately, Jerry's innate stealth capabilities allowed him to glide silently along walls, making him quite adept. Harry and the others led the way beneath the cloak, while Jerry stealthily trailed behind. Their first nocturnal adventure was fraught with missteps, a rather inauspicious start. The next morning, the 4 did not attend breakfast, causing Ted and Hermione to worry about their well-being. It wasn't until lunch that they recounted the tale of being stood up the previous night. Harry was furious, wishing he could cast a piercing glare at Malfoy. However, with the recent skirmish from their first flying lesson still fresh, public fighting was not a trivial matter. Ultimately, Ted offered a suggestion. Why not spread a rumor? To state the facts. Circulate among friends that Malfoy is a coward who didn't dare to show up, thereby tarnishing Slytherin's honor and admitting he is a coward. For Slytherin, betrayal was hardly a concern, and could even be seen as a compliment. However, one mustn't call them cowards or claim they were unworthy of being Slytherins. Tarnishing their honor, and such remarks would be intolerable for the younger Slytherins. The seasoned ones with their thick skins would hardly care, like old Malfoy, who only cared for profit, disregarding face and honor as mere trivialities. But for the young Slytherins, such affronts were simply unbearable. In merely 2 days, rumors had spread like wildfire. Harry's connections were extensive, and his prowess in battle was nothing short of astonishing. Malfoy, seething with indignation, was genuinely inclined to duel. Yet the crowd paid him no heed. They greeted each other with laughter, and from a distance, they whispered that he was a cowardly scion. Moreover, the rumors evolved, suggesting he cowered beneath his covers, shivering in fear, and had even penned a letter to his father expressing his desire to withdraw from school, unable to endure the atmosphere any longer. This series of events led to Malfoy being regarded with a peculiar gaze, even within Slytherin. After all, children are easily influenced by collective sentiments and are particularly sensitive to others' perceptions of them. At present, Malfoy genuinely contemplated writing to his father, yearning to express his grievances and despair. Soon, the second Saturday of the term arrived. During the inaugural weekend of the school year, the students engaged in little activity, as they were burdened with assignments. Most of them could be found in the library or gathering in the Great Hall to partake in games of wizard chess or indulge in light conversation. Some chose to enjoy a leisurely sleep-in. Aside from Ted, who rose early each day for a jog, children generally required ample sleep. Hermione had also attempted to join Ted for morning runs, but by the third day, she could not sustain her resolve, dozing off in class and ultimately conceding. When it came to tackling their homework, Harry and Ron had devised an effective strategy. In addition to consulting Hermione and Ted's assignments, they resorted to copious amounts of water. That water, even a legendary Hugh the Great could not contain it. Yet the two managed to supply a hydroelectric station. After a glance at a 5-inch composition, Ted could scarcely identify a few substantive sentences. It resembled bureaucratic prose. Perhaps he should consider a career at the Ministry of Magic. It seems promising. This weekend, however, was markedly different. The students had grown more familiar with the school, and restlessness began to stir within them. One morning, as Ansu had just flown near the Great Hall, Harry called out to him, "Ansu, where are you off to?" Ansu perched upon a lampstand, replying, "Caw-caw. I'm heading to the kitchen for some fries." Over the course of 2 weeks, Ansu had discovered the Hogwarts kitchens and formed a rapport with the house elves, granting him access to special treats. Truly a social butterfly. Hold off on eating for a moment. Summon Ted and Hermione. Something exciting is afoot. Once Ted and the others arrived, Harry urged them to follow him swiftly to the 3rd floor of the left tower, where already a dozen young wizards had gathered. Among the crowd, Ted spotted 3 red-haired figures. Besides Ron, there were his 2 twin brothers. Ron eagerly exclaimed, "This staircase changes." Hermione, unimpressed, retorted, "Half the stairs in this castle change. What is so remarkable about that?" George joined the conversation, and while Ted could differentiate between the twins, their outward appearances and behaviors were nearly indistinguishable. However, their inner differences could not be concealed from a skilled mind reader. "This is no ordinary transformation. You'll see for yourselves," he declared as he ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 13th step, the staircase suddenly shifted with a loud click, flattening out, or rather transforming into a slope. All the steps tilted. The ascending staircase morphed into a ramp, and George slid down with a whoosh. The surrounding young wizards erupted in cheers. One eager young wizard rushed forward, exclaiming, "It's my turn! It's my turn!" as he eagerly climbed up the now restored staircase. Ted and Hermione exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Harry, Neville, Ron, and others reveling in their merriment. A lingering question arose in their minds. Is there truly no slide in the magical realm? The off-key melody, albeit lacking in harmony, was sung with sheer delight. Yet, it was evident that the 2 armored figures flanking the singer were struggling to contain their irritation, casting several glances at it before the singer paused momentarily, only to resume once more. Ultimately, the 2 suits of armor, incensed, charged forth and delivered a pair of blows that left the singing armor in tatters. Ted hastily retreated, hoping to avoid the scrutiny of Filch, who could easily attribute the chaos to him. That old caretaker was capable of anything. Nevertheless, this incident piqued Ted's curiosity, prompting him to delve into the intricacies of the castle's armor. While he was already acquainted with the moving portraits from the original narrative, no one had elaborated on the animated suits of armor within the castle, or their mechanisms and purposes. Through observation, he discerned that not all suits of armor were animated. Some were merely decorative or commemorative pieces. For instance, there existed a suit of armor crafted by a cruel wizard who wished for his house elf to protect him in battle, only to find that the armor counted as clothing, and the enchanted elf promptly vanished. There were also armors representing centaurs and trolls, among others. Additionally, some armors followed a regimented pattern, moving to designated locations at specific times, likely operating on a schedule of days or hours, akin to patrols. Lastly, there were those with greater autonomy, such as the singing armor and its hefty counterpart, which resembled the portraits in their high degree of freedom, though they were in limited supply. In Chapter 31, entitled The Manual of Strength, Blue, and the Culinary Delights of the Middle Ages, Ted, in a fit of childlike enthusiasm, decided to put on a performance for his peers. Seizing the opportunity amidst a bustling classroom, he respectfully approached a suit of armor for directions. Quietly channeling his magical energy, he compelled the armor to extend a finger. "Ah, so is that way. Thank you," he exclaimed, feigning enlightenment as he followed the direction indicated by the armor. Ted's explanation for this charade was that one must be polite, sincere, and heartfelt in their inquiries. The following day, the armor was adorned with an array of gifts, ranging from trinkets to necklaces, and even cloaks and scarves, as a multitude of young wizards sought to demonstrate their earnestness. Ultimately, the armor was removed by an exasperated Filch, bringing the episode to a close. The young wizards, suddenly realizing the absence of the armor, were left in a state of bewilderment. Ted sighed, "Alas, there were too many of you." The armor grew weary of your inquiries and simply departed. The young wizards, enlightened yet remorseful, lamented their actions. "It is quite amusing to deceive first years," Ted mused. Later, the twin brothers learned of the incident and, already recognizing Ted as a master of mischief, grew even more intrigued, fervently inviting him to join their newly formed prankster organization. Ted replied, "You jest. You are both registered with Dumbledore as a model student of my house. How could I possibly conspire with you and disappoint the professors? Perhaps I could lend my counsel from the shadows." After 2 weeks of life at the academy, the young wizards have made remarkable progress. Ron flaunted dozens of chicken legs, while Jerry indulged in several bowls of cheese. Ansu was incessantly preoccupied with fries. Neville earned recognition from Professor Sprout in herbology, discovering his preferences and talents, often volunteering in the greenhouse during his free time. Hermione has self-studied several subjects, and, with Ted's assistance, has mastered several spells ahead of schedule. Cloaked in her ancestral invisibility cloak, Harry commenced the nocturnal adventures that her father once undertook. Mysteriously, on the Monday of the 3rd week, she confided in her friends that she had uncovered the secrets of the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor. Behind the door lurked a colossal, 3-headed dog, a truly restless creature. Meanwhile, Ted was engrossed in the library, completing his reading assignments and copying 100 books. He achieved the task Wizard's Ladder of Progress, Blue, and received a reward: 400 experience points and the Card Strength Manual, Blue. This item card contained the secrets of health and nutrition, imbued with magical properties. If one were to follow its teachings for 3 days, they would gain a bonus of 2 to their constitution, with 11 uses remaining. It was Ted's first encounter with such a disposable item card. Upon using the card, he received a blue pattern booklet detailing knowledge and requirements related to invisibility and fitness. After memorizing its contents, Ted began to exercise according to the manual, even reducing his time spent in the library and practicing magic. Hermione voiced her concerns. "Are you planning to abandon your wand for fists?" Ted smiled and explained, "A strong body is the foundation. You'll understand in due time." As Ted commenced his training, Harry and her friends devised yet another scheme. "I have a new plan," Harry declared. That night, Malfoy was summoned for a duel by Harry. Those who did not attend would be deemed cowards. The duel was set to take place in the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor. As fate would have it, in the dead of night, Malfoy, accompanied by 2 lackeys, stormed through the door only to be met by a 3-headed dog the size of a truck, drooling menacingly at them. Malfoy's eyes glazed over, murmuring, "Illusion. It's all an illusion. You can't scare me." His legs turned to jelly, trembling violently as his robes quivered. After 3 seconds of shock, his companions, Goyle and Crabbe, plopped down on the ground, wailing for their mothers, scrambling away in terror. Their screams echoed through the corridor, akin to a slaughterhouse, summoning Filch to the scene. Consequently, Slytherin lost 30 points, and Malfoy, along with Harry, was placed under detention. Filch assigned Malfoy and his companions to clean the toilets, while Harry was summoned by Snape to assist with potion preparation. Ted had anticipated dealing with slimy creatures or the innards of magical beasts, but instead found himself weighing potion ingredients and repackaging them. Was this truly what one called attention? Although Severus Snape never uttered a kind word, his demeanor had softened into a puddle of mush. Snape, where's your infamous sharp tongue? Snape, Harry, might I inquire where one could procure a piece of dragon liver? Harry, I'm sorry, Professor, I don't know. Snape, honesty, 10 points to Gryffindor. Ted dedicated 3 days to completing the training exercises outlined in the Manual of Strength, yielding an enhancement of 2 points to his constitution. Subsequently, the manual transformed into a beam of blue light and vanished. On September 19th, Hermione awoke early in her dormitory to find Ansu. Ansu entered through the window, carrying a copy of Aesop's Fables and a note from Ted. Hermione unfolded the note, which read, "Happy birthday. Today marks Hermione's birthday. Born in 79, her late September birthday means she is a year behind Harry and the others." "Huh, thank you, Ansu and Ted," Hermione exclaimed, lifting the book to admire it, her heart brimming with joy. At that moment, her owl also arrived, delivering birthday gifts and letters from her parents. Nearly 20 days of life at Hogwarts had profoundly impacted Hermione. Previously focused solely on her studies, she now found herself feeling somewhat homesick. Fortunately, she had made several friends at school, alleviating her loneliness. For instance, Neville often approached Ted with inquiries or sought his advice, receiving valuable suggestions, encouragement, and comfort in return. This warmth moved him deeply. He had never experienced such feelings before starting school. He adored being a student and cherished his friends. He felt utterly bewildered by the prowess of Muggle education. Was it truly so effective? Both Ted and Hermione were in the same boat. And while Harry and Ron excelled beyond him, it wasn't by an insurmountable margin. He even contemplated that if he were to have children, he would first enroll them in a Muggle primary school before sending them to Hogwarts at age 11. On Ted's recommendation, he began to write in a journal daily, documenting significant events and thoughts to avoid forgetting them. Unlike his peers, he found his favorite subjects to be herbology, defense against the dark arts, and history of magic. He truly relished herbology, and Professor Sprout held him in high regard. For the first time, he found classes to be delightful and eagerly anticipated herbology lessons each time he glanced at a schedule. His fondness for defense against the dark arts stemmed from Professor Quirrell's relatable performance. He could empathize with the nerves of teacher. What was he thinking? How could he ever aspire to be a professor? He would be grateful just to graduate smoothly. Lastly, history of magic was a leisurely experience, devoid of pressure. Professor Binns never posed questions, which allowed him to relax significantly. He likely did not even remember his name. These 20 days had brought growth to all his companions. Neville had matured considerably, finding some solace for his psychological struggles and beginning to flourish. Ron was no longer the invisible one in his family, the one only noticed by his 3 sisters. He now enjoyed the company of many friends. Jerry was no longer the timid outlier of the mouse-eared subrace. He had transformed into a wizard, and his kin were filled with pride for him. Furthermore, his friends were indifferent to his ears and tail. Harry had found a companion and was no longer wandering alone through the vast Black Manor. The joy of sharing happiness was truly delightful. Hermione had begun to gradually integrate into the magical realm, no longer approaching problems with the mindset of a Muggle top student. She had learned much beyond mere knowledge from Ted. During dinner, the friends discovered that it was Hermione's birthday and showered her with well wishes. Ted took the lead in singing the birthday song, a melody that Harry and the others had never heard before, resulting in a cacophony of discordant voices. Yet, Hermione remained cheerful. Although her parents were absent, her friends were present. Ansu busily prepared fries, showcasing a plate so extravagant that it was unable to take flight. Ted entertained the classmates who had gathered to witness the festivities, sharing amusing anecdotes about the culinary culture of Muggles in the Middle Ages. He had perused a book titled The Shepherd's Chronicle, which detailed various aspects of medieval dining culture, replete with eccentricities. Such legendary tales intertwined with his own life were irresistibly captivating. Ted regaled them as if he had traversed time to become a medieval chef, recounting heroic escapades of battling wolves, rescuing the impoverished, and confronting cruel masters, ultimately attracting the attention of an earl's daughter through his culinary prowess, thus earning the earl's favor and entering the realm of nobility. The audience was utterly enchanted. Young wizards clamored for more, unable to sleep, proclaiming the need for swift updates and expressing their eagerness for a continuation of the tale. Coupled with Ted's knowledge of unique cuisines from various countries in the Muggle world, his vivid and mouth-watering descriptions had many little wizards salivating. A nearby Hufflepuff, with ears extended in curiosity, lamented, why weren't you sorted in a Hufflepuff? This is quite unusual. Ted seemed to grasp why the sorting hat deemed him suitable for Hufflepuff. Their compatibility was indeed remarkable. Chapter 32. Hagrid's Invitation. Now, Ted had honed his transfiguration skills to the point where he could transform a matchstick to resemble a pin, albeit only in appearance. For the material had yet to undergo a true transformation. One must admit, transfiguration was undeniably complex and challenging. Ted, self-taught in spells, managed to learn 3 each week. However, his progress in transfiguration under Professor McGonagall was not as rapid. Yet, he had become the fastest learner among the 36 first years, having received praise from Professor McGonagall 5 times, while Hermione had been complimented thrice. This was far more difficult than the transfiguration depicted in novels and films. Unlike spells, which are assessed solely on overall proficiency, transfiguration demands a holistic understanding. Mastering the transformation of a pin meant he had grasped the essence of object transfiguration. The remaining factors were the relationship between skill and magical strength, along with the size and complexity of the transformation. Then there was the challenge of transforming inanimate objects into living ones, such as changing a button into a beetle. Transfiguration differed from spells in that each spell is an independent entity. Your proficiency in the fluorescent charm is remarkable, yet offers little assistance with a disarming spell. However, your ability to transform a matchstick into a needle suggests that you could effortlessly turn parchment into silk or a porcelain plate into a metal one. After 3 weeks of compliance, Harry has once again become restless, eagerly seeking to explore the ancient castle that her ancestors once roamed. Particularly intriguing is the 3-headed dog lurking behind the door on the right side of the 3rd floor. What purpose does such a colossal creature serve there? What secrets does the hidden door guard? This is truly tantalizing for Gryffindor. It is evident that Dumbledore has the young wizards firmly under his control. Now, Harry is eager to venture with Ron, Jerry, and the reluctant Neville to investigate the 3-headed dog. Ron and Jerry, in perfect synchronization, urge Neville to abandon his reservations. Neville protests, stating he would rather sleep. Harry retorts, sleeping at 10 o'clock? You're indulging in self-care. Get up and join us. Ron and Jerry, with a shared determination, swiftly escort him out of the common room. In truth, many restless students have already learned of the 3-headed dog guarding a hidden door in the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor. Yet, that creature is formidable. Standing tall enough to touch the ceiling, even the most daring young wizards would hesitate to approach it. Consider Malfoy, who, caught off guard by Harry's trickery, managed to maintain his composure without embarrassing himself. Although the 3-headed dog is still in its youthful stage, it should not be underestimated. Have you not heard of a mastiff tackling 5 tigers, or 3 mastiffs battling an aircraft carrier? Hermione, albeit displeased with Ted for not discouraging Harry and her friends from breaking the rules, finds herself reluctantly drawn along by him to catch a glimpse. Hermione exclaims, "Oh my, how delightful!" While Harry is eager to investigate the hidden door, the 3-headed dog remains uncooperative. After several days of fruitless attempts, she inquires Ted's opinion. Ted replies, "What do I think? The combination of leather trousers and cotton pants must surely have a purpose." The others retort, "Well, of course. What else could it mean? Should we simply inform them that what lies beneath is a game set by Dumbledore for Voldemort?" On the morning of the 3rd Friday of the term, Neville and Harry each receive an invitation from Hagrid, inviting them and their friends for a visit. After sharing this news with Ted and the others, they decide to explore the Forbidden Forest over the weekend. Harry remarks, "The twins keep insisting that the Forbidden Forest is fascinating. It would be a perfect opportunity for observation." Ted recalls something and responds, "I believe we should take a gradual approach to all endeavors, including adventures. We have yet to fully understand the castle's pathways. To contemplate an adventure in the Forbidden Forest would be quite ambitious. We ought to first explore the castle thoroughly, uncovering every path, including secret passages. I am convinced this ancient castle harbors countless hidden secrets." He genuinely wishes to deter Harry from wandering aimlessly in the Forbidden Forest, as there is a genuine risk of encountering Voldemort. This time, he is not the savior. Should he truly encounter danger, the consequences could be dire. With no classes scheduled for Friday afternoon, the group, having skipped lunch, sets off together to visit Hagrid's hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, also known as the Hogwarts Keeper of Keys and Grounds, tended to a flock of chickens and cultivated a plot of land nearby, growing potatoes, pumpkins, and cabbages. His primary occupation involved hunting and patrolling in the Forbidden Forest. If he were to host a live stream, amassing 1 million followers within a month would be a mere trifling task. From a distance, Hagrid's hut appeared rather modest, a wooden structure with a conical roof. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize its true enormity. The entire house consisted of a single room, soaring to a height of 5 or 6 meters and covering an area exceeding 60 square meters. Ted stood at the entrance of a wooden cabin, feeling as though he were at the gates of a grand castle, the door being astonishingly large. Knock, knock, knock. Harry stepped forward to rap on the door. The group could hear the barking of a dog from within. Step back, Fong. Step back. Harry and Neville must have arrived. Hagrid's voice resonated through the door, booming and cheerful. The massive wooden door swung open, revealing Hagrid's head, which seemed to merge with his beard, resembling a face sprouting from a great tuft of black hair. Inside, the floor was adorned with unknown animal hides, and against the wall stood a gigantic fireplace, complete with a cauldron large enough to stew a small child. The furnishings were all oversized, the bed resembling one meant for 3. On the walls hung a colossal crossbow and a quiver of arrows, while a gigantic hunting dog, its tail wagging like a propeller, longed to approach but was restrained by Hagrid to avoid startling Ted and the others. This is Fong, Hagrid introduced, holding onto Fong's collar. Though large in stature, Fong was gentle. The group playfully patted the dog's head, their worries dissipating with each stroke. Ted noticed that Fong had 2 tails, explaining the propeller-like wagging, and couldn't help but inquire, Hagrid, is Fong a snidget dog? That doesn't seem quite right. His ears and face shape don't match. While magical pet shops typically showcase smaller creatures, Ted had indeed encountered snidget dogs. These magical canines, known for their loyalty to their masters, possessed 2 tails that split like a swallow's at their rear. To keep one in a Muggle community, owners must report to the Ministry of Magic and, if necessary, magically remove one tail to prevent Muggles from discovering their existence. Naturally, if Hagrid were to keep one, he would likely forego any official reporting. Nevertheless, Fong's outward characteristics seemed rather dissimilar to those of Snidget Dog, aside from the tails. Upon hearing Ted's remark, Hagrid was absolutely elated. Merlin's beard. You recognize them? Ted, right? You have an interest in magical creatures? He grasped Ted's shoulder with his enormous hand, nearly lifting him off the ground. Ted gently patted his hand, signaling him to calm down. I worked at a magical pet shop before enrolling, and I've interacted with snidget dogs. However, Fong seems a bit different. Precisely. Without a doubt, he is unique. Hagrid's eyes, gleaming like polished beetles, squinted with joy. Fong is a crossbreed between a spaniel and a snidget dog. It seemed Fong understood Hagrid's words, for he suddenly vanished and reappeared behind Ted and the others. What's this? Harry exclaimed, astonished. Is it disapparition? This is a blink, not as far-reaching as apparition, but far more convenient. You may not be familiar with the blinkhound, a remarkable creature discovered over a decade ago, believed to have originated from another realm. Hagrid began to regale them with tales of how he managed to breed the otherworldly blinkhounds with the local greyhounds. Less than a month after departing from Diagon Alley, Ted found himself once again pondering the convergence of celestial bodies. The mere sight of Jerry every day was a testament to the impact of such celestial alignments on this world. However, Ted, accustomed to it, often overlooked Jerry's extraordinary traits. Speaking until his throat was parched, Hagrid seized a massive oak cup, 15 centimeters in diameter, and downed a glass of pumpkin juice before recalling that he had invited Harry and the others for a meal. Just a moment, lunch will be ready shortly. You may start with some snacks, he said, presenting a large wooden platter laden with cookies several centimeters in diameter. These are my rock cakes. Do get them try to tide you over. Our rock cakes are here. What a delightful treat. Hagrid exclaimed. Ron and Jerry, ever the hungry ones when mealtime approached, eagerly grabbed a piece and took a bite. Mim. They exclaimed in astonishment, exchanging glances. You must try them. They taste rather good, Ron encouraged, smiling as he invited everyone to partake. Chapter 33. The New Monarch of the Culinary Underworld. Ted, Harry, and Hermione regarded Ron, who was not particularly skilled at deception, with skepticism. Why is your face so pale? Ted inquired. It's the cold. I applied some wax, Ron replied, his grin revealing his fib. And why is it now flushed? Ted pressed. Radiant glow, Ron admitted sheepishly. Neville, the sweet soul, genuinely believed him and took a hefty piece of the rock cake, crunching into it with a loud crack. Oh no, you too? He whimpered, tears welling in his eyes. They had learned quite a few specialized terms from Ted by now. Ted sampled a rock cake, questioning its edibility. Is this meant for humans? It seems more suited for a 3-headed dog. The rock cake resembled a cookie with raisins, its surface cracked to mimic rock. Yet it was not as hard as stone. However, Hagrid seemed to have misunderstood. He had baked them to a rock-like hardness. For Hagrid, with his strong jaw, it was likely just right, but for ordinary humans, it was overly ambitious. Ted casually stuffed a piece in a Fong's mouth, serving him the cake. Listening to Fong's enthusiastic crunching sounded akin to gnawing on crunchy bones. Fong chewed noisily, relishing every bite. His teeth were indeed in perfect condition. Ron watched in fascination, envious. If only I had such teeth, I would feast upon the world. And what of Voldemort? Naturally, the group had not indulged in their pre-meal snacks, their stomachs rumbling in anticipation of the main course. Even Ansu could no longer contain its excitement. It had already ventured to the kitchen for fries. Now, still waiting for the meal, it incessantly squawked, "Time to eat, time to eat." Ted waved it down to the table, offering a piece of jerky to soothe its impatience. As Ron and Jerry gazed at him with bright eyes, he reluctantly offered 2 pieces, then shook his head, exclaiming, "Is it too much?" Not at all. Unfortunately, the humor fell flat, leaving him feeling rather lonely. Hagrid, upon hearing Ansu's call, observed carefully and inquired, "Is that a human tongue speaking to a raven?" "Quite well cared for. Fear not, it shall be ready soon." With that, he tossed some accompaniments into the large pot. Hagrid's dish, dubbed beef stew, truly lived up to its name as a hodgepodge of ingredients, with an eclectic mix of everything imaginable. Ted witnessed him toss a pair of large, peeled claws resembling bear paws, of unknown origin, into the pot. The onlookers exchanged glances, perceiving Hagrid as a whimsical witch from a Muggle fairy tale, concocting potions. Could this possibly be edible? With the hybrid giant's resistance to toxins, they worried they might end up hospitalized in the infirmary. Seeing Hagrid's rapturous expression, Ted had to concede that he had indeed become an esteemed representative of the realm of culinary chaos. "I implore you, Hagrid, allow me to provide you with a recipe. Please do not squander food in such a manner." Ultimately, Ted took it upon himself to prepare a meal of roasted pumpkin and potatoes accompanied by a stew of jerky and vegetables, managing to salvage the dining experience. In the end, Hagrid devoured half the pot of soup, praising its exquisite flavor and inquiring about the secret ingredient. "It's MSG. I added MSG," Ted revealed. During their leisurely post-meal conversation, Ted discovered a magazine titled Fantastic Beasts and where to find them on Hagrid's bedside. "May I take a look?" Ted inquired, pointing to the magazine. "Oh, certainly," Hagrid responded. It was a niche publication focused on magical creatures, featuring many newly discovered interdimensional magical beings over the past decade, consistently at the forefront of the field. "It's my favorite. I subscribe to every issue." Ted nodded, engrossed as he began to peruse the pages, primarily searching for familiar creatures. Noticing Ted's serious demeanor, Hagrid beamed and said, "If you enjoy it, I can lend it to you, but you must return it. It is part of my collection." He gestured towards a makeshift bookshelf on the wall, which indeed held numerous books and journals on magical creatures. Ted quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, I appreciate it, but there's no need to lend it. I've already read it." Although he had not yet perused it thoroughly, he had memorized its contents and would savor it during his leisure time. Naturally, the magazine had its fair share of criticism, with many branding its creator as mad. After all, breeding new magical creatures without authorization was deemed unethical and even illegal. But who truly enforces such matters? The laws are riddled with loopholes. For instance, Ron's father, the head of the Ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, had crafted regulations that conveniently left himself an escape route. Not to mention the more powerful pureblood families. The law primarily targets those without power or influence. For the influential wizards, it is largely a matter of personal integrity. As for Hagrid, he held the Ministry's laws in utter disregard. To him, the philosophy was simple. He would raise whatever he desired. On that Sunday morning, Ted discovered that Neville and Jerry were attempting to reason with an irate Ron. "What is the matter?" he inquired. Jerry elucidated, "It's about Dean. Dean Thomas, one of Neville, Ron, and Jerry's roommates, is a black boy. It appears that the football enthusiast Dean, being British, was merely sharing the rules of the game with his roommates when he found himself in a heated argument with Ron. Ron questioned the logic of a group of grounded individuals fighting over a ball, exclaiming, "Why not prepare several balls? You can't use your hands. Can you wield a stick instead? Just hit each other with it." Ron scoffed, "Is that it? Really?" The ensuing argument was, unsurprisingly, quite intense. "I see," Ted nodded, refraining from passing judgment. Ron, invigorated by the exchange, turned to Ted and asked, "Ted, do you really think that Muggle football is interesting?" Ted replied, "It has nothing to do with Muggles or wizards. You enjoy wizard's chess, while he prefers gobstones. That does not impede your friendship. Besides, you all reside under the same roof for 7 years." That evening, Ron awkwardly apologized to Dean, even gifting him a card featuring a moving chocolate frog of Dumbledore. The young boy Dean was overjoyed to see the animated Dumbledore. Upon learning of this, Ted couldn't help but exclaim, "Ron, you truly are something. This thing yielded 6 cards for 5 of us on the train. and it can only fool a kid raised in the Muggle world. It is worth mentioning that during the last week of October, Potions class became particularly tense under Snape's scrutiny. The clumsy Neville once again found himself as Snape's target for vitriol. It is evident that Snape embodies elitism, unable to tolerate the presence of any fools, harboring a loathing for stupidity that ignites his ire. Although he is not fond of the know-it-all Hermione or Ted, who often adopts a demeanor of nonchalance, as if he has seen through everything, at least they can be deemed intelligent. However, Neville, in particular, is an object of Snape's disdain. Yet, after enduring a scathing tirade from the old snake, Neville did not cry, though tears brimmed in his eyes. He resolutely held them back. He truly absorbed Ted's words and was striving to become braver and stronger. Snape, taken aback by Neville's newfound resilience, began to doubt his own sharp tongue, pondering whether his biting remarks had lost their edge. Both Harry and Ted, unable to stand idly by, voiced their support for Neville. Snape cast a flat look at Harry and coolly remarked, "Defying a professor, 5 points from Ravenclaw." Ted shot Snape a glance, thinking, "Only 5 points? Have you not eaten? Be more assertive." Harry retorted, "What about me? Go ahead, deduct my points." Chapter 34, Summary and New Knowledge for October. The end of the month arrived swiftly. Ted and his companions had been enrolled for a month. Tomorrow marks the beginning of October, heralding the refresh of new knowledge from the otherworld. Ted resolved to summarize his experiences from the past month, beginning with the character interface. Ted Epiphany. Level 1 Wizard, Level 1 Mind Sorcerer. Experience pool, 3472. Attributes. The average value of attributes for an ordinary adult Muggle is 5. Strength, 3. Constitution, 5. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 6. Perception, 7. 1 wand. Spirit, 9. Charisma, 7. Luck. Muggles have 0, fluctuating based on circumstances. Talent. Knowledge of other worlds, gold. Skills. Magic power level 2, 1 wand. Transfiguration level 2. Spellcasting level 1, 1 wand. Magical resistance level 1. Telepathy level 1. Mental resistance level 2. Prophecy level 1. Magic. Lumos level 2. Scourgify level 2. Cleaning charm level 2. Repairing charm level 1. Aquamini level 1. Bubblehead charm level 1. Disarming charm level 1. Psychic abilities. Appraisal, Memory Palace, Spirit Crystal Servant. Not yet manifested. Reading, Affinity Charm, Conceal Thought, Mental Encouragement. Cards. Energy Restoration green. Ravenclaw's Wisdom blue. Wildboar Launch green. Mysterious Dance Flute green. Neville's Failed Scabbers Potion green. Quests. Explore Hogwarts red. The corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor, right? Green. A student life without losing points is incomplete blue. Model student blue. Good student blue. Over 3,000 experience points accumulated. A great victory. This is primarily due to the fact that I have not made use of them. Experience can not only enhance professional levels, but also upgrade spells. For instance, upgrading Lumos from level 1 to level 2 requires 200 experience points. Ted need not wave his wand. He merely needs to deduct 200 experience points from his pool and infuse them in a Lumos, directly elevating it to level 2, thus achieving the effects and proficiency of that level. However, Ted has refrained from utilizing his experience, primarily worried that acquiring new knowledge from other realms would consume too many points. Spells can be practiced to upgrade themselves. With sufficient attempts, usually around 200 successful uses, they will level up. With focused effort, one could progress from 0 to level 2 in just a week or two. Yet, if the knowledge of other realms is missed due to insufficient experience for exchange, it would be quite regrettable. Tomorrow ushers in a new month, and I hope for some powerful insights. Nevertheless, I have yet to fully digest my knowledge as a Dalaran cannon fodder mage. Currently, my primary focus is on studying the spells within my textbooks. The combat spells of the Dalaran cannon fodder mage are still somewhat beyond my grasp. Speaking of which, the effects of Lumos at level 2 are significantly more stable, with a duration of 1.5 minutes, emitting a brighter light without flickering. And Ted has simplified the incantation, allowing the spell to be cast with just 1 word. This may be a crucial technique for silent casting in critical moments in the future. However, due to his telepathic abilities, Ted possesses much stronger control over his magical power. With just a slight hint, he can effectively channel his magic. In fact, he believes that if he elevates Lumos to level 3, he should be able to cast it silently. As for wandless magic, he wonders when he will achieve that, perhaps not until level 5. Within the system, both magic and skills range from level 1 to level 9. Generally, spells are constrained by their corresponding skills. For instance, if one's incantation is only at level 3, it becomes exceedingly challenging to elevate a basic spell to level 4. Typically, a fifth-year student's OWL's examination proficiency hovers around level 3, while a seventh-year's graduation NEWT's examination excellence reaches level 4. Progressing further to level 5 allows one to access the silent casting of spells. Ted represents an exceptional case. However, every wizard possesses particular strengths and proficiencies in certain spells. For example, in the original text, Lockhart struggles with even the simplest incantations, yet his forgetfulness charm has attained mastery, leaving countless skilled wizards oblivious to the anomalies in their memories. This phenomenon often manifests in intuitive, emotionally driven wizards, who typically excel in specific spells. Ted has also made strides in transfiguration, now adept at transforming matches into steel needles, thereby elevating his proficiency to level 2. This achievement is no small feat. Once he mastered the transformation from match to needle, it became significantly easier to transmute other objects. The size of the transformed items is contingent upon one's proficiency and magical strength. In terms of spells, he sought private guidance from Professor Flitwick and learned the disarming charm. Practicing diligently for several days on a dilapidated training dummy in an abandoned classroom, he has also developed a new psychic ability, mental encouragement. The summary of this past month reveals a singular focus on learning and developing his psychic powers, eschewing any extracurricular escapades, including nocturnal adventures. Although he feels a twinge of envy watching Harry explore the ancient magical school under the cloak of invisibility, Ted understands that his priority as a first-year student is to endure, to learn magic, and to strengthen himself. Engaging in unnecessary activities is to be avoided. He must not court danger. Once he attains a certain level of capability, he can contemplate other pursuits. Does he truly believe himself to be the protagonist of a cliché narrative? In addition to reflecting on his month's accomplishments, he has begun to compile a reading list. He perceives a dire lack of foundational education among young wizards. It might even be said that their education is nearly non-existent. Wizarding families typically teach language and mathematics, yet their instruction rarely extends beyond basic addition and subtraction, neglecting multiplication and division entirely. Moreover, their understanding of magic is often superficial and fragmented. Hermione approached Ted, who was engrossed in his writing, and quietly inquired, "What are you doing?" Ted replied, "I am summarizing my gains from the past month while also organizing knowledge system." Hermione asked, "Knowledge system?" I find myself a bit perplexed. Most young wizards receive home education, yet not every mother possesses the skills of an elementary teacher, resulting in substantial gaps in foundational knowledge, particularly in mathematics and natural sciences. Their comprehension of magic is equally rudimentary. Hence, I wish to compile a reading list to assist young wizards in understanding magic and their magical abilities. Ted's experience working at the Leaky Cauldron has proven invaluable in this endeavor. In the span of 2 months, Ted meticulously cataloged hundreds, if not thousands, of tomes from the realm of magic. Among these were numerous foundational texts on magical theory. He organized the textbooks, establishing a reading sequence that traversed from theoretical principles to basic spells and domestic magic. Titles such as a must-read for young sorcerers, Mastering Your Magical Energy, The Truth of Magic, An Overview of Sorcery, Fundamental Principles of Modern Magic, A Comprehensive Guide to Basic Incantations, and a Complete Handbook of Domestic Magic, 1983 edition were included. This compilation proved to be immensely beneficial for Hermione. She regarded it as a treasure. It had been noted earlier that wizards could be classified into 2 types, intuitive learners and rational scholars, which could be likened to the instinctive and the academic. Hermione unequivocally belonged to the latter category. She was not the type whose fervor could amplify the potency of spells. The efficacy of all magic must be grounded in a sound educational framework and a solid knowledge base. This reading list was particularly significant for her. A grand edifice rises from the ground up, and with this list, her future studies would be greatly enhanced. Neville and the others joined in the enthusiasm, though Harry and Jerry were too preoccupied, and Ron found it difficult to concentrate. Nevertheless, Neville, albeit at a slow pace, diligently tackled the reading list. Subsequently, Professor Flitwick discovered Hermione's compilation and couldn't help but express his admiration. Even in Ravenclaw, students of Ted's caliber were a rare find. He was destined for greatness. The following morning, as Ted opened his eyes, he realized it was already October. The talent knowledge of other worlds, Gold, was triggered, revealing the book titled The Book of Yule, Green. This tome documented the research and summoning knowledge of the Dalaran mage Yule regarding otherworldly werewolves and required 350 experience points to exchange. Unexpectedly, what began as a training manual for Dalaran's expendable mages had transformed into a scholarly work by a Dalaran mage. Truth be told, Ted was rather familiar with this book. During his previous exploits in Azeroth, he had always been aligned with the Horde. The Horde boasted 3 classic dungeons critical for low-level adventurers: Ragefire Chasm, Shadowfawn Keep, and Wailing Caverns. The Book of Yule was associated with a quest within Shadowfawn Keep. It was said that many mages racked their brains to devise methods to combat the undead plague. A mage named Yule had mastered a form of summoning knowledge concerning a powerful and malevolent being known as a werewolf from another realm. Ultimately, Yule abandoned his research, believing that werewolves were too wicked and brutal, potentially posing a greater threat than the undead plague itself. However, another mage seized upon Yule's research, viewing it as a valuable opportunity. He believed that if he could harness the power of these otherworldly werewolves, dominion over a territory would not be a mere fantasy. He was none other than Erigel, the final boss within Shadowfawn Keep. Thus, a book detailing the summoning and control of otherworldly werewolves? Ted was incensed, setting aside the fact that werewolves were not uncommon in the magical community, even if the werewolves of this world were significantly more formidable. He could never summon such uncontrollable creatures, especially those with potent infectious capabilities. Ted decisively shut down the system, opting not to exchange anything. He would save his experience for other endeavors. Continuing to wait in this manner was not a viable solution. What if next month brought forth nothing but useless knowledge? With resolve, he consumed 1,000 experience points to elevate the wizard to level 2. The character panel immediately reflected an increase of 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. After contemplation, he allocated the attribute point to his spirit, bringing it to 10, twice that of an ordinary individual. The spirit attribute holds considerable significance for both wizards and psychics, rendering it invaluable. The skill point was invested in mana, elevating it to level 3. Ted extended his hand, sensing the immense surge of mana within him, vastly enhanced, at least double what it had been previously. A powerful sensation surged through him, as if he were on the verge of breaking through to something greater. He yearned to ascend to the next level. Of course, he merely mused. Advancing too rapidly could prove detrimental. Strength must be mastered personally. Otherwise, it remains mere theoretical prowess. Accumulating a mana level of 9 without the ability to control it could lead to catastrophic consequences, such as an uncontrolled surge or becoming a volatile force. Although the knowledge from the October Otherworld, the Book of Yule, was unreliable, Ted still had the September Otherworld knowledge awaiting exploration. The spells taught to the expendable mages in Dalaran possessed great value as well. Initially, he focused on textbook spells due to being new to the academy, coupled with concerns about his ability to manage more complex spells. It is crucial to note that the spells used by expendable mages were potent, and any misstep could result in grave consequences. Now, having completed most of the first-year spell content within a month, and with a significant increase in mana after leveling up, he felt ready to experiment. Ted had been playing World of Warcraft on and off for nearly a decade, familiarizing himself with the game. While he had not delved deeply into the mage profession, he had practiced it through alternate characters. Compared to the established mages in Dalaran, who wielded a vast array of combat spells, he could only be considered an expendable mage. Surely, Dalaran boasted an abundance of non-combat utility spells, such as light spells. Otherwise, how could the mages handle their daily tasks? Magic could not be so cumbersome. Though Ted had only acquired a beginner's manual for combat mages, it still contained an impressive array of 16 spells. It is evident that even an expendable mage is not a role to be taken lightly. The spells were categorized into 3 schools: Frost, Fire, and Arcane. The narrative backdrop also included summoning spells researched by Yule and Alurak, the forbidden necromantic spells secretly studied by Kel'Thuzad, the shadow powers mastered by warlocks, and even time magic akin to time distortion. However, none of these pertained to his current pursuits. The conventional spells from the 3 schools alone could occupy him for a lifetime. The manual detailed frost spells such as Frostbolt, Frost Armor, and Frost Nova. The fire spells included Fire Shock, Fireball, and Flamestorm. Arcane spells include Arcane Intelligence, Arcane Missiles, Create Water, Create Food, Polymorph, Featherfall, Magic Suppression, Blink, Awakening, and Teleport to Dalaran. These spells correspond roughly to the capabilities of a level 20 mage within the game. Engaging with bandits, beasts, kobolds, murlocs, and gnolls is certainly manageable. However, when it comes to facing perilous monsters or formidable forces, one would be swiftly overwhelmed. Contemplating the knowledge swirling in his mind, Ted pondered from which spell he should commence his studies. This question was not new to him, and he had begun to formulate some ideas. Firstly, he did not pursue sheer destructive power. As a first-year student, what dangers could he realistically encounter? Even if he were to face peril, would a single Frostbolt or Fireball truly be effective? Therefore, the most prudent choice would indeed be from the arcane school. Should he succeed in mastering arcane intelligence, which enhances intellect, it would significantly accelerate his learning process. All novice wizards begin on equal footing, yet a single step forward could yield countless advances. The disparities in skill would originate from this very moment. With his current advantages, including flow state, mental boost, memory palace, reading spell, rejuvenation, green, and Ravenclaw's wisdom, blue, he already possessed a considerable edge. Acquiring arcane intelligence would further augment his intellect. What a remarkable boon that would be! He would undoubtedly rival the likes of Thompson. Nevertheless, the intricacies of arcane spells surpass those of elemental spells. They do not simply manifest with a flourish of ice and fire. Moreover, the utilization of arcane intelligence requires consideration of either oneself or an ally. Should the spell be improperly executed, it could result in an unfortunate mishap akin to a dullard's curse. It would be wiser to wait until his spellcasting proficiency is elevated before delving into such complexities. Prudence is paramount. As for create water and create food, as well as arcane missiles, he deemed them unnecessary for the time being. Featherfall has alternatives in the form of levitate and dampening spells. Teleporting to Dalaran was out of the question. It was far too challenging. There was no need to contemplate it until he mastered spells such as Shadow Step and Portkey. Furthermore, this world does not even feature a place called Dalaran, so spreading such misinformation would be unwise. Arcane intelligence, polymorph, magic suppression, and blink presented challenges that were beyond his current capabilities. The study and practice of these spells could prove perilous. Ted had yet to grasp their fundamental principles. It would likely take him a year or two to even begin researching them, necessitating a deeper understanding of magical energies. After considerable reflection, Ted opted for the defensive spell Frost Armor. Ice and fire spells are relatively straightforward, and as this would be his first foray into magic beyond the confines of the game, starting with the simplest option is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Frostbolt may even be simpler than Frost Armor, being the first spell a mage encounters in the game. However, offensive spells can be misconstrued as curses or hexes, which could lead to complications. Mischievous incantations, such as those known for their trickster nature, are deemed malevolent, and as a novice without a solid foundation, it would be prudent to avoid attracting such troubles. Frostbolt requires an extended casting time, colloquially referred to as charging the Frostbolt. A casting duration of over 2 seconds is rather excessive in this realm. The power of the Frost Arrow is not to be underestimated. According to the knowledge stored in my mind, its physical damage alone can penetrate a 1 centimeter pine board from a distance of 10 meters. A person clad merely in ordinary garments would face a significant probability of instant death if struck in the head or chest. Even a wizard equipped with a level 1 magical resistance, without the invocation of defensive spells, would sustain severe injuries, and without timely medical attention, the outcome could be fatal. My purpose here is to pursue education, not to engage in acts of violence. Rather than striving to master lethal spells, it would be far wiser to learn to launch flare signals for summoning help in times of danger. Conversely, the Frost Armor spell is quite commendable. What? Why not explore the Fireball spell? Because playing with fire can lead to disastrous consequences. Fireballs are significantly more perilous than frost arrows. The spells of Azeroth differ greatly from the magic of this world. The casting method, which involves incantations and gestures, must be transformed into verbal spells accompanied by wand movements, necessitating the analysis of spell models and the reconstitution of magical energy. At this moment, Ted requires a place to train in magic. The magical realm undoubtedly harbors many private spells akin to those invented by Snape, such as the Hanging Bell, Tongue Lock, and Shadowless Blade. However, spells like Frost Armor possess a different aesthetic and may attract undue attention if observed. Thus, a discrete location for magical training is essential. Ted begins to analyze the spell model of Frost Armor, attempting to transform it into a new incantation. The core elements of this spell hinge on coldness, shielding, and defense. He resolves to study while simultaneously learning the Freezing Charm, Obstruction, and Ironclad Protection. The Ironclad spell is an advanced incantation that is challenging to master in a short period, but its principles can be utilized. The other two are relatively straightforward, and given Professor Flitwick's fondness for Ted, private inquiries pose no issue. Ted requests an abandoned classroom from Professor Flitwick and discovers several worn training dummies, thus commencing his dedicated research. A week passes, during which Ted devotes nearly all his spare time to the study and practice of new magic. The results can be described as both successful and unsuccessful. It is successful in that he has successfully analyzed and developed the incantation, enabling him to cast Frost Armor. However, it is also unsuccessful due to the incantation's excessive length. comprising 7 words, and the complexity of the wand movements, which require 2 to 3 seconds of intricate gestures. Additionally, the magical energy consumption is immense. Casting Frost Armor is equivalent to consecutively casting 7 or 8 disarm spells. This suggests a flaw in the transformation of the incantation and gestures. The incantation is overly verbose. The wand's trajectory is convoluted, the mobilization of magical energy is inefficient, and the clarity of intent in casting requires further refinement. The spells I am currently studying have undergone countless optimizations by wizards over millennia, representing the most effective solutions. While they may not necessarily yield the best results, they are user-friendly, easy to learn, and require minimal energy expenditure. Reflecting on this, Snape had already developed the Hanging Bell, Tongue Lock, and Shadowless Blade by the 6th year, particularly the latter, which stands as a pinnacle of dark magic. His innate talent for the dark arts is undeniably remarkable, due to the ineffectiveness of the identification spell against those of significantly greater strength, and its propensity to arouse suspicion and aversion in sensitive individuals. Ted had long refrained from employing it on the professors. However, considering that, apart from Dumbledore, the most formidable wizard in the school was likely Snape. Despite being the youngest among the 4 heads, it was clear that he would have made a remarkable mark in the annals of magical history were it not for his entanglements of the heart. Chapter 36, The Mysterious Mirror. In recent days, Ted had become somewhat reclusive, a change that did not go unnoticed by his peers. Hermione, in particular, observed that Ted often practiced magic alone in the abandoned classroom and spent considerable time in the library poring over incomprehensible texts, which left her quite concerned and somewhat unsettled. Hermione thought, is he planning to abandon us? The Gryffindor quartet, not to be outdone, also noticed a shift in Ted's demeanor after several days. During meals, he appeared preoccupied, far less animated than Ansu, who was enthusiastically devouring fries. Does he have something on his mind? Ron inquired. It seems more like he's contemplating something, Jerry responded. Indeed, Hermione nodded. He mentioned he is researching new magic. New magic? Is it a prank spell? Neville asked, his face a mask of surprise. Finally, Harry declared, why are we merely speculating? We should just ask Ted directly. Listen, I have a plan. The group collectively dismissed Harry's suggestion, insisting it was unnecessary. That evening, as Ted swiftly finished his meal and excused himself, the others exchanged knowing glances. Ron hastily stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth, while Jerry stuffed cheese into his lunchbox for a late-night snack. Let us follow him. Ted arrived at the entrance of the abandoned classroom on the 5th floor of the left tower and called out to the empty corridor behind him. Come out. You've been trailing me. What are you thinking? How did you discover us? Harry lamented the failure of his ambush plan. Such a grand scheme of mine. Ted chuckled. The sound of your footsteps combined is akin to a drumbeat. What is the matter? Are you stealthily stalking me? Hermione stepped forward, her expression a mix of seriousness and apprehension. Ted, are you researching some dangerous magic? Seeing the concerned faces of Hermione and the others, Ted couldn't help but laugh heartily. Thank you for your concern. Come in, and I shall show you my findings. As the 6 of them entered the room, Ted pointed his wand at an old training dummy at the far end of the classroom. This is the freezing spell, Freeze and Bind. A pale blue spell shot forth, striking the dummy about 6 or 7 meters away, instantly covering it in a thin layer of ice. Wow, cool, Jerry exclaimed. Harry clapped enthusiastically. Great. So you've been practicing this spell here? This is fantastic. Hand it over. I'll use it against Malfoy next time. Poor Malfoy was the first to come to her mind. Ted shook his head. It's not just this. There's also the obstruction spell. Another spell, a faint red hue, struck the dummy, but its effects were not readily apparent. Is this the obstruction spell? Hermione exclaimed. Indeed. Once struck, one's movements slow down, typically lasting around 10 seconds, Ted remarked. As for the final armor charm, I have yet to master it, so I shall refrain from demonstrating it. Ron interjected, so, are you truly practicing spells here? Or are these incantations meant for upperclassmen? His desperation was palpable. Why are there so many overachievers in this world? Are you all trying to drive me to madness? Please, don't come any closer. Not at all, Ted replied. I'm not here to practice these spells. Rather, I am developing a new incantation. Ted's declaration left his companions in stunned silence. A new spell? Indeed. While the invention of spells is not an extraordinary feat within a magical realm, as many distinguished wizards or fortunate sorcerers often stumble upon bizarre incantations that, if deemed useful, may endure through time, having a peer of the same age who has only been enrolled for just over a month claim to be developing a new spell feels entirely different. It is akin to the proliferation of online influencers. With 100,000 followers, one is hardly noteworthy. But achieving 1 million followers signifies prominence. However, discovering that someone close to you has suddenly become a significant influencer alters the entire perception. At that moment, Hermione and Harry shared that very sentiment. Surely you jest, Ted. This time, instead of pointing his wand at the battered training dummy, Ted traced an intricate design in the air with his hand and declared, "Frost Shield." Suddenly, a shield of ice materialized above Ted's head before vanishing. In that instant, his friends felt a chill, akin to wearing a t-shirt during a snowfall. "Yikes!" Ron exclaimed, crossing his arms and shivering. "What just happened? Did you just perform magic?" Everyone turned to Ted, who began to elucidate his newly invented spell. He described it as a combination of the freezing charm, the barrier charm, and elements of the armor charm. Once cast, this incantation enveloped Ted in an invisible layer of protective frost. The transparent ice shield hovered around him, capable of withstanding lower-level spells while primarily defending against physical attacks, slowing down the assailant with the chill. Currently, this magic lasts for 6 minutes. "Hit me," Ted challenged Ron. "Allow me." Harry, the Gryffindor boxing champion, eagerly volunteered and swung a punch at Ted's smooth, pale face. The punch was thwarted by the icy shield, and Harry's arm was soon coated with a layer of frost. "Ah, it's so cold. My arm is going numb." The cold constricted her muscles, rendering her movements sluggish. "This is impressive. Teach me," Harry exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm, her companion's eyes sparkling with excitement. "However, we must wait. This spell is still in its infancy and has not yet achieved full success." "Not fully successful?" they echoed. "Indeed, as you witnessed. I spent quite some time waving my wand, and the magical energy consumption is considerable. Further optimization is necessary. As for the incantation, I have successfully navigated through various trials and enhancements. The spell must articulate the properties and form of the magic. Frost embodies the spell's property, while the protective shield represents its manifestation. However, there had been no progress regarding the wand trajectory. He even contemplated replacing the wand's trajectory with a gesture to circumvent this challenge, enabling him to perform magic unencumbered. The development of the Frost armor charm ignited a fleeting enthusiasm for learning among his companions. Their time spent studying and practicing magic in the library noticeably increased, though this fervor only lasted a few days. To master the Frost armor charm, one must first be proficient in the freezing charm and the obstruction charm, with the shield charm also being a requisite. The freezing charm is covered in the 2nd year, the obstruction charm in the 3rd year, and the shield charm not until the 5th year, thus setting a rather high prerequisite. Ron and Jerry spent 4 days merely learning the freezing charm before they ultimately abandoned it, saying, "Once you've fully developed it, teach us. We won't disturb you." In contrast, Harry and Hermione progressed swiftly. They had already mastered the freezing charm and the obstruction charm and were delving into the shield charm. One day, the Weasley twins mysteriously approached Ted during lunch, whispered something, and then departed. Ron quickly moved closer, inquiring, "What did George and Fred say to you?" It sounded mysterious. Ron felt slighted that the twins would not confide in their own brother, but instead chose to tease him, making him particularly attentive to their interaction with Ted. Ted explained to his friends, "George and Fred discovered something suspicious and wanted me to join them in investigating." Upon hearing the word suspicious, Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." "Hold on, we'll have time after we finish our meal," Ted replied. Under Harry's urgent urging, they hastily concluded their lunch and set off to find the twins. "This is the place," George announced as he led them to a secluded corridor, pointing at the wall. There stood an oval half-length mirror framed with silver relief, shrouded in dust that had not been cleaned for ages. "A mirror?" Ron questioned, perplexed. Fred draped an arm around his shoulder, teasing him, "My foolish brother, do not merely look with your eyes. Look with your heart." Ted sensed that Fred seemed to be testing Ron's character through this remark. Ted added, "The eyes may not perceive most magic, but keen perception can sense the presence of magical energy. Pay close attention." Ted had previously noted Hermione's exceptional ability to perceive and control magic, which contributed to her rapid learning of spells due to her strong control. She reached out to touch the surface of the mirror and indeed felt the magical energy, exclaiming, "And this dust cannot be wiped away." "Wow," George marveled. "Clever," Fred exclaimed. They had stumbled upon the peculiar nature of this mirror. Typically, the decorations within the castle were tended to by house elves, ensuring that everything from portraits to suits of armor was polished to a shine. Yet, this mirror was cloaked in a layer of dust, which was quite peculiar. Ted sensed the flow of magic within, complex and unlike any magic he was familiar with. His foundation was still shallow, and his mastery of spells was too limited to discern its nature. He turned to his companions and asked, Does anyone here know how to perform an enigma's transformation? No, I believe that's something for the 4th year. It seemed he would first need to study some spells. Chapter 37. The Magical Origami Crane. Alas, more spells to learn. Ron lamented. When will these days of having to study incantations, even when discovering something amusing, come to an end? Is it too much to ask for a life filled with leisurely chicken legs and wizard chess? Upon hearing their younger brother utter such disheartening words, George and Fred immediately clasped him in a playful but firm embrace, as if to suggest that any disagreement could lead to a swift and playful reprimand. George exclaimed, "Oh, my foolish brother, how can you utter such nonsense?" Fred added, "Little Ronnie, you are a wizard. How can you call yourself one if you refuse to learn spells?" Little Ronnie. Harry chuckled at the name. Ron's face flushed crimson. "Do not call me that." Little Ronnie was his childhood nickname. Despite his incessant complaints, he realized that all his friends were learning new spells to unravel the mystery of the peculiar mirror, and he could not afford to be left out. Even Neville was diligently studying incantations. What excuse did he have to indulge in chess? Moreover, who would even play with him? Thus, he resigned himself to following along. This is the principle of being influenced by one's surroundings. An ancient saying goes, to dwell among virtuous individuals is akin to entering a fragrant garden. In time, one will become accustomed to its aroma. Ted had only spent one night and had already begun to grasp the essence of this magic. The following afternoon, the group hastily consumed their lunch before making their way to a secluded corridor. Ron, with a chicken leg in hand, continued to munch as they walked. Unbeknownst to them, Malfoy had stealthily trailed behind, his relentless scheming undeterred. However, as Malfoy rounded a corner, he unexpectedly encountered 8 individuals, including the Weasley twins, standing in a semicircle before him. He immediately looked up at the ceiling, exclaiming, "Damn it, where am I? I lost my way." He then turned on his heel and walked away, not casting a glance at the group. If he had been leaning on a cane, one might have mistaken him for being blind. Ron stroked his chin. "I've discovered for the first time that Malfoy can be quite clever." With Malfoy scared off, the group finally arrived before the mirror. Ted drew his wand and pointed at the glass, declaring, "Reveal your true form." Suddenly, the dust on the mirror's surface dissipated, revealing a clear and bright reflection. However, no human figures appeared. Instead, there was a metallic ornament hanging on the wall. It was a colorful moth made of metal wires, with a simple incantation inscribed below. "Moth, take flight." "What does this mean?" Ron inquired. Jerry replied, "Looking for something?" Neville asked, "Is that incantation below?" George scratched his red hair and remarked, "Fred, doesn't this look a bit familiar?" "Indeed, we've seen this somewhere," Fred exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Ted scrutinized the moth until it vanished from the mirror, and upon casting Reveal Your True Form once more, the same image reappeared. It seemed we were meant to find this object, judging by the style of the wall. It undoubtedly belonged to Hogwarts Castle. To the right should be a large pot of greenery, and to the left, a staircase. Indeed, they had found it, in the subterranean level of the right tower of the main complex, a place seldom frequented by visitors. Even when someone did wander by, they would hardly pay attention to the palm-sized ornament adorning the wall beside the staircase. We had attempted to interact with it, but it merely stirred slightly. George shrugged. Upon hearing this, Ron extended his wand. The moth depicted in the metallic decoration on the wall merely twitched its antennae. Both Harry and Hermione took their turns, each demonstrating slightly greater prowess than Ron, causing the moth to flutter its wings. Ted, under the watchful eyes of his companions, raised his wand. The moth took flight. To everyone's astonishment, the moth flapped its wings a few times and descended from the wall, circling around Ted's wand. As anticipated, upon nearing the mirror, the moth departed from the wand and settled in the blank area beneath the mirror, merging with it seamlessly. Suddenly, the mirror emitted a faint glow, revealing an aged piece of parchment. Ding! The magical puzzle was solved, yielding 88 experience points. Experience points. Ted carefully retrieved the parchment, which bore a multitude of inscriptions. After a brief glance, he remarked, "This parchment was left by a senior many years ago, chronicling a spell of his own invention." A spell. Excitement surged among the group. Only Ron appeared despondent. "What on earth have I been toiling for?" Ted continued. "It appears to be a rather intriguing spell. It allows one to transform a piece of paper into a flying paper crane, which can then deliver messages to a designated recipient. It's a communication spell worth investigating." This adventure and puzzle-solving experience was immensely enjoyable for everyone, except for Ron. The Gryffindors relished such escapades, while Hermione reveled in unraveling enigmas. Not to mention, they had acquired a new spell. Although this paper crane messaging spell could only convey messages within a limited range, such as within Hogwarts or a nearby village, and required the sender to be someone familiar, it was still a fascinating enchantment. At the very least, this spell drew inspiration from the innate tracking abilities of the magical world's messenger owls, making it valuable in its own right. Moreover, once the friends mastered this spell, communicating with one another would become significantly more convenient, eliminating the need for owls or other means of delivery. Ted also discovered a new method of gaining experience. However, such puzzles were rare, a fortuitous encounter indeed. One could only speculate how many predecessors had left their invaluable treasures within this millennia-old castle, and how many juniors had stumbled upon them, reaping joy and knowledge. This could be considered a form of legacy. Following this event, the companions' adventurous spirits were unleashed, leading them to roam wildly through the common room, library, hall, kitchen, corridors, and classrooms. This potion induced a deep sleep, ensuring a peaceful slumber devoid of dreams. The group, brimming with enthusiasm, searched eagerly, and to their delight, they indeed found treasures. If a mere door remained locked, it would hardly be noteworthy within the castle. After all, some doors were merely decorative embellishments on the walls. However, this particular door bore peculiar numbers and designs, with a ring of animal reliefs encircling it. Prompting a sense of intrigue, the Hogwarts exploration team, including the twins, gathered once more. The twins attempted to unlock the door using the unlocking charm. Yet the incantation Alohomora proved futile. This suggested that the door was indeed enchanted and sealed by magic. The twins were quite intrigued and revealed the secret. Ron, being too young, was unaware, but they had overheard their parents discussing it. Bill, during his school days, had once opened a cursed treasure vault with his friends. It was said to be the mysterious door that had appeared. We must unlock this door. This is a golden opportunity. I certainly do not wish to graduate without any noteworthy experiences. However, the highly anticipated cursed treasure vault was opened by Ted in merely 2 days. In fact, the door presented a riddle, with the surrounding reliefs serving as clues. Within the corridors encircling the door, relevant reliefs were to be adjusted to match the riddle displayed on the door. Once accomplished, the unlocking charm would grant access. Inside lay a wooden chest, containing items left behind by a former student, a pair of prank toys, and a cursed spell that ensnares legs. Ted gained 88 experience points. These prank toys were relics from over 30 years ago, akin to collectibles. Learning the curse spell was far more exhilarating than mastering a Lumos charm, especially considering the potential to use it on Malfoy and the Slytherins. Even Ron began to take the initiative to study, surprisingly revealing considerable talent in dark magic, having learned it an hour earlier than Harry. Indeed, Ted utilized his identification skills to observe Ron and discovered his dark magic prowess was at level 2. Such a gift was innate. Ted mused that a traitor had surfaced among Gryffindor. Ted, Hermione, Harry, Neville, Ron, and Jerry had formed a closely knit group, known as the Hogwarts Six or the Hogwarts Friends. Exploring the castle had its advantages, particularly safety. Ted delighted in this. If he could channel his friends' energies into such activities, it would be beneficial, especially for the Weasley twins, who often ventured into the Forbidden Forest. This year was different, as Professor Quirrell had that peculiar being on the back of his head. A collision with him while he was capturing unicorns could prove fatal. It was best to keep them within the castle to frolic. The effect was even more pronounced on animals of lesser intellect. No wonder Ted had thrived while working at the magical menagerie. He had encountered Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, several times, and after feeding her some treats, he was able to pet her. Yesterday, Filch caught him in the act, infuriated to the point of nearly jumping with rage as he scooped up Mrs. Norris. Yet, she gazed longingly at Ted from his shoulder. Petting Mrs. Norris in front of Filch was nothing short of audacious. Chapter 38. Shielding Charm and Long Live Friendship. Protego. Ted waved his wand, and a thin layer of magical shield materialized before him, only to vanish moments later. He had finally succeeded in casting the shield charm. In the realm of magic, he had already acquired the shield charm at level 1, indicating the system's recognition of his abilities. Moreover, he had gained 65 experience points from mastering a new spell. However, after experiencing the effects of a shield charm, he felt somewhat disheartened. Initially, he directed a sphere towards himself using his magical energy, only to find that the shield charm could not withstand its impact. Was the force of this sphere perhaps a bit excessive? He then attempted to control a piece of parchment. Yet again, the shield charm failed to provide any protection. Was there not a more negligible attack available? It was no wonder that the original text stated that most employees of the Ministry of Magic could hardly cast a respectable shield charm. The mere ability to perform the spell was not sufficient. The effectiveness was paramount. Ultimately, how could Ted assess the defensive limits of his current shield charm? As fragile as gossamer, It seemed as if it could be easily shattered, akin to the ultra-thin, touchless material of Okamoto 001. This was merely a demonstration of the spell. It offered no protective benefits whatsoever. It was less effective than a mere bubble. He even worried that a deep breath might rupture it. Nonetheless, magic is inherently a discipline that requires constant reflection and refinement, a gradual process of strengthening and optimization. It is not akin to learning mathematics, where one grasps a concept and immediately comprehends it. Rather, it resembles a craft. Mastering it merely opens the door, necessitating continuous honing and exploration thereafter. The former spell renders the legs of the afflicted immobile, as if encased in wood. Its effects are minimal, particularly against wizards. If only it could render one's hands as rigid as wooden sticks, rendering the wand unusable. That would indeed prove useful. However, could this spell perhaps find application elsewhere? For instance, in a curse that renders the third leg utterly invincible. The latter spell causes the victim's front teeth to grow uncontrollably, leaving their mouth unable to close. Yet, it can effectively hinder the opponent from casting spells. After dinner, he ventured alone to an empty terrace, an old guitar in hand. After tuning the strings, he gently strummed the instrument. A melody of the stroll in the mysterious garden resonated in the tranquil evening, flowing through the deserted corridors, terraces, and towers, mingling with the evening breeze and the fading sun. This song was composed based on the poem Down by the Sally Garden by the poet William Butler Yeats, depicting a willow garden by a river in County Sligo, Ireland. Thus, the song is also known as In the Willow Garden. William Butler Yeats, an Irish poet, playwright, and essayist, was a renowned mystic and a leader of the Irish literary revival. His poetry, influenced by Romanticism, aestheticism, mysticism, symbolism, and metaphysical poetry, evolved into a distinctive style. This song, too, embodies a unique romance and mystery, captivating all who hear it. Perhaps some students would inadvertently catch the melody, pausing to listen, yet unable to discern its source. Perhaps only the ancient magical castle would be attuned to Ted's music. He immersed himself in the melody, relaxing both body and mind, allowing his spirit to unfurl freely, savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility that belonged solely to him. Before long, a paper crane fluttered unsteadily towards him. Ted extended his hand, and the paper crane gently descended into his palm, unfurling into a sheet of paper. It was Hermione, inquiring about his whereabouts, mentioning that she had faintly heard the sound of a guitar. Was it he who was playing? Indeed, this ancient castle, adorned with statues and portraits, lacked any semblance of artistic ambience. There were scarcely any musical instruments present. It was said that a fire, sparked by a theatrical performance decades ago, had led to the cancellation of such events thereafter. Ted picked up his guitar and set off to find his companions. Before departing, he cast a glance at a nearby wall. Once he had left, a milky white ghost emerged from that very wall. She was a lady, known among the Ravenclaw Eagles as the Grey Lady, the house ghost of Ravenclaw. She had been hiding within the wall, listening to Ted's melodies. At that moment, Ted heard Jerry exclaim, "Now that we are at Hogwarts, I can finally feast on cheese to my heart's content. Long live Hogwarts." As he was affectionately nicknamed Mouse in Gryffindor, he had begun to refer to himself as such. Ted settled down and inquired, "What are we chatting about that brings such joy?" It was only then that he learned they were reminiscing about their struggles and triumphs. Having resided at Hogwarts for nearly 2 months, they inadvertently began discussing the immense changes they had experienced since their arrival. Hermione was, of course, the most transformed. A gateway to the magical realm had slowly opened for her. Her diligence was not solely for the sake of grades or accolades. She genuinely relished the joys that the magical world bestowed upon her. Even the history of magic, which others found exceedingly dull, appeared to her as whimsical fairy tales. Thus, it is said that the greatest talent is indeed interest. That caped hero, driven by his passion, is the strongest of them all, is he not? Ron and Harry, though born into wizarding families and exposed to magic from a young age, had not delved deeply into its mysteries. Perhaps the magical community believed that children should not be allowed to engage with magic too early, lest they lose control. Harry had learned a great deal from Sirius. It was rather fragmented knowledge. Ron, on the other hand, had not cast any spells prior to his enrollment. Wizards often lived in scattered households, with many instances of being the only wizard for miles around, resulting in young wizards having few playmates at home. Interestingly, the only young wizard Harry frequently interacted with during his childhood was none other than Malfoy. Can you believe it? Yet, this was indeed the reality. It makes sense, as old Malfoy must have been significantly impacted after Voldemort's downfall. At this juncture, the ancient, affluent, and esteemed Black family, which was also related to him, became particularly significant. Although young Sirius held a disdain for him and would mock him upon encounters, the elder Malfoy could indeed leverage many family connections and prestige that Sirius found unnecessary. Hence Malfoy bore the brunt of Harry's iron fist from a young age. Such was the price. The Gryffindor champion was not to be trifled with. Conversely, Ron represented an entirely different extreme. Hailing from a family of 7 children, he was the 6th, often regarded as the least favored. Who could possibly cherish the 6th child? After all, while it is said that parents should love all their children equally, the discrepancies in real life can be quite pronounced. Bill, the eldest son of the Weasley family, is not only the firstborn, but also an academic prodigy, earning him the affection and attention of his parents. The 3rd sibling, now known as Peggy, is the family's first daughter, endowed with a delightful disposition and also an academic achiever, thus receiving considerable adoration. Any new acquisitions in the household are predominantly intended for Peggy, subsequently cascading down to the younger siblings. However, by the time these gifts reach Ron, they typically cease, as Ginny, being the youngest girl, naturally garners the most affection. Although Ron's parents love him dearly, with so many children, it is inevitable that he experiences a degree of neglect. The significant age gap between his 2 elder brothers has created a generational divide, and being closer in age, Ron finds it challenging to share common interests or topics with his little sister. The twins, with their unique emotional expressions, often engage in mischievous pranks at his expense. Only Peggy, the 3rd sister, consistently shows concern for her youngest brother. Upon entering school, Ron finally formed deep friendships, 5 in total. There is Neville, the somewhat awkward yet dependable savior; Jerry, the clever and lively spirit with a positive outlook; the assertive leader, Halle; Ted, who assists him with homework and guides him in researching for essays; and Hermione, who, despite her constant critiques about their lack of diligence, possesses the sensitivity to perceive her friends' unspoken worries. Although Ron did not voice it, he truly values these friendships. Yet, he cannot help but wonder if he is merely unremarkable. Why does he always feel this way? Among them, Neville has the deepest appreciation for Hogwarts. What sort of life did he endure at home? From the moment he opened his eyes, an immense weight pressed upon his shoulders. He constantly feared disappointing his grandmother and family, worried about the expectations of the boy who survived against the dark forces, and felt guilty for his parents' sacrifices. Under such immense pressure, Neville did not succumb to darkness. One can only describe him as a true warrior. Now, at school, he finally finds solace. No one mentions the boy who conquered the dark forces, and his friends no longer regard him with curiosity. Even if he clumsily mismanages potion concoctions, he receives timely corrections. In moments of desperation over assignments, he has companions who help him procure reference materials. When bullied by Slytherins, his friends are the first to rush in to defend him. Here, he also indulges in his beloved herbology, under the guidance of a professor who appreciates his passion. This place feels like paradise. Today, Neville is immensely grateful that Hermione chose to sit in his compartment, leading him to forge these meaningful friendships. As for Jerry, his circumstances are particularly extraordinary. His mother inadvertently arrived in this world following the second convergence of stars, only to discover soon after that she was pregnant. Once poised for a joyful family life, she suddenly found herself as a single mother. At that time, the magical community's stance towards intelligent beings from other realms remained uncertain. Many witches and wizards exhibited hostility, and some dark wizards clandestinely captured intelligent beings from other worlds for experimentation or to create dark artifacts. Even when the Ministry of Magic eventually recognized their humanity, the treatment they received privately still posed significant issues. Jerry's childhood was far from idyllic. As he mentioned, receiving his acceptance letter and becoming a wizard heralded a liberation akin to savoring cheese at Hogwarts. Observing the innocent yet sincere faces of his friends, and their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, Ted smiled as he recounted his own joy upon receiving the Hogwarts letter in the orphanage, along with his reflections from working in Diagon Alley. On this day, the children did not engage in games or other activities. Yet this heartfelt conversation strengthened the bonds between them. Such a pure friendship, unmarred by ulterior motives, is exceedingly rare, for once one realizes this truth, they have already departed from such a state and can no longer attain that kind of camaraderie. Chapter 39, Professor Quirrell and Miss Gray. In today's defense against the dark arts lesson, the professor discussed how to deal with the water demon. This creature is not indigenous. It emerged after the convergence of celestial bodies. Typically found near water, it is blue or green in hue, with skin reminiscent of a toad, covered in slime, possessing fish fins, and adorned with scales in certain areas, while its hands and feet exhibit webbing and sharp claws. This beast is carnivorous. feasting on both living and decaying flesh, excelling in ambush while swimming, and demonstrating immense strength in the water, thus posing a significant danger. It is far more perilous than the Grindilo. Although the Grindilo resides in water and can indeed attack humans, its primary diet consists of small fish and shrimp, posing a risk mainly of scratches or drowning if dragged beneath the surface. In contrast, the water demon is truly a man-eater with a far greater combat prowess. Moreover, it is seldom encountered alone. Should you encounter a water demon, you must be exceedingly cautious to avoid being pulled underwater. Otherwise, your demise is assured. Perhaps the water demon banishing spell is a prudent notion, provided one maintains a safe distance. Professor Quirrell stammered as he attempted to impart knowledge to the students. However, he was decidedly unpopular. Aside from a few diligent note-takers, the majority of the class appeared to be lost in reverie, as oblivious as ducks to thunder, with the information failing to register. Nonetheless, at least a couple of students were attentive. Hermione and Ted both keenly seized upon Professor Quirrell's reference to the key term, the water demon banishing spell. Hermione promptly raised her hand. Miss Granger, the professor acknowledged. What is the water demon banishing spell? Oh, the water demon banishing spell is a fourth-year topic, quite complex, he replied dismissively. Professor Quirrell's lackadaisical approach contributed to his unpopularity. Unlike other professors who were willing to offer additional insights, he seemed as though he were merely present to collect a paycheck. Ted raised his hand. Mr. Epiphany, the professor called. Has the water demon shown any signs of mutation or evolution since arriving in our world? Has it given rise to new species, akin to the indigenous aquatic creatures like the Grindilo? Ted's inquiry was a bold attempt, inspired by Quirrell's previous paper on the hybridization of magical creatures' bloodlines that he had encountered in Hagrid's magazine. Ted clearly noticed a glimmer of intrigue in Professor Quirrell's eyes, momentarily altering the professor's demeanor. Oh, that question is quite profound. Perhaps I could discuss it further with you after class. Professor Quirrell, a rare occurrence indeed, retained students after class to engage in a discussion with Ted that lasted nearly 10 minutes, delving into the innate abilities of magical creatures and the intricacies of bloodline inheritance. To be candid, despite Professor Quirrell's evasive demeanor, he seems to possess profound knowledge in this field. If he were not clandestinely conducting hybrid experiments, Ted would have roasted a three-headed dog. This unexpected detention left Hermione quite dissatisfied. Why wasn't I allowed to listen? Ted had no choice but to explain. After all, it would be rather inappropriate for Professor Quirrell to discuss such matters of bloodline hybridization with a lady, wouldn't he? Following this breakthrough, Professor Quirrell appeared to regard Ted with newfound appreciation, no longer merely viewing him as a diligent student, but rather as a worthy interlocutor capable of insightful discourse in his area of expertise. One might jest that if there were not a face on the back of Professor Quirrell's head, Ted would suggest he pursue studies in genetics within the Muggle world. As night deepened, Ted lay in bed, his consciousness gradually succumbing to a deeper darkness. Amidst the myriad of chaotic thoughts, a more substantial feeling began to emerge within him. Over the past few days, he had been attempting meditation, inspired primarily by a psychology book he had brought to school, The Secret of the Golden Flower, a work by Swiss psychologist Carl Jung. In the realm of psychology, Jung is an unavoidable figure. After parting ways with Freud, he fell into a period of self-doubt, only to later be guided by a German sinologist to explore the ancient texts of the East. This book encapsulates his journey into the profound depths of the collective unconscious. The term golden flower refers to the Taoist concept of Tai Jinhua, or the golden elixir. Among the Eastern texts Jung studied were the Principles of Tai Jinhua by Liu Dongbin and the I Ching. In Jung's understanding, the secret of the golden flower embodies the mysteries of the human psyche, revealing the true inner life of individuals. In the conclusion of his commentary, Jung expressed, "My aim is to establish a bridge of psychological understanding between the East and West." While Jung's interpretations of Eastern alchemical life are not the focus here, the book sparked an idea in Ted: meditation. India has its meditation and yoga, while the Celestial Empire practices Zen and seated contemplation, all aimed at attaining a unique mental state to experience the essence of consciousness. Sorcerers of the mind progress by cultivating their inner selves, solidifying their beliefs, and refining their intellect. Ted found meditation to be immensely beneficial. In his previous life, he had encountered a plethora of related materials and videos, particularly those aimed at aiding sleep, though his efficacy remains uncertain. Thus, he embarked on this practice. After several days, the results proved quite promising. The sensation of consciousness gradually deepening, then either expanding outward or exploring inward, was remarkably enchanting. Various terms describe this experience: such as introspection, mental vision, and spiritual sight. As a sorcerer of the mind, Ted could keenly discern the nuances among these experiences, guiding his spirit and psyche toward the correct path. Today's attempt, in particular, was exceedingly smooth. His consciousness has penetrated the walls of the dormitory, extending through the corridor and into the common room. Here, he senses a presence. No, too. Who could it be? In front of the Ravenclaw statue, Mrs. Gray quietly reminisces about her mother. Ted's awareness attempts to connect with her. Mrs. Gray? Is that you? Ted Epiphany? What magic are you using to communicate with me? Where are you? Despite being a ghost, Mrs. Gray is startled by the elusive Ted. Wait, I'm coming. Ted replies, dressed in pajamas and holding a glowing wand. He enters the common room, where only the softly illuminated stars and moon on the walls and ceiling provide light, reminiscent of a meadow at night. Good evening, Mrs. Gray, Ted greets her. She nods hello. This is not their first encounter. She often listens nearby when he plays the piano, and he has always noticed her presence. Curious about Ted's previous communication, Mrs. Gray inquires, "What magic did you use to speak to me just now?" Ted explains, "I was engaging in some mental exploration, and it happened unintentionally." Mrs. Gray's expression turns serious. Mental exploration is not a trivial matter. I believe you should wait a few years before attempting it. You are right, Ted responds. Without the profession of a mind sorcerer, he would not have delved into such profound matters before his 5th year. It would be perilous. What brings you here? He shifts the topic. Ghosts often have time on their hands. Mrs. Gray hesitates, intending to give a dismissive reply, but refrains. She feels a certain familiarity with this boy, especially through his music, a connection akin to that of long-lost friends. She suddenly finds herself reluctant to deceive him. Perhaps she has harbored too many words in her heart for too long. I am here to pay my respects to Lady Ravenclaw, she confesses. Noticing Ted's silence and lack of inquiry, she reaches out to touch the statue, but her hand passes right through it. I'm referring to Lady Ravenclaw. She is my mother. I am not called Gray. The words flow from her lips, and Mrs. Gray seems to relax. My name is Helena Ravenclaw. Ted nods, waving his wand to summon a chair and sitting down. I have my suspicions. You guessed. Mrs. Gray. Oh, Helena, exclaims in surprise. Indeed, you cannot be Lady Jane Grey. That unfortunate lady was only 16 at her death, less than 500 years ago. Yet, before nearly headless Nick arrived at the castle, you were already here. The inhabitants of the castle believe Mrs. Gray to be Jane Grey, the English queen who was deposed 9 days after the Tudor dynasty ascended and executed the following year by Mary Tudor, known as Bloody Mary. But Jane Grey was secretly executed in the Tower of London at the age of 16, and it has yet to be 500 years. However, this ghostly lady before me is not Jane Grey. She is Helena Ravenclaw. Helena wants to say something more, but words escape her. She recalled the handsome and eloquent boy from over 40 years ago who had once deceived her. However, she felt that the young boy before her now was different from the one who had tricked her. Ted and Helena conversed for an extended period, during which Helena unwittingly recounted her past foolishness, expressing years of regret. She spoke of the unending loneliness that roamed within the castle, a despair with no visible end. The specter was not a means of preserving consciousness, but rather the wandering of a soul too frightened or unwilling to continue its journey. Helena had been wandering for nearly a millennium. It was only as dawn approached that Helena realized she had taken up too much of Ted's time. He needed rest. Ted smiled and reassured her, saying, "Do not worry about me. I can enter deep sleep, and an hour will suffice." He bid her farewell and ascended the stairs slowly. Suddenly, he halted and addressed Helena, who was about to pass through the wall. "By the way, Helena, perhaps I should not mention this, but at that moment, I sensed another presence in the lounge besides you." "Another presence?" She echoed. "Yes." Ted indicated the half-portrait of Ravenclaw. "Perhaps something is concealed within, or perhaps it is merely my illusion." Chapter 40. The Art of Spellcasting and Wand Movement. This morning's lesson was on spells, attended by both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Professor Flitwick stood atop a pile of books, peering over the lectern, and inquired, "Today we shall teach the levitation charm. Does anyone know the incantation?" Professor Flitwick glanced at Ted, only to find him somewhat dazed today. Ted was not dazed from lack of sleep. He had adequately rested through deep sleep. Though this method could not be used continuously, an occasional late night was no great concern. Yet he had not anticipated that the lesson would focus on the levitation charm, which played a significant role in the original narrative. Hermione, having earned 5 points, sat down, her eyes fixed on the lectern while her head tilted slightly toward Ted as she whispered, "Ted, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Meanwhile, Harry interjected excitedly, "I've heard reliable news that Dumbledore has invited a famous skeleton dance troupe to perform this year." That night, Children would don costumes or masks and go door to door collecting treats. Naturally, Hermione would not run off to the restroom in tears due to Ron's whispered remarks. So what could possibly happen? Would trolls make an appearance? Ted's curiosity piqued. Though Professor Quirrell still presented himself as a bumbling fool from their discussions about magical lineage, it was evident that he was a Ravenclaw scholar, albeit with a niche focus on magical bloodlines. Many of his theories were both avant-garde and extreme, a true prototype of a scientific madman. In today's spell class, Ted adopted a notably modest demeanor, leaving Professor Flitwick somewhat perplexed, wondering if there was an issue with his teaching plan. The spell class had been ongoing for 2 months, and their progress had been remarkably commendable. They had covered a total of the fluorescent charm and the wand flashlight. The signal charm, which allows the wand to emit fireworks in red, yellow, and green colors, serves as a means for signaling distress or notifications. The fire-making charm conjures roaring flames. At its lower levels, it functions merely as a lighter, while at higher levels, it acts as a flamethrower. The cutting charm, capable of cleaving objects into fragments, primarily serves everyday purposes such as cutting fabric, paper, and food. Yet some wield it in battle to sever heads. Over the course of 2 months, mastering 4 spells is quite an accomplishment. Naturally, Ted and his peers have likely pursued private studies, as Hogwarts educational philosophy posits that the school's teachings serve as a foundation, encouraging those with ambition to engage in self-directed learning, a so-called joyful education. Mediocre students are indeed content, while the top scholars are often burdened with extensive notes. In class, success was once again achieved, but a delightful surprise awaited. Ding! You have mastered a new spell, the levitation charm. You have gained 80 experience points. Ding! After extensive study and practice, you have developed a deeper understanding and exploration of spells. Your spellcasting level has upgraded to level 2. In that moment, Ted experienced a profound simplicity in spellcasting. Questions that once required lengthy contemplation now seemed effortlessly resolved, as if he had unlocked the meridians of his mind. A brilliant insight surged forth from the crown of his head. Professor Flitwick would bow in respect, and Dumbledore would submit in awe. Of course, such reverence is merely fanciful. After becoming familiar with Professor Flitwick, Ted seized the opportunity to employ the identification charm, revealing his spellcasting level to be level 8, an esteemed mastery. This signifies that there are virtually no conventional spells beyond his capability to cast. In terms of both depth of research and breadth of study, Professor Flitwick surpasses 99 of wizards in the magical realm. Ted once stumbled upon documents on his headmaster's desk, revealing that Professor Flitwick had been researching ancient magic for many years. It can be said that aside from certain esoteric white and dark magic, he can offer guidance on nearly all conventional spells. A new charm presented to him would be unraveled within days. Yet, Ted remains merely at spellcasting level 2, a trivial matter. Generally, students who achieve exceptional marks in a particular subject during the 5th year OWLs are at level 3. Those graduating with honors in the 7th year Newts are typically at level 4. Thus, it can be inferred that proficient adult wizards possess a level 4 proficiency in certain subjects. Of course, some individuals may continue to refine their skills post-graduation, advancing further. However, the majority of wizards plateau, or even regress, use it or lose it. This further accentuates the significance of Professor Flitwick's level 8 spellcasting. Although Ted did not complete a task in class, the advancement of his spellcasting skills is certainly a positive development. Observing Ted's continued success, Ron and Neville quietly approach him for tips. Historically, they have gleaned valuable insights from Ted, who excels at summarizing experiences, rendering his advice particularly useful. Consequently, other perplexed students leaned in, eager to listen. The art of wand-waving should not be overly rigid. It requires a certain finesse, relaxation, vitality, elasticity, and the swift movements akin to a lightning whip. Observe Accio. As feathers began to float, they danced gracefully in the air, obedient to Ted's wand. The students felt an exhilarating thrill, and soon, they all attempted the spell. Then, with a resounding boom, Simon inadvertently gave himself a smoky explosion hairstyle. Meanwhile, Ron swung his wand with more fervor than a conductor brandishing a baton, nearly piercing the head of Jerry seated in front of him. Jerry's wand twitched uncontrollably, slipping from his grasp and soaring through the air, only to be caught by Ted's timely levitation charm. The classroom was abuzz with joy. Today, the Ravenclaw students were particularly curious as the normally elusive Ms. Gray was found early in the morning, seemingly entranced by the Ravenclaw statue in the common room. Although ghosts are known to linger due to their peculiar sense of time, they typically avoid crowded and noisy places. Yet, Ms. Gray remained there for the entire morning, not departing by noon. Upon seeing Ted, her expression flickered with change, but she quickly left without uttering a word. Hermione, however, was astute in her observations. "Do you know her?" she inquired. "Of course, although Miss Grey doesn't often make appearances. I've encountered her on numerous occasions. It seems she wanted to say something to you just now. Perhaps my word from this morning weighed heavily on her mind," Ted mused. Indeed, the 2 months of school had fostered immense growth among the friends, not only in knowledge and magic, but also in emotional and character development. Chapter 41. The Howling of Halloween Green. As expected, before a single piece of music was completed, Helena appeared. "Did you discover something last night?" she asked urgently, her voice still ethereal. Ted hesitated. "I cannot be sure. Perhaps it was some magic left by Lady Ravenclaw." Helena's emotions could no longer be contained. Shimmering silver tears cascaded down her cheeks, vanishing as they hit the ground. "I miss her so much. I want to tell her that I am sorry. I have let her down." Helena's sorrow overflowed in an unending stream, her tears falling and disappearing. How does one comfort a ghost that has existed for a millennium? With Ted's limited knowledge of spiritual energy and the scant psychological research of Muggles, he found himself unable to address such a profound dilemma. All he could do was silently listen to her lamentations as she recounted tales from 1,000 years past. She spoke of her initial jealousy towards her mother's renown, her desire to surpass her in intelligence and prestige, believing that by stealing her mother's crown, she could acquire her wisdom. Ultimately, she recounted her tragic demise in Albania, never once having the chance to see her ailing mother. She even revealed being deceived by a Slytherin student 4 or 5 decades prior, disclosing the whereabouts of the crown, which turned out to be Voldemort. Ted could only hold his guitar and watch her, unable to offer even a handkerchief to dry her tears. "Well, it feels much better to speak of it," she finally said. "These words have been bottled up within me for many, many years. Let us discuss the statue of my mother. For all these years, no one has noticed the enchantment placed upon her." Helena has become resolute. Indeed, it is a rather ordinary statue, depicting Ravenclaw without the legendary diadem, but rather a half-figure adorned with cascading hair. The reason it has endured for a millennium lies partly in the quality of the material and partly in the castle's magic that preserves it. Ted touched his face. It might not be ordinary magic, but rather a swirl of thoughts. He could not precisely identify what it was, yet he sensed a unique emotion through the underlying consciousness, distinct from the usual magical fluctuations. Otherwise, each head of Ravenclaw would be a paragon of talent, unable to remain oblivious. It can only be said that this realm diverges significantly from the current magical framework, perhaps even more akin to the domain of psychic abilities. This statement seemed to evoke certain memories in Helena. She paused for a moment before saying, "In those final years, my mother indeed relinquished the use of runic spells and many ancient magics, turning instead to the study of some rather unusual forms of magic. I believe I shall need some time to investigate." "Thank you, Ted." She expressed her gratitude and then walked through the wall. Just after class, Ron and Jerry found themselves oblivious to what lesson they had just attended while the air within the castle buzzed with excitement. Due to the evening banquet, dinner would commence later than usual. As Ted and the 6 of them entered the great hall, they were taken aback. The entire hall was resplendent, illuminated by countless candles and torches. A large swarm of bats flitted around the ceiling. Occasionally one would stray and crash against the wall, vanishing from sight. These were conjured by magic. A heap of pumpkins, carved into ghastly faces, lay piled against the walls and tables, while several floating jack-o'-lanterns twirled in midair. On the tables, pumpkin pies were stacked high, emitting steam and a uniquely sweet aroma that tantalized the senses, compelling one to salivate and swallow with a soft gulp. Objective: to frighten 10 individuals before the conclusion of the banquet. Progress: 0-10. Reward: 200 experience points. Card: Spectral Cloak, green. Don the pumpkin hat. Luck shall encircle your head. Drape the ghostly robe. Fortune shall reside upon you. Wear the superhero trousers. Joy shall be uncontainable. Step into the oversized boots. Happiness shall abound. Ted was roused by the system, scrutinizing the task. After a moment's contemplation, he whispered to his companions, "Friends, I find this exceedingly ordinary." Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Is your expectation not excessively high?" Jerry added, "Only Gryffindor would utter such a sentiment." Harry chimed in, "Did you just steal my line?" Ted leaned closer and whispered, "Let us do this and that." Soon, not just the 6 of them, but the Weasley twins and their close friend, Lee Jordan, also joined the scheme. Just as most students had gathered and begun sampling the pumpkin pies, eagerly awaiting the formal commencement of the banquet, a sudden scream pierced the air. The students turned in unison, startled, toward the source of the cry. At the entrance of a dimly lit side door, a bloodied visage emerged, obscured in identity, yet distinctly a student by attire and stature, appearing desperate to seek refuge. He was swiftly ensnared by a muscular, iron-hued claw that gripped the nape of his neck, followed by a bloodied axe that mercilessly struck his skull. With a resounding thud, the boy's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, the axe embedded in his forehead, blood oozing beneath him. A horrifying phantasm peered through the doorway, its face as large as a wheel. Simultaneously, a frigid gust of wind swept in from an unknown source, sending shivers through the still students, who were momentarily paralyzed by fear. Then, as if awakening from a nightmare, a cacophony of shrill screams erupted, nearly shattering the transparent ceiling of the auditorium. In an instant, the hall was plunged into dimness, the flickering lights casting shadows over a multitude of young wizards, all scrambling in a chaotic bid for survival. Ghost cloak green, item card. Wearable, disguises as a specter, enabling silent movement. Note, no matter how similar in appearance, it is impossible to pass through walls. Do not attempt. Then, a voice resounded. Silence. It was a voice familiar to all, imbued with a calming authority that quelled the frayed nerves of the frightened students. It was Dumbledore. He, along with several professors, had silently taken their places at the faculty table, unbeknownst to anyone. Ted quickly gestured to his friends from the shadows. Hurry, we must leave at once. He was prepared to take the blame, for his mission was already accomplished. However, Snape was not one to let mischief-makers slip away so easily. He would relish the chance to stew every troublesome child in a cauldron. Thus, none managed to escape, including Hermione. Ah, our know-it-all Miss Granger and Mr. Know-it-all. While Snape cast a glance at Harry, a simmering frustration brewing within him. And there were the hulking brutes of Gryffindor. Ted rolled his eyes at their audacity, thinking, do you have no shame? Why not sentence us to a life term in Azkaban instead? The professors, of course, would not allow Snape to have his way. At that moment, the students finally realized they had been duped. The corpse that had met the axe was merely a performance by Jerry. The menacing specter wielding the axe was Ron, riding atop Neville's shoulders, both collaborating in this ruse. The enormous, ghastly face was conjured by Ted's transfiguration, with Harry manipulating it from behind. Ted's extensive viewing of horror films had not been in vain, as that wheel-like visage was indeed terrifying. Initially conjured, it had left Neville and Ron trembling in fright. The biting chill of the wind had been summoned by Ted's freezing charm, while Hermione had invoked a hurricane spell to create the flow of air. The Weasley twins combined their efforts with an extinguishing charm, managing to dim the numerous candles and braziers in the auditorium, albeit temporarily, significantly reducing the brightness. Meanwhile, Lee Jordan played his part as the atmosphere conductor, responsible for inciting screams among the crowd, leading them into a frenzy of panic and irrationality. Had the professors not suddenly appeared, Ted and his friends might well have frightened the students to the point of losing control. Ted's task was accomplished in an instant. He opted for a grand scheme rather than a series of petty frights. The number of startled individuals easily surpassed 100, thus exceeding the expectations of his mission. Professor Flitwick, despite having only 2 students in his department, had to acknowledge the situation, for according to Ted's candid confession, he was the mastermind behind it all. Consequently, Ravenclaw incurred a deduction of 20 points. Ted glanced at the task. A student life devoid of point deductions is incomplete, and his progress had reached an impressive 75, 100. Ted couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 42. Professor Chilo, please commence your performance. The faculty and students of the entire school largely viewed Ted and his companions' antics with goodwill. In the Western culture, pranks and jesting hold a significant place, and this particular event was considered rather moderate. At the very least, Gryffindor Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff found it refreshingly novel. Many students rushed to express their exhilaration and inquired about the details of the prank. Gryffindor felt an unprecedented yearning for such a method that could entertain the entire school, while Ravenclaw regarded this prank as sophisticated, organized, and technically adept, an exquisite display worthy of admiration. Hufflepuff deemed it the most thrilling experience of the year, nearly bidding farewell to their mundane lives. Only Slytherin remained incensed, feeling as though they had been played for fools. As the commotion subsided, the time for the performance approached. Though rumors circulated that Dumbledore had summoned a skeleton dance troupe, most were unfounded. The students did not witness the skeletons, but were treated to a peculiar band known as the Odd Sisters. They were the most renowned wizarding band throughout the British magical community. Despite their name, the band was entirely male, sporting long hair reminiscent of rock stars. One could certainly question their eccentricity. They performed the song Can You Dance Like a Hippogriff, which was met with thunderous applause. Following this, there were acrobatics and additional musical performances. After the show, it was time for the banquet. With a flick of Dumbledore's wand, the tables instantaneously filled with an abundance of food. An array of enticing aromas wafted through the air, enveloping everyone in a profound sense of happiness. Let the feast begin. Hermione, while selecting her dishes, attempted to voice her thoughts, but Ted promptly handed her a fork piled high with food. Eat up, eat up. Why the rush? Seeing her favorite treats, Hermione couldn't refuse. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Is this for real? Ted offered no further explanation. Hurry and eat. If you don't, there won't be any left later. You'll have to rely solely on your sliding technique to defeat the troll. Even without Ted's remark, Ron and the others were devouring their meals with remarkable speed, as if a whirlwind had swept through. With Ted's encouragement, their pace intensified, resembling famished beasts pouncing upon their prey. Surrounding students assumed they had not eaten for days, while the house elves in the kitchen felt the mounting pressure of serving. At that moment, with a loud crash, the auditorium doors were flung open. A figure, wrapped in a purple scarf, stumbled in, shouting frantically, "Monster! The monster has escaped from the basement. You should all be aware." The students, clutching their cutlery in astonishment, could scarcely believe that Professor Quirrell could run so swiftly. Moreover, his voice was remarkably powerful, reaching an astonishing pitch that could rival a leading lady in a horror film. However, Professor Quirrell suddenly faltered and collapsed in front of everyone, extending his hand as if resisting the inevitable, his eyes reluctantly closing. Ted exclaimed, "Well, Professor, it seems you've changed your lines." He glanced at Hermione, thinking this time there should be no issue. The acting was somewhat over the top. "Professor Quirrell, please awaken and share your tale. Commence your performance." Consequently, the atmosphere became palpably tense. All eyes were fixed on the fallen Professor Quirrell, and for 5 long seconds, silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to move or speak. The sudden stillness was unsettling. At that moment, Professor Quirrell wore an expression of agony that captivated the students, elevating his performance to an Oscar-worthy level. It was no longer a jest. Chaos erupted, as if a thunderclap had struck the auditorium. "Monster! Monster!" It seemed the creature was at the very entrance, attempting to break through the doors. Panic ensued among the students, their screams rising once more. Why do I say once more? Ron, trembling, inadvertently shoved a chicken leg into Jerry's mouth, exclaiming, "Shall we flee?" Jerry and Neville immediately stirred. However, the Gryffindor champion, brimming with bravado, slammed his fist on the table, declaring, "Flee? From what monster? What is there to fear?" Harry's commanding presence quelled Ron and the others, as if her wielding of cutlery was more terrifying than the unseen beast. If a monster were to appear, Harry would devour it whole. Ted attempted to reassure them, saying, "Fear not, Dumbledore is here. This is the safest place." Yet while he managed to calm a handful of students, the pandemonium among the 200 students in the auditorium was contagious. In mere seconds, chaos reigned as someone inadvertently stepped on the back of the unconscious Professor Quirrell's head, leaving a distinct footprint on his purple scarf. The pain was excruciating, yet Quirrell was more concerned about Voldemort, unable to move. Soon, the calm students formed a line to exit the auditorium. "Indeed, you were right." Hermione was still unsatisfied. "It's all right, I packed some snacks," Ted said, patting his ample sleeves. Yet just as the line reached the auditorium doors, a notification chimed. "Task triggered. Come fight." "Blue, this marked your first significant event since enrolling. Are you truly content to drift along aimlessly? What monster is there to fear? You are safe at Hogwarts. Do not hesitate. Take action. Objective: defeat the monster spoken of by Professor Quirrell. Reward: 500 experience. Card Troll Blue. The Golden 100 Battles cloak, impervious to monsters, remains unyielding. Combat mission: a blue level can handle it. At the very least, there's a chance to give it a try." Ted instantaneously evaluated his combat prowess and recognized the opportunity. The rewards in the form of cards appeared exceedingly enticing, warranting the risk. Hermione, ever the astute observer, immediately discerned something amiss, quickly pocketed her belongings, and followed suit, inquiring about his intentions. "Do not think you can shake me off." Before Ted could persuade Hermione, the keen-eyed Jerry had already noticed their peculiar behavior and tugged at Ron and Harry. Upon seeing the two attempting to sneak away, Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. A mere glance exchanged with Jerry and Ron was enough for them to understand, and they promptly rallied together. Neville trailed behind, feeling apprehensive. He was clueless about his friend's intentions and had an ominous feeling. Furthermore, they were about to breach the rules while dragging him along. "Oh no!" In his mind, Neville cried out like a groundhog, "Please spare me. My grandmother would be furious." He genuinely wished to be a good student, yet he found himself with no choice. He dare not speak loudly, nor could he report to a teacher. Thus, Ted, with a pained expression, observed his companions in the secluded corridor. Sighing deeply, he contemplated whether to abandon the mission. If it were solely his decision, he wouldn't mind. He could simply flee if he couldn't win. However, was it truly wise to take these children along? Yet, at this moment, the banner of righteousness was unfurled. If one does not rebel, one must inquire whether the brothers would comply. For a while, we shall heed my words. Do not act impulsively. Let us merely observe the spectacle, understood? Understood. Everyone nodded eagerly, ready to engage. We shall merely watch, without intervening. Chapter 43. The Three Monsters Stirring Up Hogwarts. Meanwhile, in the basement, three monsters rampaged through the corridors, wreaking havoc. They toppled suits of armor, shattered statues, and tore apart paintings. Even the torches and braziers adorning the walls were not spared from their wrath. The figures within the portraits screamed in terror, with a few ladies, disregarding decorum, lifting their skirts in a frenzied flight, revealing their undergarments. It must be noted that the portraits in the magical realm are remarkably intricate, even possessing layers. How lifelike! Ansu quietly perched upon an elevated relief, observing these creatures through its eyes. The three monsters were distinctly different. The first appeared to be a modified troll, standing at a towering height of 3.5 meters, larger than the average troll, with a front of pale yellow and a back darkening to deep blue. It bore numerous warty protrusions reminiscent of crocodile skin, albeit much larger and giving the impression of being rugged and robust. Its head was only the size of a normal human's, slightly thinner than its stout neck, resulting in a triangular appearance for its head, neck, and shoulders. This made it appear remarkably resilient to blows, yet also rendered it exceedingly clumsy, with limited mobility. It could only turn its head about 60 degrees, offering a restricted field of vision. Wielding a massive club, it swung indiscriminately, sending a fully armored figure flying over 3 meters with a single strike, crumpling it entirely. It even followed up with a stomp. This creature possesses combat prowess equivalent to several adult wizards, yet its behavior and intellect remain notably deficient. Ted employed Ansu's identification spell, yielding the following result. Modified troll level. 7th level troll, 2nd level modified magical creature attributes. Strength 17, Constitution 14, Agility 4, Intelligence 3, Perception 4, Spirit 4, Charisma 3. Luck, talents, Troll Blood Green. Skills, Great Strength LV2, Magic Resistance LV2, Rapid Healing LV2, Roar LV2 Evaluation. A modified troll infused with the blood of an otherworldly giant. Its combat strength has doubled. With an overall level of 8, it matches the combat capabilities of an ordinary auror. Typically, an adult wizard will be forced to flee, as they would stand no chance in a confrontation. However, the abysmally low intelligence of 3 is a significant flaw, rendering it no more formidable than a moderately clever beast. Had there been only this singular monstrosity, Ted would have harbored no concerns. After all, the ceiling of one's power is dictated by intelligence. Strength alone is futile in the absence of wit. Ansu interjected, inserting her elongated beak beneath her wings, exclaiming, "Good heavens! What is that foul odor?" Ted hastily severed the olfactory connection with Ansu. Within mere seconds, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly inducing a gag reflex. Hermione, observing Ted clutching his chest, inquired with concern, "Are you all right, Ted?" "Nothing to worry about. I'll survive," he replied, uncertain whether the troll's inherent stench was exacerbated by Professor Quirrell's modifications. Regardless, the noxious odor was akin to a form of area-wide assault. Moreover, there were 2 additional creatures present. The second creature resembled a bizarre amalgamation of a spider and a mantis, possessing a spider-like hindquarters and 8 legs, yet adorned with a mantis-like forebody, complete with a long neck, triangular head, and 2 formidable blades. Towering at approximately 1.7 meters and measuring about 2.5 meters in length, its coloration was peculiar, a blend of yellow, green, and gray, reminiscent of camouflage. In the wild, it would be challenging to detect, yet within the confines of the castle, it appeared somewhat conspicuous. Mantis spider level, 4th level giant insect, 1st level modified magical creature attributes, Strength 9, Constitution 8, Agility 7, Intelligence 3, Perception 5, Spirit 4, Charisma 4, Luck, talents, camouflage color, green, skills, Blade/LV2, Climbing LV2, Compound Eyes LV2 Evaluation, a clumsy amalgamation of 2 insect species, enlarged under magical influence. Its mere existence is deemed a success. This creature, however, falls considerably short. At level 5, its combat capabilities would be akin to those of a freshly graduated wizard. Of course, These are merely theoretical statistics. Many wizards, having spent 7 years in academia without engaging in significant combat, would falter in a moment of panic, unable to cast their spells effectively. Although it has produced luminaries such as Dumbledore and Voldemort, Hogwarts is often referred to as a medium institution of magical education in Great Britain. It is not surprising that the combat prowess of its graduates may be lacking, especially in defense against the dark arts. Yet this half-spider, half-mantis is distinct. Its very form and compound eyes reveal it to be a cold, unyielding hunting machine. It does not possess the capacity for compassion or fear. Its actual combat prowess is significantly stronger. The final creature is considerably smaller, resembling a quadrupedal beast, clearly akin to a canine, either a dog or a wolf. It stands at 80 centimeters tall and measures 1.5 meters in length. However, its forelegs are elongated while its hind legs are short, causing it to walk in a manner reminiscent of an orangutan, supported by its arms. Additionally, it bears stripes akin to those of tiger. The coloration of its lower body leans towards gray, transitioning to a golden hue in the upper body, and it is crowned with a short, pointed horn. Notably, it possesses a large maw filled with steel-like teeth that glint ominously. A single bite could rend armor to shreds. This entity is referred to as the Nameless Horned Beast. Classification: Level 3 Magical Breeder of Fantastic Creatures. Attributes: Strength 6, Constitution 6, Agility 6, Intelligence 3, Perception 5, Spirit 4, Charisma 4, Luck. Talent: None. Skills: Claw Strike LV2, Pounce LV2, Bite LV2. This monster's combat capability is significantly inferior, lacking any distinctive abilities. Even the identification spell fails to provide a name, indicating that this creature lacks a true essence, unlike the previous two, which were original entities modified. This being has been artificially conjured from nothingness, akin to a serpent creature. However, since its creator did not bestow a name upon it, it is simply referred to as the Nameless Horned Beast. Such instances are not uncommon. Within the realm of magic, many fantastical beings are the experimental products of wizards. However, the vast majority of these varieties cannot withstand the test of time, often perishing within a few generations, or even just one. For instance, the explosive tail snail, created through hybridization by Hagrid, would swiftly meet its demise if deemed valueless and incapable of self-reproduction in the wild. Ted resolved to name this creature Professor Chilo, for it was evident that it was undeniably linked to Professor Chilo. "What do you see?" Harry couldn't help but inquire. Ted extended his hand, urging them to grasp it, promising to share the visions he had witnessed. His companions looked bewildered, questioning whether he had been secretly practicing magic unbeknownst to them. 5 hands stacked upon Ted's, who then used his psychic ability to relay the images seen through Ansu's eyes to them. This was a new ability Ted had recently developed in collaboration with Ansu. The bond between magical pets and wizards is far deeper than many realize. Wizards can even cast spells through their magical companions. For instance, Dumbledore could accomplish numerous tasks through the Phoenix Fox. Ted discovered that his connection with Ansu deepened over time, allowing them to comprehend each other's thoughts without uttering a word. During a moment of meditation, he established a profound connection with Ansu, enabling him to hear and see what it perceived. The ability to share internal visions with his companions stemmed from this development. Presently, they still needed to hold hands, but in the future, mere eye contact might suffice for communication, reminiscent of soul-sucking and memory extraction. 3 monsters materialized before his companions. Jerry gulped audibly, sensing an air of danger. Ron grimaced, his legs turning to jelly upon glimpsing the legs of the spider-bug creature. Behold the towering behemoth, which, despite its imposing stature, is not significantly taller than oneself. He fears that he may never again have the opportunity to endure the grandmother's scolding. However, Harry is resolute. We must at least make an attempt. It is not as though we are to confront them head-on. We must find a way to impede their advance, granting our professors a moment's respite. Hermione, ever the voice of reason, inquires, "With what shall we obstruct them? The incendio spell? The severing charm? Our spells may lack the requisite power." This is indeed a welcome revelation. At the very least, they remain clear-headed, devoid of the delusion that they could retaliate effectively. Witnessing their calm demeanor brings Ted a sense of solace. The group turns their gaze towards Ted, their most formidable ally in combat. They have witnessed Ted's prowess during training, where a single severing charm decapitated a training dummy. He even managed to mend it with a restoration charm, only to strike again, truly the embodiment of a tormentor. Ted ponders, "I recall there being a secret passage nearby. If we find ourselves overwhelmed, we can always retreat." The Weasley twins are perpetually on the hunt for magical enigmas and have discovered numerous secret passages and mechanisms. Conveniently, there exists one in the adjacent basement. Should we be outmatched, we could take refuge within, rendering the monsters utterly powerless. After careful consideration, Ted resolves to take this risk. Among the three creatures, the Chimera poses little threat. It is slightly stronger than a wolf, yet not excessively so. An average fifth-year wizard, provided they remain composed, can easily manage it. The Acromantula, however, is considerably more perilous due to its agility and lethal capabilities. Nonetheless, its lack of magical prowess means that a well-versed spellcaster has little to fear. The most formidable adversary is undoubtedly the modified troll. Its sheer size is enough to instill dread, and its innate magical resistance renders most spells ineffective. It resembles a rampaging magical tank. Ted and his companions, armed only with mundane firearms, find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. The only silver lining is its remarkably low intelligence, coupled with a lack of inherent magical abilities, aside from its foul odor. Chapter 44. Fight Like a Man. Ted reached out to gently pat Hermione's head, bestowing upon her the gift of Ravenclaw's wisdom. Hermione's fluffy hair seemed to vibrate with newfound energy, her eyes wide in astonishment as she gazed at Ted. Ted winked at her, signaling her to remain silent. Hermione's original intelligence attribute was a commendable 7, a testament to her innate scholarly prowess. Now, with an increase of 2 points and an additional 1 to her spirit, she felt as though her mind had become exquisitely clear. It was as if she could solve any puzzle that crossed her path. The exhilaration was intoxicating, bordering on addictive. With this enhancement, Hermione's performance would undoubtedly reach new heights. The group has meticulously devised a battle strategy and established a retreat route in case of unforeseen circumstances. In a short while, Hermione's role will become paramount. Moreover, she must ensure that each of her comrades is blessed with the bubblehead charm to prevent any non-combat casualties. The three monsters, having already demolished a corridor and now advancing toward the staircase on the first floor, remain somewhat perplexed. They have suddenly escaped their confines, yet are entirely oblivious to how they achieved their freedom or what their purpose is now. One can discern their intellectual attributes. These three creatures possessed the cognitive faculties akin to that of a 5-year-old child, displaying slightly more intelligence than the average beast, yet not by much. They vaguely recall their intent to create chaos, aimlessly wreaking havoc wherever they roam, devoid of any further thoughts. Just as they were about to ascend the staircase, a piercing squeal erupted, and a large, rotund wild boar charged down the stairs. Although the situation was perplexing, primal instincts kicked in. The leading modified giant let out a grunt and swung its hefty club, bringing it down with force. The dull thud of it colliding with stone echoed loudly, shattering the millennia-old bricks beneath. They were indeed antiques. However, the black boar appeared unfazed as it darted past the giant's club, colliding directly with the second creature. The mantis bug. The mantis bug, bewildered as to why the boar remained unscathed, instinctively brandished its twin blades in a flurry of swift strikes, leaving afterimages in its wake. Ted, observing from the shadows, instinctively heightened its threat level. Despite its seemingly foolish demeanor, a surprise attack from this creature could be lethal. The Chiron beast, perplexed by the actions of its two comrades, failed to comprehend why they had targeted the rear. It quickly extended its long claws to scratch, its maw agape, snapping at nothing. Indeed, it was Ted's item card, the wild boar bomb green. An astute observer might have discerned the anomaly of the boar's nature. But such insight was beyond the comprehension of these three intellectually challenged monsters. The modified giant seemed intent on smashing the wall in search of answers. At that moment, a blue ice arrow shot forth from the shadows, narrowly grazing the giant's flank before striking the mantis bug. The mantis bug was among the least susceptible to ambush, equipped with nearly 360-degree compound eyes. Yet in this instance, by the time it registered the danger, evasion was no longer an option. The ice arrow struck true, penetrating the mantis bug's chitinous exoskeleton, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist. The surrounding shell shattered. Instantly, a portion of the mantis bug's body turned a pale blue, emanating a chill, rendering the creature rigid. Insects are particularly sensitive to cold and fire. The piercing ice arrow had sent a shiver deep into its very core. Ted's recently developed ice arrow had proven invaluable, with experience in crafting frost shell techniques. The difficulty of developing ice-based magic had diminished significantly, although the preparation time still required over 4 seconds, rendering it nearly impractical in combat. It was exceptionally effective for a surprise attack. As the living threat loomed, the modified giant let out a thunderous roar. Initially preparing to cast a spell, the sound reverberated, forcing them to cover their ears. Jerry's eyes began to whirl in confusion. Meanwhile, the modified giant had already surged up the staircase. In this crucial moment, it was Ted who remained indispensable. He directly relied on his psychic abilities to shield himself from the ringing in his ears and the tremors, remaining utterly calm as he suppressed all emotions unrelated to the battle. With a composed demeanor, he directed a spell at the steps ahead. Slide smoothly. This incantation had been inadvertently learned from a book in the library. After practicing it a few times, he had not employed it again. To his astonishment, it proved immensely useful at this moment. The steps beneath the modified giant suddenly transformed into a sloped surface, slick as if coated with lubricant, causing it to slip unwittingly. As the creature lost its footing, it crashed loudly onto the steps and slid down, colliding with the arachnid behind it that was still frozen in slow motion, snapping two slender legs upon impact. The final creature of their group, the Chimera, displayed remarkable agility and narrowly avoided the chaos, but in the next instant, Ron cast a long-toothed spell, striking true. The creature's sharp teeth erupted in size, instantly filling its mouth. The Chimera thrashed its head wildly, attempting to dislodge the strange object, but to no avail. In the next moment, Harry unleashed a cutting spell, the pale red magic striking its target, and a 20-centimeter gash appeared on the Chimera's back, blood spurting forth. Harry himself was taken aback by the spell's potency, startled by the sudden outpouring of blood. Meanwhile, Jerry directed a leg-locking spell at the struggling arachnid, causing its remaining 6 legs to congeal together, rolling helplessly on the ground while its 2 blade-like arms flailed wildly, carving gouges into the earth. Even a modified giant was struck, its thick skin, nearly a centimeter in depth, splitting open and oozing a yellow-green fluid. The giant, clearly irritated by its allies, delivered a fierce kick, sending the arachnid flying several meters. Yet, in the next moment, a multitude of white paper butterflies materialized, fluttering erratically around its small head, obscuring its vision in a flurry of white. Attempting to grasp them proved futile, as the butterflies evaded its grasp with remarkable agility, leaving its hands empty after multiple attempts. Growing impatient, it struck its own head in frustration. Thud! The modified giant lamented, "I am so enraged, I struck myself." The creature's brain had been thoroughly exhausted by Hermione's paper butterflies, conjured through transfiguration. Wielding its club above its head, it struck wildly, occasionally hitting itself, only to fuel its fury further. The giant thought to itself, in a state of extreme anger, "I have struck myself relentlessly." Jerry cast several more leg-locking spells on the half-damaged arachnid for reinforcement before directing a couple at the Chimera as well. At this point, aside from the modified giant, which was preoccupied with battling the butterflies, the other 2 creatures had essentially lost their threat. However, what to do about the modified giant? Why was it so resilient? Ron gasped in disbelief. In such a short span, the creature had struck its own head 5 or 6 times with a club as thick as a thigh, merely resulting in a trickle of blood. The spells they cast, leg-locking, long-tooth, cutting, were utterly ineffective against it, struck as if it were non-existent. With a magic resistance of level 2, it is akin to immunity for these first-year students. Confronted by the modified troll, the capabilities of Harry, Ron, and their companions are as futile as the efforts of Chow Pai's wife in a vegetable garden. It is evident that Professor Quirrell's modifications to the troll have been successful. After infusing it with the blood of a giant, the creature has exhibited growth in all aspects save for intellect, particularly in withstanding blows. Typically, a troll would succumb after striking itself a few times with such force. Yet this modified troll remains unfazed due to its formidable physique and regenerative abilities. "Let us deal with the other 2 first," Ted shouted. "A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush." It suffices for Hermione to continue restraining that troll while they eliminate the other 2. Ted unleashed another ice arrow, meticulously channeling his energy for 4 seconds, striking the already incapacitated spider-bug with precision. A fist-sized hole formed as the ice arrow penetrated at least 30 centimeters deep, even for a creature of such size. It was a severe blow. 2 ice arrows and a kick from the troll had rendered it incapable of further struggle, with only its 2 blade-like appendages feebly flailing. Though reluctant, death was imminent. Suddenly, Neville, who had been rather unhelpful until now, shouted, "Watch out." In that instant, Ted's heart sank. It was the Chilo beast, previously thought to be on the verge of death after sustaining multiple slashing curses and having its hind legs bound. The pain had awakened its primal instincts, and in a desperate struggle, it seized a crumpled piece of armor from the ground and hurled it towards them. Professor Quirrell's forelimbs were well-developed, akin to human hands, capable of grasping objects. Ted had overlooked this detail. At that critical moment, Neville, who had not previously shown much prowess with spells, seized the long sword from the armor behind him. With a decisive vertical slash, he deflected the shoulder plate that was hurtling towards Jerry's head. Had it connected, it would have surely caused severe injury. Jerry clutched his round ears, fear evident in his voice. Neville, thank you. However, the danger was not yet averted. The Chilo beast, with its hind legs bound together, propelled itself forward in a pole-vaulting manner, using its elongated forelimbs for support. Its unique anatomical structure meant that its long forelimbs had not been immobilized by the binding curse, allowing it to leap towards Ted and the others at an alarming speed. Even the now smooth slope could not hinder its advance. It moved with agility reminiscent of a gibbon, grasping the stair railing, and within moments had closed the distance to within mere meters of them. At that moment, Neville, wielding the long sword, charged forward with a loud battle cry, his heart brimming with courage, determined to shield his friends from the monstrous threat. In that instant, he embodied the essence of a valiant warrior. Ted, too, rose to the occasion, casting protective spells. Ironclad defense. Frost shield. In the blink of an eye, he had enveloped Neville in 2 layers of protective enchantments. First an invisible barrier, then a thin shield of ice. Crack. Sizzle. The Chiron beast's dual claws were obstructed by the frost armor spell, allowing the chilling aura to seep into its limbs, rendering its movement sluggish. However, this was of little consequence, for Navi's longsword had already pierced its heart. The strike was nothing short of magnificent, straight, decisive, and lethally effective. Navi thrust forward with all his might, landing a pinpoint blow to the heart. The Chiron beast emitted not a sound, convulsed briefly, and perished. Instinctively, Navi withdrew his sword and assumed the familiar stance of a knight, gazing at his companions in bewilderment. What just happened? How'd it die? Then, upon glancing at the bloodied sword in his hand, he thought, hey, this weapon is far superior to a wand. Hermione had been diligently employing transfiguration on numerous sheets of paper, transforming them into fluttering paper butterflies to obscure the modified troll's line of sight and divert its attention. She ensured that its walnut-sized brain was too occupied to contemplate anything else. Her contribution was indeed significant. Yet, she remained merely a first-year witch with a magical capacity of only level 1. In under 3 minutes, she found herself utterly exhausted. I can't hold on any longer. Hermione's brow glistened with sweat, a clear indication of her nearing limit. The once abundant paper butterflies dancing around the troll's head had dwindled significantly, and they began to fly with stiffness and sluggishness. Together, let's use the levitation charm on its club, Ted exclaimed. Following the Chiron beast's desperate retaliation, the atmosphere grew solemn. This battle was unlike any other. There could be no room for carelessness. Today, Professor Chiron had imparted a crucial lesson through the Chiron beast. Now, everyone attempted to cast the levitation charm on the massive club wielded by the troll. While Navi and Jerry's attempts faltered, the others succeeded. The crisis compelled everyone to evolve. Even Ron, who had failed to cast the charm even once in class, managed to do so now, a smile breaking across his face. In that instant, the troll, still preoccupied with swatting at butterflies, suddenly felt an emptiness in its hand. The club had slipped free and was now floating in the air. The troll was left bewildered. What just happened? Who am I? Where am I? Seizing the opportunity, Ted launched a frost arrow that struck the back of its head with precision. This was a significant blow. The modified troll's body wobbled, yet it persisted, refusing to fall. Give it some time, and it might endure. However, the heavy wooden club, now freed from its grasp, plummeted and struck the back of its head with accuracy. This final blow, akin to a mountain crashing down, sent the troll crashing to the ground. It seemed that the weakness at the back of the troll's head had not been eradicated by Professor Chiron after all. Ding! Defeated the Chiron beast, gained 150 experience. Ding! Defeated the spider scorpion, gained 250 experience. Ding! Defeated the modified troll, gained 450 experience. Ding! Quest, Battle on Blue. Completed, rewarded with 500 experience. Summon card Troll Blue. Gaining experience from monster defeats. Before Ted could examine the newly acquired card, he suddenly noticed something on the 2 fallen creatures. They glimmered with the radiance of 2 cards. You all wait here, I will check it out. After Ted spoke, he slid down the slope staircase. He maneuvered around the colossal creature that occupied half of the corridor, feigning an inspection of the corpse of the spiderling and casually retrieving a card that glimmered with a faint green light. floating atop the carcass. He then replicated this action, discovering another card emanating a white glow from the body of the Chilo beast. Both creatures lay lifeless, yet this peculiar giant remained alive. Should we inform the professor? Ron inquired. I believe we ought to flee post-haste, Jerry suggested. Hermione rolled her eyes and remarked, have you not considered that the professors will inquire about the portraits, subsequently leading to our discovery? Indeed, after a harrowing adventure, the looming threat of the professors awaited them. Upon hearing the possibility of being caught, Neville grew apprehensive. Why don't we voluntarily confess? He proposed. However, scarcely had he spoken when Snape's ominous voice echoed from around the corridor's corner. Longbottom, do you not think it is rather too late for a confession? Accompanying Snape were Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Oh my goodness, what have you all done? McGonagall, typically unflappable, was genuinely alarmed at the sight of pudgy Neville clutching a bloodied sword. A nameless beast sprawled in a pool of blood nearby. A bizarrely large insect lying in a puddle of yellow-green fluid, and an oversized giant collapsed in the corridor. Was this truly the Hogwarts she recognized? When had it transformed into a battlefield? The group soon arrived at the landing of the staircase, where they beheld the sloped steps. Spell halt. Snape swiftly nullified Ted's sliding charm. You defeated a giant. And what are those two creatures? McGonagall's voice sharpened. Ron and Jerry puffed up, as if they had received accolades. Yet Snape's acerbic tongue interjected. The arrogant epiphany and foolish Gryffindors. What folly have you committed? Have you come seeking a giant's demise? Snape was truly incensed at the scene of chaos before him. Ted could even see the flesh on his face quivering, his eyes seemingly casting a spell of high artistry, intent on rendering them all imbeciles. At that moment, the leader stepped forward. Harry, with utmost sincerity, addressed the professors. I apologize, professors, for disappointing you. It is because of me and my companions that we found ourselves in peril. I merely intended to use the restroom, which led to Hermione accompanying me. They worried for my safety and came along. Hermione promptly chimed in, yes. It was my suggestion to come here since it was less crowded. I am sorry. It is all my fault. What an ingenious excuse. The notion of needing to use the restroom was indeed a clever ruse. Though somewhat tenuous, it was a reasonable explanation. The professors could hardly reprimand Ted and his friends for their concern for companion safety, nor could they chastise a girl in need of a restroom. Warning. Ron and Jerry exchanged astonished glances at the two girls. Do you not draft your lies beforehand? Moreover, Hermione, are you aware of your actions? You have deceived the professors. To be honest, as long as Hermione did not expose them, they felt sufficiently secure. It was unexpected for her to conspire with Harry to mislead the professors. What is this called? It is said that mastering knowledge is arduous, yet falling into mischief is all too easy. They have all been led astray. Well, although your intentions are understandable, points must still be deducted. Professor McGonagall glanced at the other two professors, deducting 50 points from Gryffindor. She is indeed quite stern with her own house. Professor Flitwick, unable to show favoritism, deducted 20 points from Ravenclaw, 10 points each. Regarding this punishment, Snape appeared visibly displeased. He nearly took matters into his own hands, glaring at Ted, Neville, and Ron with an expression that could only be described as fierce, akin to a thug eyeing someone who had taken his daughter for a swim, as if ready to unleash a torrent of fury at any moment. Chapter 46. The House Elf Likes Me. There is but 1 hour until curfew. Do not wander about, understood? Oh, by the way, the sliding charm was executed splendidly, and the location was impeccable. Professor Flitwick whispered this last remark to Ted. He genuinely admired Ted, his promising student. Watching their head of house bounce away in a buoyant mood, Ted and his friends couldn't help but chuckle. This incident, particularly the moment of triumph, brought him profound reflection, as if something significant had shifted. Ron shrugged, his face contorted in discontent. I am still hungry. Could Professor Quirrell not have appeared a bit later? They are merely 3 creatures, hardly worthy of such alarm. The others looked at him, amused by his audacity. Jerry pulled a piece of cheese from his pocket. Would you like some? Ron promptly tossed it into his mouth, chewing eagerly. Is there more? Jerry rolled his eyes. Do you think I am a house elf from the kitchen? Hermione produced the food Ted had given earlier, several meat pies, but there was hardly enough for everyone. Ted boldly suggested, why not head to the kitchen for a meal? It would be a fitting celebration of our first victory. Hooray! As soon as the mention of food arose, Ron and Jerry readily agreed. Do you even know where the kitchen is? Harry inquired. Follow me. I will show you. Ted replied, leading the way towards the Hufflepuff common room. There it is, Ted exclaimed, having found the legendary fruit painting. Not far off stood 2 rows of oak barrels. Hermione pointed to the barrels, stating, I have heard that the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room is concealed behind those barrels. Harry added, It is said that one must tap the barrels in a specific rhythm. If one taps incorrectly, they will be doused in vinegar. It seems that those tone-deaf would not fare well in Hufflepuff. Ted indicated the painting, saying, "I have heard that a gentle scratch on this pair will grant us entry." Ted reached out with his own hand, employing his spell. Indeed, the pair could not withstand it, quivering more intensely until it suddenly leapt, transforming into a doorknob. Ted grasped the doorknob and pulled, causing the door to swing open. Within the circular archway lies the vast expanse of the Hogwarts kitchen, where numerous house elves, donned in pillowcases bearing the Hogwarts crest, labor listlessly. Upon the sudden arrival of Ted and his companions, the house elves exhibit an exuberance, exclaiming, "Little wizards, how may we assist you?" Their large, eager eyes glisten with anticipation, yearning for affirmative responses from Ted and his friends. A diversion from their mundane tasks will be most welcome. In a gentle tone, Ted inquires, "Due to certain circumstances, we have not had our fill. Might there be anything available to eat?" Enough, enough. Realizing that a second feast was imminent, Ted hastily curtails their indulgence. "Would you care for a drink?" One house elf, who had not secured a serving role, cautiously asks. "Oh, if there were juice, that would be splendid. If not, this spread is already quite generous. Indeed, we have apple juice, pumpkin juice, grape juice, and orange juice." The companions are utterly enchanted by this miniature banquet. The sensation is simply exquisite. Ron boasts a chicken leg, while Jerry devours chunks of cheese. Harry's manner of eating is fierce, and Neville is equally famished. Even Hermione is swept up in the fervor, consuming an ample amount of food. Around the dining table, 40 to 50 house elves gaze with wide eyes, adoringly fixed on Ted. Through charm and praise, he has garnered the affection and admiration of all the house elves at Hogwarts. Ted, with his enthusiastic compliments, has entranced the house elves, leaving them overwhelmed with gratitude. While Ted and his friends indulge in their feast, the professors are engaged in discussions regarding a pressing matter. 3 creatures had unexpectedly escaped from Professor Quirrell's laboratory. Now, with 2 dead and 1 injured, the professors have managed the situation. However, Dumbledore cannot permit Quirrell to continue his experiments with magical creatures at the school, particularly with entities such as trolls. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore converses with the sullen-faced Snape. "I fail to comprehend why you allowed him to become the defense against the dark arts professor." Snape's resentment is palpable. After all, his long-held aspirations have been tarnished by someone so unworthy. His frustration is understandable. It is akin to witnessing Lily marry James Potter, perhaps a mere fraction of that anguish. Dumbledore, however, remains composed. "Severus, I have my reasons." Faced with Dumbledore's calm demeanor, Snape feels helpless. In truth, he harbors deep dissatisfaction towards Dumbledore. His betrayal of Voldemort to align with him was solely to protect Lily's life. Yet, just as he learned of the traitor within the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's assurances fell apart, and Lily was tragically slain. It would be remarkable for him to regard Dumbledore with any semblance of favor. Currently, he endures Dumbledore's presence only for Harry's sake, remaining at the school under the pretense of safeguarding Lily's daughter. He is loath to acknowledge this white wizard. Coldly, he states, "I happened to inspect the 3rd-floor chamber. The door had been opened. The 3-headed dog attacked the intruder." Dumbledore nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Snape scoffed and turned to leave. But just as he was about to exit, Dumbledore gently remarked, "Please keep a close watch on Professor Quirrell. Do you suspect him, yet allow him to remain a professor within the castle?" Snape's tone was far from amiable. He reflected on the creature released today, and then on the foolish Gryffindors. It was hard to consider that with such company, Harry's safety was assured. Dumbledore replied calmly, "Severus, I have my reasons." "Damnable reasons." Snape slammed the door behind him. The students were still oblivious to the impending clash between 6 little wizards and 3 formidable beasts. At least, none in Ravenclaw were aware. As for Gryffindor, one could hardly expect Harry, Ron, and Jerry to refrain from boasting about their heroic exploits. After freshening up, Ted rewarded Ansu with a pet white mouse as a treat. Thanks to it, they had received intelligence ahead of time, allowing them to know their enemy as well as themselves. However, the roommates were horrified, especially Terry Boot, who was particularly intrigued by Ansu. He had previously assisted Ted in feeding the little white mice, believing them to be special pets. Little did he know they were actually Ansu's snacks, devoured in one gulp. "Ah, shattered dreams. You actually eat mice. And so nonchalantly. Impressive, Ansu." Well, Terry's perspective shifted rapidly. He even implored Ted to allow him to feed Ansu one personally. That evening, Ted did not engage in his usual meditation, but instead began to summarize the night's achievements. The experience gained from defeating monsters totaled 150, 250, and 450. along with a 500-point quest reward and the white card dropped by the Coral Beast, an experience card. White grants 100 experience points upon use. In other words, just from experience points alone, he had amassed 1450 that night. Since the start of school, he had barely accumulated this much. Was this not astonishingly lucrative? Indeed, it was a golden opportunity. Alas, a golden opportunity for monster slaying. Additionally, Ted had acquired 2 more cards. Chapter 47, Material Card and Summoning Card. The card dropped by the Coral Beast was an experience card, white, specifically designed to exchange for experience. It was akin to receiving a bonus of experience. Previously, during the quest reward selection, there had been a blue card that granted 1,000 experience points. The card dropped by the spider mantis was illustrated with a large, greenish-yellow insect shell adorned with protrusions and spikes. Chitinous shell green. Material card. A special magical insect shell offering excellent physical and magical resistance, particularly due to its vast yet lightweight form. This object reminded Ted of Shalu. The card from the quest reward depicted a yellow-green giant wielding a massive club, scratching its sparsely haired head in confusion. Giant blue. Summoning card. Summons a giant to fight on your behalf. Lasts for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 10 hours. Note, the giant's intelligence is rather limited. Do not give it vague commands. Henceforth, Ted would possess a formidable ally in battle. Both cards are of an unfamiliar variety. The material card possesses the ability to manifest specific materials such as metals, herbs, and ores. Additionally, it can serve as a special resource to enhance other cards. Cards are indeed subject to enhancement, consuming either other cards or experience points to elevate their level. Meanwhile, the material card can grant additional effects or fortifications to the cards. As for the summoning card, its purpose is straightforward. The ogre poses a significant threat to an ordinary wizard due to its notably high magic resistance. If commanded by someone, the level of threat multiplies exponentially. What a windfall! A substantial gain. Now, Ted's experience pool has accumulated 500 points. He feels an overwhelming urge to level up once more. Presently, his magic stands at level 3, and with the enhancement from his wand, it reaches level 4. The results are astonishing. Take, for instance, the sliding spell from tonight, which persisted for 5 to 6 minutes without fading. The effects of 2 ice arrows were also remarkably potent. Such power stems from formidable magic. Nevertheless, he restrained himself. Today marks the last day of October. Tomorrow brings November, ushering in new knowledge from other realms. Perhaps it would be wiser to assess the newfound information before making further plans. Beyond his gains from today's battle, Ted harbors other reflections. In truth, the potency of the 3 magical creatures is formidable. An ordinary person, unless armed with a submachine gun, would struggle against even the weakest of the Chirohorn beasts. As for the modified ogre, without anti-material weaponry, it would surely spell death. Though it may appear that Ted and his fellow novice wizards have toyed with it, the creature possesses astonishingly rapid acceleration, akin to a small car racing at 80 miles per hour. Conventional firearms would fail to incapacitate it swiftly, and without RPGs or similar devices, an entire squad of soldiers could be obliterated in moments. However, with the mastery of suitable spells, even a handful of novice wizards can manage. A wizard well-versed in a multitude of spells holds an overwhelming advantage over other fantastical beings. It is no wonder that centaurs dwell in their own territories. Giants are driven to the mountains, and fairies engage in finance at Gringotts without the use of wands. Even fire dragons have been domesticated. Early the next morning, Ted's biological clock roused him punctually. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the system's notification. Ding! The talent knowledge of other worlds, gold, has been triggered, unveiling the Sully Jam Bubble Alchemy Recipe Notes, green. The Sully Jam Bubble Alchemy Recipe Notes, green, documents the alchemical potion experiences of the gnome Sully Jam Bubble, an intermediate alchemy trainer in Ironforge. It requires the expenditure of 270 experience points for redemption. Ted was taken aback. This is yet another product from Azeroth, although he does not recall this Sully Jam Bubble distinctly. After all, who would remember the name of a trainer in passing? If it were a critical NPC or one tied to a quest, that would be another matter entirely, but functional NPCs often escape memory. Nonetheless, it suffices to know that he is an intermediate alchemy trainer. In the realm of World of Warcraft, alchemy serves as the craft of potion making alongside a few ancillary products. With potions being its primary output, it could be considered akin to the study of elixirs. A mid-level trainer ought to possess a wealth of valuable potion recipes. At a modest cost of 270 experience points, this knowledge is indeed a treasure Ted, shall acquire. As the experience dissipates, Ted's mind expands with newfound information regarding alchemical formulas and fundamental techniques. He swiftly perused the knowledge gained, deeming it exceedingly worthwhile. Not merely 270 experience points, but even 500 or 1,000 would be justified. Ted organized his thoughts and derived the following potion recipes. Recipe: Minor Healing Potion. Recipe: Elixir of the Lion's Strength. Recipe: Weak Troll's Blood Potion. Recipe: Minor Agility Elixir. Recipe: Defense Elixir. Recipe: Blackmouth Oil. Recipe: Growth Elixir. Recipe: Wisdom Elixir. Recipe: Water Breathing Elixir. Recipe: Minor Magic Resistance Potion. Recipe: Healing Potion. Recipe: Lesser Mana Potion. Recipe: Antidote Elixir. Recipe: Lesser Troll's Blood Potion. Recipe: Fire Oil. Recipe: Fire Protection Elixir. Recipe: Lesser Invisibility Potion. Recipe: Swiftness Potion. Recipe: Superior Defense Elixir. Recipe: Elixir of Free Action. In total, there are 20 potion recipes, among which Fire Oil, Fire Protection Elixir, Lesser Invisibility Potion, Swiftness Potion, Superior Defense Elixir, and Elixir of Free Action are of intermediate to advanced levels. In a magical realm, these will be classified as compound potions. Primarily, given that Azeroth is a land where minor skirmishes arise annually and cataclysms occur every 5 years, most endeavors are geared toward combat. All 20 recipes hold significant practical value, encompassing defense, poison resistance, magic resistance, and fire protection, all of which are immensely useful. The only remaining challenge lies in substituting the herbs and materials in the original recipes with those available in the magical realm. Fortunately, several herbs unique to Azeroth have recently emerged in the magical world. The rationale behind this is uncertain, but it certainly benefits Ted. It appears that considerable effort must still be devoted to the study of elixirs. Speaking of which, mastery of chemical experimentation would undoubtedly enhance one's proficiency in potion making. Wouldn't it? Potion recipes often utilize vague measurements, such as a drop or two, which lacks precision. One would wish for a pipette accurate to the milligram. Ted jogged along the shores of Black Lake, while Ansu soared freely through the sky, occasionally teasing nearby birds with their agile form. Ted held a supplementary book titled A Comprehensive Guide to Potion Advancement, while nearby, Hermione delved into literature concerning transfiguration. The previous night's battle had profoundly impacted the young girl, marking her first revelation of the practical benefits of magic. Her enthusiasm for learning had been fully ignited. Soon, the Gryffindor quartet arrived, yawning widely, resulting in a noticeable decrease in the number of Gryffindors present for breakfast that morning. The Gryffindors approached with eager eyes, as if they could hardly wait to embark on another grand adventure with Ted and his companions. Hufflepuff's Hannah leaned in, whispering, "Hey Ted, I heard you faced a gigantic troll last night. Did you really almost lose your life while slaying 3 monsters? Was the entire corridor truly drenched in blood?" According to Hannah, she felt as though she had but a single brain left. "Who told you that?" Ted inquired. Hermione, on the side, shot an irate glare at Ron and the others, her expression one of knowing disbelief. "I heard it from Lee Jordan of Gryffindor. Many students from our house are aware of it," Hannah exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. It felt as if a fairy tale was unfolding right beside her. Ted promptly reassured her, "No, it wasn't nearly as dramatic as you suggest. We employed a great deal of magic and barely managed to hold off until the professors arrived." Ron, Jerry, and the others were constantly clucking their tongues, remarking, "Hannah's version is even more outrageous than the tale we spun yesterday." It was evident that rumors had begun to proliferate and evolve. Ted recalled a phrase from the Weasley twins: "If you want something known, just tell Lee Jordan. The whole school will be informed." He had successfully dispelled several groups of inquisitive students, not just first years, but also second and third years who came to join the commotion. "Ron, did you really use the levitation charm?" one would ask, while another would chime in, "Jerry, why do you have to copy the homework?" Ron's face flushed crimson as he defended himself. "There are 4 key points to the wand movement for the levitation charm. Do you all know that? It's all about fluidity and finesse." Jerry tilted his head back to explain, "Copying homework is a studentess affair. Can it even be considered copying? Don't you understand the concept of referencing?" In any case, the Great Hall was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Ted had not anticipated that he and his 5 friends had provided such entertainment. The school indeed lacked sufficient recreational activities, leaving the children yearning for diversion. Chapter 48. Coach, I want to run. As classes concluded, Ted grasped Neville's arm and quietly asked, "Neville, do you wish to grow stronger?" The earlier scene had been reminiscent of a shadowy figure at a train station asking, "Brother, do you want a disc?" Ted shook his head, centering his thoughts before continuing to the bewildered Neville. Do you desire to stand up and protect your friends in times of crisis? If so, join me for a run. This sentiment bore a slight resemblance to a quest from One Piece. Ted was primarily reminded of Neville's spectacular sword strike from the previous night, which was truly remarkable. Neville had indeed showcased the potential of a Gryffindor swordmaster. Reflecting on Gryffindor, it was evident that they possessed an innate talent for melee magic. In the original tale, Harry Potter had wielded a sword to slay a basilisk at the tender age of 12. Ron sacrificed himself on the wizard's chessboard, bravely battling the pieces, and later rammed a flying car into the Whomping Willow, embodying the spirit of a knight. Hermione punched Malfoy. Neville beheaded Nagini. Were they all merely brutes? It felt as though Neville had merely chosen the wrong companions. Had he not attended Hogwarts, but instead followed Gandalf, he surely would have become a legendary battle mage. However, it is never too late to embark on this journey. With careful nurturing, one's wand can transform into a radiant sword. Mastering intuition and perception allows for effortless casting of spells, making one a formidable wizard. Although Neville may appear clumsy, he is remarkably dependable. After contemplating for an entire morning, he confided in Ted his desire to grow stronger and protect his companions. He expressed his intention to join Ted in running. The determination Neville displayed in this endeavor is truly admirable. In the following week, come rain or shine, he remained resolute. On one particularly stormy day, he rose early to wait for Ted at the entrance, inspiring his roommates as well. Ron and Jerry, who were previously lethargic and procrastinatory, hesitantly joined in, declaring their own aspirations. We want to become stronger. We want to play basketball. Running to gain strength was not merely a ruse from Ted. Indeed, physical fitness is the cornerstone of a wizard's prowess. To illustrate, had Stephen Hawking been a wizard, he likely would have remained confined to theoretical pursuits. For casting spells demands the exertion of magical energy, which can burden the body. Although theoretically, one might argue that as long as the intensity is manageable, spells can be employed without concern for magical depletion. The reality is that the body has its limits. The growth of a young wizard's magical capacity is predominantly influenced by innate factors, with a smaller portion attributed to environmental factors. Innate aspects pertain to one's bloodline. Currently, Ted is still uncertain about how the first-generation wizards originated and the source of their magical abilities. Nonetheless, the concept of pure bloodlines has its own implications. Many descendants of ancient bloodlines do not lack in magical prowess, such as Ron's Weasley family, Harry's Potter lineage, and Neville's Longbottom clan. Up until now, the differences among them are not glaringly apparent. Yet Ted has begun to discern a slight disadvantage in Jerry's magical capacity. After all, magical ability is fundamental, and such disparities will amplify with age and development. By the time they reach their 5th or 6th year, the differences will indeed be profound. Of course, this does not validate the theory of pure bloodlines. European aristocracy has spent centuries proving that so-called pure blood ultimately results in a lineage marked by mental deficiencies and congenital disabilities. The hereditary diseases of various European royal families could fill an A4 page. Conversely, wizards like Voldemort and Hermione, who hail from mixed or muggle backgrounds, have emerged as extraordinary talents. The advantages of mixed heritage have been substantiated by scientific inquiry. If those pure-blood families were truly wise, they would assimilate the elite from mixed blood and muggle wizards to maintain their social superiority, much like in America, rather than emphasizing bloodlines and fostering division that leads to their own demise. Returning to the matter at hand, Ted encourages them to run, which is beneficial for physical development. This regimen will promote the growth of magical energy. While it may not surpass the limits of their bloodlines, it will allow them to approach those limits closely. Moreover, Ted's approach extends beyond mere running. He employs the exercises outlined in the strength training manual to enhance his companions' abilities. Not to mention, their physical conditioning is bound to improve. As they continue to train year after year, their advantages over ordinary students will become increasingly evident. At the very least, they will easily overpower Malfoy's trio. Moreover, their mastery over magic would be greatly enhanced, allowing spellcasting to flow with greater ease and spontaneity. With Hermione's presence, the timely completion of assignments among her companions was invariably ensured. Otherwise, she would weave 10 tasks into every 10 sentences. Consequently, her friends would strive to finish their homework promptly, lest they fall victim to Hermione's mental onslaught. On this day, Ted and the others concluded their assignments in the library before setting off together to their secret base, the abandoned classroom. Since they were from different houses, their communal time was spent either in the Great Hall, the library, or this forsaken classroom. Along the way, Harry brought up the matter George and Fred had discussed with them the previous day. The twins, along with Lee Jordan, were hardly the settled sort. They intended to revisit the three-headed dog's lair on the third floor, as they were convinced it concealed a significant secret, having diligently investigated it with unwavering determination. Subsequently, Snape had ventured into that very room, merely opening the door to glance inside before departing. Harry found himself puzzled. Did Snape possess such keen interest in the three-headed dog? Hermione attempted to elucidate. Could it be that the creature's fur was a precious ingredient for potions? Upon hearing this, Jerry exclaimed, "Is Snape attempting to pilfer dog hair?" Ron, equally agitated, declared Snape to be utterly shameless. If the professor could steal, then so could they. In that moment, he and Jerry envisioned the three-headed dog as a resplendent golden creature. For them, the allure of galleons was boundless. Ron's financial situation was well known. His allowance had barely accumulated to 2 sickles after more than a year's saving. Jerry's circumstances mirrored this. He had been assisting his family with work even before enrolling. Not only the house elves, but also half-breeds had not seamlessly integrated into the magical realm, leaving them rather impoverished. While Ted asserted that Snape was quite wealthy, boasting an extensive collection of potion ingredients, Ron remained troubled, swearing upon the wand he had inherited from Bill. It must be Snape who unleashed that beast. To divert everyone's attention, he must intend to shear the three-headed dog. Ted could not help but remark, "You really think so little of Snape? Is such a meager ambition all he possesses?" Ron continued, "Just consider the specimens in those jars in the basement. They must be the result of experiments on monsters. Snape is surely conducting some nefarious research." Ted understood Ron's intense disdain for Snape, even surpassing Harry and Neville's, as Snape relentlessly targeted him during lessons. "Perhaps you should try not sitting at the same table as Harry next time." Maybe Snape's ire stems from seeing Lily's daughter with a simpleton at the same table. "Also, I recall you're destined to break that heirloom wand next year. Therefore, it's best to refrain from swearing oaths. Who knows if they will come to fruition?" In the abandoned classroom, Neville was brandishing a wooden sword that Ted had transformed through transfiguration. Ted encouraged him not only to practice with a two-handed sword, but also with a one-handed sword, even in his left hand. The ideal scenario would be wielding a wand in one hand and a sword in the other, or perhaps one day transforming the wand into a lightsaber, thus elegantly resolving this dilemma. As Jerry engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Ron, Harry offered strategic advice from the sidelines. However, the combined efforts of Jerry and Harry proved futile against Ron, leading to the pieces on the board grumbling and even refusing to follow commands. Meanwhile, Ron's pieces were eager for action, with one exclaiming, "Let me go. I shall vanquish it with a single strike." These elder pieces were not to be trifled with. Ted and Hermione were absorbed in their books, diligently taking notes. When Ron triumphantly captured Jerry and Harry's king, he stretched with satisfaction, declaring, "You both should practice more. Next time, I might even allow you an extra rook." His mock humility earned him a rude gesture from Jerry and an eye roll from Harry. In Ron's eyes, the disdain of his adversaries was the highest form of flattery, prompting a satisfied grin. Yet he soon noticed Neville, drenched in sweat and wielding his pieces with determination, as well as Ted and Hermione, who were engrossed in their studies. A sudden feeling of being overwhelmed washed over him. "I say, don't you find it exhausting to study during your free time?" Hermione, without lifting her gaze, replied, "Learning and unraveling puzzles grant me immense satisfaction." Ted explained, "It's akin to your triumph in wizard's chess." Ron retorted, "Had you mentioned that sooner, I would have understood. Why didn't you say it earlier?" Amidst the ebb and flow of their banter, Ted waved his friends over. "All right, let us take a break. Come here, and I shall share a secret." Neville approached, wiping his brow, and Harry and Ron joined them as well. Ted whispered, "Did you know that for every minute the Big Ben tolls in London, 60 seconds pass in this world?" Neville paused, astonished. "Really?" The group exchanged glances, then turned to Ted. "Are you serious?" The wisdom imparted seemed nothing more than folly. Chapter 49, Quidditch and Chaotic Magic. It remains unclear what butterfly effect led to Harry's disinterest in flying brooms and a general apathy toward Quidditch. This has long been a source of pain for Sirius. Nevertheless, regardless of whether Harry was chosen as a Quidditch player in his first year, the matches would proceed as scheduled. On the first Saturday of November, the Quidditch match arrived without fail. Typically, Hogwarts Quidditch matches are scheduled for Saturdays. Ted lamented, "Why are the matches held on Saturdays? It feels as though our weekends are being robbed. Companies that organize team building on weekends are hardly virtuous." In the realm of Quidditch, Gryffindor and Slytherin have consistently been formidable teams, facing each other 3 times each year. This year's inaugural match featured the highly anticipated showdown between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The referee was Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, while the commentary was delivered by Lee Jordan, the Hogwarts announcer. With Jamaican heritage, dark skin, and dreadlocks, he appeared as if his first words were a rap, and he moved with remarkable speed. The enthusiasm of students and professors for Quidditch was incomprehensible to Hermione and Ted. Early in the morning, while Ted was out for a run, he noticed students already rising to secure seats at the pitch. Were they truly planning to forego breakfast? Surely not. Were they buying iPhones? As the clock approached 9, the Quidditch match was on the verge of commencing, and the stadium was teeming with spectators, a rather exaggerated expression, given that the entire school comprised merely over 200 students, with the 7th years absent on internships. The audience, at most, could only number around 200. Nevertheless, for Hogwarts, this constituted a grand affair. The distinctive colors of the four houses' robes created a striking contrast in the stands. On the field, the Slytherin Quidditch players appeared robust and formidable, resembling not so much Quidditch players as rather like behemoths engaged in aerial rugby. On the Gryffindor side, 3 girls were among the players, with Oliver Wood serving as captain, accompanied by the Weasley twins. In the absence of Harry, an unfamiliar boy was designated as the Seeker. Without the presence of the Savior, Professor Quirrell did not cast any spells, and thus the incident involving Snape's counter-curse and Hermione's singed robe was also absent. Ultimately, devoid of the illustrious hero, Gryffindor suffered a defeat akin to previous years, falling dismally to Slytherin, who employed underhanded tactics throughout the match, committing numerous fouls without regard, even towards the girls. The outcome of the Quidditch match left 3 houses profoundly dissatisfied, vociferously condemning Slytherin's shamelessness. Yet Draco Malfoy, accompanied by 2 lackeys, swaggered over to boast about Slytherin's triumph. "Oh, Gryffindor is just pathetic. Slytherin is incredibly brave, you know," he taunted, only to be met with an unexpected ambush from Jerry, resulting in a rather undignified fall. Ron then retaliated with a well-deserved punch to Malfoy's face, reigniting a brawl. However, the trio of Malfoy found themselves isolated and ultimately fled in disarray, disheveled and covered in dirt, barely escaping the wrath of the Gryffindor Lions. Despite the disheartening defeat in Quidditch, which struck many in Gryffindor hard, Professor McGonagall even felt downcast for several days. Teddy remained unfazed, continuing with his studies and daily life. After mastering knowledge from other realms this month, he managed to ascend another level, now a level 3 wizard and a level 1 mind mage. Although it required merely 1,000 experience points to advance from level 1 to level 2, ascending from level 2 to level 3 demanded a staggering 3,000. Presently, he had 686 experience points remaining. He allocated his reward of a single attribute point to intelligence and the skill point to magic, raising his magic level to 4 with 1 wand. While wielding his wand, Teddy's magic reached the impressive level of 5, surpassing that of most adult wizards. The abundance of magic within him bestowed upon Teddy an almost boundless sensation. This was certainly due to the fact that the spells he had mastered were of a lower tier, resulting in minimal consumption. The restorative magic effectively compensated for a significant portion of the expended energy, allowing for prolonged magical activity. This enabled him to engage more frequently in spellcasting practice and elevate his spell proficiency. It has been demonstrated that the spell for upgrading is indeed simple, as one can utilize it dozens, if not hundreds, of times daily to achieve a mere 2-level increase. Ted has successfully elevated several of his spells to the 2nd tier, particularly those pertaining to combat, such as the Frost Armor, Ice Arrow, and Iron Shield spells. After all, these are the few he has mastered. Recently, he has been delving into the arcane spells utilized by battle mages in Dalaran and has begun to see some progress, feeling that it will not be long before he learns his first arcane spell. One day, he stumbled upon a peculiar tome in the library, a handwritten manuscript titled The Joy of Chaos. This work was penned by a muggle named Austin Osmond Spare in the 1970s. Although he was a muggle himself, he was acquainted with a witch who lived nearby and was introduced to magic from a young age, eventually marrying her. This book offers a unique perspective on magic through the eyes of a muggle, exploring the potential for muggles to wield magic. Spare later became a renowned mystic in the muggle world, founding a magical school of thought known as chaos magic. This chaos magic is not the sort that requires divine judgment to be reduced to ashes, but rather emphasizes the notion that the world is inherently unknowable. Any belief system, whether scientific or religious, cannot claim absolute correctness, for humanity is but a minute fragment of this vast universe. With our limited senses and perspectives, we are incapable of grasping the true essence of reality. Our perception of the world is exceedingly one-sided. For instance, while we perceive a vibrant world, some animals see it in black and white, and others perceive it in colors far more vivid than our own. Some creatures lack eyes entirely, and their perception shapes a world entirely different from ours. As the saying goes, one cannot recognize the true visage of Mount Lu, for one is ensconced within its embrace. Ultimately, what we can genuinely comprehend is the idealist realm, which underscores the power of will. Why do gods and myths arise in the world? It is because humanity is inherently fearful of chaos and disorder. Rather than accepting the notion of a chaotic, ungoverned universe, people prefer to believe in a mysterious force that orchestrates all events, even if the wielder of such power is an unpredictable deity. However, the chaos magic practitioners do not regard these religious icons as their divinities. The name chaos was chosen to emphasize a lack of rules, organization, or law. With everything contingent upon individual will and practicality, chaos magic posits that magic is a science born from the fluctuations of will, viewing it merely as an art or craft where consciousness influences matter, in contrast to other mystical traditions that practice sorcery or magic, which assert that misuse of magic incurs a threefold consequence. This school believes that such phenomena are not objective laws. Instead, they arise from a user's own guilt and unease. Thus, they assert, I do not acknowledge any threefold recompense. Therefore, I can benefit without cost. What I believe is true. This involves presenting a figurine and persistently beseeching it, treating it as one's deity. Such intent ultimately becomes a form of power, subtly guiding the outcomes toward the direction of one's prayers. Coincidentally, there exists a similar notion within the realm of psychology known as the law of attraction, which posits that one's thoughts are invariably drawn to a reality that resonates with them, or in other words, it embodies the principle of manifesting one's desires. The tome entitled The Joy of Chaos, held by Ted, is the original manuscript penned by Spell, which meticulously delineates the potential of will-based magic. Upon perusing it, Ted found himself momentarily entranced. Could this truly be feasible? The prevailing consensus within the magical community maintains that magic is a confluence of power and will. To merely assert the power of will seems rather dubious, does it not? After all, we inhabit a material world. If mere thoughts could alter reality, then in a fit of extreme rage, I would surely be able to punch through a 50-meter steel plate. Yet, setting magic aside, if we consider the realm of psychic phenomena, this concept might indeed hold merit. Chapter 50, The Librarian's Legacy. This liberating idealism proves quite practical for those adept in mental arts. Ted contemplated the possibility of developing certain psychic capabilities based on this premise. His daily routine consisted of early morning runs, attending classes, completing tasks, and accumulating experience. During his free time, he either experimented with magic or scoured the library for books, diligently organizing his notes. His recreational activities involved conversing with friends and engaging in collective pursuits. On this particular day, Ted and Hermione were engrossed in their studies at the library, while Harry and Ron had long since completed their assignments and departed. Although the tasks were finished, the habit of extensively cataloging books for easy reference had become second nature to him. His reading pace was astonishingly swift, while Hermione had barely completed one book. He had already amassed a small pile beside him. What titles did he possess? Identification of Magical Woods and Care for the Tree Guardian, which discussed magical woods and wand materials, as well as methods of acquiring timber without harming the tree guardian. Do not forcefully ride a unicorn. Recounting the tale of a wizard obsessed with unicorns who, after repeated failures to approach them, ultimately suffered a broken leg from attempting to ride one. Unexpected potion awards, detailing a plethora of mishaps wherein wizards brewed erroneous potions, resulting in a variety of bizarre reactions, from levitation to spewing colorful fountains. Compilation of transfiguration errors, illustrating 12 instances of disastrous transfiguration, with 11 of the wizards failing to revert completely. Compilation of useless spells, chronicling over 20 utterly ineffective spells, such as the flatulence charm, which produces sounds akin to flatulence, truly of no practical use whatsoever. Postpartum care for werewolves, which purportedly details how 2 werewolves can conceive a controllable werewolf child during a full moon. The real question is, who made this discovery? Ted closed the book, pondering the abundance of trivial knowledge. At that moment, Hermione approached him, leaning in to whisper, "Follow me. I have discovered a peculiar location." Intrigued, Ted followed Hermione past rows of towering, deep brown bookshelves that resembled walls, until they arrived at an obscure corner of the library. On the wall was an inscription, "Maintain proper decorum within the library. Elminster." Hermione quietly remarked, "I inquired with Mrs. Pants. And this Helminster was a librarian over a century ago. Do you suspect something is amiss with this inscription?" Ted inquired. Hermione nodded, reasoning that there was no sense in leaving a slogan in such a secluded place, and it had likely remained there for a century. Indeed, I shall give it a try. With a flourish of his wand, Ted revealed the hidden message, causing the slogan on the wall to emanate a soft blue glow. However, not every letter illuminated. I understand now. After a mere few seconds of contemplation, Hermione deciphered the riddle. She tapped her wand on certain letters, forming the word silence. Subsequently, a multitude of small text appeared on the wall beneath the slogan. Ted had already received a reward of 55 experience points from the system, indicating the riddle had been successfully solved. Within moments, he committed all the contents to memory. It appeared to be a spell. We should depart from here and study it at our leisure. In the abandoned classroom, Ted transcribed the information he had noted. This was indeed a spell, not overly complex, yet remarkably effective. He had never encountered a similar incantation before. It was a creation of the former librarian, who could not abide students shouting in the library, thus inventing this silencing charm. Once cast, all sound within the spell's range would vanish entirely. Speaking or creating any noise would be utterly impossible. Within the radius of the spell, silence reigned supreme. Upon learning that Ted and Hermione had unraveled a riddle while reading in the library, Harry and the others felt a pang of frustration. After all, entertainment options at school were rather scarce, and solving riddles had become one of the most engaging activities. Mastering spells was secondary. The process of unraveling mysteries was the true delight. By the end of November, Ted successfully unleashed arcane wisdom, for which 6 brave little mice made the ultimate sacrifice. Though rendered enchanted by magic, their flavor remained unaffected, allowing Ansu to savor them in the end. Let us remember their noble contribution. The spell of arcane wisdom bestows a 2-point intelligence buff upon the recipient, lasting for 30 minutes. This spell can be conferred upon others, with virtually no cooldown period. When paired with Ravenclaw's wisdom, blue, it grants a total of 4 intelligence and 1 spirit, transforming even the dimmest into a genius. Indeed, after receiving the dual buffs, Ted's intelligence attribute soared to 11 points, twice that of an ordinary individual, leaving him marveling at how swiftly his mind operated. He felt as if he had transitioned into a state of high-performance dual-channel processing, akin to an expanded memory mode. His learning efficiency escalated dramatically. Previously, his studies in magic had been clumsy and drawn out, yielding significant progress only after days of effort. Now, after merely contemplating for a few minutes, he felt a profound understanding blossoming within him. Ted even believed that within a few hours, he could devise the casting pattern for Frost Nova. This newfound ease and potency invoked a state of flow, making the study of magic feel utterly enchanting and delightfully fulfilling. At this juncture, Ted could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He recognized that he was hardly a top scholar. At best, he was a mature thinker who worked diligently, bolstered by external aids. In truth, he could not rival Hermione's study efficiency, nor could he match Harry's innate talent. Once one becomes complacent, their experience will inevitably lag behind, making it impossible to maintain such rapid progress. It is during the 3rd to 5th grades that young wizards experience the most significant growth. In the original text, Harry learned a series of advanced spells, such as the Patronus Charm, the Ironclad Charm, and the Summoning Charm during these years. Ted is aware that he is merely a pseudo-overachiever and may soon find himself in fierce competition against Voldemort and the Death Eaters, which indeed brings a certain level of pressure. However, he has now relaxed and discovered that he has entered the realm of true academic excellence. Even without relying on the system, he can undoubtedly become a standout among his peers. Not to mention, he possesses knowledge from another world. He feels confident and at ease. In the following days, Ted's sense of relaxation was palpable, even to his friends. Harry remarked, "I suddenly feel like Ted has relaxed a lot. He used to seem so tense, as if he were ready to jump at any moment." Ron added, "Exactly. It seemed like he was determined to use every second for studying. Just watching him was exhausting." Hermione noted, although his schedule hasn't changed, his mindset has indeed lightened considerably. Ted hadn't realized he had inadvertently put pressure on his friends and felt apologetic for causing them concern. He had been unable to see this previously, but now he felt at ease. Neville patted Ted on the shoulder without saying a word. Jerry chimed in with a smile, "It's nothing. I was extremely nervous when school started, fearing I would make mistakes and be expelled. But spending time with you all helped me relax. You just took a little longer to unwind." His friends believed Ted was transitioning directly from a Muggle orphanage to Hogwarts and had yet to adjust his mindset. With newfound confidence, Ted's research became more effortless and efficient. He also experimented with the chaotic spiritual energy development model he had been studying, yielding promising results. Based on the silencing charm he had recently learned, Ted successfully developed several related types of spiritual energy. Illusory sound. This allows one to control spiritual energy to produce phantom sounds within a certain range. Whispering enables quiet communication with a target over a distance, inaudible to others. Mimicry allows for the imitation of a target's voice or other sounds. This spiritual energy does not require the use of magical power or a wand, making it exceptionally discreet. November passed without significant events, quickly ushering in the end of the month. On December 1st, Ted received a timely notification from the system. Ding. Talent knowledge from another world gold. Activated. Discovering Spellbook of the Three-Ring Red Robe Wizard Penny Blue. Spellbook of the Three-Ring Red Robe Wizard Penny Blue contains the magical study materials of the Three-Ring Red Robe Wizard Penny. It requires 550 experience points for exchange. Three-Ring Red Robe Wizard. Is this magic from the DD world? I shall exchange it. Upon consuming 550 experience points, Ted's mind was flooded with intricate spell models and information. Chapter 51. Spellbook of the Three-Ring Red Robe Wizard Penny Blue. DD represents a worldview, with multiple worlds existing under similar frameworks. The Red Robe Wizards are members of the Order of the Red Robe, specifically from the Farron world. In this realm, wizards are constrained by a system known as spell slots. It cannot be said to be a limitation. For the arcane network and spell slots actually serve to diminish the challenges of learning and casting spells. They function as tools. Those formidable legendary wizards possess numerous methods to circumvent the constraints of spell slots, and the existence of legendary spells, which are of extraordinary caliber, is no less potent than that of wizards in other realms. Indeed, they may even surpass them. This is particularly true considering that many wizards in that world have ascended to divine status. By their standards, the vast majority of wizards in the magical realm are akin to sorcerers. Sorcerers rely on instinct and inherited bloodlines, while wizards are inherently endowed with magical lineage, thus categorizing them as sorcerers without question. However, many renowned wizards in the magical community are also scholars, akin to figures like Dumbledore, thus straddling both the realms of spellcasting and scholarly pursuit. In the realms of Dungeons and Dragons, the potential of a wizard is determined by intelligence, while that of a sorcerer is contingent upon their bloodline. For instance, the Archmages of Nezarel possess a minimum intelligence of 17, which is considered rather subpar. The intelligence of those illustrious Archmages exceeds 20, with some reaching scores of 22 or 24. In contemporary terms, a normal individual would score between 90 and 110 on an intelligence test. A score ranging from 120 to 140 denotes a clever individual, while anything above 140 is regarded as genius, with higher scores indicating greater intelligence, the maximum being 200. The intelligence of the Archmages likely surpasses the testing limits, possibly reaching between 220 and 240. Ted believes that after applying a buff, his intelligence test score should lie between 150 and 180. However, without the buff, based on his own intellect, he could only master up to third-tier spells, with iconic spells such as invisibility and fireball marking him as merely a novice wizard, with little promise ahead. As for spells below the third tier, they hardly warrant mention. Of course, Ted's advancement may enhance his intelligence, and his future still appears bright. Upon briefly reviewing the spells documented in the spellbook, he discovered an unexpectedly bountiful trove. Although this red-robed wizard, Penny, is merely a third-tier mage, he has amassed an astonishing collection of spells, exceeding 60, spanning from 0 to 3rd tier. Goodness, how affluent must this individual be? It is well known that studying magic on the continent of Farron is exceedingly costly. Even if one learns under a teacher, monetary compensation is requisite. Alternatively, purchasing scrolls for self-study is equally expensive. Furthermore, the magical system in that world is immense, with spells as numerous as the stars. One cannot simply learn whatever they desire. Access to those spells is essential. Some wizards residing in remote areas may find their lifetime repertoire of spells to be fewer than 20. Based on Ted's understanding of the Red Robe Council, it is a notorious organization known for its evil and oppressive practices. The wizards are the patriarchs of that nation. All activities revolve around the wizards, even extending to altering weather through magic to enhance agricultural yields. The oppression of lower-tier wizards is quite severe, emphasizing mass cultivation followed by ruthless survival of the fittest, encouraging apprentices to engage in cutthroat competition. Those who perish are simply casualties, while the survivors emerge as elites. They have even established a production line for crafting magical items. Consequently, this nation is renowned for exporting both food and magical artifacts. In this context, The third circle mage could only be said to have grazed the threshold of the organization's middle management. Yet, the fact that he managed to amass such an extensive collection of spells is truly remarkable. Ted even speculated that this fellow might be some high-ranking mage's paramour. Having acquired these spells through dubious means, this individual shows no discrimination, dabbling in various factions' magics. Prophecy, transformation, enchantments. Aren't red-robed wizards supposed to specialize in a particular school? One of the third circle spells Ted had never even heard of was called Animal Cuteness. Animal Cuteness temporarily transforms a single animal or magical beast into a more youthful and adorable version of itself. One odd spell. The sheer complexity of the spells he has mastered illustrates that the mage is indeed formidable. A prepared mage is invincible, as an endless array of spells can always provide the most suitable solution within the constraints of spell slots. The ability to prepare one's spells to address potential scenarios is the true test of a mage's prowess. Ted felt a surge of excitement. This was a treasure trove of novel magic acquired for merely 400 experience points. Although converting the spell slot model from the continent of Faerun to the casting methods of this world would undoubtedly be a daunting task, it still represented a significant fortune. In a magic history class, Ted had daydreamed about spellbooks that contained at least 10 zero-circle spells. He found himself momentarily paralyzed by indecision, unsure of where to begin. Clearing his throat, he recalled some magical matters and realized he had drifted off. Hermione cast a puzzled glance at Ted, recalling that he had been similarly distracted last month and the month before that. Even by breakfast the next day, Hermione was still grappling with this dilemma. Neville quietly remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that Hermione, pursing her lips and frowning, feels very familiar." Ron nodded emphatically. "You're right, Neville. Because Hermione is often referred to as Little McGonagall." Jerry interjected, "You're mistaken. It's Professor McGonagall who is known as Big Hermione." Hermione immediately bristled, hands on her hips, her eyes blazing with indignation. "You three," Neville protested. "I have nothing to do with this." At that moment, the messenger owl made its timely appearance, accompanied by the chaotic sound of flapping wings. If luck were to fail them, a few stray feathers might even fall. Suddenly, Ted brandished his wand, casting a levitation spell in an instant. Wingardium Leviosa. His words flowed effortlessly, the incantation spoken so swiftly that Ron barely caught it. Before long, their elderly owl, Errol, floated just above the soup pot, a foot off the ground. Their owl, Errol, had devoted over 20 years to the Weasley family, delivering messages even before their eldest son Bill was born. Now, however, he seemed truly exhausted. Were it not for Ted, he might have plunged headfirst into the steaming bowl of creamy corn chowder. Ted quipped, "I certainly do not wish to drink a bowl of Scottish round-faced chicken soup." Hermione gently moved the old owl aside, offering him some pumpkin juice to restore his strength, and lamented, "Ron, your family should consider retiring him. I am genuinely concerned that if the weather turns foul that day, you may never see it again." Ron rolled his eyes, remarking, "Easier said than done. We simply cannot afford it." The Weasley family, with their multitude of children and Mrs. Weasley as a full-time homemaker, relied solely on Mr. Weasley's income, which rendered them economically strained and perpetually tight on funds. Ron unfastened the letter to read it, then shrugged. His companions promptly engaged in a discussion regarding their Christmas holiday plans. Ted, without a doubt, had no place to go and would remain at school. Jerry was in a similar predicament. Staying at school would alleviate some burden for his mother. Ron, too, would be staying behind. Furthermore, this marked their inaugural year residing at school away from home, and surely their family would miss them dearly. While navigating the corridors after breakfast and before classes, Hermione cautiously suggested, "Ted, actually, you could spend Christmas at my house. You know my father is quite fond of you. He has been looking for an opportunity to express his gratitude." She endeavored to maintain a nonchalant demeanor, concerned about potentially bruising Ted's pride. "All right, just remember to write to me often. There are still 3 weeks until the holiday." Ah, indeed. Chapter 52. Cantrips and Staying at School During the Holidays. The study of magic undoubtedly commences with the simpler concepts, particularly given the significant differences between the D&D spell system and the magical realm. Therefore, Ted deemed it prudent to begin with cantrips. In the spellbook of a third circle red-robed wizard, the cantrips included Mage Hand, Mending, Darkness, Adhesion, Arcane Mark, Prestidigitation, Detect Magic, Read Magic, Message, and Ray of Frost. Considering Message, he realized he had already developed a similar ability through psychic enhancement and could forego it. Adhesion had its counterpart in the magical world, known as the Permanent Adhesive spell, which was even more potent. Some highly skilled wizards could cast spells that would bind 2 objects together for decades, or even centuries, making them inseparable, as if they were naturally grown together. An ordinary magic would be ineffective in such cases. Mending also had a more advanced repair spell for comparison. The cantrip could only mend minor damages, whereas the repair spell could restore items shattered into fragments. A clear victory. What remained were those spells with unique effects that were not easily found in the magical realm. Mage Hand could conjure an invisible hand of magical force, with its efficacy dependent on spell proficiency and magical strength. It was an exceedingly practical spell, a requisite for any wizard. Darkness could transform a small area into utter blackness, impervious to light. Arcane Mark was indispensable for spellcasters. Each individual would develop their unique arcane mark, akin to a magical fingerprint. Detect Magic served the purpose of identifying magical effects. Should one encounter a magical item and be uncertain of its consequences, this spell could provide clarity. It could also ascertain whether a location had been enchanted. Read Magic could interpret magical inscriptions found on objects, scrolls, and weapons, generally without triggering any inherent magic contained within the text. For instance, should one glance at a cursed tome of dark magic, it would result in instant blindness. With the enchantment of Reading Magic, one can perceive the true text above without triggering any curses. The Frost Ray is capable of emitting a beam of frost, causing the target to suffer from frostbite or even freeze entirely. It may be considered a diluted version of the Ice Arrow, lacking in penetrative power and lethality, yet preserving its freezing effect. Furthermore, it is simple to cast, requiring merely a single word or a gesture. Ted ultimately decided to commence with the Frost Ray, as he had already mastered ice-related magic, having studied both Frost Armor and Ice Arrow. Thus, delving into the Frost Ray should pose little difficulty. Once he achieves a breakthrough and successfully researches the methodology for spell casting, exploring other spells will be considerably simpler. The spell model for Frost Ray is a straightforward three-dimensional construct, primarily focused on attempting to harness magical energy and swiftly activate it in the absence of a magic net. After 2 days of effort, Ted successfully cast the Frost Ray, although it fell short of being deemed a success, as the casting time required a full 8 seconds, rendering it nearly impractical. The subsequent step was to streamline the process, optimizing the flow of magical energy and the construction of the spell model. Within approximately 5 days, Ted completely deciphered and localized the Frost Ray spell. With merely a pointed finger and a simple incantation of ice, he could unleash a blue-white beam, capable of reaching up to 7 meters and forming a thin layer of ice on a wooden post. While its practical combat value was minimal, the primary significance lay in the learning and deciphering process. After successfully unraveling the Frost Ray, Ted immersed himself in the exploration and development of other spells. The subsequent spells, Secret Mark and Mage Hand, collectively required only 4 days to master. This exhilarating experience of learning and mastering magic was utterly irresistible. However, his research was soon interrupted by the arrival of his spectral friend. Helena, what brings you here? Upon witnessing Helena pass through the wall into the abandoned classroom, Ted set down his wand. The last time he had encountered Helena seemed like an eternity ago, 2 weeks to be precise. His intense focus on researching new magic had caused him to completely forget about her visit. Such negligence weighed on his conscience. The statue? Ted inquired. Indeed, she replied. My mother must have cast a spell on her statue, a special enchantment intertwined with thought and soul. She scrutinized Ted's expression intently, missing not a single nuance. In truth, she had discovered numerous clues a week prior, but hesitated for several days before seeking Ted's assistance. This boy was remarkable, empathetic, wise, and eager to learn. It was evident that he harbored a fervent passion for magic. Yet, this very trait presented a dilemma for Helena, as a previous boy with similar inclinations had deceived her profoundly, leaving her with post-traumatic stress disorder. Consequently, over the past 30 or 40 years, many Ravenclaw students have found the resident ghost, Ms. Gray, to be rather aloof. At this moment, she scrutinized Ted carefully, concerned that within his eyes, she might discern the ambition and fervor she had once witnessed. However, for Ted, the cognitive enchantments studied by Lady Ravenclaw appeared to be quite intriguing. Yet he found himself preoccupied with an array of wondrous knowledge that varied each month, rendering him less concerned. He certainly did not share Voldemort's morbid fear of death, nor did he obsess over Horcrux magic at such a tender age. Is it possible that Lady Helena has left something for you within her statue? Ted inquired. Helena exhaled softly, perhaps, but I am uncertain. I feel somewhat apprehensive. At that moment, her heart was heavy with both nostalgia for her mother and an overwhelming guilt that she dared not confront. The unspoken apology that lingered for a millennium weighed profoundly upon her. They conversed for an extended period, ultimately deciding to unravel the enigma left by Lady Ravenclaw and discover what she had bequeathed in her final moments. Given the constant bustle of the common room during the day, it proved inconvenient for their undertaking. Thus, Ted and Helena ventured out under the cover of night. In preparation, Ted even studied the rudimentary spell of detection magic. However, the fact that Lady Ravenclaw's magic could remain concealed within the statue for a millennium indicated a deeper complexity. This was not merely a form of general magical will. It was something entirely distinct, at least upon the statue. Apart from the castle's sustaining magic that kept it tidy and intact, no other magical essence could be discerned. Helena remarked to Ted in her final years, "My mother began exploring concepts derived from ancient magic, territories previously uncharted. She spoke of topics concerning the mind and soul." Helena produced several of Lady Ravenclaw's original notes, ancient tomes inscribed in archaic English. Ted employed a reading spell to comprehend them. The notes contained some of Ravenclaw's thoughts and inspirations, yet they divulged no specific incantations or principles, merely referencing numerous relevant effects. After perusing them, Ted grasped that Ravenclaw had abandoned the path of magical incantation in favor of delving into the depths of the soul, investigating the powers of thought and will. However, the specifics of her findings remained elusive. The research had stagnated, a circumstance not entirely surprising. After all, Ted was merely a first-year student with scant depth of knowledge regarding the intricacies of magic. It would indeed be remarkable if he could solve this mystery at once. After a couple of days of impatience, Helena found her composure. A millennium had passed. For her as a ghost, time held little value. There was no rush. As December approached its midpoint, the holiday break loomed just days away, with the Christmas holiday extending into early January, granting them a fortnight of respite. Ted expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you, Hermione. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall certainly visit, but for now, I shall remain at school." "Very well." Chapter 53. Malfoy's It Returns? It seemed that news had reached Malfoy concerning Ted and Ron's decision to remain at school. With a mocking grin, he remarked to his lackey, "Goyle, I truly feel sorry for those poor souls." The smirk he wore was laced with sarcasm, reminiscent of a child who had yet to experience the harsh lessons of society. Ron, Jerry, and others mocked Malfoy with exaggerated laughter and high-kicking antics, seeking to humiliate him. Poor Malfoy, who had come in search of superiority, was deeply affected by the opinions of others. This ridicule shattered his composure. He charged directly at Ron, igniting a brawl in the corridor. Sadly, they were outnumbered, and ultimately, Malfoy, sporting a black eye, was escorted away by his two lackeys. Jerry rubbed his sore foot from a kick, while Ron touched his swollen lip from a punch, both wearing expressions of triumph. Harry stood with his hands on his hips, grinning with pride, while Neville beamed with delight. Only Hermione appeared exasperated by their childish antics. Even Ted Zonsu displayed a victorious demeanor, perched on the windowsill, shouting, "Loser." Horse manure. Well, that was Ted's influence. Ron and the others found the term horse manure perfectly fitting for Malfoy and decided to call him that from now on. Ted occasionally forgot that his current body was only 12 years old. It was only after such collective escapades that he felt the exuberance of youth. It was indeed enjoyable to engage in such a brawl. With a physical prowess of 5, he was already as strong as an adult at his young age. Targeting Malfoy's tall and bulky henchman, tidying up his books, Ted remarked, though his two lackeys are rather clumsy and resemble two hairless gorillas, he shouldn't continually provoke our group of 5. Could it be that our Lord Horse Manure is, in fact, a masochist? What is a masochist? Ron seized upon the key point, immediately posing the question, and the other friends turned their attention to Ted. After a moment of hesitation, Ted began to explain, gradually unveiling a new world to them. The aftermath of this clash was that Malfoy reported them to Snape. Although Hermione did not engage physically, Snape penalized Ravenclaw, where only Ted had fought, by deducting 20 points. Despite the fact that Harry had caused Malfoy's black eye, Snape deducted 30 points from the Gryffindor group. Such blatant favoritism. If you believe his character to be noble and share common interests, then do not concern yourself with his peculiar ears. The old lady could be quite perceptive. It would be even better if she were less strict with Neville. Ron's mother, Molly, felt deep sympathy for both boys' predicaments and welcomed them to visit her home in the future. Outside the entrance hall, Ted spotted Hagrid, who was struggling to drag 4 or 5 small pine trees towards the castle. Ted extended his wand and levitated the trees to assist Hagrid. With one hand grasping a small tree, Hagrid effortlessly wielded it, creating a gust of wind and exclaiming with delight, "Ted, this is far more useful than a wand." Ted and his friends quickly ducked away. This was far more dangerous than the club in a troll's hands. As everyone was enjoying the moment, Malfoy suddenly appeared again, laughing loudly with his two cronies. This little rascal had been lurking near Ted's group lately, looking for trouble, yet also fearing a beating. Hermione and her companions were thoroughly incensed, eager to demonstrate to Malfoy once again the strength of their numbers. However, Ted restrained them, for he spotted Filch lurking in the shadows, poised to catch them in the act. Yet, Ted was not inclined to let Malfoy off the hook easily. In a moment of mischief, he retrieved an object from his pocket and hurled it at Malfoy's head. With a startled yelp, Malfoy clutched his head and cried out in distress. Yet he could not discern the source of the assault. Hermione, curious, inquired, "What did you strike him with?" Ted extended his hand, revealing a rock cake. Harry, astonished, exclaimed, "You still have that?" Ted chuckled. "I knew it would come in handy eventually." As the holidays approached, on a crisp morning shrouded in a slight mist, Ted and his friends bid farewell to Hermione and Harry at the school's main entrance. Only the first-year students arrived by boat. Thereafter, they would enter through the main gates and take the thestral-drawn carriages. While others could not see the thestrals, they harbored no doubts about the enchanted carriages, for it was a magical realm. However, Ted could see them, skeletal, emaciated creatures that were unattractive in appearance, yet seemed quite docile. He pondered whether he had ever truly witnessed death. Was it possible that in a previous life he had traversed such an experience? Had he seen his own demise? How curious. Waving goodbye to Hermione and Harry, he watched as they vanished into the carriage, destined to travel the road leading outside of Hogsmeade. Arriving at the train station to depart. The day prior, 2 Ministry of Magic employees had visited to have the first-year students sign a stack of parchment. Ted sensed a magical aura emanating from the documents. They were not mere legal stipulations, although inscribed with regulations governing the use of magic by underage wizards outside school. Ted suspected it was a binding contract. Upon signing, he felt an intangible magic envelop his wand, which subsequently vanished. Later, he inquired with Professor McGonagall, who confirmed that it was indeed a form of contract magic. After signing, a trace would monitor his wand, alerting the Ministry if magic were used nearby. Thus, the Ministry would be made aware of any magical activity. Each new cohort of students signed the document before the holidays, with its effects lasting until they turned 17. Of course, this system had its loopholes. In areas densely populated with wizards, it was nearly impossible to discern who had cast a spell. Therefore, wizarding families essentially faced no restrictions, especially in places like Diagon Alley, where the Ministry's regulations would not apply. The Christmas holiday arrived splendidly, liberating the students from their academic obligations. Even the faculty dwindled in numbers. Without Neville's urging, Ron and Jerry, both notorious slackers, abandoned their morning runs, justifying their laziness as a well-deserved holiday for their legs. Ron and Jerry lamented, "After half a year of study, can't we indulge a bit? And don't even mention the library. Anyone who brings it up will feel my wrath. The library is off limits during the Christmas break." Thus, Ted ventured to the library alone, seeking to expand his knowledge of spells and to research the thought magic left behind by the Ravenclaw witch. Although Hogwarts is reputed to be the largest magical library in Great Britain, boasting over 100,000 tomes across 2 levels with hundreds of shelves stretching from floor to ceiling, and even a restricted section, Ted still found himself devoid of any useful information. It is likely that this particular form of thought magic is a unique creation of Ravenclaw, with no subsequent research conducted by others. After all, the Founding Four were the pinnacle of the magical world at their time, and the subjects they explored were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. While the magical realm has seen progress over the millennia, such advancements pale in comparison to the losses suffered. Much ancient knowledge has been lost to time. Today, ancient magic has become a rare term, and ancient runes are regarded as an obscure elective. In a society characterized by a dwindling number of practitioners, the loss of such skills seems almost inevitable. What can be done in such a predicament? On this particular day, while Ted was engrossed in a book at the library, 2 individuals suddenly took a seat across from him. Upon glancing up, he discovered a pair of twins, not the Weasleys, as George and Fred seldom frequent the library unless absolutely necessary, but rather another set of female twins, Parvati Patil and her sister Padma Patil, both of Indian descent. The former is a Gryffindor and a roommate of Harry, while the latter belongs to Ravenclaw, sharing quarters with Hermione. Both are strikingly beautiful, with dark hair and fair skin, reminiscent not of the darker portrayal in the films, but rather of the lighter complexion associated with the higher castes. In the original novels, they are depicted as the belles of their respective houses. The films may have opted for more stereotypical portrayals for the sake of accuracy. "Hi, Ted." Padma waved at him. Her sister offered a nod in acknowledgement. Ted enjoys a considerable reputation among the freshmen, aside from his remarkable academic prowess. His audacity in provoking Snape and redistributing the points he earned is not something just anyone could achieve. Freshmen harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Snape, tempered by a greater fear. Yet Ted is utterly unafraid. Just to illustrate, during the school opening ceremony, his rendition of Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts was enough to etch his name into the memories of the majority of students. The three engaged in pleasant conversation, with Ted inquiring about the India magical community. Chapter 54. The magic of Ravenclaw within the entirety of the magical world. There are 11 institutions universally recognized as schools of magic. In Europe, 3 of these have previously participated in the Triwizard Tournament, maintaining frequent interactions. Additionally, in Russia, there exists a school known as Cold of Storts. However, it is worth noting that Russia is on the verge of becoming a divided entity, which will inevitably lead to considerable chaos within its magical community. Despite the magical realm's desire to segregate itself from the Muggle world, true division remains elusive. The global wizarding population numbers merely in the hundreds of thousands scattered across various nations, making it challenging to establish a cohesive society. In the British magical community, for instance, there is a notable absence of production industries. Most food and raw materials are imported via specialized channels for Muggles, and there are even connections with the Muggle Prime Minister. Aside from the Russian institution, there is also Ilvermorny in America. In the film Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, that place serves as the main stage. It seems that the Slytherin wand transformed into a grand tree within that school. There is also the magical institution of Little Days. According to Ted's imagination, it should resemble the Yin-Yang dormitory, specifically designed to educate on Yin-Yang masters and sorcerers. Are there priestesses? It remains unclear. Moreover, within the entirety of Africa, there exists but one magical school, Wagadu, which holds the largest number of students as it stands as the sole wizarding academy on the continent. It is not Wakanda, thankfully. Additionally, Brazil boasts a school named Castrobrook, nestled within the tropical rainforest. It is said they excel in herbalism and magical zoology. As for the remaining 3 institutions, little is known. They maintain a sparse connection to the outside world, likely adhering to a principle of seclusion in their teaching practices, akin to the Kamataj located in the Himalayas. Just kidding. Should such an entity truly exist, it would indeed be a tragedy. In ancient regions, such as the Celestial Empire in India, it is certain that there exist mysterious institutions that impart magical knowledge, albeit under different names. Based on Ted's understanding of the Celestial Empire, it has undoubtedly fragmented into various sections. The same can be said for India, which has produced numerous factions, some of which are quite legendary, such as the Cult of Power. They advocate for practices that enhance strength. With the larger the gathering, the more peculiar the subjects, the better. Hence, I shall refrain from elaborating on the plethora of giant lizards and crocodiles. One must experience that for oneself. In those ancient regions, many traditions are passed down through apprenticeship. In Europe, however, the apprenticeship system has nearly vanished over recent years. How could an individual's teaching prowess possibly surpass that of an entire school? The sole advantage lies in one-on-one instruction, yet this inevitably leads to significant bias in specialization. Through conversations with his twin sisters, Ted gleaned much about the magical philosophies of India, particularly regarding will, magical energy, and faith. The Eastern magical system is almost entirely distinct from that of Europe, especially in terms of faith. India's belief system is notably eclectic. The Celestial Empire is already chaotic enough, claiming that any belief that proves effective is valid. India's is even more absurd, a tangled web that is hard to unravel. Yet they acknowledge that initially, gods did not exist. However, as more people began to believe, gods were born. Deities are man-made. Thus, in their culture, many of their gods are indeed effective. There are individuals capable of channeling divine power. This raises a perplexing question. If I were to believe in the flying pasta god, might there actually arise a deity of flying pasta who ensures it is never overcooked? This notion bears resemblance to the ideologies of the Chaos faction, as they can appeal to gods such as Doraemon and Ultraman Tiga. The theory of self-created deities closely mirrors that of India. Ted's foundation remains too shallow, having encountered too many fundamental concepts, easily leading to confusion. However, even without contemplating the issues of faith and divinity, the emergence of magical energy alone provides ample material for Ted's reflection. In truth, within the library, Ted had already discovered 3 or 4 hypotheses regarding the origins of magical energy. Throughout history, numerous wizards have pondered the question, from where does magical energy originate? And from where does the magical energy within a wizard arrive? Some believe that it is the bloodline that bequeaths magical power. This explains why, in most cases, the offspring of wizards also tend to be wizards. Even a squib may eventually produce a wizard after many generations. However, a pertinent question arises. From whom did the first wizard inherit this magical bloodline? Where did this magical lineage originate? Could it possibly be similar to the lineage of the reptilian faction or the sexual power faction, derived from humanoid magical beings? While this is not entirely implausible, wizards are also concerned with their reputation, making such conjectures difficult to voice. Others contend that magic emanates from the will of the wizard, birthed from their intent. Some assert that it is sourced from a soul, positing that a wizard's soul is distinct from that of a muggle. Yet, there are those who argue that it arises from nature itself, representing a benign mutation. There are even claims that it is derived from celestial forces. Indeed, some astrologers and seers among wizards hold this belief, for the stars above undeniably possess a profound magical influence. From the origins of magic flows the question of the origins of spells. Were spells invented by wizards, or were they discovered? After conducting comparative research, Ted concludes that spells were indeed invented by wizards. It is noteworthy that young wizards can trigger various phenomena during magical surges without the need for incantations or even wands. This suggests that the earliest wizards may have cast spells silently and without wands. Subsequently, to showcase more intricate effects and to ease the complexities of spell casting and learning, spells were codified over time through extensive use. Ted's interpretation is that spells serve as a form of self-suggestion for wizards, instilling a firm belief that after performing certain actions and uttering specific words, a particular outcome is inevitable. It is even conceivable that spells act as a suggestion to one's own magical essence. This line of thought suddenly reminds Ted of Helena's previous words regarding her mother, who, in her final years, indeed abandoned traditional spell casting and many ancient magics, opting instead to explore unusual forms of magic. While traditional spell casting still exists, it has become exceedingly rare, requiring profound knowledge of ancient scripts, which, although superior in certain respects, pales in comparison to the ease of learning modern techniques. Consequently, in the past century, few have pursued this lineage. Even the study of ancient scripts is now primarily confined to alchemists, who find utility in them for their craft. As for ancient magic, its very designation implies a contrast with contemporary practices, much of it having been lost to time. It is said that both the foundational principles and the methods of casting are vastly different from modern magic, with astonishing power and effects. Such power is generally not disseminated widely, as there are concerns over the potential for upheaval and chaos. Consider that at Hogwarts, not only is dark magic scarcely taught, but even many spells with lethal potential are seldom included in the curriculum. The Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits non-Auror personnel from mastering overly potent spells, as such knowledge poses a threat to their dominion. Reflect upon why certain nations prohibit firearms, and then observe the annual toll of gun violence in others to grasp the implications of such control. In the era of Ravenclaw, approximately around the 10th century, the ancient magic had not yet completely ceased its transmission. At the very least, the four founders must have had some acquaintance with it. What extraordinary force could compel Lady Ravenclaw to abandon her studies of ancient magic? After taking up the mantle of a mind mage and mastering psychic abilities, he had long since shed any feelings of insecurity. He calmed his mind and commenced meditation, resolutely refusing to allow negative emotions to affect his psyche. Gradually, his consciousness began to expand outward, swiftly reaching the common room. There stood the same statue, and within it, a faint, elusive swirl of thoughts. The psychic ability could perceive thoughts, whether they belonged to students' pets, wandering ghosts, or even those enchanted portraits. All could be sensed, albeit in entirely different manners. The thoughts of pets were simple yet lively, while the ghosts, though ethereal and scattered, found it exceedingly difficult to concentrate, often drifting away for days on end. The portraits, however, were distinct. If one were to liken a person to a vividly colored and intricately composed oil painting, then a pet's simple thoughts would resemble a rudimentary watercolor. What, then, could be the nature of the thoughts within the Ravenclaw statue? They resembled a coiled 3D image. A 3D realm could not exist without Tifa, just as Hogwarts could not exist without magic. Ah, how one's mind wanders. Nevertheless, this stream of thought did yield some insights for Ted. Observing this unique state of thought, it was evident that Ravenclaw's final research had indeed borne fruit, though time was not on her side. Ultimately, she succumbed to a grave illness, never having had the chance to see her daughter. It is quite possible that her magical research had led to her demise. Throughout history, countless wizards have perished in their pursuit of magic, particularly those who ventured into uncharted territories previously untouched by others. Since it manifested as a coiled 3D image, might it be possible to unfurl it and restore it to its original state? Chapter 55. Ravenclaw's Longing, Dumbledore in Distress. Helena, think carefully about the moments you shared with Lady Ravenclaw. Did she ever mention anything related to this? Ted inquired of Helena. Thoughts. A coiled mass of thoughts. Helena's eyes became vacant, lost in contemplation. For a ghost, who possesses little concept of time, this contemplation stretched into 2 or 3 hours. By the stroke of midnight, Ted could no longer endure and resolved to discuss it further the next day. He intended to advise her to rest and ponder gradually. But before he could utter a word, he was interrupted. I think I might have remembered something. My mother, she seems to have spoken similar things, she said, her expression tinged with excitement, sorrow, and a hint of nostalgia. Suddenly, Ted felt a surge of magical energy emanating from the statue. He swiftly cast a detection spell, and indeed, he observed an increasingly bright blue light emanating from the statue. Then, the Ravenclaw statue blinked and began to speak. Helena, my daughter, is it truly you? The voice was gentle and clear, exuding the essence of an elegant lady endowed with profound wisdom. Tears of pearl white cascaded down Helena's face as she reached out with trembling hands, longing to embrace her mother. Yet, she could only pass through the statue. Her mother had become a specter, having departed from this world nearly 1,000 years ago. Mother, I am so sorry, she choked out. Do not weep, Helena, do not weep. My poor daughter. The statue regarded her with sorrowful eyes. I was already in a dire state then. I feared I would not see you again and worried that you would be unable to carry on. It was my fault. I should not have allowed Barlow to seek you out. His mind was terribly ravaged by dark magic at that time. Please do not blame me. Helena, do not blame me, she implored her daughter. No, it is my fault. Mother, it is all my fault. If I had not stolen the diadem, distracting you, you surely would not have perished. Mother, forgive me, Helena sobbed uncontrollably. The statue of Ravenclaw extended its hand, mimicking an embrace toward her daughter. One a statue incapable of tears, the other a ghost unable to touch, together expressing a sorrow that had lingered for a millennium. After a long while, Lady Ravenclaw managed to soothe Helena, and at last, they found tranquility. When I received that heart-rending news, I could scarcely bear it. Yet I worried for you, Helena. I feared that you would be paralyzed by the dread of death and unable to move forward. It appears my concerns were indeed justified. But at that moment, I acted too hastily, casting an incomplete spell upon this statue, which rendered me unable to awaken myself. Fortunately, I had left sufficient magical energy in the chamber. Helena, do not be afraid, follow me. As she spoke, a glowing orb, the size of a fist, emanated from the statue of Ravenclaw, floating ahead to guide Helena, who followed closely behind. After a short distance, Helena waved to Ted. Ted, thank you. Please join me. I may need to continue onward, and I hope you can bear witness to my final journey. Ted nodded slightly, remaining silent as he followed. The glowing orb floated ahead, and the entire castle seemed to come alive. The portraits appeared to lose their self-awareness, remaining still within their frames, while the animated suits of armor saluted voluntarily, and the moving staircases glided into place, forming a clear path. This was a far more formidable castle than usual, resembling a shape-shifting puzzle. Soon, they exited Ravenclaw Tower and crossed the sky bridge to the main tower. In a corridor on the 8th floor, the glowing orb halted before a tapestry. This tapestry is rather intriguing, the orb remarked. It depicted a tale of a giant who clumsily assaulted a wizard named Barnabas while attempting to teach him ballet, illustrating the giant's impatience with a hefty club. Suddenly, a door materialized on the wall opposite the tapestry, an imposing solid wood door, 3 meters high, adorned with gilded edges, featuring a raven motif. As the door swung open, the orb floated inside, and Ravenclaw's voice beckoned, "Come in, Helena and the little one. This is my former study." Ted was astonished to find that Ravenclaw had led them to the room of requirement. He was familiar with this place, but had no intention of loitering here in his first year. To his astonishment, he discovered that Ravenclaw had indeed left behind a hidden chamber. Upon entering, it was not the scene Ted had envisioned, filled with bookshelves and experimental tables. Instead, it was somewhat sparse, featuring only a large curved table and a few chairs, an ancient-style sofa, and a bookcase. However, on the opposite wall, many faintly glowing blue lines converged into an exceedingly intricate geometric pattern. That luminous entity darted into the wall, causing all the blue lines to connect and swiftly spread towards other areas of the house, delving into the invisible magical veins within the walls. Suddenly, the sleeping Dumbledore opened his eyes wide, tearing off his pointed nightcap and reaching for the crescent-shaped glasses on the table. He gazed around, his eyes wavering, and reached out as if to do something, but no response came. He glanced at his hands, hastily donned his starry pajamas, leaped out of bed, and hurried down the stairs to the headmaster's office. Observing the wall adorned with portraits of past headmasters, all asleep and drooling, a sense of dread enveloped him. His headmaster privileges had vanished. What had transpired? He muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the room of requirement, within Ravenclaw's secret chamber, a surge of formidable blue magic coalesced, ultimately forming the image of a middle-aged lady clad in blue robes, Ravenclaw herself. She extended her hand, gently grasping Helena's. She had made contact with the ghost. Ted and Helena were both taken aback. Ted felt as if he were hearing an incomprehensible tale, grappling with concepts of ghostly contact, advanced magic, headmaster privileges, and corporeal manifestation. Was it truly that remarkable? Then Ted swallowed hard, managing to ask. She glanced at her daughter, noting the time was short. Helena, are you ready? Helena looked up at her mother and nodded. Mother, I am no longer afraid. After saying this, she turned to Ted. Thank you, Ted. Ted bowed slightly, offering a respectful gesture. May your journey be smooth. Helena smiled and nodded. Ravenclaw smiled as well. Thank you, little one. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. I hope this proves beneficial. A book appeared on the curved table, then automatically flipped its pages, revealing countless texts and even illustrations. A gentle, non-blinding white light enveloped the mother and daughter. Helena waved at Ted. Goodbye, Ted, goodbye. Ted waved back. Goodbye. Farewell, Helena. Farewell, Ravenclaw. As the white light dissipated, everything vanished. Though the chamber retained its original state, the blue lines on the wall had disappeared. Ted surveyed the room briefly, glanced at the bookcase, and leafed through the tome left by Ravenclaw, which was an impressive 10 centimeters thick, its bronze edges potentially lethal. He looked in the direction where Helena had vanished, realizing that a friend had unexpectedly crossed into the afterlife. Although he should have felt happy for Helena, a complex emotion stirred within him. At that moment, the system decided to join in on the unfolding events. Upon completing the concealed task, the Chamber of Ravenclaw, purple, a reward of 3,000 experience points and a random card was granted. A purple task, 3,000 experience points, and a random card. What a delightful surprise. Ted glanced once more at the spot where Helena and Lady Ravenclaw had vanished. Based on Lady Ravenclaw's final actions, Ted had already acquired access to this chamber. As he stepped out of the room of requirement, he encountered Dumbledore, who was clad in pajamas and a nightcap. Behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, a curious gaze emerged. Mr. Epiphany, is something the matter? He inquired. Chapter 56. The Room of Requirement, the Chamber of Ravenclaw, and the Egg. Oh, Headmaster. Ted had not expected to bump into such a figure immediately upon exiting. He recalled that in the chamber, Ravenclaw had mentioned temporarily borrowing the headmaster's authority. Wouldn't that alert the headmaster? Lady Ravenclaw, you left in quite a hurry, leaving behind a significant gap. Ted's mind raced, and he resolved to confess, albeit with some limitations. Good evening, Headmaster. I trust you are not here to reprimand me for my nocturnal escapades, Ted remarked. Dumbledore chuckled, adjusting his crescent-shaped glasses. Well, that depends on your explanation. Although, I must say, the penalties for nighttime adventures during the holidays are rather lenient. Just a jest. Ted shrugged, feigning a look of alarm. To recount the tale, it must begin several months prior, since he had decided to be forthright. Ted spoke candidly. He nearly recounted the primordial chaos of creation, when fragments of the Great Path scattered to ancient Celtic lands, where a boy named Merlin found them and began his journey. Thus, through music and Miss Grey, Helena, I became friends. By a serendipitous chance, while engaging in pre-sleep meditation, my spirit transcended my physical form, discovering something unusual about the statue of Lady Ravenclaw in our common room. Tonight, we finally awakened the memories that Lady Ravenclaw had left within the statue, and she guided us here, claiming it was her study from when she established the school. That is precisely what she said. Now, Helena has mustered the courage to move forward and has ventured into another realm. Lady Ravenclaw has bequeathed her study to me. Ted asserted his claim, exclaiming, "This is a strong proclamation. What manner of man is Dumbledore? The greatest white wizard of this century, having vanquished 2 generations of Dark Lords, headmaster of Hogwarts, founder of the Order of the Phoenix, president of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock of the Wisengamot, and a venerable sage of over a century. He possesses an uncanny ability to discern the unspoken." He immediately responded, "Remarkable. It has been many years since anything has truly startled this old man. Today, however, I am genuinely astonished. Mr. Epiphany, you have done splendidly. I never anticipated you could assist Miss Helena in overcoming her fears and moving forward. It is indeed a beautiful thing for Lady Ravenclaw's legacy to be entrusted to her students. This served to characterize the event and provided Ted with a sense of reassurance. The magical research of Lady Ravenclaw was entrusted to Ted as per her wishes. In truth, there was little that held significant allure for Dumbledore at this juncture. The sole matter that captured his attention and inspired him to act was the wayward student Tom. Upon learning the full circumstances, Dumbledore felt a sense of calm. If it were indeed one of the founders of the school, then their authority would certainly surpass that of the headmaster. Having received Dumbledore's affirmation, Ted reciprocated by extending an invitation for Dumbledore to visit Lady Ravenclaw's laboratory. However, contrary to expectations, although Dumbledore was eager to glimpse the magical laboratory from a millennium ago, Lady Ravenclaw ultimately bestowed access solely upon Ted, permitting only him to enter. Ted opened the door to the room of requirement and stepped inside, yet Dumbledore, following behind, found himself in a different abandoned classroom. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Dumbledore resigned himself to the situation. Back in his dormitory, Ted found it difficult to fall asleep, reluctant to use his mental abilities to calm his restless mind. The detachment of Helena, the legacy of Lady Ravenclaw, and Dumbledore's demeanor all weighed heavily upon him, rendering sleep elusive. While mental prowess could suppress the tumult of emotions within, Ted felt that occasionally indulging in his thoughts was a unique experience in itself. He nearly forgot the card draw. He slapped his forehead with vigor. Fortunately, he was alone in the dormitory, and aside from Ansu being startled by the sound, it did not disturb anyone else. Ted hurried to the washroom to cleanse his hands and face. After all, this was a draw of purple card caliber. It demanded a serious approach. System, claim rewards. 3 cards appeared in Ted's mind, each adorned with a purple frame, a sight most pleasing to behold. The first card depicted an exquisitely designed cloak, silver gray in hue, with feather-like embellishments at the hood, complete with a mask that revealed only the eyes. Shadow of Morso Bray, purple. Item card. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours. When concealed in shadows, one becomes a formless mass of darkness, undetectable. The premonition disruption ability ensures that divination and prophecy cannot discern past traces or future possibilities, safeguarding one from being manipulated. The second card illustrated an Eastern-style demon, its garment wide open, a claw inscribed with numerous runes reaching into the back of a diminutive figure. Sealing technique, corpse demon binding, purple. Spell card. The spell seals both one's self and the enemy's soul within the belly of the Grim Reaper. Usage count, 11. Note, ignores the enemy's strength, focusing solely on soul potency. The third card showcased a large, spiky egg with reddish-brown speckles. Rhea's last egg, purple. Item card. Capable of hatching a red dragon, hatchling from Azeroth. Note, hatching requires numerous steps and magical materials, presenting a considerable challenge. The first card serves as a high-level invisibility cloak from another realm, while the second card is one that Ted would undoubtedly avoid. If it were an ability like the Demon Sealing Wave, it would be acceptable. However, the corpse sealing technique is a devastating move that results in total annihilation. The third card, the Dragon Egg of Azeroth. Although it seems quite troublesome to hatch, the rewards are immense. Even if it cannot be hatched, it remains a premier potion ingredient. It's you. Upon acquiring the card, Ted immediately comprehended the materials required for hatching the dragon egg. It must be said that the system never lies. After glancing at the lengthy list of materials, the names alone revealing their exceptional nature, he exclaimed, "Geneva, refund me." The following day, Ted discreetly visited the wish-granting house and explored the Ravenclaw chamber. He discovered numerous magical tomes and research notes left by Lady Ravenclaw, even her personal diary. Ted was fortunate to glean insights into her research focus. Before delving into magical studies, he first clarified the levels of wizards, primarily to align them with his system's levels. In vibrant scenarios, the identification spell does not typically offend the target too severely, thus yielding a wealth of data and a clearer understanding of the information provided by the system. First and foremost, there is the matter of professional levels. A fifth-year student's proficiency generally ranges from level 3 to level 5 of wizardry, contingent upon individual talent and diligence. For instance, someone like Hermione would certainly achieve level 5 in her 5th year, with even level 6 within reach. Meanwhile, students on the brink of graduation in their 7th year typically range from level 5 to level 8. A level 5 wizard is considered rather mediocre, whereas those excelling in 7 or 8 subjects might attain level 8. Of course, this does not include those extraordinary beings, such as Voldemort, who had already opened the Chamber of Secrets and created his first Horcrux by his 5th year. How can one compare? Professors generally possess levels ranging from 11 to 15. Naturally, specialists like Trelawney in divination or Madame Hooch in flying do not fit this norm. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick are both level 15 wizards, while Snape has reached an impressive level 17. It is believed that Dumbledore stands at level 20, a legendary rank as classified by the system. Currently, it seems that only Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Voldemort have attained level 20 in the entire world. In Lady Ravenclaw's essays, Ted discovered her evaluations of the other 3 Titans crossed that threshold. He suspects she was referring to the level 20 barrier. Moreover, her writings suggest that the pursuit of one's magical path encompasses a unique understanding that emerges only after surpassing the threshold of legend, leading to a realm of magic distinctly one's own. Chapter 57, The Social Death Feast. Having discussed levels, let us now consider attributes. The average score for an ordinary adult is 5 points. Lower grade students in school typically possess scores ranging from 3 to 4 in strength, agility, and stamina, while their intellect fluctuates between 4 and 6 points. Hermione, being exceptionally gifted, boasts a remarkable score of 7. Keep in mind, she is only 12 years old and will continue to grow. Next, we shall delve into skill levels. The OWL's examination for 5th graders achieves an outstanding level of proficiency at level 3, while the Newt's examination for 7th graders reaches excellence at level 4. Level 8 is esteemed as that of a master, exemplified by Professor Flitwick's charms and Professor Snape's potions and dark arts. Ascending further, level 9 represents the pinnacle of a conventional wizard's capabilities. However, to attain legendary status, there exists an elusive level above 9. Only the transfiguration of Dumbledore and Voldemort's dark magic are believed to reach such heights. Ted even speculates that Nicholas Flamel's alchemy may merely be at level 9. Below skills lies magic, with levels reflecting the wizard's mastery. Generally speaking, similar spells are constrained by skill limitations, yet some transcend these boundaries. For instance, Gilderoy Lockhart's memory charm undoubtedly achieved level 8, allowing him to erase the experiences of numerous accomplished wizards without their awareness. However, his other spells languished as a consequence, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Perhaps his specialization in the memory charm led to the degradation of his other magical abilities. Ted is now certain that the 4 founders surpassed the threshold of level 20, uniting to establish this millennium-old magical institution. Upon entering the realm of legends, their magical pursuits transcended ordinary spells, delving into a more profound and fundamental path. Its exact nature remains unknown. Ravenclaw's primary research focuses on 3 domains. The first is the study of ancient runes. Hogwarts was founded around the year 990 AD, at which point Ravenclaw had already ascended to legendary status. Prior to her elevation, her primary focus was on ancient runes and witchcraft. During that era, ancient runes were widely utilized as magical script, akin to the small seal script established after Emperor Qin unified the realms, though large seal script remained in circulation. While the small seal script became mainstream, scholars with a deeper understanding still utilized the large seal. Ancient runes can be equated to the large seal of that time. Yet today, only those well-versed in the field can recognize the small seal, with even fewer acquainted with the large seal. In the contemporary magical community, studying ancient runes resembles interpreting images. The prospect of employing them in spell casting is daunting. After years of research, one might only produce a rudimentary version of the Lumos spell, leading many to abandon the endeavor. Nevertheless, Ravenclaw dedicated herself to the study of ancient runes, leaving behind a comprehensive array of materials and research notes. For Ted, this treasure trove represents the greatest boon. He even received a system prompt for level 1 in ancient runes after duplicating her complete set of teaching materials, marking his direct entry into the realm of runic magic. As he delved deeper into ancient runes and truly grasped their intrinsic mysteries, the master level witch, Lady Ravenclaw, encountered witchcraft during a fortuitous event. More accurately, it should be termed as prayer magic. Essentially, all spells cast by wizards can be viewed as forms of witchcraft. Due to various constraints, the wizards are unable to cast spells freely. While Ravenclaw was studying ancient materials from before the Common Era, she discovered that the earliest wizards possessed neither incantations nor wands, nor even true magic. Their spellcasting was devoid of elaborate rituals. Their innate power sufficed to manifest their desires. The protagonists in many fairy tales often pray for the arrival of spring or the blooming of flowers, and their wishes invariably come to fruition. This ability is akin to what the early wizards possessed. It was through her research into the art of wish-making that Ravenclaw transcended into a legendary realm. In truth, the core mechanism of Hogwarts Castle is rooted in this very wish-making. It embodies the collective, subconscious desires of the countless wizards who have studied there. The Room of Requirement was established by Ravenclaw to harness magical energy and fulfill the wishes of students and teachers alike. It is capable of manifesting numerous magical functions of the castle, which is why it can respond to any request, as it is interconnected with various parts of the castle. It serves as the second core of the castle, the first being the headmaster's office. The Room of Requirement manages applications, akin to the castle's software, while the headmaster's office governs permissions, functioning as the castle's backend. In her final years, Ravenclaw delved into subjects that touched the very essence of the soul. It was this intense pursuit that ultimately led to her demise. In her diary, she pondered, how do thoughts come into being? From whence do they originate? Can they be disentangled and exist independently? And where do humans themselves come from? Ravenclaw evidently made significant strides in her studies concerning thoughts. In her last moments, she extracted her longing for her daughter, leaving behind a trace of it, which accounts for earlier events. Ravenclaw also explored the origins of humanity in depth. Ted even discovered some terrifying clues in her diary regarding Helena Ravenclaw, the lady's own daughter, who may not have had a father. She was a life created within Ravenclaw herself, a dual application of wish magic and soul magic, a spell that conjures life. Upon encountering such conjectures, Ted felt a chill run down his spine. This line of inquiry surely bordered on the forbidden, did it not? Naturally, Lady Ravenclaw was exceedingly intelligent, renowned for her wisdom among the four founders. However, the brilliance of a clever mind can lead to perilous obsessions. Many a mad scientist has emerged from such depths. After a considerable time, Ted managed to set aside these complex emotions. Regardless, only the art of glyph magic suited him, whether for now or in the coming years. So it was best not to dwell too much on it. Ted, what is the matter? You've been so hurried and absent-minded these past few days. Jerry and Ron observed with concern. Don't worry, you are indispensable, Ron assured him, giving Ted's shoulder a hearty pat, hoping he would enjoy the large box of milk candies his mother had made. The struggling youth certainly had his burdens. Even though most of his energy had been consumed by Lady Ravenclaw's allure these past few days, Ted still prepared gifts for his friends, making countless flights to Ansef, exhausting himself in the process. Although the Scottish Highlands are relatively far north, they're still not as frigid as my ancestral home in the Northeast. Just as Ted was about to rise from his bed to discover the gifts he had received, he received a system notification. Feast with Death Green. Objective: don a Christmas hat and a false beard, carry a large package, and make the rounds in the 4 public lounges to showcase their festive treats. Reward: 250 experience points. Card: chase the snowball, green. Some live on, yet he has already succumbed to social demise. You're still here. Are you really masquerading as Santa Claus to fool others in the communal lounge for food and drink? Is this a feast with death? This is a social demise feast. And 250 experience points. Are you mocking me? System: so, will you go or not? Ted: wear the Christmas hat and beard. Chapter 58. Creating Mischief. Celebrating life amidst mourning. Ted had received a task of social demise, not anticipating that the task's props would need to be procured by himself. Truly, even capitalists do not exploit one as you do. Ted prepared to rise and assemble his Santa Claus ensemble when he suddenly noticed a plethora of gift boxes of various sizes scattered at the foot of his bed. The system's interruption nearly made him forget his own Christmas gifts. He picked one up, only to find it was a Christmas gift from Molly Weasley, Ron's mother. Previously, Ron had written home, mentioning Ted and Jerry, to which Molly had expressed her sympathy for the two unfortunate souls, inviting them to visit whenever they wished. Upon opening the gift, Ted discovered a white striped sweater adorned with a prominent letter T on the chest. It fit perfectly and was delightfully warm. He must thank Mrs. Weasley. He later learned that Mrs. Weasley had also gifted Jerry a yellow striped sweater featuring the letter J, and had sent a large box of homemade fudge to Harry and Neville. According to later feedback from Harry, the taste was quite delightful. Coincidentally, the gift Ron had given to Ted was the very fudge made by his mother. Oh, right, Hermione did not receive a gift from Mrs. Weasley. Ted, in turn, gifted Ron a box of assorted Muggle candies, featuring over 20 varieties ranging from gummy bears to fruit drops. He was certain Ron had never tasted them. He also presented George and Fred with a Muggle joke book. After all, they were essentially one entity. Ted opened each gift, filling his bed with a delightful array. In total, there was a book titled Legends of Wizards in the 16th Century, a collection of tales about various wizards, gifted by Neville. Interestingly, the book Ted had given to Neville was also a tome, but it was his own handwritten narrative titled Braveheart. The story revolved around the blacksmith Wallace. whose wife was persecuted to death by a lord, prompting him to rise against tyranny and ultimately sacrifice himself heroically. Ted inscribed a poignant message on the title page. With something to protect, one becomes courageous. The film Braveheart would not be released for another 4 years. Should this world still feature such a film? Unbeknownst to him, Neville was so moved after reading the book that he shed tears. His grandmother, Lady Augusta, inquired about his distress, and upon seeing the handwritten book, she remarked, "I must thank this boy in person when the opportunity arises." Hermione's Christmas gift was an enchanted automatic fountain pen. Ted, holding the deep blue pen, smiled. It was no wonder Hermione had been secretly pondering something before the holiday. She had been researching spells for the pen. On the eve of the break, they had signed the Ministry of Magic's regulations on the prohibition of the misuse of magic during holidays. Once this was done, their wands were tracked, and any nearby use of magic would be detected by the ministry. Upon returning to school, Ron expressed his utter disbelief upon discovering that Hermione had indeed gifted Ted a pen for Christmas, attempting to console him. "Ted, don't be disheartened. I believe Hermione did not mean it." In Ron's estimation, such a gift was truly dreadful. Hermione was immediately incensed, retorting, "Do not speak foolishness. That pen is splendid." Ted does not like candy. In truth, most of the gifts Hermione had given to her other friends were candies: a large box of chocolate frogs for Harry, a licorice wand for Ron, a chocolate cauldron cake for Neville, and super bubblegum for Jerry. Ted's gift to Hermione was a small notebook, chronicling his inventions of spells and arcane wisdom. What could be more fitting for Hermione than a gift that would enhance her intellect? Harry's gift was a tome titled The Dark Arts Compendium, reputed to be a treasured volume of the Black family, once cherished by her godfather, Sirius. As he studied ways to counter Snape, Ted presented Harry with a magical clock that could evade attacks when it rang. A brass-cased wind-up alarm clock purchased for £3, as he had heard Harry often overslept. Jerry gifted a thick cloak, allegedly hand-sewn by his mother. Ted's gift was a massive box of Italian cheese, as large as a head. Additionally, Ted received a book titled Potions Tips from Mr. Slughorn, and another volume of wizarding adventure stories from Old Tom at the Leaky Cauldron. The fact that those he had spent time with remembered him enough to give gifts spoke volumes about Ted's character. Otherwise, Snape would have surely taken advantage of him. To Tom, he had given a small bottle of fire whiskey, rather potent, hoping he wouldn't indulge too much. Furthermore, he presented a blue feather quill to Tom's granddaughter, Hannah Zahatlidi. However, what astonished him were the gifts from Professor McGonagall, 2 in total, a new wizarding robe. Ted glanced down at his second-hand garment, worn and slightly tight. Despite having chosen a larger size months ago, he had grown rather quickly. Professor McGonagall's gifts were thoughtful. Additionally, there was a book titled Quidditch Technical Analysis. Ted mused that perhaps Professor McGonagall had noticed his flying skills and wished to cultivate his interest in Quidditch. He hoped he wouldn't disappoint her. Fortunately, Ted had not forgotten the kindness shown by Professor McGonagall when she had rescued him from the orphanage, nor the times he had to work with her to complete tasks. Thus he prepared a gift for her, a cream-colored wool scarf. Ted had contemplated gifting Professor McGonagall a box, thinking she might have a particular fondness for it. However, the fear of being transformed into an animal and imprisoned in the Forbidden Forest deterred him from doing so. He also presented a gift to his headmaster, a monocle he had procured from a Muggle thrift market. Even Severus Snape received a token, though Ted was uncertain of the latter's sentiments toward it. Additionally, through Ansu, Ted remitted 50 to an orphanage, which significantly impacted his allowance. Ted mused, could there not be a few gold galleons from Ravenclaw's inheritance? Having dealt with the gifts, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and Ted hurried to search for his Christmas attire. If one sought everyday items at Hogwarts, one could not go wrong by consulting the house elves. Ted made his way to the kitchen, inquiring, which gentleman might assist me in procuring a few items. Upon entering, he was met by 5 or 6 attentive house elves, and before he could finish his request, he found himself surrounded by 7 or 8 eager ones. Me, pick me, Mr. Epiphany. I can fetch anything Mr. Epiphany desires. Anything. I can bring you double. Ted was taken aback by such unexpected popularity. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting, "Oh, this is your Christmas gift. I have brought various flavored candies from the Muggle world. Please do indulge." Upon hearing of Ted's Christmas offering, particularly the candies from the Muggle realm, the house elves' eyes began to glisten with anticipation. "Oh, please don't cry. Let us taste the candies first," Ted pleaded. Soon, the castle kitchen was filled with an atmosphere of joy, and Ted successfully donned his Christmas attire. Although it was somewhat imperfect, he possessed the skill of transfiguration. Thus, before the noon Christmas feast commenced, the remaining students discovered beneath the grandest Christmas tree in the great hall a small elderly man adorned with a white-trimmed red hat. Sporting a white beard, clad in a red coat with white edges, and a large, shiny black raven perched on his shoulder. The Muggle-born wizard immediately exclaimed, "Santa Claus." Santa Claus is a concept evolved from modern European folklore, a notion unfamiliar to the young witches and wizards of the magical realm, who were even unaware of who Jesus was. Thus, it was a source of great wonder. However, Ron, Jerry, and others had already recognized Ted through Ansu. They exchanged bewildered glances, with Ron questioning, "What is Ted up to?" Jerry replied, "I have no idea." Meanwhile, Ted had picked up a guitar and began to strum a festive tune, starting with Jingle Bells to lift the spirits. As he sang, he nearly wandered off into a different melody. After a brief yet lively performance, the circle of students erupted in thunderous applause. Ted showcased his former busking talents with another lively number, this time the jubilant rabbit dance. Chapter 59, Do I Still Have a Chance? The rabbit dance is more accurately referred to as the Penguins game. This disco anthem has inexplicably gained immense popularity in our homeland, and many have danced to it during their school days. However, it seems that it has yet to be officially released. But who cares? What's mine is mine. Left, left. Right, right. Go, turn around. Go, go, go. Ted had even cast a transformation spell on a music box to record the accompaniment. At this moment, he was singing and dancing while playing, accompanied by Ansu's choreography, creating an extraordinary scene. The Hogwarts Great Hall instantly transformed into a concert venue. The music possessed an enchanting quality. Before the chorus even concluded, some students found themselves moving uncontrollably to the rhythm. The students were exhilarated, loudly chanting Ted's name, Ted, Ted, Ted. Ted waved his hand, saying, "Sit down, everyone, just the basics." He then smiled, produced his card, mystical dance flute, green, and began to play. He had acquired this long ago, and now was the time to unleash its power. As the music box played the bunny dance, he began to blow into the flute. "Dear friends, let us revel together." With the magical melody of the flute, everyone nearby began to dance involuntarily. Although some recognized the peculiarity and attempted to halt, the moment they relaxed, they would find themselves swaying to the music. What kind of magic is this? Why can't my feet obey me? And my hands? Stop already. How embarrassing. Yet, when witnessing everyone around joining in the dance, the feeling of shame dissipated. Instead, a peculiar joy emerged. It seemed that dancing in public wasn't so bad after all. Look, they're all dancing. Once one embraced this scenario, dancing became quite exhilarating, reminiscent of a lively village gathering. Since everyone was dancing, collective embarrassment equated to none. As the heart raced, one could ponder, where in the world is there no music? Upon revealing his ability to perform in various common rooms, Ted received countless invitations from students. Even the somewhat awkward Slytherins welcomed Ted to their common room to sample their unique snacks. The Weasley siblings were astonished by Ted's cross-house popularity. "Your friend is impressive," exclaimed Peggy Weasley, patting her three brothers on the shoulder. "I thought his limit was singing the school anthem at the sorting ceremony, but he possesses such remarkable talents." George glanced at Fred and remarked, "No wonder we wanted him to join our ranks." Ron added, "I had heard Hermione mention Ted's musical prowess. I thought she was joking. She even claimed he had a good sense of humor." "It's true," Jerry chimed in. "Ted, show off a bit for me." Dumbledore quipped, "Don't look at me. I'm not involved." Thus, after dinner, Ted spent less than 2 hours performing a circuit in the 4 common rooms, also indulging in food and drink. He sang several classic pieces, including Do Re Mi, Spanish Bullfighter, and Jasmine Flower. The task is complete. Sworn to feast, green. Reward, 250 experience points. Card, Chasing Snowball, green. He departed with an air of grace amidst the applause. Ron and Jerry, who had been trailing behind in pursuit of food and drink, stood in stunned silence as the fleeting red figure vanished from sight. Thus, Ted, the Christmas little elder epiphany, arrived amid the astonished gasps of the crowd and departed while leaving them awestruck. He left quietly, concealing his merit and fame. "Please, call me the Living Merlin." Following this episode, it became widely known in the school that Ted was not only a talented singer, but also an exceptional dancer, particularly in the delightful rabbit dance. Chasing Snowball, green. Item card. Upon use, it transforms into an automatically flying snowball that pursues its target for a duration of 3 minutes, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The Christmas banquet that night was exceedingly lavish, with the tables nearly overflowing. Everyone reveled in a sea of culinary delights. Early the next morning, after his morning exercise, Ted arrived at the hall for breakfast. Gradually, students began to arrive for their meal, all regarding Ted with peculiar glances, as if to say, "We dance together." In essence, Ted had inexplicably become the dance partner for everyone. To his surprise, Ron had risen early during holiday and sat beside Ted, awkwardly spreading butter on his bread while stealing glances at him. Ted felt unnerved by his behavior and quickly inquired, "Ron, is something the matter?" Ron nodded. "Thank you for the candy. It tasted delightful and was quite novel. I've never had anything like it." "Indeed, the industrial candy is undoubtedly crafted to perfection," Ted acknowledged, sensing Ron had more to say, but chose to remain silent. Yesterday your singing was also quite beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. So, what? Do you think I have a chance to learn to sing?" Ron gazed at Ted with eager anticipation, his eyes sparkling. Ted paused for a moment, considering the unexpected early visit was for singing lessons. After careful deliberation, he replied, "Ron, do not underestimate singing. Remember, a minute on stage requires 60 minutes of practice off stage. By the way, have you considered rapping?" Ron was utterly bewildered. What? What seconds? What do you mean, rap? Thus, a youthful dream of artistic expression came to an abrupt end on a mundane morning. In truth, Ron was not particularly fond of singing or music. His admiration lay solely in the limelight, and he envied Ted's adoration from everyone, feeling green with envy. Consequently, he soon forgot about his fleeting musical aspirations. Meanwhile, Jerry was not idle either. He had finally resolved to make a change. "Jerry," he thought, "you can no longer descend into such a state of decline. You are now a mature mouse. It is time to learn the art of nocturnal exploration." With a glance at Ron, who was sleeping like a log, he lightly slipped out of bed and departed from the Gryffindor common room. The entire castle welcomed him with open arms. The night was the realm of mice like him. Let the nocturnal adventures commence. He had long envied how Harry could roam the night at will with the invisibility cloak. Now that it was vacation and Filch was not as vigilant, the opportunity had finally arrived. Jerry stealthily crept into the darkness, a smile gracing his face. "It's me." The following morning at breakfast, Jerry confided in Ron and Ted that he had discovered something remarkable the previous night. Ron exclaimed, "You took advantage of my slumber." Before he could finish, Jerry covered his mouth. "Is this something to be disclosed in public?" A small circle of students nearby perked up, eager to know. "Quick, tell us. What did he do while you were asleep?" Their curiosity was palpable. After their meal, Jerry led Ted and Ron to uncover this extraordinary find. The Weasley twins quietly followed suit. "Friends, you cannot leave us behind," George insisted. "We are in this together." Fred echoed. "Hurry up, stop wasting time," Ron urged. Ted had already surmised what it was. As soon as Jerry mentioned a mirror that displayed different images, Ted's suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, in a secluded, abandoned classroom, a magnificent floor-length mirror awaited them. "This is it. I can see our family in the mirror." Jerry's expression was a mix of exhilaration and melancholy. It had been stated before that he arrived in this world due to a celestial convergence when his mother was unknowingly pregnant. Hence he had never met his father. However, through this mirror, he finally glimpsed the man his mother had spoken of. The grand mirror stood at an impressive 2.5 meters. Its frame crafted from an unknown dark wood, intricately carved with peculiar patterns that exuded in noble elegance. The base was shaped like claws, quite bizarre. Above the mirror, a line of letters caught their attention. Ron whispered, "The Mirror of Erist?" Ted scrutinized the mirror, reflecting on its ability to reveal one's innermost desires. Indeed, in a magical realm, it is a treasure of desires. Ted pointed to the letters. "Erist reverse spells desire." This mirror likely reflects what we yearn for deep within. It showcases not your visage, but your innermost longing. What the mirror reveals, the heart desires. The Weasley brothers hurriedly gathered around, each peering into the mirror. "George, what do you see?" Fred inquired. "What do you think?" "A shop," he declared. "Indeed, a joke shop." The two exchanged a triumphant high five. Meanwhile, Ron stood before the mirror, grinning foolishly. "Little Ronnie, what do you see?" George asked. Ron, reluctant to tear his gaze away from the glass, replied, "I see myself clutching a guitar, surrounded by admirers, plus a brand new broomstick, and Charlie is inviting me to join the Quidditch team." Ted, curious about his own reflection, leaned in closer, pondering, "What will I see? What do I desire?" He beheld a new magical realm. What does this mean? Do I yearn to traverse worlds? Ted was perplexed. Observing Ted's odd expression, Fred inquired, "Ted, what did you see?" Ted recounted his vision of a magical world filled with strange creatures he had never encountered. The group expressed their astonishment, pondering why Ted would desire such things. Ted could only shake his head in confusion. Upon hearing his words, the crowd regarded him with curious glances. Fred patted Ted on the shoulder and remarked, "My friend, I must confess, your interests are rather peculiar." Chapter 60, Body Transformation? What on earth? Although Ted had already clarified that this mirror could only ensnare individuals in the illusions of their own minds, for children around 12 or 13, such enchanting dreams were undeniably difficult to resist. Consequently, in the days following the Christmas holiday, Ron, Jerry, and others flocked to that classroom daily, spending hours gazing into the mirror, lost in fits of laughter. This simply would not do. Indulging in fantasies without taking action was merely a waste of precious time. Ted, being more experienced, understood that a moderate amount of daydreaming could be beneficial for mental and physical well-being, yet excessive daydreaming was detrimental to one's life. Thus, he resolutely guided his two companions toward a physical transformation. Since you revel in fantasies, channel all that energy into physical exercise. Each morning, we will start with a 3-kilometer run, followed by an hour and a half of practical spellcasting after breakfast. Ted rigorously trained his two companions' resilience in a 1v2 format. With exercises like stiff leg stand, toothy club, and frost ray, the duo experienced a thrilling yet grueling session. After a brief respite and some theoretical learning, it was time for lunch. Post-lunch, Ted would take them and the twins on a beneficial Hogwarts adventure, exploring the dungeons and ascending the towers in search of hidden rooms and magical puzzles. Remarkably, their thorough search yielded 3 magical puzzles, 1 hidden room, and 1 magically sealed chamber, all of which Ted adeptly solved. Even the progress for the quest to explore Hogwarts, Red, reached 286. Before dinner, Ted led Ron and Jerry to the Black Lake, where the ice had thickened sufficiently for their escapades. Ron gazed at the ice skates fashioned from iron rods and shoes in Ted's hands, swallowing hard. Ted, I think moving on the ice is quite perilous, he cautioned, nudging Jerry beside him. What do you think? Ted nodded. Indeed. You've even grasped the term intellectual. Quite impressive. It seems our cultural enrichment classes are bearing fruit. But now, we are in a physical education class. Today's lesson is ice skating. As he guided the 2 laggards in donning their skates, Ted began to explain the essentials. First, find your balance. Position your feet to form a to prevent falling. Once stable, you can attempt to glide, with your feet angled outward. All right, that's all for now. Let's begin. Ron and Jerry exclaimed. Ted had specifically learned the cushioning charm to slow their descent, akin to the spell used when Dumbledore caught Harry during a Quidditch match. This would prevent them from crashing hard onto the ice when they fell. After countless tumbles, the 2 finally managed to attempt moving slowly on the ice. Though there are moments of stumbling, the cushioning provided by the shock-absorbing mat ensures that the falls do not inflict any pain, which only serves to elevate their enthusiasm. Those familiar with similar activities understand the exhilarating thrill that follows once one rises again. On their way back, Jerry inquired, Ted, shall we return tomorrow? Ron also turned to Ted, exclaiming, this muggle activity is rather interesting. Ted replied, absolutely. Let us practice diligently. Mastering this will allow us to swiftly combine it with the sliding spell in the future. As he spoke, Ted demonstrated extending his wand, causing the ground to become remarkably smooth. He then performed a skating motion, gliding effortlessly across the path at an astonishing speed. Wow! The 2 exclaimed in awe. Before mastering apparition, this was the most convenient method of movement Ted could conceive. As a new year dawned on January 1st, the system promptly delivered a message just as Ted opened his eyes. Ding! Talent, otherworldly knowledge, gold. Trigger, discovered Sound Ninja's soft body modification technique. Green. The Sound Ninja soft body modification technique. Green. Documented Orochimaru's experimental data on soft body modifications for ninjas from the Sound Village and required the expenditure of 180 experience points for redemption. Orochimaru's technique. No, thank you. Ted lamented, opting to forego it. The technique seemed utterly useless. It could not be applied to himself, and using it on others would certainly mark him as a dark wizard. While it could not be deemed valueless, it was entirely unsuitable. What a squandered opportunity. Having previously completed the hidden task, Ravenclaw's secret chamber, Ted had amassed a significant amount of experience, which he had yet to utilize. Eager to see what the new month might yield. Unfortunately, it brought no surprises. The pressing issue remained. Leveling up as a wizard was no simple feat. To advance from a level 3 to a level 4 wizard required 10, 000, 20, 000, 30, 000, and eventually 60, 000 experience points. With only a little over 500 points, he still had a considerable way to go. Although Ted's experience pool had initially accumulated quickly upon entering school, the required experience for advancement was also escalating rapidly. The source of experience points would pose a significant challenge in the future. Relying solely on tasks, classes, and homework would be insufficient. On January 5th, the new term commenced, and students boarded the Hogwarts Express to return to school. Hey, Ted! Hermione shouted from a distance, rushing over to embrace him. Thank you for your Christmas gift. It was simply splendid. You're a genius. She then hugged Ron and Jerry, asking, how was your holiday? Ron beamed with pride, replying, it couldn't have been better. Jerry nodded, adding, it was incredibly fulfilling. Hermione scrutinized the 2, sensing something was amiss. You both seem taller, especially you, Jerry. She gestured, indicating that Jerry, who previously only reached her neck, now stood at her chin. Jerry feigned annoyance, turning away with a pout, though inwardly he was elated. For children in the midst of growth, proper nutrition and exercise are beneficial for height increase. Remarkably, in just 2 weeks, both had grown several centimeters. Unbelievable. Could it be that the cuisine at Hogwarts contributes to growth and development? Tomorrow, I shall venture to the kitchen and inquire with the house elves about procuring a special dietary package for aspiring young wizards. Ah, Hermione, Ted, Ron and Jerry have just arrived in another carriage, and, as Harry disembarks, she rushes over to embrace everyone. Oh, how I have missed you all. None of you ever think to write me a few letters. I've nearly gone mad with boredom at home. As she speaks, she boldly loosens her scarf, which surprisingly emits steam. Ted, Hermione, Harry, Ron. Jerry also steps down. This lad has even grown a bit taller. It seems the dietary conditions in the magical realm are quite beneficial. Thank you, Ted. I truly appreciate the gift. I shall be brave. Neville clenches his fist, exuding determination, leaving his friends utterly bewildered. What's going on? Have you already started with the motivational speeches at the beginning of the term? The 6 friends reunited, their joy palpable. Even before dinner commenced, the great hall was already filled to capacity. Ted was surrounded by friends, not only his companions, but also the Weasley twins, Pansy, the Patil twins, Hannah, and many other familiar faces, alongside a host of curious classmates. Yet, Ted merely engaged in casual banter, speaking freely without the burden of any task. For he would not sing without a reward. As a writer accustomed to lively discussions and forums, this impromptu exchange came naturally to him. Ted transitioned from astronomy to geography, from culture to cuisine, and from the animal kingdom to rocket launches. The children of the 1990s had never witnessed such an array of topics. Most of them, having been raised in the wizarding world, possessed limited perspectives, leaving them awestruck. Ted lifted his glass of orange juice, taking a sip to soothe his throat, while Jerry promptly refilled it. Ron, who was a beat too slow, looked on with disdain. You sycophant. Yet, Ted could not merely be a solo performer. He began a conversational-style, stand-up routine, inquiring about everyone else's experiences over the Christmas holidays. The discussion rapidly gained momentum, reaching an exhilarating peak. The temperature in the hall seemed to rise several degrees. When the topic shifted to reading, it plummeted. Ted then queried, "What peculiar customs do you have?" Hermione, brimming with enthusiasm, recounted with great detail. I found it quite fascinating when I read it. You see, each country has its own beliefs and customs. However, that book recorded some rather strange practices. For instance, in Ireland, they have a blessing ritual where they throw bread forcefully against the wall. The group paused, taken aback. What? Throwing bread for blessings? What on earth? In Siberia, despite the frigid temperatures, they leap into icy lakes while holding logs to showcase their courage and seek blessings for the new year. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted. Several cold-sensitive young wizards were already hugging themselves, shivering. In Denmark, during the new year, they jump over chairs until they are utterly exhausted. In Romania, people chat with their livestock. Ted found these eccentric customs uproariously amusing, and he was not alone. Many others were doubled over in laughter. Then Hermione remarked, and in China, during their New Year celebrations, they fervently ignite copious amounts of fireworks. Ted's expression froze, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. If one were to dismiss her words as nonsense, she would not be entirely incorrect. Yet to agree? That seemed utterly absurd. Chapter 61. Publicly slapping Voldemort's face. After the conclusion of the opening banquet, everyone gathered in the abandoned classroom of their secret base. Harry was particularly grateful for the Christmas gift of Muggle contact lenses from Hermione. At that moment, Ron, Neville, and Jerry noticed that Harry didn't seem to be wearing glasses. With a proud flourish, Harry revealed a small red box, exclaiming, "These are the contact lenses Hermione gifted me. When I wear them, glasses become invisible." Impressive, right? Is that a pair of glasses? Jerry questioned, reaching out to touch the lens case. Harry, displaying an expression of exasperation, clarified, "This is a contact lens case." Ron, looking perplexed, retorted, "Impossible. A contact lens case? But I can clearly see it." Hermione, Ted, and Harry exchanged bewildered glances. Subsequently, Ron and Jerry shared anecdotes about their Christmas holiday experiences. Ron stated, "Next time Ted stays at school, I swear, even if I have to wander the streets, I will never choose to remain at school. Is this what a holiday feels like? Even the prisoners of Azkaban have not endured as much fatigue as I have." Jerry chimed in, "Snape and Professor McGonagall together multiplied by 2 cannot compare to Ted's intensity." Ted rolled his eyes, responding, "Look at you. You've even mastered addition and multiplication. All thanks to my tutoring sessions." "Indeed. And then there's the exhaustion of collapsing into bed the moment my head touches the pillow," Ron added. "Ice skating? You learned to ice skate?" Hermione exclaimed in surprise. "Ice skating? What is ice skating?" Harry asked, bewildered. The group exchanged glances, realizing that after just one holiday, a disheartening barrier had formed between them. One was unaware of what contact lenses were, while another had never heard of ice skating. Upon learning what ice skating entailed, Harry was eager to try it. He bounced with excitement, unable to remain seated, practically itching to go out and glide on the ice. "Watch me. I'm sure I will master it effortlessly. I can already envision myself gliding swiftly over the ice." Hermione could only implore, "Not now. It is already dark outside. Tomorrow. Let us save it for tomorrow, shall we?" With a long sigh, Harry relented. "Fine, tomorrow it is. But remember, no backing out." Ted wisely cautioned, "Do not misuse my ancient poetry. I intended it as encouragement for your studies." Suddenly, Ron exclaimed, "Wait." He had just devised a way to divert Harry's attention. "During the Christmas holiday, we discovered something marvelous." He exchanged knowing glances with Ted and Jerry. Upon hearing marvelous, they understood Ron's intent. Ted nodded, and Jerry winked. Ultimately, the six of them stealthily ventured to the room housing the Mirror of Ariste just before curfew. Previously concerned that Harry and Ron might become consumed by illusions and squander their time, Ted had organized numerous holiday tutoring sessions. Now, however, a whole group was about to waste time together. Indeed, this object seemed to possess a peculiar allure for young witches and wizards. No young sorcerer could resist its temptation. Only the Weasley twins rarely made an appearance. They harbored expectations for reality and, although the odds were slim, remained resolute in their pursuit of realization. The others, Ron, Jerry, Harry, and Neville, were all completely entranced, seated in a row, their eyes fixed intently upon the mirror. Hermione fared slightly better. She envisioned herself excelling in all subjects and having been elected as the female head of the student council, standing beside the male head, Ted. This time, Ted refrained from intervening. Unlike Ron and Jerry, Harry and Neville exhibited a lower immunity to the allure of the mirror. For what they beheld within it were the valiant sacrifices of their parents. In such circumstances, Ted, as a friend, found himself at a loss to offer counsel or to intervene. Yet, there was no need for his intervention. He sensed a faint, elusive magic enveloping the room upon Harry and Neville's arrival. Naturally, others would guide them to confront reality and summon their courage, to abandon fantasies and prepare for battle. Dumbledore was well acquainted with this. After the new term commenced, they spent their days ice skating and frolicking, and their nights wandering and gazing into the mirror. It is worth noting that Harry did not exaggerate. On her first attempt at ice skates, she wobbled, but soon managed to glide, albeit clumsily. She surpassed Ron by a considerable margin. It must be said that while Harry had no affection for Quidditch, the athletic spirit coursed through her veins. However, on the third night, when a few Gryffindors stealthily slipped into the abandoned classroom to gaze into the mirror and dream, they were caught red-handed by Dumbledore. Nevertheless, Dumbledore did not impose any penalties. As a figure of great respect, he was well suited to impart wisdom. He emphasized the illusory satisfaction the mirror offered, warning that many had wasted their lives before it, some even descending into madness. He encouraged the group to muster their courage, to confront the authentic essence of life, and to forge their own genuine happiness. He then announced the mirror would be removed and placed in its rightful location. At breakfast the following day, Harry recounted the events to Ted and Hermione, who had not participated. She inquired about what Dumbledore saw in the mirror, to which he replied that he beheld an abundance of woolen socks. He added that while people often gifted him books, he would much prefer a few pairs of socks. With a brief holiday concluded, the young wizards required several days to fully acclimate to the school routine. However, for Hermione, this was unnecessary. Even during her break, she continued her studies. Aside from the prohibition against using magic, it was akin to perpetually attending school. Thus, when the group gathered in the library to complete assignments, she effortlessly surpassed the professor's 5-inch requirement, producing 8 inches instead. Her diligent approach was wholeheartedly supported by Harry, Ron, and the others, as it allowed them to copy her work without the risk of excessive similarity. Yet, Ted also urged her not to be overly rigid. She constantly set herself as a target, diving into arcane wisdom with an intensity that even made Ted apprehensive. "If you keep this up, you'll surely give me a case of school aversion. Why not take a moment to relax? Recently, I discovered a rather amusing magazine that embodies a sort of absurd comedy. I recommend it to you." Thus, Hermione came across a magazine titled Singing Contradictions. The content of this publication left her utterly astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. What on earth is this? After perusing it for a few minutes, she felt her eyes ache from the sheer incredulity of it all. The material was simply bizarre beyond measure. Hermione attempted to articulate her bewilderment several times, yet found herself at a loss for words. One could argue that the articles were fabricated out of thin air, cloaked in deception and sheer imagination, but certainty eluded her. After all, the magazine presented a plethora of information. While one might question its reliability, it lacked any substantiation, relying solely on mere words. Look at this. Hermione, feeling a mix of confusion and indignation, could hardly comprehend the absurdity. It claimed that by heating white essence with moonlit purified water and consuming it under the moonlight, one could behold the sights of the next full moon. This seemed utterly nonsensical. She had never heard of white essence or moonlit purified water possessing such capabilities. Hermione discovered that the entire magazine appeared fabricated, yet she found herself unable to disprove it, which only fueled her frustration. Ted, stifling a chuckle, felt he had successfully diverted the competitive atmosphere, all while trying to placate the irate Miss Beaver. Do not be angry, Hermione. I believe that at least the editor possesses a certain skill in storytelling. Look, the fundamental principles, the ritual processes, precautions, and potential anomalies are described so vividly. They seem almost authentic. And this creature known as the bent-nosed snorer might very well be an unverified magical being from another realm. However, Hermione was utterly unimpressed by Ted's attempts at mollification. No, I believe that unfounded claims cannot be taken as truth, nor should they be published in a magazine. All right. You are right, Ted replied, suppressing his amusement. By the way, let me share some of the Muggle theories with you. Some experts and scholars are far more entertaining than this editor. For instance, they have proposed a rather terrifying hypothesis. Is it possible that there exists a chronic toxin in the air that could take 70 to 120 years to be lethal? After all, few live to see 200 years. Upon hearing this, Hermione felt as if her CPU might overheat. Her head was nearly smoking from exasperation. Their friends were equally ensnared by Ted's hypothesis. Neville and Harry were still pondering its veracity, while the astute Ron and Jerry had begun to hold their breath. As the new term commenced, the castle was blanketed in a heavy snowfall, cloaking the surrounding mountains, forests, and lakes in pristine white. The ancient castle stood on the cliff by the lake like a silent elder. Were it not for the lively students, this school would be unbearably lonely. However, the exuberance of the students was at times excessive, causing headaches for the professors. The snowfall had sent the students into a frenzy of excitement. Not only did they build snowmen, but they also engaged in snowball fights. And as if that were not enough, they employed magic. Having studied for half a year, they had encountered numerous spells, and some quick learners had already mastered a couple of minor hexes in secret. As the saying goes, with the possession of powerful tools, the heart of malice arises. If one could learn spells and refrain from using them, could they still be considered young wizards? Ted, being a mature adult, naturally could not join them in frolicking in the snow or casting spells on snowmen to chase after students. He gazed at the students frolicking in the snow with an air of detachment upon the corridor bridge, exclaiming, "Youth is truly a blessing." It was then that he spotted Professor Quirrell, his head wrapped in a violet scarf and bundled up like a ball, exuding an aura of fragility and cold aversion. Suddenly, the system sprang into action. Ding! Task activated. After all, it's merely Voldemort. What of it if I strike you in the face? Green. This downtrodden Dark Lord had fallen to such depths, yet still dared to stir up trouble at Hogwarts. If he wasn't given a taste of reality, he might think himself invincible. Confront him. Objective. In plain sight, strike Voldemort's face with a snowball. Reward, 300 experience. Card, Fire Dragon Fireworks. Green. Voldemort? I shall indeed strike Voldemort. Chapter 62, Fire Dragon Fireworks. Green. My goodness, Ted exclaimed upon seeing the task. Are you truly risking your life for a pittance? Is this some jest at my expense? Could I even undertake this task? I would be courting disaster. Even if I were to leap from here. Wait, who is that? The Weasley twins. Hermione, startled by Ted's sudden outburst in Chinese, was taken aback further by the ensuing conversation. What sort of boys' chatter is this? Are you mocking me? Then, to her astonishment, she watched as Ted leaped from the corridor bridge. She gasped, witnessing him draw his wand mid-air, mumbling a word, and then gracefully descending as if floating. Hermione blinked in disbelief. Had Ted truly mastered the levitation charm to such an extent? While it wasn't a silent or wandless spell, he had indeed simplified the wand movement and the incantation. This was quite an impressive feat. Such skill is typically reserved for wizards who have dedicated extensive time to the study of the levitation charm and possess profound insight. In truth, it stemmed largely from the power of mental prowess over will, allowing for the simplification of many spells. By the time she encountered Ted again, it was dinner time, and she learned with dismay that he had earned a deduction of 20 points for the house and had been confined by Professor McGonagall for 2 weeks. "What on earth have you done?" Hermione exclaimed, her voice sharp with indignation. "You caused chaos without a second thought." "Calm down, Hermione," Ted soothed. "We merely played a harmless prank on Professor Quirrell. Just a little game," Fred added. "A bit of appropriate interaction between students and professors," George chimed in. Harry, laughing uncontrollably, remarked, "What they mean is they enchanted snowballs to chase after Professor Quirrell's head, knocking him into a snowdrift." Ron bit into a chicken leg with fervor, lamenting, "If only we had been there. What a pity." "Fortunately, we weren't. Otherwise, we would have joined in the confinement under Professor McGonagall." Jerry pondered, his ears twitching with excitement. Professor McGonagall truly has a knack for appearing out of nowhere. As Ted observed George and Fred fixated on Professor Quirrell and enchanting the snowball in his hand, he knew the moment had arrived. In the original narrative, although Voldemort frequently faced defeat, instances of him being publicly humiliated were scarce. Why not seize this opportunity to hitch a ride? With 3 of us frolicking together, the risks diminished considerably. In truth, the plan unfolded seamlessly. The snowball spiraled through the air like a majestic eagle, even causing Professor Quirrell to dash about in a frenzy, ultimately plunging headfirst into a snowbank. The only blunder was failing to notice that Professor McGonagall was also observing from the window, thus catching them red-handed. It was imperative to impose strict consequences on the students of 1's own house to provide Professor Quirrell with an explanation. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's view was limited to the Weasley twins, and she had not seen Ted. However, Ted thought it dishonorable to simply flee, so he stepped forward, opting for a confession in hopes of leniency. Little did he expect that Professor McGonagall would respond with an even harsher sentence. The Weasley twins were already notorious, and Professor McGonagall was taken aback to find that the usually well-behaved Ted had also joined in the mischief. Severe punishment was thus warranted. Consequently, Ted was confined for 2 weeks, required to report to Professor McGonagall's office from 8 to 10 p.m. after dinner. Fortunately, the task was accomplished, so it wasn't all in vain. Gathering a bit more experience, he could soon level up. After dinner, on his way to Professor McGonagall's office, Ted took a moment to examine his newly acquired card. It depicted a colossal fire dragon fashioned from brilliant red fireworks. With its wings, limbs, and horns, it exuded a fierce majesty. Fire dragon fireworks, green. Item card. Upon usage, it summons a magnificent fire dragon, evolved through magic, possessing a basic consciousness that allows it to seek and pursue enemies autonomously. It remains unaffected by ordinary counterspells. Lasts for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 3 hours. Note, despite its grandeur being a firework, it lacks any real destructive power. Upon seeing this card, Ted felt a surge of excitement. The previous Wild Boar Cannon green had performed admirably, but this Fire Dragon Fireworks green appeared even more impressive. As for the so-called Neville's failed Scabbers Potion green, the name alone offered little promise. Professor McGonagall's office was lined with numerous bookshelves filled with an array of documents and stacks of parchment. As the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, her duties were indeed quite demanding, especially since Dumbledore hardly attended to the minutiae of administration anymore. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of someone at the door, Professor McGonagall continued to sign parchment without lifting her gaze. "Come in," she said. Ted gently pushed the door open, squeezed inside, and quietly closed the door, behaving as meekly as a little lamb. The smile on his face mirrored the one Professor McGonagall had seen when they first met at the orphanage. As she raised her eyes and adjusted her glasses, she was reminded of that cheerful boy who sang on the streets and even offered a few coins to a homeless man. She recalled the encouraging words she had penned on the title page of his Transfiguration textbook when she sent it to him. Moreover, she was aware of his diligent efforts in Diagon Alley, where he had earned commendations from several shopkeepers. At that moment, she noticed that Ted was not wearing the new robe she had gifted him. "Ted, is the new robe not fitting well?" she inquired. Ted quickly shook his head, saying, "No, it fits perfectly. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. I merely wish to wear it on formal occasions." Professor McGonagall felt a twinge of sympathy, yet maintained her stern demeanor, reminding herself that Ted was here for detention, not for idle chit-chat. "So, do you consider my office an informal setting?" she quipped, her authoritative tone unmistakable. Ted immediately straightened his posture, apologizing. "I will wear my new robes tomorrow, Professor." McGonagall swiftly turned her head away, suppressing a smile. "All right, come here and sit down. Let's discuss your actions today." Ted, obedient as a little rabbit, took a seat and began to fervently articulate his reflections and self-critique. He started by explaining that his motivation for mischief stemmed from the tedium of Professor Chilo's defense against the dark arts class, which led him to assist the Weasley twins in casting spells on snowballs. He then delved into a profound self-examination, analyzing the detrimental effects of his disrespect towards professors, vowing never to repeat such behavior. "If I ever act against a professor again, may Ron's wand break," he proclaimed earnestly. He concluded by expressing heartfelt gratitude for the day Professor McGonagall came to the orphanage to retrieve him, recalling his overwhelming joy. He thanked her for the Transfiguration textbook and her guidance, promising to study diligently and not disappoint her expectations. In essence, he left no stone unturned in his thorough reflection. Professor McGonagall, with decades of teaching experience, had never encountered such a deeply insightful and adept student during a self-critique. She was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. "Well done on your reflection. Continue to strive for improvement," she finally managed to say. Should she also comment on his smooth talking? At that moment, the perceptive Ted swiftly shifted the topic. "Professor, I have had discussions with Professor Chilo regarding the lineage of magical creatures, and I believe he would excel in teaching the care of magical creatures course." Adjusting her glasses, Professor McGonagall recalled that Professor Chilo had indeed excelled in that subject during his studies, being the sole student in his year to achieve an outstanding in the Newt Care of Magical Creatures exam. After a brief exchange, McGonagall remembered that this was not a social visit. "Now, regarding your detention," she said, "I've heard from Professor Flitwick that you excel in charms. Why are you not applying yourself in Transfiguration? Charms yield immediate results with each spell mastered, while Transfiguration requires patience and sustained effort." Naturally, Ted was keen to master charms to gain experience. Professor McGonagall remarked, "Though the material is complex and the workload heavy, I have heard that Ted reads quickly, which can benefit his Transfiguration." Ted, eager, responded, "So, you're offering me extra study sessions? I'm quite familiar with reading. Leave it to me. Indeed, what goes around comes around." Tutoring others does not exempt one from their own responsibilities. The detention was set for 2 hours. Yet when Professor McGonagall finally finished the various administrative tasks and organized lesson plans for different grades, she discovered that Ted had already made significant progress, having moved over half of that foot-high stack of magazines. She glanced at the time with a hint of peculiarity. It had barely been an hour and a half. Turning her attention to Ted, she noted he had already pinned the content for 4 sheets of parchment. He perused the magazine with unwavering focus, diligently summarizing key points onto the parchment without lifting his gaze. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, "What is amiss? What is amiss?" Chapter 63, New Knowledge, Mind Theft. Ted bid farewell to Professor McGonagall with a beaming smile, having begun to anticipate the confinement makeup classes scheduled for the following day. His experience was substantial, indeed. Though apprehensive about whether Professor McGonagall would accept his work, he managed to complete 3/4 of the assignment in just 2 hours, a task she had initially estimated would require a week's worth of effort. Remarkably, he had garnered nearly 200 experience points from this endeavor. Such a stroke of fortune. "Please, Professor, confine me at your leisure. Do not spare me out of pity for being a delicate flower." At present, Professor McGonagall had reviewed the summaries Ted prepared and deemed them to be of exceptional quality. In her astonishment, she began contemplating what tasks to assign Ted in the coming days. Simultaneously, she found herself reflecting, was a 2-week confinement perhaps excessive? Little did she know she had presented herself with quite the conundrum. In potions class, Jerry had incurred a significant deduction from Snape. His laughter during the lesson was perceived as a blatant disregard for the class, disrupting the instruction. From Snape's demeanor, it seemed he was on the verge of sending Jerry to Azkaban. At that moment, Snape called him up and asked, "Jerry, what is so amusing? Are you laughing at the thought of your mind being filled with slime from slugs? Do you believe you have grasped everything?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Ted, as if addressing him directly. Ted thought, "Why are you dissing me? What does this have to do with me?" Jerry pondered the delightful memories that sparked his laughter, though he dared not voice this thought aloud. After class, Jerry's friends gathered to console him. Ron inquired, "Why did you laugh so loudly? Are you attempting to provoke Snape?" Thus far, only Ted had managed to challenge Snape without dire consequences, aside from a few points deducted. Jerry chuckled again, asking, "Did you know that Ted sent Snape a Christmas gift?" "What?" Harry exclaimed, nearly causing the portrait on the wall to fall. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. "A gift for Snape? Ted, are you unwell?" Hermione and Neville gazed at Ted in astonishment. Ted shrugged. "After all, he is our professor. I thought a modest gift was in order." "What was it?" Hermione pressed. "Muggle produced shampoo," Ted replied, raising his hands. Bursting into laughter, Harry clutched his stomach, doubled over. They then recalled Snape's noticeably improved hair today, free from oil and much smoother. All of Jerry's friends found themselves laughing uncontrollably. Regardless of whether Snape utilized Ted's anonymously gifted Christmas present, it had undoubtedly made an impact. They could almost envision Snape's expression upon receiving the gift, dark and sullen. Moving silently about, Ted hurriedly nudged a few friends, exclaiming, "No way, it's actually Snape. Look at this, a bunch of foolish students shouting in the corridor. I thought you all had taken some giggle-inducing potion. 5 points deducted for each of you." With that, Snape turned on his heel, his robes sweeping behind him like the massive wings of a bat slicing through the night. Fortunately, he had not overheard their previous conversation, and despite the point deductions, Harry remained unfazed. Hermione, however, was distressed, lamenting, "I've lost points." Ted was momentarily taken aback when a task notification chimed. A student life without point deductions is incomplete. Blue. Completed. Reward. 300 experience. Random card. Astonishingly, this task that deducted 100 points had been fulfilled due to Snape's extraordinary intervention. Ted had anticipated receiving this at the end of the school year. This bottle of shampoo wasn't tea given for nothing. "Thank you, Professor." During the lunch break, Ted drew his cards. The first card depicted a kettle with eyes, a mouth, and a nose, hovering in midair, vigorously splashing forth steaming hot water. A jolt of surprise coursed through Ted when he noticed the green border. Upon closer inspection, scalding kettle green. Item card. Summons a kettle that automatically attacks by continuously spraying hot water. Lasts for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 3 hours. Note, this infamous magical item has previously burned dozens of muggles and several wizards. Wow, a green card. So, blue tasks can yield green cards as well. This system must have been crafted by a programmer from Antarctica, right? How absurd. Thankfully, the second card was blue. It depicted a furbolg wielding a short wand. Furbolgs are upright, bear-like intelligent creatures from Azeroth. Ted had no idea how many he had taken down with shadow bolts while farming Wintervale firewater. Furbolg transformation wand, blue. Item card. Transforms you into a furbolg, granting 3 strength, 2 constitution, and level 1 magic resistance. Lasts for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 10 hours. Note, be aware that when you speak, others may not understand you, mistaking you for a monster. The third card was also blue, showcasing a pair of gloves radiating a faint blue glow against the backdrop of a laboratory filled with various flasks and potions. Potion Master's gloves, blue. Equipment card. Aquí, level un pution. Note, due to quality limitations, it does not affect potions of level 5 or higher. Thus, the choice became straightforward. The green card was promptly dismissed. While the transformation wand was intriguing, it paled in comparison to the practicality of the Potion Master's gloves. I choose Potion Master's gloves, blue. In January, a Quidditch match took place between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, so victory was hardly in doubt. However, in the stands afterward, Harry and his friends found themselves in a confrontation with Malfoy once again. This time, having undergone several months of training, the budding wizards were able to cast some comical little curses. Neville fought valiantly, yet he fell victim to Malfoy's leg-locking curse, resulting in an unfortunate tumble. Before Malfoy could mock him, Neville had already leapt forward, legs together, and swiftly knocked down the obstructive Goyle and Crabbe. Ted's rigorous physical training over the past few months had truly elevated his friend's development to a new level. Malfoy was thoroughly intimidated by Neville's bravery and was disarmed by Ted's disarming charm, sending his wand flying. Subsequently, he fell victim to a hair-growing spell cast by Harry, sprouting a mane of platinum hair reminiscent of a golden, snub-nosed monkey. Ultimately, the ensuing clash concluded with Ted and his companions triumphing due to their overwhelming numbers. Ron remarked, "I believe Ted is right. Malfoy must surely have a penchant for certain peculiar preferences. We should certainly oblige him." However, they were soon caught in a compromising situation, leading Snape to deduct points and impose a detention as punishment for employing dark magic. One might think they were about to face a severe sentence. The criteria for dark magic are notoriously ambiguous, encompassing malevolent curses. Although both the hair loss and gut extraction curses are classified as vile, the former, while malicious, pales in comparison to the latter's severity. Interestingly, the hair loss spell is also utilized to treat constipation, depending on its application. It is said that the portrait of its creator hangs on the walls of St. Mungo's Hospital, a veritable luminary in the field of proctology. Amidst Ted's daily visits to Professor McGonagall's office for experience points, February silently arrived. Ted had accumulated over 6,000 experience points, eagerly awaiting this moment. Upon awakening on February 1st, he was greeted by an extraordinary revelation. The talent, otherworldly knowledge, gold, activated, revealing the scandalous mind theft investigation case file, green. This file chronicled a mage's comprehensive accusations of mental theft, having been persistently harassed by a certain priest. A mere 200 experience points were required for its acquisition. Mind theft. Ted encountered such occurrences frequently in Azeroth and at the Hearthstone Tavern. For an ordinary wizard, this knowledge might hold little value. However, for Ted, it was invaluable. Not only was he a wizard, but he was also a mentalist. Insights into the psyche and thoughts were of utmost importance to him. Just as he was pondering how to delve into the path of mentalism, this opportunity presented itself like a fortuitous gift from the heavens. Merely 200 experience points. He exchanged them. The experience pool diminished by 200, while Ted's mind brimmed with newfound knowledge regarding the priest's mind theft in Azeroth. Since this information was articulated from the victim's perspective, it also encompassed numerous personal insights. This was splendid. A version of soul siphoning from Azeroth. Ted mused. Soul siphoning requires eye contact, which is ineffective at a distance. Yet, mind theft does not. Moreover, mind theft can even erase the victim's stolen memories, akin to a temporary forgetting spell. Although this month's otherworldly knowledge appeared somewhat lacking, it was still useful. Furthermore, he had plenty of Azerothian spells and DD incantations awaiting his research, ensuring he would not be at a loss for knowledge. Ted gazed at the over 6,000 experience points remaining in his experience pool. Should he consider an upgrade? He recalled that reaching level 4 would grant him a talent. If it were something akin to ice knowledge gold, he would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. He decided to upgrade. System. Elevate my wizard profession. Ding. Chapter 64. Talent Scholar. Purple. Ding. Your wizard profession has been upgraded. Current level. Wizard level 4. You have gained 1 attribute point, 1 skill point, and 1 talent draw. After some contemplation, Ted allocated his attribute point to Spirit. After all, Spirit is the primary attribute for both wizards and psychics, so investing in it would be undoubtedly advantageous. His Spirit attribute has now reached 11 points. As for the skill point, he ultimately decided to invest it in magic. The rationale remains. Other skills, such as spells, transmutation, potions, and herbalism are still far from warranting enhancement at this stage. Ted is now fully capable of improving through self-study. However, magic is different. It inherently carries certain limitations. Although there are ways to enhance it within the realm of magic, they are by no means simple. Thus, adding to it is certainly a wise choice. Moreover, magic is fundamental to a wizard. Robust magic is the guarantee for casting formidable spells. After allocating his points, Ted felt the magic within him start to surge uncontrollably. He stumbled into the restroom, where items around him began to levitate. Magic began to overflow from Ted, tearing mirrors, tiles, and other objects into fragments. The shards floated in the air, suspended for what felt like an eternity. This secondary magical surge persisted for a full 10 minutes before subsiding. The magic within Ted had skyrocketed several times compared to before. At this moment, judging solely by the strength of his magic, an ordinary adult wizard would stand no chance against him. Even some novice aurors would be powerless in his presence. His current magic level is Magic LV 5-1, and with the aid of his wand, Ted has achieved Magic level 6. Some professors in the school, excluding the headmaster, do not even reach such heights. At least, when Ted inadvertently encountered Professor Trelawney and secretly employed an identification spell, he discovered her magic level to be only LV5. However, she possesses Divination LV7, which certainly indicates her capability in her specialized field. Ted utilized a rapid restoration spell to return the restroom, which resembled a war zone to its former state. Next came the main event, the talent draw. System draw talent. As soon as Ted's voice faded, 3 cards appeared in his mind's eye, lined up in succession. The first card was framed in blue, depicting a figure standing amidst countless sharp ice spikes. Ice Bloodline Blue. Talent card. Grants you the Ice Bloodline. When using Cold-type magic, it provides a 15 reduction in casting difficulty and a 20 increase in power, with a high probability of inflicting freezing or slowing effects on the target. You are impervious to cold and snow. Note, possessing the Ice Bloodline may significantly impact your Fire-type magic. Otherwise, it would be classified as a red-tier talent card. The concept of reducing the difficulty of casting spells entails rendering it significantly simpler. Previously, a wand and incantation were indispensable. Now, a mere gesture accompanied by a melodic intonation suffices. This convenience is both swift and efficient. The potency of such magic is self-evident, primarily due to its accompanying special effects. Ice-based spells inherently induce freezing or deceleration, and their combination nearly guarantees the immobilization of adversaries. However, this talent carries a drawback, adversely affecting the acquisition and casting of fire-based magic. The second card, framed in red, depicts a silhouette of an individual casting a spell with an outstretched wand, accompanied by a shadow mirroring the same action, unleashing an identical incantation. Dual Casting, red, is a talent card that grants a certain probability of unleashing dual spells while casting. Notably, the second spell is controllable and does not consume magical energy. This talent is remarkably formidable. Imagine casting a disarmament spell that instantaneously manifests into two. The opponent's defenses would falter under such an onslaught. Moreover, those overly confident wizards who often deflect spells with their wands might find themselves in a precarious situation, as they deflect one spell only to be struck by another. Alternatively, defensive spells could be reinforced with dual layers of protection, rendering it exceedingly challenging for adversaries to breach with twice the magical expenditure. The third card is encased in purple, illustrating a figure bent over in study, surrounded by stacks of books. Scholar, purple, is a talent card that significantly enhances your learning efficiency, facilitating the mastery of complex and esoteric knowledge and techniques. It reduces the experience points required for a 20-level magic upgrade and for a 10-level upgrade. Note, the improvement in learning efficiency is influenced by both intelligence and spirit attributes. There is no need to elaborate further on the selection. Just a reduction in experience points needed for a 10-level upgrade has already piqued Ted's interest. Currently, at level 4, the experience required for advancement accumulates painstakingly, and aspiring to elevate his dual professions to a higher rank necessitates an immense amount of experience. This reduction will undoubtedly conserve countless experience points. Furthermore, the requirement for a 20-level magic upgrade, although Ted has yet to expend experience for magical enhancements, stems from his belief that he still has significant room for improvement and does not need to utilize any special advantages at this time. Moreover, this talent greatly enhances learning efficiency, including self-directed study. Truly deserving of its purple designation, it is remarkable. Upon acquiring this Scholar, purple, talent, Ted's learning efficiency surged once more. He had already been considerably quicker than Hermione, who is a paragon of academic excellence, capable of surpassing an entire semester's material in just half a term. Now, Ted's daily academic achievements are sufficient for Hermione to study for several days. He consistently deciphers, transcribes, and develops new spells. He has nearly mastered the newly acquired thought theft. However, this manipulation of thought is not something he would easily apply to his classmates, so his current experimental subjects consist solely of a recently purchased batch of white mice. Ansu has acquired new snacks. Mastery of thought theft has propelled Ted's mental abilities to level 2 in a span of merely 2 weeks. Ted successfully conjured 5 remarkable spells: Frost Nova, Flame Shock, Arcane Missiles, Detect Secret Doors, and Protection from Evil. Frost Nova. This spell emanates a chilling arcane force from Ted's very being, impacting all nearby foes and inflicting frost damage, effectively immobilizing them in place. Commonly referred to as Ice Ring, it is one of the fundamental magics upon which the mages of Azeroth rely for survival. Mastery of this spell is essential to avoid ambushes and sudden confrontations. Flame Shock. A swift incantation unleashes a burst of flame upon the enemy, delivering instantaneous fire damage. The spell's advantage lies in its immediacy and lack of projectile travel. It strikes directly at the target without the chance for evasion or obstruction. However, this comes at the cost of limited damage. Otherwise, it would be known as incineration. Arcane Missiles. This spell sends forth a volley of homing arcane missiles toward the target, dealing both magical and physical damage. The name missiles is not to be taken lightly. Ted has tested it and found it capable of effortlessly shattering the bark of a century-old tree, creating a dent several centimeters deep. When unleashed upon a foe, it guarantees bone fractures and severe injuries. Detect Secret Doors. Upon casting this spell, all concealed doors within a 60-foot radius are illuminated, making them visible to Ted. Developed for the purpose of exploring the school and uncovering hidden treasures, this spell is a staple among Dungeons & Dragons mages. Once cast, the secret doors around him shimmer with a magical blue hue, becoming conspicuous to Ted. Protection from Evil. This spell envelopes Ted with a special effect that grants him various advantages and suppressions when faced with malevolent beings, inducing discomfort and oppression within them and limiting their capabilities. It bears resemblance to the Muggle Banishing Charm, falling within the category of expulsion spells. However, rather than merely evoking memories of urgent matters, it directly inflicts negative effects, compelling the entity to retreat or diminishing its combat prowess. It is a safeguard Ted has prepared for the dark creatures of the magical realm. Should the trio of troublemakers wreak havoc at Hogwarts again, this low-level spell will significantly hinder their strength, reducing it by a substantial margin. Ted's sudden enlightenment left Hermione utterly astounded. The other companions remained largely unfazed, for the previous iteration of Ted was not one they could compare to. They only noticed that Ted completed his assignments in a fraction of the time, managing to write several inches in mere minutes, thus facilitating their own copying. Yet, Hermione acutely felt the weight of this newfound pressure. She had previously kept pace through sheer diligence, ensuring she was not left behind, and she had managed to withstand the stress. However, that was no longer the case. Her relentless efforts now fell short. Previously, Ted was merely a fast reader, but now both his reading and research had accelerated. Chapter 65, Valentine's Day approaches with reluctance. In her determination and a certain indefinable mindset, Hermione gritted her teeth and pushed herself to double her efforts, exhausting herself in the process. Within just over a week, she developed deep dark circles under her eyes, her hair became disheveled, and she lacked the energy to attend to it, walking as if in a daze. Initially, Hermione believed that acquiring the arcane wisdom of magic would enable her to bridge the gap between herself and Ted. However, to her dismay, that gap only widened. She could distinctly sense that the subjects Ted was now exploring were entirely foreign to her, leaving her bewildered and confounded. Even after revisiting her second and third-year textbooks, she found no semblance of such knowledge. Despite being more mature, diligent, and studious than the average young witch, she was still merely a 12-year-old girl, and the immense pressure akin to grueling examinations was simply overwhelming. Within less than 2 weeks, her mindset had unraveled. On a particular day, she remained determined to stay in a library until the very end, even though her head felt heavy with fatigue. Ted learned of her plight only after his detention with Professor McGonagall had concluded. That evening, Hermione lay in bed, her face unwashed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, a paper crane fluttered into their dormitory, landing softly on her. As it unfolded, it transformed into a piece of paper. Sniffling and with reddened eyes, she picked it up. Rubbing her still swollen eyes, she mumbled something under her breath before finally rising to wash her face and head to the common room to meet Ted. "Come, I shall take you to a place unknown to others," Ted exclaimed, pulling her along. They entered the room of requirement, the most extraordinary chamber in the castle. Now open to Miss Granger. "I need a venue for a date. I need a venue for a date. I need a venue for a date." A grand door of intricately carved sandalwood appeared. Once inside, Ted retrieved food and drinks he had procured from the house elves and sat down opposite Hermione. "If you're feeling down, let's indulge in a feast first. Especially desserts. They evoke a sense of happiness." As they ate, Ted began to recount his adventures during the Christmas holidays, speaking of Helena and Ravenclaw, as well as the Room of Requirement, Dumbledore, and Ravenclaw's legacy. "So, is your remarkable ability to learn attributed to Ravenclaw's heritage?" Hermione inquired, biting her ruler. Ted shook his head. What Lady Ravenclaw left behind were merely fragments of her past research, much of which is irrelevant to us now. Even the simplest ancient runes won't be available until our 3rd year. As for my accelerated learning, that is of little consequence. He gazed at Hermione. "What matters is, what do you desire? You work so hard. What is your goal? What do I want?" A goal? Hermione was taken aback. Was there truly something one desired in the pursuit of knowledge? In the East, a philosopher once said, "My life is finite, while knowledge is infinite." Pursuing infinite knowledge with a finite life is folly. I strive to learn with a clear objective, which gives my studies direction. What about you? Have you contemplated your own path? Ted began to guide Hermione, helping her to clarify her thoughts. What was the purpose behind such diligent study? Grades? Spells? Transfiguration? Potions? Or perhaps a sense of accomplishment? Through the gentle persuasion of the mind sorcerer and various philosophical concepts, Ted finally managed to soothe Hermione. Simultaneously, he encouraged her to introspect and embark on her personal journey. Although it may seem premature for a first-year wizard, Hermione has indeed been nurtured by Ted's guidance. At times, a prodigy can advance far beyond the pace of ordinary individuals. The following morning, Ted rose, refreshed himself, and set out for a run to invigorate his body. Neville had already begun his warm-up by the Black Lake. In terms of stature, Neville now stood out among his first-year peers. To Ted's surprise, Hermione joined them shortly after they started running, startling Neville. She had not previously been fond of such physical activities, especially in the past fortnight when she devoted almost every moment to her studies. Witnessing her newfound liberation brought a sense of relief to Ted. After their morning exercise, the trio made their way to the Great Hall, only to find the students in a state of agitation, particularly those in the upper years. Despite the school being in session, Ted felt a jolt of excitement as a system notification appeared. Task activated. Break up a couple green. Hogwarts is a school of magic where students come to learn. How could they be so engrossed in early romance all day long? It was time to deliver a minor shock to their youthful hearts. Objective: to dissuade students from pursuing romantic intentions as much as possible. Reward: 250 experience points. Card: sturdy love doll, green. Let the singletons face their consequences. The task description and objectives seemed somewhat ambiguous. Nevertheless, he resolved to do his utmost. After all, it was merely about dispelling their romantic notions and calming their restless hormones, something he was quite familiar with from his previous life, having had his own romantic aspirations thwarted on numerous occasions. Thus, during the midday meal, tales of romantic tragedies began circulating. Stories of betrayal, love triangles, infidelity, and familial dilemmas emerged, leaving the faces of the 4th, 5th, and 6th-year students in dismay. Some could only rush through their assignments in the library, barely touching their dinner. Others found themselves embroiled in disputes over peculiar emotional matters. Relationships soured, with boys and girls treating each other with venom, refusing to associate. Ted successfully completed his task before dinner. However, he now had to tread carefully. If anyone discovered he was the mastermind behind this chaos, he might find himself the target of numerous curses. He glanced at the card he had obtained at the risk of his own safety. Card: sturdy love doll, green. Item card: deploys a highly resilient magical love doll, serving as a target for various magical training. Lasts for 60 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Note: it can retaliate. Ted conducted a brief trial, and indeed, it proved effective. With this weapon, he could practice disarming spells. Its ability to counterattack would allow him to hone various protective enchantments, and its high magical resistance made it remarkably durable. Even after enduring 5 or 6 fire impacts, it remained largely unscathed. It is essential to recognize that such a fully functional and resilient magical effigy is indeed quite rare. Ted discovered these in an abandoned classroom, where he found only singularly functional and often damaged ones, which frequently required repairs. As a result, Ted's proficiency in the repair spell escalated significantly. By late February, Professor Chilo began to engage with Ted more frequently, introducing him to deeper and more forbidden knowledge regarding the bloodlines of magical creatures. He started to privately showcase the erudition, strength, and charisma befitting a professor, subtly instilling in Ted the notion of disregarding rules in pursuit of power. By the end of the month, he even subtly enticed Ted to investigate the three-headed canine from Greek mythology. In summary, my conclusions and experiments suggest that the magic of magical creatures resides within their bloodlines, which is entirely distinct from our own as wizards. This explains why so many wizards can create new magical beings, whether through hybrid breeding or more advanced ritualistic magic. Professor Chilo spoke eloquently, exuding immense confidence through both his demeanor and gaze, embodying the pride and undeniable authority of someone in their field of expertise. In that moment, he was no longer the stuttering, timid Professor Chilo of yore. If it weren't for the purple scarf wrapped around his head, one might hardly associate him with his previous self. He now felt a significant sense of prestige before Ted, believing he had impressed him with his knowledge, thus dropping any pretense. Finally, I shall assign you a task for after class, though it is merely for our mutual exchange. Compose a treatise speculating on the potential for hybrid evolution among canon magical creatures. You may consider examples such as the tailwind dog, the buffalo hound, or those otherworldly phasing hounds and winter wolves. Naturally, it will be preferable to explore some of the more renowned canon magical creatures within this realm, such as the French stretch bull terrier or the Greek three-headed dog. Professor Chilo's gaze was exceedingly benevolent, glimmering with optimism for Ted's potential. Chapter 66: Useless Knowledge from Other Realms and New Magic. After Ted's departure, he reverted to his former timid demeanor. Master, can Epiphany obtain the weaknesses of the three-headed dog from Hagrid? A somber voice echoed from behind him. It matters not. If he can extract that information from that foolish half-blood giant, splendid. If not, it is of little consequence. As long as he continues to pursue magic, he will ultimately serve my purpose. The long-held dream of a dark arts defense professor had finally come to fruition, and he was filled with clarity of thought. Meanwhile, Ted was thoroughly satisfied, yearning to indulge in the role of a devoted pupil. Ted epitomized the ideal student in Chilo's mind, relentlessly pursuing the power of magic, intelligent, diligent, and exhibiting a certain extreme disdain for rules and regulations. Indeed, Voldemort recognized in Ted his remarkable disregard for convention and indifference to authority. One must commend Tom for his keen insight into character. After being assigned homework by Professor Chilo, Ted felt the tension that had gripped him for nearly 2 weeks finally ease. He decided to play along, feigning ignorance. Yet he would not reveal the weaknesses of the three-headed dog. He aimed to discreetly extract some knowledge and experience regarding magical creatures from Professor Chilo without disrupting the original narrative. It is worth noting that aside from the invaluable experience, just from Professor Chilo's 2 weeks of informal guidance, Ted's magical biology had already progressed to level 2, despite not having officially begun his magical creature protection class. Professor Chilo truly possessed a wealth of knowledge in this area. Moreover, through private exchanges with Professor Chilo, Ted not only acquired insights into magical creatures, but also inadvertently gleaned some of Chilo's perspectives and observations regarding dark magic. Thus, one could only commend Professor Chilo for his expertise as a defense against the dark arts professor, unaware of the truth. It was actually Professor Riddle. Voldemort subtly infused Ted with knowledge of dark magic, in a manner that was obscure, almost ephemeral, tantalizingly elusive. It was as if he had cast a hook, continuously piquing Ted's curiosity and thirst for knowledge, compelling him to bite. Frankly, even if Ted had little interest in dark magic, he found himself quite intrigued and somewhat eager to delve deeper into the subject. Observing the notification of his dark magic level 2, he could not help but feel wary. Professor Chilo certainly had substance, and anything that slipped through Voldemort's fingers was undoubtedly substantial. March soon arrived, and the anticipated new knowledge was at hand. The talent Otherworldly Knowledge Gold was triggered, revealing Black's secret technique, Crow Ninjutsu Scroll, green. The Black's secret technique, Crow Ninjutsu Scroll, green, detailed the crafting and utilization of the Crow technique, a Black secret art from the Wind Country Sunagakure, requiring the expenditure of 200 experience points for redemption. What on earth? Ted leaned back against his bed, lamenting whether he had washed his face properly that day. He mused that 200 experience points were not insurmountable. With good fortune, he could accumulate it in a day. Or perhaps 3 to 4 days if luck was not on his side. Although he would scarcely utilize it, it was nonetheless knowledge unavailable in this world. So he decided to redeem it. Upon acquiring the knowledge, a myriad of techniques from design to material selection, and from crafting to manipulation of puppetry automatically surfaced in Ted's mind. His assessment was that it paled in comparison to transfiguration. Mastering transfiguration to advanced levels of 8 or 9 could potentially lead to legendary status. Puppetry, however, was limited. According to the highest echelons of puppetry exemplified by the character Sasori from the original Naruto, it could at best be considered a mastery level. The limitations of puppetry stemmed from the constraints of one's control, the quality of materials, and the functionalities of the puppets, rendering its ceiling visible. In contrast, the upper limits of transfiguration were, truthfully, unknown to Ted. This was a question he would need to pose to Dumbledore. To withstand Voldemort's dark magic, it undoubtedly required an extraordinary form of transfiguration. Dumbledore had surely transcended into realms of transfiguration that no one else had yet touched. In the days that followed, Ted feigned diligence in completing Professor Chilo's homework, composing a paper on the wondrous creatures of the canine family. However, his discussion of the three-headed dog was merely a cursory collection of his own conjectures. It seemed that Professor Chilo had also become preoccupied, offering little in the way of supplementary instruction to Ted. Although he had not acquired any valuable esoteric knowledge from another realm, the wealth of past knowledge awaited his gradual exploration, allowing him to lead a fulfilling life. He continued to devote the majority of his energy to the study of spells, successfully developing the following. 1. Levitation Charm. This spell allowed him to float as lightly as a feather. Relying on the levitation incantation, he easily adapted and improved upon it. By incorporating basic movement spells, he could potentially create effects to manipulate objects as weapons. 2. Magic Suppression. This spell conjured a layer of magical inertia that diminished all magical effects. This spell was particularly intriguing, as it suppressed all magical effects, good or bad, albeit to varying degrees. If a wizard were to cast this spell and then attempt to transform themselves, the outcome would be quite amusing. 3. Arcane Lock. This spell magically secured doors or chests, rendering conventional unlocking spells ineffective. This was a Dungeons and Dragons style magic, designed to prevent doors and chests from being opened, akin to a counterspell against unlocking incantations. In the magical realm, there exists an unlocking spell, incantation, Alohomora, capable of unfastening sealed doors and chests, thus necessitating the creation of a counterspell to thwart such attempts. 4. Linguistic Comprehension. Upon casting this spell, one could understand the spoken words of creatures or decipher otherwise incomprehensible written texts. Many renowned ancient wizards are said to speak various languages, including that of merfolk, possibly owing to similar magical abilities. 5. Shielding Charm. This spell conjured an invisible force field shield that floated before the caster. An automatically defensive invisible force field shield. This spell held considerable value and warranted further study. 6. Mage Armor. This spell enveloped the target creature in an invisible yet tangible force field armor. It resembled the Iron Skin spell, which is a more advanced application of protective spells, akin to donning an unseen magical armor. At this juncture, Ted had mastered 4 protective spells: Frost Armor, a physical shield with icy backlash; Iron Skin, providing dual protection against physical and magical threats; Shielding Charm, force field shield; and Mage Armor, magical armor. He could confidently proclaim his defenses to be as steadfast as a mountain. 7. Grease Spell. Within the spell's effective range, it designated a circular area coated with slippery grease that could cause individuals to fall. When utilized effectively, this spell proved to be remarkably advantageous, particularly against Malfoy. Unable to contain himself, sought to assert his presence. Accompanied by 2 lackeys, he stumbled and fell several times, emerging thoroughly greased. The spectacle of the 3 of them, all covered in grease, was reminiscent of a grandiose variety show from the East. 8. Invisible Servant. This spell conjured an invisible, mindless, formless servant to perform simple tasks such as running errands, retrieving items, opening doors, moving chairs, or tidying up. This was a spell that every wizard ought to learn. After all, one cannot be expected to clean and make their bed themselves, can they? Not every household possesses a domesticated house elf. This is undoubtedly an essential enchantment for liberating the homemaker. Moreover, Ted has learned several indigenous spells from Professor Flitwick. The Repelling Charm, Incantation, Depulso, capable of launching adversaries away. The Draining Charm, Incantation, Laxus, which renders foes powerless, particularly effective against larger creatures. The Obstruction Charm, Incantation, Obstructus, which slows down a target's speed for 10 seconds. And the Unlocking Charm, Incantation, Alohomora, designed to open any door or lock that is not magically sealed. Ted privately studied the Unlocking Charm with the Weasley twins to better explore the castle, mastering it in just 3 minutes. Additionally, he discovered an ancient parchment left by an unknown upperclassman in a dusty library tome, detailing the Giggling Charm, Incantation, Giggletus, which compels the afflicted to laugh uncontrollably, rendering spell casting impossible, and potentially leading to breathlessness from laughter. Ted's dedicated study and inquiries over the past fortnight earned him high praise from Professor Flitwick, who provided him with numerous additional opportunities to enhance his skills. Not only did Ted acquire a plethora of spells, but his spellcasting proficiency also reached level 3. Furthermore, his transfiguration skills finally ascended to level 2, a testament to the complexity of the subject. Previously, he had researched the local enlargement charm, Incantation, in Gorjo and the D&D spell Giant Growth, but progress was painfully slow due to the intertwined nature of these magics with transfiguration. Now, however, he should be able to advance significantly. Chapter 67, Easter Activities and the Easter Eggs. This time, nearly all of Ted's friends remained at school. To this day, she still broods over her inability to access the Ravenclaw common room. The number of students who stayed behind during the holiday was considerable. Judging by the lunch attendance in the Great Hall, there must have been around 60 or 70 students. With classes dismissed, idleness abounded, and the professors were no longer concerned about discipline, leading students to cause mischief. A group of Slytherins, adorned in green-trimmed robes, comprised mainly of second- and third-year students. Encircled a tall, stout boy with a pair of black horns protruding from his head, mockery evident on their faces, their taunts laced with filth. His foolish demeanor was nauseating, and his muddy attire sullied the corridor. He should be dealt with by Filch. Those horned ruffians ought to be imprisoned in Azkaban. I shall write home, urging my family to pressure the Board of Governors to expel these wretches. How ludicrous they are, faced with the scorn of 5 or 6 individuals. The horned boy clenched his fists, striving to contain his fury. School was challenging, and he could not afford to cause trouble. Silence, you shameful insects! Neville, witnessing the scene, shouted in anger and charged forward. He was genuinely enraged. Ted could see his hair standing on end. Damn Slytherins! I'll make you laugh enough. Jerry, sympathizing with the horned boy, drew his wand for a surprise attack. Legs freeze stiff, Ron, without hesitation, cast his own spell. As Harry brandished her wand, she simultaneously charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to a Slytherin's face, leaving his flesh rippling from the impact. The Gryffindor champion had decisively incapacitated her opponent. Despite being in her second or third year, and having secretly learned a fair share of dark curses, she found herself utterly powerless against Ted's group. A cacophony of wails and cries ensued. Ted summoned his invisible servant, unceremoniously tossing the unconscious group into the restroom, as if to tidy the battleground. Even after delivering a severe lesson to those ruffians, her friends remained indignant and furious. Ron and Neville were panting heavily, itching to retaliate further. The horn boy had also joined the fray, though he strived to avoid trouble at school. He could not bear to see his friend stand up for him while he cowered. He had a close bond with Neville. This horn lad was named Guff Oasis, a second-year Hufflepuff student from the Minotaur lineage. He had forged a friendship with Neville while often assisting in the greenhouse, sharing a mutual understanding. Neville had gleaned much knowledge about herbology from Guff, considering him second only to Ted in terms of support, with Hermione ranking third. Therefore, witnessing the Slytherins bully Guff ignited Neville's fury to the brink of explosion. Just moments ago, the Gryffindor swordsman had nearly threatened to pierce the vile beings with his wand. After expressing his gratitude to the group, Guff departed, somewhat disheartened, for being cornered and humiliated was undeniably mortifying. He had typically avoided Slytherins, fully aware of their disdain and targeting of him, a sentiment he had encountered far too often before attending school. Hermione was clearly incensed, her cheeks puffed with indignation. How can they be so wicked? It is simply unfathomable. Malfoy may be annoying at most, but they are truly malevolent. She waved her hefty book as if to strike a Slytherin's head again. Poor Hermione. She lacked the vocabulary to express her outrage. How unfortunate. The others chimed in, vocally condemning the various misdeeds of the Slytherins. In comparison, Malfoy, who focused on seeking attention and asserting superiority while remaining undeterred by his setbacks, appeared almost endearing. These individuals were genuinely rotten to the core. Ted believed that should Voldemort rise again, these people would serve as the breeding ground for Death Eaters. Harry, filled with righteous indignation, declared, Slytherins always hold themselves in high regard, frequently bullying Muggle-born wizards and half-blood classmates. I would strike down every single one of these fools. Neville, equally enraged, had turned crimson, still unable to calm himself. Wasn't the Ministry of Magic supposed to uphold equality for all? Wasn't discrimination against other sentient beings prohibited? Why did such injustice persist? Poor Neville. He did not comprehend that while all are deemed equal, some are deemed more equal than others. It is akin to the notion of shared prosperity, yet some individuals are undeniably wealthier than others. Slogans can be shouted by anyone. Ultimately, it is the mastery of power that prevails. Although the situation was rather distasteful, Ted unexpectedly found joy in it. He had acquired a novelty joke item card, with 11 uses, intended for one-time amusement. Given its limited value, Ted planned to entertain everyone with it. Students at the Slytherin table regarded Ted and his companions with peculiar glances, evidently aware of the morning's events, during which their peers had been soundly thrashed and unceremoniously dumped into the restroom. Thus, lunch concluded amidst a silent battle of glances. Ironically, the most vexed individual was Malfoy. Pondering, what's the matter? No one is even looking at me. Do they disdain me? The atmosphere at lunch was decidedly bleak, given that the earlier scuffle had involved all four houses, resulting in a palpable tension among them. To Ted's astonishment, Hagrid could indeed have hidden within the enormous, vividly patterned egg that stood before them, requiring one to tilt their head back to fully appreciate its grandeur. A wave of commotion erupted, followed by a flurry of chatter. The bolder students approached, their faces alight with curiosity at the sight of the colossal, multicolored egg adorned with an array of stripes and spots. Ted composed himself and pointed his wand at his neck, projecting his voice, "Hello, can you hear me?" Accompanied by ribbons and golden paper, dozens, if not hundreds, of rabbits of various sizes and shapes sprang forth in an instant. Rabbits! So many rabbits! The students in the hall erupted into a chorus of screams, which compounded as many were startled by the rabbits, and then by the ensuing shrieks around them. Tonight might very well be a night of restless dreams. Nevertheless, rabbits are not inherently frightening creatures, despite their overwhelming numbers, and the situation remained relatively manageable. However, after a brief moment of confusion, the rabbits began to scatter in all directions. A Hufflepuff student watched in surprise as one rabbit darted past, toppling a cup of pumpkin juice, which clattered as it crashed into a bowl of cream soup. Meanwhile, a Gryffindor student felt something soft and furry beneath his feet. Looking down, he spotted a gray rabbit that zipped away, prompting him to leap onto his chair in fright. Yet, not all rabbits fled. One particularly plump rabbit lingered near Hermione, too rotund to escape. It simply flopped down, sprawled out like a fluffy pancake. Some rabbits displayed a more audacious demeanor, leaping directly at the near students. Indeed, one swift little white rabbit collided headlong into Malfoy's face, nearly knocking him off balance. Don't panic. Capture them. Ted, quick on the uptake, seized a rabbit by its ears, and with a flash of blue magical light, the creature transformed into a peculiar piece of candy. Nearby, Neville, acting without hesitation, deftly grasped a plump rabbit by its hind leg, earning himself a large piece of milk candy. Hermione cast a freezing charm, immobilizing the hefty rabbit, and when she reached down to collect it, it astonishingly morphed into a small bag of sweets. The outcome was a comical disaster, as a collision sent 3 or 4 young wizards tumbling to the ground, utterly outmatched. After approximately 20 minutes, the hall gradually settled down, with everyone sharing amusing anecdotes about the recent rabbit-catching escapades. Some nimble individuals had already commenced exchanging sweets. The atmosphere in the hall was imbued with joy. However, not everyone shared in the merriment. The Slytherins, in particular, appeared rather discontented. "Please be sure to include me next time," one remarked. Chapter 68. The Ashes of the Lone Wolf, Green. Upon exiting the hall, Ted inquired, "Who is that tall student clad in the purple house crest among the Slytherins? He seems to be a first year." Earlier, Ted had observed a distinct individual among the first-year students, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the other Slytherins. After elevating his mental abilities to level 2, Ted found himself adept at discerning attitudes from facial expressions. This Slytherin bore no malice towards their group, only curiosity. Such a rarity. Thus far, the number of Slytherins devoid of ill intent towards Ted and his companions could be counted on one hand, perhaps even just 1 or 2. Although Ted did not personally know this individual, he had seen him during the sorting ceremony, though he had not remembered the name. "You must be referring to Andre Salos," said Harry. "The Lozer family has a long-standing history. Their reputation is quite commendable, and they have remained low profile for the past few decades. I heard from Sirius that even during the height of Voldemort's terror, no member of the Lozer family joined the Death Eaters. While an individual's actions might be feigned, their mindset and thought processes are much more challenging to fabricate. A double agent of the caliber of Snape, who could navigate the treacherous waters between 2 legendary wizards, is indeed a rare phenomenon." Frankly, Ted felt a tinge of regret for Snape. Had it not been for Lily Evans, he undoubtedly had the potential to ascend to legendary status. Despite his brooding demeanor and greasy hair, he is merely 32 years old. Can you believe it? Among the 4 house heads, he is the youngest, yet possesses the strongest abilities. A master of dark arts level 8, a potions master, potions level 8, and proficient in charms, transfiguration, and herbology, all at level 7. Even the spells of mind blocking and soul extraction have reached level 8, providing him the confidence to act as a double agent in the presence of both Dumbledore and Voldemort, the 2 contemporary masters of soul extraction. In the original narrative, he was noted by Lupin and Sirius as having mastered more spells than even the 7th-year students upon his arrival, having invented several spells by his 5th year, including the formidable Sectum Sempra, which ranks among the foremost in the realm of dark magic. Although Ted has already devised a dozen spells himself, they were the result of reverse engineering, a form of platform conversion. It is akin to adapting a PC game into a mobile format, significantly diminishing the difficulty. This remarkable individual only met his demise at 38 years of age in the original story. Had he lived to 60 or 70, true legendary status would have been within reach. At times, as Ted gazes at Snape's character profile, he wonders, did Voldemort perceive the threat Snape posed and thus orchestrate his demise? After all, the Dark Lord would certainly not wish to witness the emergence of another Dark Lord. Although Ted and his companions were bustling about, diligently scouring nearly half of the castle during their 2-week holiday, this was largely due to the presence of 2 prodigious scholars among them. The other friends could merely glean insights from their efforts to manage their assignments. Otherwise, their days would be utterly unbearable. It was commonplace for the average young wizard to spend 3 hours a day in the library for 10 consecutive days just to complete most of their work. The intensity of these assignments would make even a dog shake its head in disbelief. The young wizards lamented their plight, filled with grievances. As the holiday drew to a close, Hermione once again activated her scholarly mode, perpetually accompanied by a book and notebook, ready to transcribe and organize notes at any moment. A shadow of gloom, aptly named the cloud of relentless studying, loomed over her companions. In an empty classroom, while some played chess and others engaged in magical pursuits, Hermione was absorbed in her studies. Ron cautiously inquired, "Hermione, are you all right? Did Ted say something to provoke you? If so, do tell us. We'll defend your honor." "This is rather alarming." Jerry nodded vigorously. Yes, please don't be upset. Look at us, we're doing just fine, right?" "Ha ha." Neville, his tall frame hidden behind Harry, cautiously eyed the lengthy title of the book Hermione held, gasping at its overwhelming length. Harry was more direct, asking, "Hermione, what are you doing?" Hermione replied with an air of certainty, "I am, of course, preparing for the exams." Upon hearing the word exams, Ron's red hair seemed to bristle. Exams? What exams? Ted shrugged. Hermione is likely referring to the final exams. Jerry grimaced. But isn't that still 2.5 months away? You startled me. Perhaps Ted intended to make a jest, only to find Hermione glaring at him, prompting him to amend his statement to, "Better to be prepared than sorry." It must be said that Hermione took final exams very seriously. Speaking of which, the academic performance of their small group was quite commendable. There was no need to mention Ted and Hermione, as they were the top 2 students in their grade. Harry occasionally ranked among the top 5, depending on whether the subjects aligned with her interests and strengths. Although Ron and Jerry often relied on copying assignments, they still managed to keep up commendably. Even Neville achieved high marks in herbology, with his performance in other subjects hovering around the average. Thus, none of them felt overly anxious about the upcoming exams. Naturally, as students, it was understandable to harbor a natural dread of examinations. Currently, their magical abilities were impressive. In practical applications, they had surpassed their peers of the same year. And even second-year students might not wield magic as frequently as they did. Interestingly, the spell they utilized most often was the reveal charm, as their explorations of Hogwarts had instilled in them a professional curiosity, leading them to desire a glimpse of the unseen reality wherever they went. They had employed it excessively. As April arrived, new knowledge from another realm became available. The talent knowledge of other worlds, gold, activated, revealing the method for crafting ashes from loner wolves, green. The method for crafting the ashes of the outcast wolf, as recorded in the tome, details the process employed by the Witch of the Interstice. It requires an expenditure of 260 experience points for exchange. Yet, it seems rather inconsequential. The ashes of the outcast wolf. Shouldn't that be a summoning item within the realm of Elden Ring? Ted, however, has not truly engaged with it. He typically observes from a distance. Still, given his newfound affluence and the relatively modest experience required, he thought it prudent to acquire it. Perhaps it would prove useful at some juncture. A mere 260 experience is hardly a burden. Upon obtaining it, Ted discovered that this artifact exceeded his expectations, entirely transcending the realm of ordinary magic. If he were to apply some material substitutions based on the knowledge in his mind, he might be able to create something that could summon a spirit, yet grasping the underlying principles would be quite challenging. To delve deeply into this craft, one would likely need to conduct numerous experiments. At this stage, Ted has comprehensively understood and assimilated the magic of Azeroth and the Dungeons & Dragons universe. While there are many disparities, they remain within the confines of conventional magic. Thus, by implementing some local adaptations and engaging in theoretical research coupled with practical experimentation, he is bound to achieve favorable results. Moreover, mental psionics, while similar in effect to many forms of magic, operate on a fundamentally different principle. Ted often conducts his research through the lens of psychology as understood within the Muggle society, which has resulted in slower progress compared to magic. The technique for crafting these ashes, however, is peculiarly enigmatic, a domain entirely foreign to him, even beyond his imagination, likely akin to some form of spiritual theory. Subsequently, Ted unearthed some information indicating that several centuries ago, certain primitive religions in the Nordic regions practiced similar forms of magic. Though they have long since waned into obscurity and may have even become extinct, Ted mused, "Am I delving into the archaeology of magic?" After exchanging for this new knowledge from another realm, Ted pondered and resolved to elevate his rank as a Psion. He had previously focused on ascending his wizard class, but after reaching level 4 and receiving the associated rewards, he found himself unable to progress further, as reaching level 5 necessitated 10,000 experience points. It might take a year to amass that much. Therefore, he decided to first enhance his Psion level to obtain the rewards associated with it. With a consumption of 1,000 experience points, he attained level 2 as a Psion, earning 1 attribute point, which he allocated to his mental acuity. However, the leveling of a Psion does not grant skill points. Rather, it directly enhances the levels of his mental psionics and mental resistance. Ted is now at level 3 in both mental psionics and mental resistance. Chapter 69, The Great Neck and the Dragon Egg. As April commenced, the weather in the Scottish Highlands began to warm, and the students had already started donning lighter robes. From the towers of Hogwarts, one could gaze upon the earth, now faintly cloaked in a delicate green hue. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the nascent blades of grass were sparse and unremarkable. In early April, The school commenced another Quidditch match, this time featuring a contest between Ravenclaw and Slytherin, with Snape officiating. Ravenclaw is no weak contender, but in the face of the unabashed Slytherin, they found themselves at a disadvantage. After all, those who possess a moral compass and those who exhibit a flexible ethical boundary stand little chance against one another, especially given that the arbiter of this contest is none other than Severus Snape. The situation appears grim. An hour and a half into the match, Snape has penalized Ravenclaw a staggering 12 times, with Slytherin receiving 6 penalties alone. What more could one expect? Were there red cards in play, Snape would have undoubtedly ejected the entire Ravenclaw team, including their substitutes, within mere 30 minutes. To be frank, even Ted, who is not fond of the sport, found it intolerable, secretly yearning for the young wizards to exhibit the poise of muggles, hoping Snape might witness the rascally spirit of British Quidditch. Once again, Slytherin emerged victorious, leaving students from the three houses seething with indignation, their frustrations suppressed yet palpable. Following the conclusion of the match, the audience buzzed with discontent, voicing their disdain towards both Slytherin and Snape, their anger reaching a fever pitch. It was as though they were on the brink of a revolt, demanding refunds. Amidst this uproar, Draco Malfoy, accompanied by 2 bumbling associates, made a brazen appearance, eager to assert his presence. Hilarity ensued as he leapt forth, his head glistening with an oily sheen, blocking Ted and his companions. "You Ravenclaws," he began, only to be interrupted by a scream. Harry, desperate for an outlet for her frustration, paid no heed to his words, knowing they would be nothing but scornful. With lightning speed, she launched a powerful punch. Malfoy barely perceived the small, pale fist growing larger before darkness engulfed him, followed by a sharp pain to his face, sending him reeling. As he staggered backward, he felt a sudden jolt to the back of his head, followed by a vice-like grip encircling his neck, rendering him immobile and gasping for breath. Harry had swiftly followed her punch with a firm hold, securing Malfoy in a chokehold, deftly locking his arms in place. Ted couldn't help but wonder if she had taken self-defense lessons during the holiday in the Muggle world. "Help! Help me!" Malfoy pleaded, attempting to pry apart the delicate yet unyielding arm constraining him, while his other hand struggled to reach Goyle and Crabbe. However, Ted noticed that Harry's ambush had startled the 2 bumbling oafs. Though they were of considerable size, their history of being bullied had instilled a psychological fear, causing their legs to tremble. Yet, loyalty to their leader remained, and one of them, mustering courage, let out a shaky roar and charged forward, eyes tightly shut. The other, inspired by this display, followed suit. Naturally, Ted and his companions could not stand idly by while Harry faced overwhelming odds, for it had long been their tradition to uphold fairness in such encounters. Thus, as the duo charged, Ron, Neville, and Jerry were already poised to intervene. Ted, considering himself an adult, refrained from overpowering the smaller foes, instead casting a leg-locking charm that sent Goyle tumbling, inadvertently causing Crabbe to trip over him. The 2 were soon subdued by Ron and pinned to the ground, their arms twisted behind their backs and legs pressed down, resembling fat pigs awaiting slaughter. They narrowly escaped a classic American chokehold. Ted shook his head and remarked to Hermione, who was also rolling her eyes, "This trio of Malfoys is becoming increasingly pathetic." However, one cannot deny their unwavering determination to provoke a fight. Their persistence nearly qualifies them for the role of a quintessential villain. Ted, unable to bear the sight any longer, promptly tapped on Harry's arm to signal the referee, indicating that she had secured victory and should release them. Later, Harry complained, "Ted, why did you pull me away? I want to give that little git Malfoy a taste of his own medicine. Let us see if he dares to act up again." Ted explained, "If you don't let go soon, he'll be gasping for breath. Surely, you don't want to send him to the hospital wing, do you?" Though Harry begrudgingly acknowledged this, she still wore a defiant expression. Hermione interjected to defend the situation. "Malfoy hasn't even spoken yet, and you've already resorted to violence." After all, she had grown up in a rough environment and had never intended to truly harm Malfoy. True to Harry's expectations, once Ted and the others departed, Malfoy, still catching his breath, began to vent his frustrations. Having been so thoroughly beaten without uttering a word, he felt that remaining silent would only mean enduring a beating for no reason. A bunch of idiots. The Weasley family's ugly rut, the dim-witted savior Longbottom, the universally reviled rat, and Miss Know-It-All. Malfoy unleashed his impotent rage reminiscent of a groundhog. Crabbe and Goyle chimed in, "Exactly. How about a one-on-one? If it weren't for our lunch being insufficient, we would have annihilated them." Speaking of insufficient meals, Malfoy noted, "I'm feeling a bit hungry." "Me too," came the response. "You two get lost. Malfoy commanded, slamming the ground in frustration. Despite the disappointment of losing the Quidditch match, life had to carry on. In the afternoon, they had an appointment with Hagrid, who had mysteriously urged them to come quietly, promising to show them something special. The six of them brought along some snacks to avoid having to eat Hagrid's homemade treats. The hunting lodge was situated near the Forbidden Forest, where the foliage appeared to bloom earlier than in other areas. Ted noticed that many trees had already begun to sprout new buds. The heavy wooden door of Hagrid's cabin felt as though it had been hewn from a massive trunk, making it quite a task for a young wizard to open. "Here we go." Hagrid's voice boomed even through the door. A furry head emerged, its bright, shiny eyes glimmering like black beetles, surveying the group with a mischievous expression. Hermione immediately grew apprehensive. "Hagrid, you're not doing anything out of the ordinary, are you?" "Not at all. How could that be? Caring for creatures is part of my duties as the gamekeeper. There is nothing out of the ordinary," Hagrid replied, his voice growing softer with each word. This piqued everyone's curiosity. Harry squeezed past Hagrid and entered, followed closely by the others. Hagrid glanced outside once more before shutting the door. Upon entering, Ted noticed heavy curtains draped over the windows. Though it was already April and warming up outside, a roaring fire blazed in the hearth, flooding the room with warmth as they stepped inside. Ron gently touched his forehead and said, "Hagrid, have you begun preparing dinner so early?" He patted his own belly, relieved that he had brought along a meat pie. Hagrid scratched his head and replied no. Sensing the curious gazes upon him, he sighed in resignation and said, "All right, fine. I was going to tell you anyway, but you mustn't breathe a word to anyone else." As he spoke, he used an iron hook to pry open the furnace, prompting everyone to lean in for a closer look. To their astonishment, nestled among the glowing embers was an egg. At first glance, the egg resembled an oddly shaped large pineapple, or perhaps a greenish-blue dragon fruit. Despite being surrounded by the crimson coals, the egg retained its vibrant green hue, unchanged. Its shell was not only covered in protruding, scaly textures resembling overlapping scales, but also adorned with numerous sharp spikes. Ted's immediate reaction upon seeing this peculiar object was, it must have been quite uncomfortable to produce something like this. Chapter 70. Has the main plot returned? A dragon egg? Harry exclaimed. Hagrid paused for a moment before breaking into a joyous smile. "Harry, do you recognize it?" Harry nodded. "It truly is a dragon egg. I've only seen similar patterns in books before." Ted felt a twinge of envy towards Harry. The Potter Black family's collection was indeed a vast treasure trove. Reflecting on how the Marauders had crafted the Marauder S-map and mastered animagus transformations during their school years, it was evident that the strength of their lineage played a significant role. Now, Harry was within reach of such esteemed knowledge. Hagrid beamed with joy, resembling a jovial child weighing 300 or 400 pounds. "Yes, a dragon egg. No doubt about it. This is a Norwegian ridgeback egg, quite precious." His voice was laced with delight and pride. Perhaps it was in his nature. He held a particular fondness, or perhaps an obsession, with those colossal, fierce beasts. "Hatching a dragon egg is no simple task. I must turn it every 3 hours and have prepared numerous related books." He gestured toward a stack of books on a nearby table. These were volumes Hagrid had borrowed from the library regarding dragon husbandry, though their reliability was uncertain. From hatchling to prop, raising fire dragons for leisure and profit, from dragon egg to charred remains, guide to raising fire dragons. Ted noted the dubious nature of these titles. He felt that feeding a hatchling whiskey mixed with chicken blood hardly seemed like a legitimate method. Speaking of which, he also possessed a dragon egg, and it was a red dragon egg from Azeroth, far superior to a fire dragoness. The challenge lay in how to hatch it, and its origins were shrouded in secrecy. The group stared incredulously at the dragon egg resting among the coals. Ron, still in disbelief, asked Hagrid, "Isn't raising dragons illegal?" At this, Hagrid's expression fell. Not exactly. Well, we're different." Hermione posed another question. "Does Dumbledore know?" Hagrid's mouth fell open, rendering him utterly speechless. Ted realized that this was not an ideal situation. It wouldn't do for Hagrid to kindly invite them to share in his secret and joy, only for them to deliver a harsh blow in return. He waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that those matters could be addressed at a later time, at least until the dragon grew too large to be contained within the dwelling. He glanced at Hagrid, who visibly exhaled in relief. Indeed, that was the case. Hagrid possessed a certain naivety in this regard, embodying a carefree spirit that seemed to say, "Why worry about tomorrow's troubles when I can focus on hatching the egg today?" Ted deftly shifted the conversation, and the group ceased their contemplation of the legal ramifications of dragon rearing, instead turning their attention to the dragon egg before them. After all, they were merely young wizards, largely indifferent to matters of law. The living dragon egg was what truly captivated their interest. This was a dragon egg described in books. Who had ever seen one in reality? Such an item was virtually unattainable, even with wealth. By the way, Hagrid, where did you acquire this dragon egg? Harry suddenly inquired. Not only was raising a dragon illegal, but so was the trade of dragon eggs, particularly that of the Norwegian Ridgeback, which was likely smuggled from another country's magical community. Hagrid scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. I won in a card game. He grinned broadly, recalling how the fellow had thought he could best him. Huh, how naive. Won in a card game? The others were taken aback by the legendary origins of the egg. Hagrid animatedly recounted his encounter at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade, where he had met the secretive smuggler who was distressed over his inability to dispose of the dragon egg. They had engaged in drinking and card playing, discussing magical creatures, and ultimately, the egg had found its way into Hagrid's possession. Hermione astutely noted a crucial detail. Fluffy, the three-headed dog? Harry immediately recalled the imposing three-headed beast that had drenched him in saliva, leaving a lasting impression. Is that three-headed dog yours? Ron inquired, finally comprehending Hagrid's audacity in raising a dragon, especially considering he already housed a creature the size of a room. Jerry gulped nervously. He vividly remembered the first time he encountered that drooling, three-headed hound, which had startled him immensely. He worried that the dog might meddle in affairs that did not concern it. That three-headed canine was formidable, with heads the size of a standard dining table, capable of devouring half a rack of ribs in one bite. Although many of the young wizards had ventured to open the door on the third floor, none dared to test their luck against the guardian beast. The mere growls of the three-headed dog were more fearsome than attractor. Not even Professor Quirrell or the formidable Voldemort had managed to overcome it. Thus, Harry and his friends, having engaged in mischief for a couple of weeks without success, had ultimately abandoned their attempts. If Hagrid had not mentioned it today, they might have entirely forgotten about the dog. At that moment, Hagrid appeared flustered. No, Fluffy isn't mine. I don't. But upon noticing the group's unwavering gaze, he sighed in resignation. All right, it's true. I acquired Fluffy from a Greek smuggler. At the time, he was less than a month old, barely larger than my hand. The smuggler clearly had no idea how to care for him, and he nearly perished. I couldn't just stand by and let him die, could I? As Hagrid cast a glance at Hermione, as if to validate the origins of Fluffy, he added, Dumbledore knows about Fluffy. It was his idea to have it guard the door. Suddenly, he clapped a hand over his mouth, sensing he had inadvertently revealed too much. Harry, uncaring of Hagrid's attempts to conceal information, was instead exhilarated that her months of questioning were finally bearing fruit. She urged him, what exactly has Dumbledore hidden that necessitates the presence of a three-headed dog? Hagrid leaned back, as if confronted by a fearsome beast, exclaiming, No, that is not it. I don't know anything. I haven't said a word. Come on, Hagrid. You know. I don't know. Speak up. I can't. You see, you do know. Oh, for heaven's sake, don't pressure me. I can't. I promised I wouldn't say anything. Hagrid was clearly ensnared, shifting from denial to an inability to speak, which was tantamount to an admission. Ted chimed in, but you've already divulged Fluffy's weakness. I haven't. Hagrid insisted. Didn't you mention it to the one who lost to you in dragon egg betting? A sound escaped Hagrid's throat, but he fell silent again. Hermione pressed on. That's right. Playing music, isn't it? No, don't. Hagrid's voice was tinged with desperation, and Neville, unable to bear it, turned his face away. Harry continued to prod. Even if you don't tell us, we can play music to lull it to sleep and then open the door ourselves. Don't. You can't. That is a secret between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid clamped his mouth shut again, this time genuinely refraining from speaking. No matter how they teased him, he remained mute, realizing that silence was indeed a safeguard against unintentional revelations. Yet, what good was that now, as the crucial information had already slipped out? Nicholas Flamel? That name sounds familiar. I must have read it somewhere, Hermione mused, brow furrowed in deep thought. However, as Flamel was a figure from centuries past, he had scarcely been mentioned in recent literature, leaving her momentarily stumped. Unlike Ted, who possessed a memory palace for retrieval. Ron, ever astute, turned to Ted. Ted must know. He has experience from copying homework. Ted shrugged. Nicholas Flamel, one of the greatest alchemists, created the only known philosopher's stone, also known for its ability to produce the elixir of life and transform base metals into gold. He even researched 12 new uses for dragon's blood alongside Dumbledore, which is documented on Dumbledore's chocolate frog card. Ah, Hermione exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, then slapped her thigh in frustration. Why didn't I think of that? Ted remarked. Next time, perhaps slap your own leg. Ron swallowed hard, somewhat incredulous. It can turn stone into gold? My goodness. Dumbledore hid this beneath a three-headed dog. His mind reeled with the thought of transmutation, overwhelmed with excitement. The group continued to discuss the Philosopher's Stone as they departed, their curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, Hagrid appeared utterly deflated, a picture of despondency. After all, Dumbledore's secret was divulged by himself to the group of 6, thus betraying Dumbledore's expectations. Hagrid urged, "Go on. You all should leave. I'm exhausted." It must be said that Dumbledore chose wisely in entrusting Hagrid with this secret. He is truly tight-lipped. Professor Quirrell, Voldemort, Neville, and Harry, didn't they all eventually come to learn it? Experience proves that age brings wisdom. Speaking of the dragon egg, what a splendid idea it was, though it remains uncertain whether it was Quirrell or Voldemort who conceived it. A twofold advantage. Firstly, it extracted from Hagrid the weakness of the three-headed dog, thereby allowing one to surpass the most formidable first challenge. Secondly, Hagrid, engrossed in hatching the egg and nurturing the dragon, would be too preoccupied to patrol the Forbidden Forest, facilitating Quirrell's nefarious intentions against the unicorns. Ted reaffirmed his resolve. He would not set foot in the Forbidden Forest for the entire year. Should he encounter Voldemort, it would spell disaster. However, the system had other plans. Ding. Task activated. Forbidden Forest Adventure. Read. Half of Hogwarts treasures lie within the castle, while the other half resides in the Forbidden Forest, a realm brimming with countless secrets and riches. Spending 7 years here without exploring the Forbidden Forest would be a grave oversight. Objectives: explore the Forbidden Forest. Progress: 0-100. Rewards: 1,200 experience points. Level 1 magical creature. Random card. There are myriad magical creatures, and the Forbidden Forest harbors half of them. Chapter 71. New Knowledge, the Hand of the Wolf. Although Professor Quirrell is now aware of the three-headed dog's weakness, he remains oblivious to the challenges set by the other professors. He certainly cannot act recklessly, as the opportunity is singular. Ted would never venture into this perilous situation. He must also restrain his companions from meddling. The best approach to keep his friends from interfering with the matter of the three-headed dog and the secret door is not to impose a strict prohibition, which might inadvertently provoke rebellion. The correct method is to keep them preoccupied. Thus, Ted's little classroom reopened. Ron and Jerry huddled together, shivering. Ted initiated a supplementary class on the practical application of magic, citing the myriad circumstances of its use. Specifically, he organized the companions into pairs of 5, each group engaging in wizard duels. Morning practices would consist of theoretical learning, followed by practical dueling sessions in the afternoon. Remarkably, after a few days, not only Ron, but even the energetic Harry was utterly exhausted, collapsing in his slumber at the mere touch of the pillow, sleeping soundly until dawn. Night excursions were simply out of the question. Within a week, they had entirely forgotten about the three-headed dog and the Philosopher's Stone. By the time the supplementary classes concluded, they were still unable to recall it. Children, after all, possess a fleeting fervor, lacking endurance. April passed without incident. The companions were consumed by their supplementary classes, while Professor Quirrell's activities remained a mystery. Life continued undisturbed. However, Ted finally completed another task, Model Student Blue, after more than 7 months. He had accumulated the necessary 100 points, earning himself 300 experience points. The 3 available cards were, in a blue frame. The image depicts the back of an elderly wizard with long white hair, extending his wand to conjure flames that form 2 walls, paving a path amidst countless humanoid monsters. Fire Goddess Path Blue. Spell card. This enables you to master advanced spells involving transfiguration, ignition, and fire control, shaping the flames to enhance their functionality and lethality. Note: requires Transfiguration LV3, Spell LV4, Ignition LV4, Fire Control LV3. Ted couldn't shake the notion that this old wizard resembled Dumbledore, and he recalled that this particular spell had been employed in the original text to repel the infernal corpses within the cave, concealing the false Slytherin locket. Could it be that this spell was invented by Dumbledore himself? The requirements are indeed quite high. The second card depicts a beast trap, ignited by a blue flame at its center. Frost Trap Blue. Spell card. Consumes a small amount of magical power to set a frost trap within a 10-meter radius. Any target that touches it will be frozen by ice, the duration depending on the disparity in strength. Note: magical traps can ensnare even non-corporeal targets. ISNT, this is skill from the Hunters of Azeroth. Non-corporeal targets imply that even spirits can trigger it and become ensnared, correct? The third card illustrates a towering figure composed of soil and rocks. Earth Golem Blue. Summoning card. Summons an Earth Golem to fight on your behalf for 10 minutes, with an 8-hour cooldown. Ah, this one is delightful. I want this. Ted favored summoning cards. He preferred having a legion of minions over engaging directly in battle. After all, What kind of wizard would he be without a horde of meat shields to protect him? Ted had previously seized the opportunity to summon his troll, Blue, in an abandoned classroom, and to be honest, aside from its foul odor and somewhat low intelligence requiring direction, it was quite formidable in combat. Despite the fact that a few young wizards managed to subdue the troll, that was only because there was no one to command it. The troll was simply too dim-witted. If it had been led by someone, even 3 or 5 adult wizards would have found themselves in retreat. This Earth Golem, Blue, being of the same blue quality as the summoning card, promised to be of excellent caliber. Ted sought another opportunity to summon it for further examination. The Earth Golem stood 3 meters tall, its form encased in soft mud wrapped around rocks, with only 2 stone eyes for facial features, yet it could see. Though its intelligence was not high, it did not exhibit the same foolishness as the troll, remaining obediently still in the absence of commands, merely turning its head occasionally. Its offensive capability was not as violently destructive as that of the troll, but its defensive prowess was remarkable, being composed of dense earth that rendered most attacks ineffective. Furthermore, it possessed a skill known as the magic resistance shell, which could render it immune to lower-tier spells. Ted tested various spells, such as the Leglocker Curse, the Tooth Growth spell, and the Disarming Charm, all of which proved futile. Even his Ice Arrow and Ice Ring only inflicted minimal damage and resulted in a slowdown lasting less than 3 seconds. This creature was truly a bane to mediocre wizards. Although the movement speed of the Earth Puppet is not particularly swift, it is certainly not slow. The towering 3-meter-tall stone giant charges forth, rendering spells ineffective as if they were mere whispers in the wind. One punch from it could leave you gravely wounded. With the presence of the formidable giant and the Earth Puppet as his stalwart guardians, Ted felt an overwhelming sense of security. As long as he refrained from provoking powerful wizards, the usual dangers of the magical realm seemed trivial. Ted awaited the arrival of new knowledge from other realms with great anticipation, but was met with yet another disappointment. The notification chimed. Talent, knowledge of other worlds, gold, triggered, revealing the Ninja Prosthetic Blueprint, green. This blueprint detailed the creation, enhancement, and usage of a prosthetic crafted by a master of mechanisms, an unparalleled divine healer, and the renowned sculptor of the Buddhist figure, Ninja Flying Ape. It required the expenditure of 150 experience points to exchange. Utterly useless. Once again, he found it lacking. Was this prosthetic not merely the fake limb depicted in Sekiro? The technical sophistication was astonishingly low. However, the fact that it only required 150 experience points was intriguing. It was the most affordable piece of knowledge Ted had encountered thus far. Though the prosthetic was merely a limb and could not compare to the advanced techniques of the black secret art of the crow, it nonetheless harbored numerous possibilities for expansion. For instance, it could be outfitted with a mechanical umbrella that absorbs various magical and physical damage, while also being capable of counterattacks. It could include a magical whistle that causes beasts and mythical creatures to go berserk in a frenzy of attacks. There were also options for grappling hooks akin to Spider-Man's web, the ability to fire darts, create explosions, emit flames, transform into blades or axes, become invisible, or even conjure shadowy decoys. In essence, it could undergo various enchantments through an array of magical items, granting it diverse effects. Remarkably, it even featured a compatibility system. Extraordinary. Was this truly a prosthetic? It was worth a fortune. While the black secret art of the crow represented superior puppet technology, the prosthetic had its own distinct advantages. If the principles behind the prosthetic were applied to the puppet crow, it would undoubtedly reach new heights. Indeed, although some other realms may exhibit lesser degrees of mystery, the wisdom they encapsulate is not to be underestimated. It is evident that every world possesses its unique strengths. I must not fall prey to pride, Ted reflected. Although he had not unlocked particularly powerful knowledge from other realms for several consecutive months, the knowledge he had previously accumulated was sufficient for prolonged study. By May, Ted had already embarked on the exploration of second-tier spells in Dungeons & Dragons. Ever since acquiring the Alchemist's gloves, Blue, his potion-making skills had become increasingly adept, allowing him to concoct low-level potions with ease, akin to an experienced alchemist of many years. However, Snape's expectations had risen correspondingly, becoming increasingly critical. He would nitpick over flaws in herb processing, unstable water bath temperatures, or a lack of creativity, merely regurgitating textbook information, leaving Ted feeling frustrated and unsatisfied. Do not ask. The answer is always that there remains imperfection. One must not assume that merely following the textbook recipes constitutes successful potion making. The formulas within the books represent the most straightforward and reliable methods, not necessarily the best. If you cannot discover your own formula amidst your studies, I would advise you to abandon this subject early on, as it may not be suited for you. Snape's venomous words sparkled with disdain. Yet everyone had grown accustomed to his harshness. Students unable to thrive under such pressure would inevitably falter. Conversely, those who could adapt would cast aside these external distractions and focus intently on potion making, making significant strides in their progress. Of course, Snape's true intention was not to forge them into resilient individuals, but rather to express his disdain for their perceived foolishness. This particular cohort of students had only Ted and Hermione, who exhibited remarkable talent in potion making, yet they were precisely the ones Snape overlooked. During lunch, an owl named Ansu suddenly swooped down. Ted extended his arm for it to perch. I was just wondering why you hadn't arrived. I thought perhaps you were off foraging. However, Ansu bobbed its head and looked around before extending a foot. Your letter. Oh, who sent it? Hagrid. The big fellow. One must admit, Hagrid possesses a remarkable knack for dealing with magical creatures, managing to have Ansu deliver his correspondence. Ted opened the note, revealing a small piece of parchment. It's about to hatch. Come quickly. Chapter 72. Malfoy. You must believe me. Whose letter is it? Hermione inquired, leaning forward. Hagrid. Hagrid? What does he say? Harry asked, munching on a meat pie. Ted spread strawberry jam on his bread, replying, he says it's about to hatch. The friends were momentarily stunned, and Ron, pulling a chicken bone from his mouth, asked in confusion, who is about to hatch? Ted glanced at him, Nobby. Who is Nobby? Ah, he clamped his mouth shut. Hagrid had named the unborn dragon Nobby. Ted worried he might spew out his chicken leg. We must hurry, Harry exclaimed, shoving the meat pie into his mouth, hastily wiping his hands and rising to leave. But I haven't finished eating, Neville protested, as Ron and Jerry lifted him, dragging him away. The six of them hurriedly departed, garnering no attention from others. However, Malfoy at the Slytherin table could not help but notice. Once again, he dragged along his unfulfilled companion, following closely behind. It is worth noting that over a month had passed, and Ted had nearly forgotten about the dragon egg. It seemed that the incubation period for dragon eggs was quite prolonged. Today was May 5th. Nearly 5 weeks had elapsed. They rushed along, anxious not to miss the moment. After all, most people might never witness a fire dragon hatching, let alone a fire dragon. Many would likely not have even seen a chick emerge from its shell. Such opportunities are indeed rare. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open, and Hagrid peered out. You've arrived. Come in quickly. It's about to begin. This morning, I noticed it starting to stir, more vigorously by the minute. I suspect it is on the verge of hatching. Luckily, I found Ansu playing near the Forbidden Forest, allowing me to notify you. Hagrid opened the lid of the cauldron, revealing the blazing coals, and the egg remained unchanged. Ted remarked, at least it hasn't been scorched. Indeed, the dragon egg trembled every few seconds, as if something within were striving to emerge. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound echoed. Did you all hear that? You heard it, right? Hagrid exclaimed excitedly. I have heard, indeed I have, and not just heard, but witnessed as well. Ron pointed, and upon the dragon egg, a minuscule crack had appeared. Quick, take it out, Hagrid. It cannot remain in the furnace any longer. Ted urged. Right. Allow me, Hagrid replied, hastily donning his thick dragon-hide gloves, which were ample enough to fashion hats for both Ron and Jerry. With the gloves securely on, Hagrid retrieved the dragon egg from the furnace and placed it upon the table. At that moment, the tiny fissure widened, and the sound of cracking intensified. A sharp, rigid nose broke through a segment of the shell and emerged. It's coming out, Hagrid exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in his eyes, as if the hatchling were his own offspring. The entire hatching process lasted roughly 5 minutes, with no assistance. The hatchling emerged from the shell, unaided. The newborn dragon was far from charming, resembling a wrinkled, long-tailed bat, or perhaps a scruffy, dark cloth with a series of small bumps on its back. In short, it lacked any semblance of majesty. The expressions on Ron and Jerry's faces conveyed their thoughts. Is this it? However, being a dragon, a magnificent creature among magical beings, it soon demonstrated its vitality. Merely 5 minutes post-birth, it was already crawling around, chirping, and even exhaling a small flame when Hagrid playfully prodded it. Albeit the flame was no larger than that of a lighter. Hagrid gazed at the hatchling devouring meat on the table, utterly entranced, his eyes glued to it. This is a Norwegian ridgeback. How splendid it is. He reached out. The hatchling exhaled another flame, and this time, perhaps invigorated by its meal, the fire was notably larger, singeing part of Hagrid's beard. Oh, do not act like that, Norbert. You are a good boy. Do not be so fiery. Hagrid's demeanor made Ron uncomfortable, and he suddenly felt as though he had overeaten at lunch. No, not Mommy, Ron protested. Ted, eyeing the eggshells on the table, remarked, Hagrid, may I have some of the eggshell? Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. Take as much as you need. I've heard dragon eggshells can be used in potion making. Ted eagerly collected a substantial quantity of the shell, convinced of its utility. At the very least, the knowledge acquired from otherworldly realms would prove beneficial. Of course, Ted did not intend to fashion a prosthetic limb. Rather, it was a precautionary measure. Hagrid, being a concealed millionaire at Hogwarts with household items crafted from unicorn hair, truly had no regard for the dragon eggshell. It was of no use to him. The other companions watched with enthusiasm as the young dragon consumed meat and breathed fire, while Hermione appeared troubled. I read that Norwegian ridgebacks develop their fire-breathing ability early. They can breathe fire as early as 1 to 3 months old, in the truest sense, she stated. Ted added, in less than 3 months, at most in a month, Norbert will grow as large as a cow or horse, and then. Upon hearing this, everyone glanced around the hunting lodge, as if envisioning a catastrophic scene where a blazing inferno engulfed the entire place. Oh, Hagrid was at a loss. Just then, a unique sound resonated from outside, a cacophony of quacks. Quack, quack, it's the manure spying on the manure. As Ansu quacked, it dashed forward, flapping and pecking. Goodness, the trio of Malfoy stood no chance against Ansu, whose wingspan had expanded to an impressive 70 centimeters, sending them scurrying in panic. Victorious, Ansu perched atop the fence, laughing heartily. Ted and his companions, peering through the window, witnessed the fleeing figures of Malfoy and his friends. Neville expressed his concern. Surely Malfoy wouldn't report us, would he? Ted reassured him, there's no need for worry. Even if he did, who would believe him? Reporting fellow students is one thing, but who among the professors would heed Malfoy's claims? Surprisingly, Malfoy did refrain from informing the professors. However, he proved to be quite the braggart, boasting to his classmates that he had witnessed the hatching of a dragon. In truth, he had seen little more than a few fleeting glimpses of the event, which had already been underway for some time before Ansu caught him and delivered a sharp reprimand. Malfoy lamented, do you have any idea how much psychological trauma a sharp slap can inflict on a 12-year-old? Despite Malfoy's exaggerations, his peers remained unconvinced, responding with indifference. If it makes you happy, continue your tales. We are listening. This infuriated Malfoy, who, having endured a slap for peeking, found his claims dismissed by everyone. He resolved to gather evidence to substantiate his story and began to closely monitor the movements of the 6-member group. Ted and his friends soon noticed Malfoy's unusual behavior, following them persistently, yet clumsily, often getting caught and feigning an interest in the scenery. Can you not engage in something productive, even if it means bullying others? The 6-member group was determined not to let Malfoy trail them without consequence. Thus, they initiated their own countermeasures. During one dinner, Malfoy, yet again impatiently regaled his friends with his fabricated account of witnessing the dragon hatch. Most of his narrative was purely imaginative, embellished with dramatic sound effects and fiery explosions, as if he were recounting a battlefield experience. His companions wore expressions begging for an end to his tale. Even Pansy, usually his close ally, could not suppress her eye roll. She had already endured several versions of Malfoy's hatching story over the past few days, dreaming even of bombs, no dragon eggs. At that moment, Ted leaned closer, feigning concern, and remarked, I genuinely believe our dear Mr. Malfoy ought to seek some dreamless sleep potion from Madame Pomfrey to spare him from his daily daydreaming, lest it lead to a mental breakdown. Jerry chimed in, oh, my dear friend, your kindness knows no bounds, even toward a deceitful little braggart. Don't mention it. It is what I ought to do, Ted replied with a mock gentlemanly smile. Laughter erupted around them. You two, one a mudblood and the other a freak. Malfoy was so enraged he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Just then, a cold female voice pierced through the air. Slytherin loses 20 points. Professor McGonagall approached. Her expression as frigid as ice. Malfoy, how dare you utter such vile words? 2 weeks of detention. Malfoy was left speechless, intending to offer an explanation. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Ron, clutching a chicken leg, cheerfully remarked to Ted and Jerry, if you two continue like this, our dear Lord of Dung may very well perish from frustration before graduation. Ted shrugged, suggesting, then I recommend he broaden his horizons. Jerry added, I wish him good health. After their playful exchange, the two joyfully high-fived, filling the hall with an atmosphere of merriment. Chapter 73. Let me touch it. On the second Thursday of May, Ted and his friends visited Hagrid and Norbert once more. It soon became evident that Ted's estimations had been rather conservative. In just over a week, Norbert had grown to the size of a normal dog. The weather had begun to warm, yet Hagrid still donned his moleskin coat and dragonhide gloves. struggling to restrain the rambunctious Norbert. At this moment, the feisty Norwegian Ridgeback had already begun to exhibit destructive tendencies, having even bitten off a piece of the tail belonging to the half-bloodhound Fawn. Hagrid, unable to bring himself to be too harsh, found the situation exceedingly difficult to manage. Unfortunately, in a moment of distraction, Norbert managed to nip Ron's finger. Though it was a mere scratch, dragon saliva is known to be toxic. The group hurried to the hospital wing, and by the time they were halfway there, Ron's finger had swollen to the size of a carrot, red and thick. "Madam, Ron was bitten by a strange creature," Harry explained. Madame Pomfrey regarded him with a look that suggested she was not easily fooled. By afternoon, Ron had been rendered somewhat incapacitated, although Ted and the others had taken precautions against Malfoy, ensuring he could not continue his following. Ron's appearance, fresh from the battlefield, was too conspicuous. Malfoy, already harboring suspicions, found his conjectures further validated. Ted and the others had discussed with Hagrid the unsustainable nature of the situation. After all, it had only been a short time, and Norbert was already wreaking havoc. If they were to wait a month, Hagrid would undoubtedly find himself wrestling the creature in the Forbidden Forest. It was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. It's while nature was truly formidable. Ted had previously contemplated the issue of taming Norbert when he first hatched, even discussing it with Professor Quirrell after class. At that time, Professor Quirrell had laughed at him, saying, "Haha, Ted, you are rather fanciful in your thinking. Throughout history, countless wizards have attempted to tame dragons. While there have been rare successes, the challenges are monumental. Many wizards would rather cultivate new, formidable beasts than attempt to tame such creatures." His expression conveyed a sense of youthful naivety. Interestingly, Professor Quirrell and Ted maintained a rather cordial relationship, even sharing a mutual respect for each other's unconventional pursuits. Quirrell's research often strayed far from the norm, and if the Ministry of Magic were to discover his peculiar experiments with bloodlines, the penalties would be severe. Yet, Ted showed little concern for such legalities and harbored no aversion to Quirrell's groundbreaking inquiries. The two could engage in discussions about the broader directions of their experiments. Indeed, Quirrell lacked someone with whom he could share such ideas, someone who would appreciate his eccentricities. Regrettably, Professor Tom, with his insistent whisperings, sought to subtly instill in Ted certain notions of dark magic, which proved to be quite irksome. Is there any future in dark magic? A glance in the mirror would suffice to answer that. Would Ted forsake an entire forest for the sake of a gnarled tree? The destruction of a house may be trivial, yet sustaining oneself for a few months could become quite the burden. However, how to resolve this dilemma? Releasing it into the Forbidden Forest is certainly out of the question, for such an invasive species lacks natural enemies and could very well dominate its surroundings. At this juncture, Ron proposed a solution. "My cousin Charlie is a dragon tamer in Romania. I could inquire with him." Charlie had just graduated last year and commenced his duties as a dragon tamer this year. Romania hosts a breeding ground for fire dragons, managed by the local Ministry of Magic, aimed at preventing muggles from discovering the existence of these dragons, while also serving as a source for materials. Soon enough, dragon blood and dragon hide would be at their disposal. Naturally, this was not akin to a mere pig farm, but rather a semi-protected reserve. Ron promptly penned a letter to his cousin, detailing the situation with Norbert. Given the dragon's dubious origins, official channels were not an option. Upon hearing that Norbert had a potential solution, the group felt a wave of joy and rushed to inform Hagrid. At this moment, Ted and his companions were unaware that Malfoy had already caught wind of the matter. Malfoy, rather than making a fuss, perceived this as an opportune moment to manipulate Ted and his crew. Thus, on Saturday evening, the two factions converged at the Astronomy Tower. Although the tower was not far from Ravenclaw's spire, the presence of too many individuals would complicate matters. Hence, the Gryffindor quartet proceeded alone. Harry and his friends had cleverly concealed Norbert's large wooden crate with an invisibility cloak and, after considerable effort, managed to levitate it to the tower, ready for Charlie to transport away. The operation went smoothly, and they did not forget the invisibility cloak. However, upon descending, they collided with Malfoy and his two companions, who were lying in wait. The Gryffindors breathed a sigh of relief, having offloaded a significant burden, only to be confronted by the smugly emerging trio of Malfoy. Hagrid's letter had unfortunately lacked clarity. His handwriting was already scrawled, and, in his sorrowful state, he had further muddled his message, failing to articulate that they were sending Norbert away. Malfoy, upon receiving the note, was only aware that Harry and his friends intended to transport the hatchling dragon to the castle that Saturday night, while Hagrid, in tears, indicated he was prepared. Thus, he had come to block their exit, unaware that the dragon was to be sent away. Night escapade. If I inform Professor Snape, He will surely confine you until the holidays. You might even be expelled, Malfoy declared with a wicked grin. He had awaited this day for far too long. The delight in his heart was palpable. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. He nearly let out a triumphant cry, exclaiming that one should not underestimate the youth's potential. Harry stepped forward, addressing Malfoy. You again? What do you want? What do I want? Malfoy chuckled villainously. I desire the dragon. Hand it over, and I may choose not to inform the professor. Huh, you? You wish to possess a dragon? Harry scoffed. Malfoy could hardly contain the smile on his face, feigning modesty as he nodded slightly. You all know that privately raising dragons is illegal. However, I could persuade my father to allow one at home. He mimicked his father's demeanor, taking a few steps and glancing sideways at Harry and the others. So, you should hand over the dragon to me. It would be for everyone's benefit. At that moment, Malfoy experienced an exhilarating sense of fulfillment and joy that nearly overflowed. It was simply delightful. Yes, just like that. Ha ha! I have triumphed, Malfoy shouted in his mind. Yet, this was met with Harry's derisive laughter. You must still be half asleep. Malfoy felt his joy evaporate at the taunting of that insufferable Potter. You can't hide it. Give it to me, and I promise I will take excellent care of it. Malfoy desperately attempted to persuade them. He yearned for that dragon. His affection for dragons surpassed even Hagrid's, for his very name, Draco, means dragon. Of course, he might lose that affection if he ever raised one. Merely a case of Yigong loves dragons. Harry, too playful, stubbornly refused to relent, not even revealing that the little dragon had already been sent away, simply to tease the foolish boy. Before long, the tables turned, and Malfoy found himself pleading with Harry to give him the dragon. Harry replied, You can report me. I'm not afraid. Want a dragon? Not happening, Malfoy urged. Think about it. Just consider how wonderful it would be to hand it over to me. Don't be so obstinate. Yet, Harry remained resolute, leaving Malfoy in despair, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. He promised that if Harry relinquished the dragon, he would cease to trouble Harry and his friends, willingly conceding. The onlooking friends were astounded. Could it be that Malfoy was the one begging? Wasn't he usually they who blocked him? Ultimately, all of Malfoy's joy dissipated, along with his pride. He felt like a defeated rooster, utterly deflated. He was on the verge of tears, saying pitifully, You're bullying me. Please, can I at least touch it? Just once. Harry raised her chin defiantly. Didn't you see Ron's hand? I can't possibly be bitten, Malfoy retorted. Are you saying you're tougher than Ron? I don't care. Malfoy had reached a point of despair, nearly rolling on the ground in frustration. You have to let me see it. Just a glimpse. Harry struggled to suppress her laughter, declaring, It's too late. It's already been sent away. What? You're tricking me. Malfoy's voice shot up an octave. However, a cold female voice echoed from nearby. Who is it? Who is out at night? Professor McGonagall, clad in her nightgown, emerged from the shadows. Chapter 74. The Forbidden Forest Adventure. Everyone was struck dumb. They had lingered too long, inadvertently rousing Professor McGonagall. How audacious. Wandering about in the dead of night and making such a racket. Professor McGonagall assessed the situation. 4 from her house, 3 from Slytherin. How delightful, a collective offense. Each would lose 20 points and face a month of detention. The following day, the students discovered at the entrance of the auditorium that Gryffindor had lost 80 points while Slytherin had lost 60, causing quite an uproar. The students from both houses regarded the point deductions with a newfound intensity. Ted mused, could it be that the House Cup is within reach? Impossible, absolutely impossible, especially with Dumbledore's safety net. What troubled Ted even more was that several professors had no tasks for the students, leading Professor McGonagall to assign detention duties to Filch. Filch, in turn, could think of nothing but cleaning toilets or polishing trophies. However, Harry and Malfoy had become habitual offenders of detention, and Filch, with a certain malice, arranged for them to assist in patrolling the Forbidden Forest. Well, it seemed they could not escape after all. The Forbidden Forest, infamous for its dangers, was home to monstrous creatures such as the man-eating acromantulas, unfriendly centaurs, and various perilous dark beings. The mere thought of wandering through the forest at night was already daunting. Upon learning that he would have to spend 2 hours in the forest every night for the next fortnight, Malfoy nearly wrote to his father in despair. Yet, Harry's taunts spurred him on, though fear still gnawed at him. On the following evening, Filch, with an unappealing grin, led the 7 students to Hagrid. Don't make it too easy for them, he instructed. Hagrid was not particularly fond of Filch, replying, I know what to do without your guidance. Indeed, those who had attended Hogwarts often found it hard to harbor any affection for Filch, who had an irksome demeanor. As Filch, lantern in hand, walked away, Hagrid looked at the 7 young wizards and felt a headache coming on. For him, The Forbidden Forest was as familiar as his own backyard. But for these young witches and wizards, it was a perilous place. Moreover, with 7 of them, how could he possibly manage? Oh, I'm not one for babysitting anyway. That's a relief, he thought. The tension had to be genuine. Leniency would only encourage rule-breaking. Ultimately, he included himself and Fong, dividing the group into 2. You 3 are with me, he said, pointing at the Malfoys. Harry, you 4 are with Fong. Though Fong was timid, his familiarity with the forest ensured that its creatures would not harm them. Oh, and if you encounter any trouble, send up green fireworks. You learned that, right? If you find yourselves in danger, use red fireworks. Thus, they split into 2 groups, each brandishing torches, lanterns, and wands as they ventured into the forest. The so-called patrol of the Forbidden Forest was merely a formality, a means to intimidate the children. Would they truly be sent deep into the forest? Fawn would only lead them along the usual paths. After a few minutes of walking, Harry softly called, Ted? Ted, are you there? Although Ted had previously resolved not to set foot in the Forbidden Forest for the entire year, the circumstances had changed. If they were to encounter Voldemort, death would be inevitable. Could they rely on the protagonist's aura? If he could strike from the shadows, perhaps he could buy them some time. At present, Voldemort's ghastly visage can only place its hopes on Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone. He dares not stir up a commotion, fearing the attention of Dumbledore, which could jeopardize his grand resurrection plan. Therefore, as long as he can delay, even for a few seconds, Quirrell will undoubtedly flee rather than persist in the futile endeavor of eliminating a few young wizards, which would only prove counterproductive. Consequently, Ted gritted his teeth and borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak, draping it over himself to accompany his friends into the Forbidden Forest. To be honest, he was far more anxious than his jittery companions. While they were merely frightened of the darkness and the potential beasts lurking within, Ted's concerns were centered on Voldemort himself. I am here. Do not make a sound. Just pretend I'm not present. Stay close to Yaya, and do not wander off. The Forbidden Forest is perilous. Be ever ready to fight. Just as we were during our duel, he whispered softly, falling silent thereafter. Even his friends were unaware of his precise location. For when he spoke moments ago, his voice seemed to drift, appearing at times ahead, at others behind, suddenly to the left and then to the right. At this juncture, Ted had entered a state of heightened readiness, employing sound-altering charms to conceal his speech. In ordinary circumstances, he would envelop himself in silencing spells, ensuring that neither his footsteps nor his breath would betray his presence. He had even sprinkled himself with a potion to mask his scent, his mind poised with ready spells. The night within the Forbidden Forest was shrouded in gloom. The trees towered so high that even the brightest moonlight, after filtering through layers of branches, appeared fragmented. It was merely mid-May. If it were the lush months of August or September, the darkness would be nearly impenetrable. However, the forest was not silent. Various insect chirps resonated nearby, and from a distance, odd, unidentifiable calls echoed sporadically. Occasionally, the wind rustled the branches, causing the leaves to whisper, while the underbrush made its own subtle sounds. Meanwhile, Malfoy, shadowing Hagrid, felt his calves strain with exhaustion, longing to hide behind Hagrid and clutch his massive leg. The disdain he had once held had vanished entirely. Yet, Hagrid's strides were 3 to their 1, and despite slowing his pace, he still left them struggling to keep up. Fear propelled them forward, as if something lurked behind, with each shadow and tree seemingly concealing a threat. Within mere minutes, they were drenched in sweat. Indeed, the Forbidden Forest harbored a plethora of peculiar entities. Vines adorned with bizarre flowers, blooming only at midnight and casting an eerie blue glow, clung to trunks towering over 2 men. There were beetles emitting sounds akin to a strange 2-stringed instrument. When startled by Malfoy and his companions, one such creature let out a ghostly shriek before soaring into the sky, causing Malfoy and his friends to plummet to the ground in terror. Even worse, they collided with a nocturnal creature of peculiar aspect. Standing at approximately 5 feet tall, this entity was cloaked in dark red, camouflage scales that rendered it nearly invisible in the dimness of the forest. It was only when they were a mere 3 steps apart that they discerned each other's presence. At first glance, the creature resembled a slender velociraptor, possessing a large head and a short beak-like mouth, while its neck bore a membranous crest that flared in alarm. Resembling a dark red satellite dish, it possesses a pair of proportionately diminutive wings, accompanied by a lengthy tail and stout, elongated legs reminiscent of an ostrich, albeit adorned with a dense layer of scales. Its formidable claws, with 4 sharply bifurcated digits, are exceedingly sharp. Malfoy let out a shriek that nearly reached dolphin-like pitches. In a state of panic, Goyle and Crabbe turned on their heels and fled, only to be tripped by tree roots on the ground, subsequently being restrained by Hagrid. Otherwise, they would have found themselves lost in the forbidden forest on that dark night, which would have been quite troublesome. Do not be alarmed. It is quite safe. Can you refrain from screaming? Even the intrepid Hagrid, whose courage rivaled that of a lion, was unnerved by Malfoy's scream, reminiscent of a horror film's leading lady. After considerable effort, he managed to calm the three young wizards, shielding them like a protective hen. This is a giant bird. It poses no danger. When he reached out to touch the creature, it retaliated with a sharp peck. However, Hagrid felt no pain, perceiving the act merely as playful banter, chuckling in response. Malfoy rolled his eyes dramatically, exclaiming, "How is this safe? It appears to be hungry for human flesh. With such a beak, those claws, and its size? What on earth is safe about this? Furthermore, its scaly exterior, devoid of a single feather, resembling a bizarre amalgamation of a dragon and an ostrich, raised questions about its classification as a giant bird." Malfoy was on the verge of transitioning into a role as a professional critic due to his fright. Nevertheless, despite its intimidating appearance, the giant bird was not overtly dangerous. It was merely curious, posing a certain threat to the young wizards. As for Hagrid, even a juvenile dragon presented little peril. While Malfoy faced the giant bird, Harry and his companions encountered their own challenges. Although Fong, the old dog, was well acquainted with the Forbidden Forest, successfully guiding them away from numerous peculiarities, they nonetheless stumbled upon an unfamiliar entity. Exhausted, Ron leaned against a large rock, seeking respite, only for the rock to unexpectedly stir, revealing a head. The shape of the head was truly peculiar, exuding a jade-like translucence, adorned with various protrusions and patterns. Its mouth, inwardly concave and reminiscent of a chrysanthemum, was flanked by two pairs of large golden eyes, their pupils scattering black. Several rugged, fleshy tentacles sprouted from its head, capable of elongation. It was a colossal snail, nearly 2 meters tall in its shell. When it retracted into its shell, it remained utterly motionless, camouflaged perfectly with the large rock, to the point that it emitted no scent. Fong had not even noticed the monster resting there. "Good heavens!" Ron exclaimed, nearly leaping up a tree. Harry and Neville instinctively drew their wands. Fortunately, Ted's timely voice halted them. "Don't move. It is quite safe." If Malfoy had been present, he would have found this statement eerily familiar. Ted's voice floated in the air. "This is likely a giant land snail, a magical creature that poses little threat to humans. Its only potential danger lies in its tendency to invade vegetable gardens and wreak havoc on crops. However, it generally avoids human habitation." This marked the first appearance of a magical creature from another realm following the celestial convergence, one I had only seen depicted in illustrations within books until now. It is said that the mucus secreted by these creatures while crawling can render surfaces exceedingly smooth, making it an excellent material for magical construction. Upon hearing of the extraordinary creatures from another realm, Jerry felt an unexpected sense of familiarity, perhaps even a hint of kinship. This colossal snail indeed exuded a gentle demeanor. Its 4 golden eyes glanced at the onlookers before retracting into its shell, becoming motionless. Remarkably, the shell transformed, resembling a large stone, showcasing a natural camouflage. The first night's patrol in the Forbidden Forest left Ted utterly exhausted. He had trudged for 2 hours, all while remaining vigilant and alert. Despite encountering various magical beings under Yaya's guidance, they faced no significant threats. However, the thought of enduring another half-month of such vigilance filled Ted with despair. Chapter 75. Professor Cairo in Action. The subsequent 2 nights were far from tranquil. On one occasion, Harry and his companions encountered a creature known as the Red Cap, a grotesque being reminiscent of a malicious fairy. While fairies are already considered unsightly, red caps are like a twisted version of them. They don tattered garments, are inherently malevolent, and have a penchant for murder and ambush. Adorning their heads is a cap stained with the blood of their victims, which is the source of their name. Centuries ago, they roamed battlefields, mercilessly slaying injured soldiers or lurking in shadows to ambush unsuspecting travelers. Had it not been for Ted's stealthy presence, Harry and his friends would have remained oblivious to the red cap that was trailing them. Without hesitation, Ted unleashed a freezing arrow, preemptively striking the red cap that intended to ambush them. The shot pierced its chest, and crimson blood erupted in crystalline form. Ted earned 120 experience points and a mysterious card. The card depicted a swirling white light with a trailing tail. Fey Essence White. Material card. The innate essence of Fey beings. This experience proved quite bountiful. The experience from a level 4 creature surpassed that of a giant, likely due to the fact that it was killed outright rather than defeated in combat. On another night, Malfoy and his companions encountered a giant thorn magic tree, which almost injured Goyle. In its dormant state, this peculiar plant resembled a bizarre flora with flowering tops. However, should one approach carelessly, they would witness the tree bloom and possibly never see the light of day again. The giant thorn magic tree was not indigenous, but rather a magical plant from another world. It stood taller than a person, camouflaging itself until it revealed its predatory nature, transforming its blossoms into massive jaws ready to consume flesh. Its body bristled with sharp thorns and vine-like tendrils. Moreover, its sap possessed corrosive properties and could sometimes spray forth. That night, 3 inexperienced young wizards nearly fell victim to its trap. Fortunately, Hagrid swiftly seized the tendrils of the giant thorn magic tree, tearing them apart and rescuing the ensnared Goyle. Hagrid was aware of this creature's existence. It typically resided deep within the Forbidden Forest near the foothills. Yet, he pondered what brought it here. Ultimately, to prevent the creature from approaching the castle and endangering the safety of students and staff, Hagrid brandished a massive crossbow and decisively obliterated the beast. Over the course of several nights, Malfoy had come to a profound realization of his misdeeds, vowing never to breach the school's regulations again. As long as he was kept away from the Forbidden Forest, he would comply with any stipulation. This illustrates the transformative significance of the restrictions imposed by the Forbidden Forest. After a tumultuous week, Ted managed to slay a few creatures and accumulate several hundred experience points. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, for he had discerned that Professor Quirrell was undoubtedly engaged in some clandestine activities, as his private communications had dwindled significantly. Thus, he continued to urge Hagrid to remain on high alert. That afternoon, Hagrid finally relayed some news. A unicorn had been injured, and something had attacked it. It was astonishing, for there should be no creature within the Forbidden Forest capable of such an assault. I must hasten to find it and tend to its wounds. And we must also identify the entity that threatens unicorns. Everyone must exercise extreme caution. Ted felt a tightening in his chest, realizing that Quirrell and Voldemort were on the move. Quirrell had struggled to acquire the Philosopher's Stone, while his own body was beginning to falter under Voldemort's possession. This was no trifling matter. Previously, the small animals that had been possessed by Voldemort had perished within a day or two, their life force utterly drained. Although Quirrell was a wizard of considerable ability, he could not withstand the toll that had accumulated over the past 6 months. Moreover, within Voldemort's resurrection scheme, the blood of a unicorn was indispensable. Despite the curse that accompanied it, for a legendary dark wizard, such a curse could also be interpreted as a source of power. Now, Quirrell was reaching his limit, and Voldemort could no longer afford to wait. Since the beginning of the school year in September, 8 months had elapsed. Yet Quirrell had only managed to address the first challenge, which incited Voldemort's fury, given his already deteriorating mental state. If there were no further advancements, Quirrell could only dread the repercussions of Voldemort's wrath. Thus, despite knowing that consuming unicorn blood would incur a grave curse, he felt compelled to proceed. Unicorns are formidable magical beings, possessing great strength, speed, intelligence, and high magical resistance. Older individuals can even wield their innate magic to cast spells. Generally, wizards are no match for them. However, against a professor of Quirrell's caliber and the weakened Voldemort, a unicorn was merely prey. Furthermore, according to Hagrid's tracking, the injured unicorn was merely a subadult individual. Ted found it remarkable that it had managed to escape Quirrell's clutches, perhaps even intentionally so. Yet, Voldemort was not easily deceived. He could not be lulled into believing that anyone could assume the role of Snape. Thus, the demise of the unicorn appeared inevitable, unless Dumbledore intervened to subdue Professor Quirrell at this juncture. However, while Dumbledore harbored serious suspicions regarding Quirrell, he showed no intention of acting. Quirrell was inconsequential. Voldemort was the true concern. At present, Dumbledore merely suspected that Voldemort had not perished completely, lacking concrete evidence. Moreover, should it be confirmed that Voldemort had indeed survived, an even greater dilemma would arise. Why had he not died? How could he be vanquished? These two issues remain unresolved. Dumbledore would never act impulsively. His history reveals that after being deceived by Grindelwald in his youth, he transformed from a quintessential Gryffindor lion into a much more cautious creature, akin to a scorpion. He strikes only when assured of victory. This was evident when he defeated his former lover, and during Voldemort's most rampant period, he refrained from direct confrontation, lacking certainty of triumph. Had he openly challenged Voldemort to a duel, the Dark Lord would have undoubtedly accepted. A victory, even without Voldemort's demise, would have significantly diminished his reputation. Yet, he chose a different path. Dumbledore is, in fact, a strategist rather than a mere general. It is no wonder that his greatest proficiency lies in transfiguration, rather than in spells. Tonight marks the final evening of confinement. Ted has conferred with Hagrid, suggesting that given the current dangers in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid should ease his patrols. Naturally, Hagrid agreed, leading to both small teams lingering at the forest's edge rather than venturing deeper. Thus, not only Voldemort, but even ordinary magical creatures were scarce. They encountered only a few tree guardians, which nearly fell victim to Onsu's appetite. These guardians are entirely green, though with variations in shade, ranging from vibrant emerald to dark olive, generally posing no threat. However, caution is warranted. Should they be provoked, they might lash out, inflicting harm equivalent to the odds of choking on a sip of cool water. Tree guardians typically coexist with ancient trees, and any harm to their arboreal companions can incite their wrath. Fortunately, there are adaptable methods. Ted utilized several of their favored food items, earthworms, successfully garnering the approval of the guardians. Consequently, he procured a branch from the century-old guardian tree, long enough to serve as a walking stick. The guardian tree, a species imbued with magic, was once employed by many muggles in the Middle Ages to craft protective talismans. These 2 nights of leisurely patrols have lulled the mischievous little creatures into a relaxed state, feeling as though they are not in confinement, but rather on an outing. Ron and Jerry have already produced their hidden stash of food, even bringing along drinks. They were on the verge of igniting a bonfire for roasting meat. Ted, cloaked in invisibility and concealed behind a tree, was seething with frustration. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the stillness of the Forbidden Forest, a rising red firework. This is bad. Something has gone awry with Hagrid. Although Ted surmised that Voldemort would not easily resort to taking lives and feared Dumbledore intervening, uncertainty lingered. After all, this was Voldemort, a mind not entirely sound. Ted promptly called out, "You all retreat to Hagrid's hut. Onsu, go relay a message to Professor McGonagall." With that, Ted, shrouded in invisibility, hastened into the forest. His companions heard his words, but did not see him. Yet, they sensed his tension and urgency. Having observed his complete absence from sight and sound over the past few nights, even employing magic to disguise his voice, Ted harbored a profound concern for everyone's safety during this confinement in the Forbidden Forest. "What shall we do?" Ron queried. "I instructed you to prepare. Are you all ready?" Harry exclaimed. "Yes, we are all prepared," Ron quickly replied. Jerry and Neville nodded in agreement. "Let Onsu deliver the message. We shall follow closely, but maintain our distance. Everyone exercise caution." The Gryffindor cubs, indeed, were not the most compliant of souls. It was a mere fantasy to expect obedience from them. Chapter 76. Poachers in the Forbidden Forest. Ted hastened toward the general direction of the red fireworks, simultaneously employing a spell to enhance his agility. This was a D&D magic, akin to the glide spell, while the glide spell transformed paths or staircases into slippery ice. The spell he used made his feet akin to those of skates. With the slightest movement, he could glide effortlessly across the ground, conserving energy while achieving remarkable speed. Simultaneously, to ascertain an accurate location, Ted employed a biological locator spell. This D&D magic could pinpoint the exact location of a creature one was familiar with or had previously prepared for. In less than 5 minutes, Ted arrived at the vicinity. From a distance, he heard a cacophony of sounds: Malfoy's shouts, Hagrid's furious roars, and incantations from several unfamiliar voices. Spells collided with tree trunks, producing dull thuds. It seemed there were 3 or 4 adversaries. Had Professor Quirrell sought assistance? Impossible, given Voldemort's pride and paranoia. It was unlikely he would contact any former followers under such circumstances. Who, then, was attacking Hagrid and the others? In his youth, Hagrid had been falsely accused by Voldemort of harboring acromantulas at the castle, leading to his expulsion and the breaking of his wand. However, Dumbledore, wielding the Elder Wand, possessed the ability to repair wands and had secretly mended Hagrid's. The umbrella he often carried was, in fact, a cleverly disguised wand. Yet, Hagrid's spellcasting abilities were merely average. He was not particularly skilled in that regard. The assailants, on the other hand, appear to be 3 or 4 adult wizards employing spells mostly unfamiliar to Ted. But their destructive power was evidently dark magic. Hagrid, accompanied by the burden of Malfoy and his companions, was no match for them. Yet, the attackers seemed to be cautious, merely casting spells to suppress rather than engaging directly, and they were continuously retreating. Cloaked in invisibility, Ted stealthily approached, eavesdropping on their loud conspiracies, which predominantly revolved around hasty retreats and mentions of reinforcements from the school. They appeared to be more fearful than he had anticipated. While Ted could not discern their identities, they were undoubtedly foes. Quietly extending his wand from beneath the invisibility cloak, he softly incanted, "Stupefy." One of the wizards at the rear was caught off guard and struck directly. However, they likely had protective enchantments, for instead of collapsing unconscious, he fell to the ground in a rather undignified manner, howling in pain. "Someone's behind me!" The wizard shrieked, scrambling behind a large tree. Clearly, they were not mere novices from the school. In a skirmish, they instinctively conjured defenses. Ted's surprise attack had yielded no success, leaving him with a tinge of regret as he repositioned himself. Another wizard had attempted to use a reveal form spell, but to no avail. The Potter family's invisibility cloak was no ordinary artifact. Such a spell was utterly ineffective against it. Upon discovering that his companion's spell was ineffective, another wizard reacted swiftly, raising his wand and uttering the incantation for a human tracking charm. Ted felt a surge of alarm as he instinctively retreated. "Over there," the wizard exclaimed. While the human tracking charm cannot dispel invisibility, it allows the caster to sense nearby entities resembling humans. Although he could not penetrate the invisibility cloak, he could vaguely discern Ted's position. This is the realm of magic. Nothing is absolute, and there are always means to counteract, even against the cloak, which is reputed to be one of the 3 deathly hallows. Ted had possessed the invisibility cloak for 2 weeks and had naturally studied it. Though he did not uncover any significant insights, he had contemplated strategies for dealing with potential threats. In truth, it is rather straightforward. While the cloak renders one invisible, the individual clad in it is merely obscured. They leave footprints, emit scents, and produce sounds. Thus, many spells can circumvent the cloak if they do not rely solely on sight. After all, the primary function of the invisibility cloak is to shield one from death's gaze. Clearly, the wizard casting the spell behind him was quite experienced. However, Ted was no novice. He remained vigilant. Upon hearing the incantation, he sensed trouble and withdrew preemptively. He perceived the magical fluctuations from the earlier spell, estimating its effective range to be approximately 20 meters. The wizard had only sensed Ted's presence for less than 2 seconds, and before he could cast another spell, Ted had vanished once more into the distance. Now, he found himself in a precarious situation, with danger lurking at every turn. The wizard was a formidable dark sorcerer, who had immediately employed the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, upon encountering them, resulting in the demise of one of their companions. The subsequent backlash and their desperate escape had attracted the attention of the guardians of the hunting grounds. Now, a mysterious figure was lurking, preparing for an ambush. There was no time to lose. "We must retreat," the incantator shouted, and the remaining 4 wizards simultaneously utilized the disillusionment charm, vanishing from sight. Ted was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a swift conclusion to the confrontation. Who were they, after all? At that moment, Hagrid finally gathered Draco Malfoy and his 2 companions, vociferously demanding, "Damn it, who are you? I know now, poachers. Is it you again? Don't you dare leave." However, by that time, the group had already fled. Ted contemplated whether to reveal himself when he noticed Hagrid bending down to examine something in the distance. Hagrid dabbed a finger on a leaf and then rubbed it together. A faint silvery liquid glimmered. Unicorn blood. It had not yet fully dried. Could it be that this group had intentions of hunting unicorns? "Damn it, I will not allow you to succeed." Hagrid's thunderous roar resembled that of some colossal beast, causing Malfoy and his companions to shrink back in fear. Overwhelmed by terror, Malfoy and his companions lost their capacity for coherent thought and, urged on by Hagrid, hurriedly fled towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. They were not deep within the forest yet. As long as they did not lose their way, they could escape with some certainty. Meanwhile, Hagrid picked up his umbrella and crossbow, following the trail left behind. Previously, Hage had discovered traces of an injured unicorn, and now, another unicorn lay wounded. After some contemplation, Ted clad himself in multiple layers of protection and stealthily followed the trail. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions had also ventured into the Forbidden Forest. However, since they had set out later and found it difficult to maintain a straight path within the forest, they gradually deviated from their original direction after the red fireworks faded. Whether by coincidence or fate's design, Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione unexpectedly encountered the assailant of the unicorns. Under the night-esque glow, in a clearing amidst the trees, a unicorn lay in the underbrush, still alive but gravely injured, its pitiful whimpers barely audible. The moonlight bathed it in a silvery sheen, resembling a translucent shroud. Approaching slowly, a figure draped in darkness crawled towards the unicorn, hesitating briefly before lowering its head to siphon the creature's shimmering blood. Upon witnessing this horrific scene, Harry felt a surge of panic. Her hair stood on end, and her skin prickled with dread. The others fared no better. Ron's body froze, his face a mask of horror, while Jerry felt his legs weaken, teetering on the brink of collapse. Neville's throat felt parched, as if gripped by an unseen hand, and the scar on his forehead inexplicably throbbed with pain, as though ignited by fire. Yet, thanks to Ted's tutoring, they managed to suppress their fear, refraining from screaming or fleeing and thus avoiding detection. However, the figure, although unaware of the four young Gryffindors, suddenly turned, its voice slicing through the tension. "Behind you. You fool. Someone's there." Instantly, their hearts tightened with fear. They had been discovered. Nevertheless, the four Gryffindors were never lacking in courage. Initially stunned by the brutality of the scene, the realization of being spotted ignited their bravery amidst the looming danger. Without hesitation, Harry cast the stunning spell, a crimson incantation soaring through the air. Following closely was Neville's disarming charm, a technique he had mastered through extensive training with Ted. Yet, both spells were deflected by a vague shield surrounding the mysterious figure. It was the shield charm. The figure swiftly turned, rising to unleash a counterspell. "Hey!" Ron hurled an object that struck the figure, releasing a cloud of yellow-green smoke. Gagging, the figure inhaled the noxious fumes, nearly retching. "Run! We're no match for him," Neville urged as he pushed Jerry forward, tossing items from his pocket, small objects the size of infants' heads. Jerry sprinted, scattering the items behind him. Professor Quirrell had just used a gust of wind to disperse the foul cloud when the four had already dashed several meters away. The forest, dense with trees, made them increasingly difficult to spot, while before them, 4 or 5 lively cabbages seemed to leap directly towards the figure. Indeed, this is the preparation of the venomous tentacula, a plant known for its exquisite flavor and high medicinal value. Yet its bite is exceedingly fierce and formidable. It is capable of repelling foes with great efficacy. Professor Quirrell, employing another repelling charm, sent several tentacula flying, but as he retreated, he inadvertently stepped upon a round object, producing a cacophony of sparks beneath his feet. This was Jerry's pop fireworks, along with Ron's dung bombs, all procured from the Weasley twins as part of their preparation. It was unexpected to see them put to such use. Meanwhile, Ted, noticing the commotion, disregarded the situation and unleashed a trio of screeching red fireworks. "Fool! Don't pursue them. Quickly flee." Voldemort's voice echoed once more. Professor Quirrell, feeling as if granted a reprieve, swiftly executed a disillusionment charm and made his escape. By the time Professors McGonagall and Snape arrived at the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid had already discovered the remains of a poacher. As the three gathered, they exchanged frowns and fell into silence, puzzled by the unfolding events. The only certainty was that students could no longer patrol the Forbidden Forest. In less than half an hour, Dumbledore had grasped the entirety of the situation. Alone, it appeared perplexing, yet piecing together the clues made it clearer. Within the depths of the Forbidden Forest, 2 groups of poachers were identified. The first group encountered by Hagrid were indiscriminate in their hunting, targeting a variety of magical creatures, including the Diricol and the Mooncalf. The second group, however, consisted of a shadowy figure possessing far greater magical prowess. Upon encountering the first group, this mysterious individual employed the killing curse, eliminating one of them. The remaining members fled, prompting Hagrid's intervention and leading to a subsequent conflict. Ultimately, faced with overwhelming odds, the poachers abandoned much of their haul and made their escape. Reckless, Harry and his companions stumbled upon this shadowy figure in the Forbidden Forest, whose objective was the blood of a unicorn. Had it not been for their timely interruption, he would have likely obliterated them. The sole stroke of fortune was that Professors McGonagall and Snape arrived just in time to rescue the dying unicorn. Completion of the hidden task, Rescue the Unicorn Blue. Awarded 300 experience, card Sanctity Blue. Sanctity Blue, material card. This card embodies a radiant purity, shunning filth and malevolence, evoking a sense of reverence. Its purpose remains unclear. Yet Ted is certain it cannot be fused with Giant Blue. Sanctified Giant? The very name is contradictory. Ted had not anticipated that Professor Quirrell would encounter a group of magical creature poachers in the Forbidden Forest. It was only after hearing Hagrid's account that he gained some insight. Though poachers exist in this world, Hogwarts Forbidden Forest had not previously been their target. However, the significant changes brought about by the celestial convergence have affected this realm, making many of its treasures highly coveted on the black market. For those wizards who dwell in the gray areas, or dark wizards, it has become a veritable treasure trove. Furthermore, not all of the wise races from other worlds, ushered in by this celestial event, are benevolent. Life can indeed be arduous for some, leading them down the path of crime. When the stakes are high or one finds themselves in a desperate situation, the allure of profit can overshadow moral considerations, rendering the principles of Hogwarts irrelevant. In such scenarios, there are always individuals willing to take significant risks for sufficient reward. The treasures of the earth and sky are claimed by those of virtue. Were it not for the presence of the Hogwarts establishment and the steadfast Dumbledore, chaos would have long since ensued. Hagrid once revealed a small secret. Just the previous year, before Ted and his peers enrolled, a smuggling incident involving magical creatures occurred in Hogsmeade. As previously mentioned, Hagrid won a dragon egg from the Hogshead Inn because it served as a miniature black market. In that incident, a wizard from the Americas attempted to smuggle a juvenile ocelot, a magical creature classified as XXXXX in danger level, akin to dragons and basilisk. Its prowess is formidable. Not only is it a natural predator, but it also possesses the ability to read the thoughts of its prey, enabling it to ambush effectively. This juvenile ocelot escaped from its captor, causing a commotion in Hogsmeade. Ultimately, it was captured by the then Professor of Care of Magical Creatures, Kettleburn, and Hagrid, and now resides deep within the Forbidden Forest. It is said that Ron's older brother, Charlie Weasley, was involved in that incident. Each generation of students carries its own tales. Moreover, poaching activities in the Forbidden Forest have surged in recent years, making the role of gamekeepers increasingly burdensome. However, common poachers typically avoid the Forbidden Forest due to its inherent dangers. Encountering an ocelot or a couple of trolls could spell disaster. And not everyone possesses the skill to perform apparition, an inherently perilous endeavor. The forest is teeming with swarms of acromantulas, centaur tribes, and various magical creatures with perilous abilities, presenting significant risks. To venture here for poaching would indeed be the action of a desperate soul. And should such a soul cross paths with Voldemort, it would surely be a fatal encounter. The recent confinement in the Forbidden Forest proved to be a harrowing experience for both Malfoy and Harry's group, who endured considerable hardships. The days that followed were marked by a newfound sobriety. One can only imagine the tumultuous battles against poachers in the dark of night. The sounds of spells striking tree trunks echoing in the air, contemplating the shadowy figure feeding on the blood of a unicorn, or the poacher dispatched by the Avada Kedavra curse. This was indeed a life-threatening confinement. In the ensuing days, compliance was no longer optional, as mere weeks remained until final examinations commenced. Tests, an educator's tool, and grades, the lifeblood of students. The pressure of examinations looms large, particularly given the school's stance on the Forbidden Forest incident. Professors treated the situation with utmost seriousness. The mere thought of wandering into the Forbidden Forest, or even exploring the castle, would result in reprimands. Furthermore, they collectively assigned a copious amount of homework, ensuring that students would need 2 to 3 hours to complete it, effectively consuming their free time. Following this incident, Ted adopted a more subdued demeanor, becoming less engaged in class discussions and ceasing all communication with Professor Quirrell outside of class. Professor Quirrell now resembles a cornered beast, exceedingly perilous. It is perhaps prudent to refrain from meddling. However, one afternoon, while Harry was meandering about in his invisibility cloak, he overheard Quirrell lamenting, seemingly beset by threats. "I cannot continue. Please, I beg you. I will comply, I understand." Harry recounted that he could hear Quirrell's pitiful cries from around the corner, filled with a profound sense of injustice. Ron and Jerry unanimously speculated that it must be Snape. He was the only malevolent individual in the castle who would dare to intimidate the timid Professor Quirrell. Could he be extorting Quirrell's salary? Ron pondered aloud. It is worth noting that the remuneration for professors at the school is quite substantial. Yet Ted conjectured that perhaps Voldemort was coercing Quirrell into procuring the Philosopher's Stone. As the final exam period commenced, the atmosphere within the school grew increasingly tense. A multitude of last-minute crammers flooded the library, now bustling with activity. Even Ron and Jerry began to express their concerns, a testament to the gravity of the situation. Before long, June arrived. The talent for otherworldly knowledge gold was triggered, revealing the traveler's delicious recipes, green. This collection contained delectable recipes gathered by a traveler from Kalimdor, requiring an expenditure of 180 experience points to redeem. Ah, this exists? Ted mused, somewhat taken aback. One might argue that recipes indeed constitute knowledge. While you may dismiss them as trivial, they hold considerable value. Conversely, you might contend they are not particularly useful. Let us exchange them. I am curious to see what recipes are available. A deluge of information flooded Ted's mind, enlightening him on the contents of this culinary tome. Remarkably, it proved to be quite beneficial, featuring dishes that restore vitality and even possess special effects. In total, there were 8 recipes, 1 delicious wind serpent 2, tasty omelette 3, Reedridge stew 4, spicy wolf ribs 5, night scale fish soup 6, grilled calamari 7, spider sausage 8, mint lemonade, a veritable feast awaited. Chapter 78, Final Examinations. Although Ted had acquired some extraordinary culinary formulas, he found himself with no time to explore the kitchen, as the final examinations were already underway this week. Armed with his quill and parchment, Ted entered the familiar classroom, accompanied by determined Hermione, a playful Harry seeking amusement, and the anxious Ron, Jerry, and Neville. Ron and Jerry typically favored a more lackadaisical approach, often evading work when possible and resorting to copying, adopting a passable attitude. While they had surpassed most young wizards in practical spellcasting, their theoretical understanding leaned towards the lower average, categorizing them as academically challenged in certain subjects. As for Neville, despite his diligent efforts and attempts to complete his assignments independently, he found little success. Although he excelled in herbology and defense against the dark arts, he felt uncertain in other subjects. Since reading Ted's Heart of Courage, he had gained some insight and courage, enabling him to overcome numerous challenges. However, mastery of a subject does not equate to confidence, which cannot be cultivated overnight. Within the examination hall, the air seemed to stagnate, and the students' breaths involuntarily slowed. The first lesson's exam was Professor McGonagall's renowned Transfiguration class, noted for its seriousness. A notification chimed. Final exam, blue. This marked your inaugural final examination at Hogwarts, serving as an assessment of your academic achievements throughout the year. Give it your all. Do not squander your youth. Objective: achieve excellent grades in all subjects. Reward: 350 experience points. Random card. You aspire to be recognized as the top student in your year. A poor performance would be quite embarrassing. Tad chuckled inwardly, knowing that such matters would inevitably invoke the system's involvement. System, better late than never. Tad, achieving excellence in all subjects is hardly a daunting task, is it? The Transfiguration exam comprised 2 parts. The first was a written test, requiring an exposition on the fundamental principles and taboos of Transfiguration, along with personal insights. Tad filled 2 sheets of parchment, while Hermione wrote 3. Ron, observing the fervent scribbling of his peers, grew disheartened as he struggled to fill even 1 sheet with legible letters. Half an hour later, Professor McGonagall instructed everyone to put down their quills, as the next phase would be practical. The task was deceptively simple: transform a mouse into a snuff box. Indeed, first-year students had learned only 2 primary transformations: changing objects into other objects and living beings into objects. However, despite a year of study, not everyone could successfully execute a transformation. Most students could manage to turn a matchstick into a needle, yet transforming a mouse into a snuff box proved to be a considerable challenge. When Tad first approached the subject, he found it daunting, necessitating countless hours of dedicated practice to uncover the nuances and techniques involved. The examination process was far from satisfactory. One could discern Professor McGonagall's mood from her expression. Dark as the sky before tempest. Ron's transformed snuffbox sported a mustache, Neville's bore a tail, and Jerry's snuffbox, the most peculiar of all, had 4 legs and had since made a hasty escape, leaving Jerry on the floor attempting to capture it. Mr. Seamus showcased his artistic flair, causing his mouse to emit smoke and adhere to the ceiling, now perilously overcooked. Jerry instinctively recoiled, empathizing with the rodent's plight. The complexity of Transfiguration left the majority of students in dismay. Ultimately, only 6 students managed to complete the transformation successfully. Tad and Hermione produced remarkably flawless results, not only achieving complete transformation, but also crafting aesthetically pleasing snuff boxes adorned with golden lines or embossed decorations, resembling exquisite works of art. Professor McGonagall, initially vexed by her less adept students, finally displayed a smile upon witnessing their creations, a smile akin to that of a farmer, weary from a year of toil, who gazes upon the golden waves of wheat, affirming that their labor was indeed worthwhile. Excellent. Truly outstanding. Well done. Professor McGonagall, unusually effusive, praised them thrice. Transfiguration is no simple domain. Encountering a proficient student in a year is a stroke of luck, and this year, there were 2, both of exceptional caliber. The examination for the transformation class struck the newcomers like a sudden blow, leaving them utterly bewildered. The atmosphere during lunch grew considerably somber. Meanwhile, the upperclassmen wore expressions of schadenfreude, perhaps relishing what was arguably their most joyous day of the year. If the morning's test had been arduous, the afternoon's was even more harrowing, as it involved Professor Snape's potions class. Naturally, the examination took place in the basement, fitting for Snape. who had long since become accustomed to the shadows. He might feel out of place above ground. Standing behind the classroom podium like an immobile black statue, Snape's face was illuminated by the flickering light of the torches on the walls, casting him in a sinister light akin to a remorseless serial killer. His grim visage alone, devoid of any expression, was enough to intimidate any student. With his arms crossed and wand in hand, he appeared ready to strike down any student caught cheating. As the students entered the classroom, crossing the threshold felt akin to being cursed, their spirits weighed down, rendering any thought of joy utterly elusive. Snape was, in essence, a human boggart. After ensuring that all were seated, he remained silent, merely tapping his wand against the blackboard, which then revealed the examination question. Prepare the forgetfulness potion. Time limit 60 minutes. In that instant, Neville's heart sank, for the forgetfulness potion was the most complex brew they had studied throughout the year. Each step, from handling the ingredients to infusing it with magic, was fraught with prohibitions. A single mistake could ruin the entire potion, leaving no room for subpar results. Snape was truly intent on pushing them to their limits. Yet, a glimmer of relief flickered among Neville's peers. A faint smile graced their lips. This small amusement stemmed from Ted's foresight in predicting Snape's focus on the forgetfulness potion, a gamble that had paid off. The psychological burden lightened considerably. Who was Snape? After all, he was the double agent who had brought down both sides of the conflict, a master of memory extraction, acutely aware of the minutiae of any individual's microexpressions. Moreover, he had been discreetly observing Harry's performance, keenly noting the faint smile that crossed Harry's lips upon seeing the test question. Snape mused, has Harry inherited Lily's talent for potions? Though he performs adequately, he lacks the necessary composure. The preparation of the forgetfulness potion was indeed intricate. Merely distilling pure water could take a considerable amount of time. The 60-minute timeline was merely the most generous allotment for a single preparation, meaning that any misstep would likely eliminate the possibility of a second chance. One must first add the prepared valerian root to the distilled water, heat it for 20 seconds. Stir clockwise 3 times, then add 2 portions of crushed mistletoe berries filtered juice, stirring counterclockwise 5 times. Simmer for 5 minutes. Then wave the wand to infuse it with magic, continuing to simmer for another 5 minutes, repeating this process 3 times before allowing it to cool. If all went smoothly, the potion could be completed in about 45 minutes. If one was clumsy yet careful, 60 minutes would suffice. However, any mistake would extinguish the hope of a second attempt. Snape would never allow imbeciles to squander his precious ingredients. Ted and Hermione completed their potions within approximately 40 minutes, and their concoctions appeared quite commendable. Hermione even outpaced Ted by 2 minutes. Her innate talent for potion making was markedly evident. However, Snape merely cast a cursory glance, let out a dismissive huff, and turned his attention elsewhere, circulating among the students to exert pressure on those lacking mental fortitude, while keeping a watchful eye on Harry's progress. Regrettably for him, Neville had become significantly steadier. Even with Snape looming behind him for a full minute, he remained oblivious to his presence, utterly engrossed in brewing his potion. Despite the beads of sweat forming on his brow, he had yet to make a mistake. When the potion examination concluded and the students emerged from the dungeon, it felt as though they had been liberated from Azkaban. The air instantly became vibrant, and they longed to take deep breaths. Snape seemed intent on thrusting his hooked nose into Harry's cauldron. Ron complained. He further remarked that the potion he brewed had an overpowering odor, fit only for a troll to consume. Jerry expressed his indignation, attributing the foul smell to the insufficiently ground mistletoe berries and the inadequate filtration process. Fortunately, the potion's efficacy remained intact, allowing Jerry to secure a passing grade.